Volume 11, Chapter 499, The Forgotten Goddess, Part 1. Akasha slowly opened her mouth. Something is coming back to me, but I can't quite make sense of it yet. Just a little more, just a little longer. The magician stroked his chin, then withdrew his gaze from her. I'm curious, but that's not something for me to ask. Your master is standing right there. Take your time. I intend to, Taesan replied, the magician seemingly done with his business. Step toward the space beyond. Well then, I'm quite busy myself. Head back to the labyrinth through that portal. At his fingertip, a passage shimmered carrying the energy of the labyrinth. Before I go, anything else you want to ask me? What about the thing I asked you to make? The magician's expression brightened as if remembering. It's progressing faster than expected. It shouldn't be long before it reaches the level you wanted. Already? Taesan was surprised. He'd thought it might take decades. But it was advancing far more quickly. At first I couldn't get the feel of it, but after using the cornerstone I managed to tune it properly. It won't match your vision perfectly, but it won't take much longer. That's good to hear, Taesan smiled. It seemed his goal would be achieved sooner than expected. Then I'll see you soon. With those final words, the magician disappeared. There was much to check. Taesan opened his skill window. Divinity. Proficiency, proof gained by one who receives the faith of the world, having reached a stable, unshakable seat. Such a being is truly worthy to be called a god. The description had changed. Before it said he had earned one of the qualifications to be called a god. Now, it simply declared he was worthy of that title. It even mentioned that his seat was stable and unshakable. Taesan could feel that change himself. His rank had grown more stable than ever. Now, faith could only strengthen and solidify him. It could no longer shake or drag him down. As long as even one believer remained, he would remain a god in full. Not bad. He hadn't gained new powers or reached some unseen realm. But to be able to maintain his rank anywhere without instability was an enormous reward in itself. Though the proficiency was hidden behind question marks, judging by the growth rate so far, it had to be at least around 60%, and still not 100%, He couldn't guess what lay beyond. There were other gains as well. Ramidaus had only wielded divinity and never revealed his own authority. At first, Taesan thought he'd been hiding it, but now he understood. Soul skill, divinity, proficiency 1%, divinity obtained by burning one's own essence, brighter than anything. And bottomless, the authority achieved by one who sacrificed everything to reach the highest realm. Ramidaus hadn't used a separate authority because his authority was divinity itself. An authority represents the culmination of all one has built, for one who had received endless faith. It was only natural that his authority would be tied to it. Taesan had stolen that power. With it, the faith, the divinity, the skills, the total amount of divine energy within him had nearly tripled. With this much, running out during any battle was unlikely, and his divinity would continue to grow. The faith directed toward him would never fade. The balance is broken. It already had been, but now the disparity had widened, compared to divinity. The black energy was severely lacking, unlike divinity. That darkness could only be gained by fighting old gods. There was no steady source. I'll need to think of a way. He already had a few ideas in mind. Taesan continued reviewing. Special passive skill, Godslayer. Proficiency 1%, Slayer of gods when facing a god. Their power and rank slightly decline, while yours increase unconditionally. A skill earned by slaying a god, Godslayer. It wasn't so different from other combat advantage skills. But one detail stood out, his power and rank increased unconditionally. Taesan was now a faith god, a boundary. Beyond that lay only the realm of concept gods, but if the increase was absolute, then it meant he wouldn't remain confined to his current rank. I wonder, what kind of level would that reach? He'd have to test it later, after sorting through his gains. Taesan looked toward Bardre. How do you feel? Not bad, no, actually amazing. I've never felt anything like this. Excitement colored Bardre's voice. When Ramidaus fell, part of his power had flowed into Bardre, granting him a new strength. Prince of a ruined world Bardre, Prince of the fallen empire Kabert Bardre. Reborn as a sword made flesh. Attack power plus 3626. All swordsmanship skill proficiency greatly increased, can wield holy energy to aid himself and his master. His attack power had skyrocketed, and he had gained divine energy of his own. His rank had risen significantly. Akasha had experienced similar growth, her power had increased, and she had acquired divine energy as well. But unlike Bardre, she couldn't focus on that at all. She was in turmoil. Something's coming back to you. Yes, but these memories, they are, whether she was struggling to recall them or trying to comprehend what they meant. Akasha looked deeply confused. Could you please give me a moment? I'll try to piece it together soon. Take your time. With that settled, Taesan stepped through the passage. Returning to the labyrinth, laughter greeted him. Ha 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 ha, you're back, you're back. It was the dwarf, the shopkeeper, eyes bloodshot with excitement as he rushed toward Taesan. Taesan instinctively took a step back. How did it go? Did you kill that bastard? Taesan silently nodded, the dwarf's face contorted with emotion. Ooh, finally it's over. He stomped his feet. The force shaking the labyrinth. That damn thing is dead, gone for good, ha ha, wonderful. Still overjoyed, he grabbed Teason's shoulders. Thank you, thanks to you my wretched wish has finally come true. Before Teason could respond, the dwarf pulled a gem from his pocket and hurled it into the air. It shattered, forming a portal. Through it, Teason could see the world of dwarves, the same world where he'd first arrived. Wait for me. My people, your true king has returned. The shopkeeper shouted and leaped through the portal. In an instant, the labyrinth was silent again. Leaving Teason alone. What was that? Bardre muttered in disbelief. Kugagung, the floor split open as Balbamaba emerged. Unbelievable, even if he fulfilled his wish. The least he could have done was handle his duties as a contractor. Balbamaba sighed. There's still quite a bit of work left to deal with and he dumped it all on me. What a headache. So that's it then, for him. Yes, he achieved his desire. There's nothing left to keep him here. What about the reward? Don't worry, I'll handle that. As soon as he finished speaking, a system window appeared. 92nd floor quest cleared. Reward will be determined jointly by Balbamaba and your choice. Quest complete, but the system following it was different than usual. Balbamaba spoke again. This quest has no fixed reward. It changes dynamically depending on your achievement and decision. The 92nd floor's reward was tied to the shopkeeper's equipment, but that didn't mean Teason would receive everything. There were limits. The issue is that the one responsible for this role suddenly left. Balbamaba hesitated for a moment, then decided, wait here, I'll confirm things quickly and return. Got it. Balbamaba vanished. Teason was left alone once more. He turned to Akasha. The confusion within her was beginning to settle. Did you figure it out? Yes. Her voice was calm now, during Ramidauz's fall. Akasha had absorbed a portion of his power and something had resurfaced, but her memories had been fragmented. Leaving her in disarray, that confusion had now passed. What did you remember? A part of myself, Akasha spoke slowly. Fragments of memory, pieces, the things I did. And what happened in that place, they're coming back to me. So you've regained your memories. Not exactly, they're fragmented, disconnected. I don't yet know who I truly was or what emotions drove me, but even with fragments, I've found some information, among them, something about the one I served. She paused, taking a deep breath. Then continued, I remembered her name, the one Akasha had served, the forgotten goddess who had given Teason his quest. What's her name? Teason sensed that something would happen the moment Akasha spoke, but Akasha hesitated. Unable to utter it, as if she knew that saying the name itself would distort reality, Teason waited in silence. After a long while, Akasha finally spoke. Her voice trembling, her name is Arelnan, a name is one's essence, for a being of her rank. That value was immeasurable. The name of the forgotten goddess resonated through the world. The existence erased from reality was spoken once more. The name etched itself into the universe and the goddess began to reappear. At that moment, Teason felt something stir within him, something inside him trembled. He couldn't understand it, but the sensation spread unseen across the cosmos. Like a wave reclaiming lost authority, light shimmered beautifully, energy gathered in the air. Oh, Bardre tensed. And Teason stepped back. Chajajajek, the condensed energy took form, a woman of dazzling light. Her long hair covered her entire body. Her posture curled like a newborn child. Ah, her voice echoed like the first breath of one who had seen the world after an eternity in darkness. The woman slowly unfurled her body. At last, you found me, she smiled radiantly at Teason. The Forgotten Goddess Arelnan has appeared, Chapter 500, The Forgotten Goddess, Part 2. The goddess revealed her presence to the world. Her face was foreign, undeniably beautiful. Yet somehow estranged from familiar human features. It made sense. Teason thought the goddess had vanished during the war against the old gods ages ago. Humanity's features could have subtly shifted over the eons. The other gods didn't feel this alien. Did she alter herself to match? It wasn't strange. Gods could alter their appearances freely. With that thought, Teason studied her carefully. Her skin was as pale as snow, almost albino white. Her hair and eyes were colored the muted gray of dust. It was strange, yes, but not unpleasant, more like gazing upon a masterpiece crafted by a divine artist. The goddess stepped onto the labyrinth's floor. Akasha let out a trembling breath. Arelnan, my lady. Akasha, the goddess's gaze turned toward her. Within those eyes flickered affection and longing. So you became a ring. What in the world happened? Many things have happened. I see. I'd like to hear the details someday still. It seems your mind remains intact. I feared you might have lost yourself and wandered as a husk, but you've done well. It's really you. Lady Arelnan, it's me, Arelnan declared firmly. I am your one and only mistress, the one you serve. I am Arelnan. Understood. Akasha's voice trailed off, noticing her hesitation. Arelnan frowned slightly. Something feels off. That's not the reaction I expected. Don't tell me. You haven't fully regained your memory. My apologies. I remember that you were my goddess. But beyond that, everything is fragmented. That's a shame. Arelnan sighed softly, her expression tinged with genuine disappointment. I did so much to save you. And you don't even remember. I'm sorry. It's fine, the goddess raised her hand, her pale palm reflected in her own eyes. I didn't expect to return like this anyway. Having my loyal follower forget me is a trivial matter compared to that. Her eyes shifted to Taesan. I assume this is your doing. Errolnan looked at him. There was nothing to feel from her, no divine aura. No transcendent force, no pressure of rank or power. She was completely empty. And yet one thing was undeniable, nobility, even without visible power. Anyone could tell she was a goddess. You. Her gaze suddenly distorted, the light in her eyes turned sharp, laced with hostility and caution. Errolnan, Akasha instinctively moved, manifesting her power to defend her goddess. Seeing the gesture, Errolnan glanced between her and Taesan, then nodded in understanding. I see you no longer serve me. I'm sorry, it's fine, I'm hardly a goddess now. Akasha looked at Taesan again, muttering softly, I suppose I don't need to worry. What do you mean? It's nothing, since your master is him, I can accept it. He's the one who called me back into the world. I was uneasy at first. But it's fine, her conclusion reached. Errolnan straightened gracefully. Even in that simple motion, her divine dignity didn't waver. First, let me express my gratitude. What is your name? Kang Taesan, you can call me Taesan. Taesan, she repeated. Thanks to you, I was able to return to this world. It wasn't me, Akasha was the one who remembered you. No. Akasha's current master is you, so ultimately it was by your hand. Accept my thanks. Errolnan spoke lightly. Then I will, Taesan nodded and asked. When you granted me the quest, were you conscious at that time? No, I wasn't truly aware then. I existed only as drifting unconscious thought, but your prayer reached me, and through that, I made contact. Errolnan glanced around the labyrinth, her expression curious. And this place, such a strange sensation. It was created by the magician. The magician, he goes by another name now. But I think you'd recognize him. I see. Errolnan approached the wall, studying the stonework with fascination. Taesan spoke again. Errolnan, no need for formal speech. She brushed her hand along the wall. I'm no goddess anymore. You've reached transcendence, haven't you, in rank? You're above me now. I should be the one showing respect. I have no such intention. Taesan immediately declined. Errolnan smirked. Good, I was wondering how awkward it'd be if you actually agreed. She's more easygoing than I thought, from Akasha's tone and demeanor. Taesan had expected cold ruthlessness, but Errolnan was playful. Almost mischievous. You seem to have many questions. Ask freely, I'll answer what I can. In that case, Taesan organized his thoughts and spoke. What domain did you originally govern? Essential had told him that for Akasha to exist as she was, her goddess must have once ruled over a concept. Errolnan answered, I was the goddess of. Part of her words were erased from existence. The sound simply vanished. As if the concept itself didn't exist in this world. Even her lip movements couldn't be read. Errolnan murmured without surprise, so. I only regained my name. The concept I ruled was not returned. That's unfortunate. I expected as much. I never believed I'd regain my original power, for now. This is enough. Who caused this to happen to you? The Devourer. Taesan's eyes narrowed exactly as he'd suspected. I lost everything to that creature during the war with the old gods. All that remained of me was my apostle Akasha. Every fragment of my existence was erased from the universe. As I thought, you already knew. I suspected. Taesan continued. Then do you still remember it? How odd of you to ask. Do you take me for someone weak enough to forget the thing that consumed me? Taesan's eyes gleamed. The Devourer, she had fought it directly and remembered it. She might know more than even essential. You're curious about the Devourer. I see, I'll tell you. Thank you, the Devourer, the one who steals worlds. Taesan had long felt that it was connected to him somehow. To put it simply, Errolnan said, it steals this universe. It can consume everything, concepts, laws, even gods, and use them as its own. Its imitation, of course, but still beyond what other old gods could ever do. That much matched what Essential had told him. Errolnan continued, every god knows that much, but this part only I know. She smiled bitterly. It admires this universe. Admires? I didn't know at first, but when it consumed me, part of its emotions seeped into me. Through that, I learned the Devourer longs for this universe. Longs for it, a word that didn't fit any old god. Perhaps that's why it tries to consume the world to make it its own. But it can't, it's an old god. A twisted being, no matter how much it devours, all it can do is imitate. Errolnan laughed softly, but there was deep contempt in that laughter. And one more thing, I wasn't going to say this yet, but I can't help it. Her gaze locked onto Taesan. For some reason you smell like it. Me. I've lost most of my power, yes, but once I was part of the Devourer because of that. I can still sense it. Her eyes narrowed. You carry its scent, faint, barely noticeable unless I focus, but it's there. I see. Do you have any idea why? I might. Taesan thought of the image that represented his inner self. It's not severe, just a trace, but normally. Even that shouldn't exist. Errolnan smiled faintly. That's why I first doubted you. Her initial hostility and killing intent, now he understood. I thought the Devourer had crept in, hiding behind a mask. But no, you're different, twisted perhaps, but not that thing. I can't be certain, but it's not my place to intervene. Errolnan straightened. It's your issue. Figure it out yourself. Understood, thank you. No. Thank you, she chuckled lightly. You saved me, that fact won't change, so I should repay you. Her fingers touched his forehead, a gentle warmth passed through him. This much I can still give, take it. The divine blessings, blessing of rebirth of the nameless goddess. Blessing of the soul of the nameless goddess, and blessing of the will of the nameless goddess, have evolved into blessing of Erelnin. All the blessings Taesan had once received from her merged into one stronger. More complete, I'd like to grant you my true authority, but I'm too weak. Is restoration impossible, with faith perhaps, if needed? Taesan could spread faith in her name again, but Erelnin shook her head. Faith alone won't suffice, my essence is a concept itself, something far beyond such a simple force. I understand. But there is a way, as I said. I once became one with it, through that I learned a secret. Her tone turned calm. Her smile faint. The devourer steals the universe, but it cannot make it its own, so where do you think everything it steals goes? Taesan's eyes sharpened. Not yet, Erelnin said softly. Time is needed, I'm too frail. And my memories are still incomplete just like Akasha's, so for now, I'll ask for your help. Special quest initiated. The goddess Erelnin seeks to reclaim what was stolen from her. To do so, her power and rank must first be stabilized. Condition, Erelnin must recall what she has lost. Reward, enhanced blessing of Erelnin and a linked quest. Taesan nodded. The conversation reached its end. At that moment, Belbamaba appeared. Sorry to keep you waiting, it took some effort, but I've sorted everything out. Now then, he stopped mid-sentence. His gaze fell on Erelnin. The goddess regarded him with mild curiosity. So this is one of the magician's creations? How fascinating. What in the world is going on now? Belbamaba's bewildered voice echoed through the labyrinth. Chapter 501, The Forgotten Goddess, Part 3. Who are you? Belbamaba addressed Erelnin with formal caution, despite her ordinary mortal-like presence, no divine aura, no transcendent pressure. Belbamaba's instincts screamed that this woman was not someone he could afford to treat lightly. I am Erelnin, she said calmly. Erelnin. Belbamaba rapidly sifted through the vast archives of knowledge within him. Countless records flickered before his mind, and then he froze. There it was, information about Erelnin, fragmented, distorted. Incomplete, yet undeniably present. This can't be. He was shaken. It wasn't that he had forgotten her. It was as if her existence had been erased entirely from his perception, only to suddenly resurface now. This is not for me to judge. Belbamaba made a swift decision. This was beyond his jurisdiction. When my master returns, I will report this. He will decide what to do about Lady Erelnin. The magician, Erelnin murmured, the one who created this domain. Interesting, I am intrigued. She nodded with a faint smile. Very well. I'll wait. Taesan, what is this about? How should I know? Taesan shrugged. Belbamaba looked conflicted for a moment before sighing. Forget it, this is beyond my authority. The magician will handle it. I'll focus on my own duties. He turned toward Taesan, voice settling back into composure. You've cleared the 92nd floor. I'll begin processing your rewards. It took longer than usual because the one responsible abandoned his duties and ran off. The reward for the 92nd floor was equipment from the shop. Normally, the shopkeeper had to be present, but he'd already returned to his own world. I didn't expect a final thank you, but I didn't think he'd ditch us like this. Damn him, Belbamaba clicked his tongue in irritation. So, what now? Taesan asked. The reward is the shop's equipment, but you won't receive all of it. I figured. Taesan never expected to receive everything. The real question was how much. You may choose up to 5 items. 5, Taesan raised an eyebrow. That's excessive. The shop's equipment wasn't ordinary. It was the pinnacle of craftsmanship, gear that had enabled countless challengers to overcome impossible trials. Receiving 5 was extremely generous, but Belbamaba remained indifferent. You are now a faith god. How much value do you think the labyrinth's equipment still holds for someone like you? Taesan had grown too strong. The labyrinth's equipment was ultimately designed for mortals, even if Taesan could use it more efficiently due to his connection with the system. The equipment's inherent rank was now far beneath him. Weapons like the Crimson Giant's sword, which once obliterated S-rank monsters, were worthless when Taesan's casual attacks could do the same. The Obsidian Bracer's 50% damage reduction, irrelevant. Very few beings, only high gods or concept gods, could even penetrate Taesan's chaos cloak. They aren't entirely useless. Stat boosts and special effects still matter, but they're just tools. I see. Taesan was no longer so weak that gear could define him. He had reached the level of those who once crafted such items. After a moment of thought, he asked, what about the secret reward? That's also tied to the shop's inventory, but you may choose any item. And I will create it. So I have options. This was fine. Taesan still valued equipment that affected cooldowns or provided strategic utility. He fell silent thinking. Belbamaba waited patiently. After a while, Taesan spoke. I have a question. Ask. Can I receive a skill instead of equipment? A skill? Belbamaba was caught off guard. You mean a specific skill of your choosing? Exactly. Give me a moment. Belbamaba searched through his accumulated knowledge. It's possible, he answered at last, depending on the skill's effect. The system allows it. That's enough for me. Skills are more versatile than equipment, but you'll pay a price. Your limit of 5 items will decrease if you choose a skill. That's fine. Very well, what skill do you want? Something that changes the nature of my attacks. Taesan replied steadily, a skill that allows me to imbue my attacks with pure physical force. Balbamaba froze. It was too unexpected. Imbuing attacks with physical force, Taesan clarified, more precisely. I want to convert damage into physical force. Ah, I see. Finally, Balbamaba understood. You're talking about the system's mechanics. In the labyrinth system, attack power was a numerical value. It determined the amount of damage dealt, but damage was abstract, not physical. Movement speed and strength came from different stats, until an attack landed. Damage had no physical manifestation, but Taesan wanted that abstract calculation to manifest as raw kinetic force. Balbamaba understood the theory, but not the purpose. Do you need something like that? Your abilities already transcend the concept of damage, for someone like you. Attack power barely matters. Taesan had grown far beyond any numerical metric. His abilities, especially the Chaos Cloak, existed on a conceptual level. Even if physical force were added, the improvement would be small. Still, it was possible, it's doable. Skills, however, were serious business, unlike equipment. They were direct extensions of the system, pieces of the magician's authority. Balbamaba had to ensure the reward wouldn't break the labyrinth's balance, compared to Taesan's accomplishments. This request was minor. It should be fine, he made his decision. Very well, you're serious, Taesan asked, surprised at the quick approval. It's acceptable, but since this manipulates the system directly, you will forfeit all other rewards, even if the skill wasn't overwhelming. It was still system-level authority. Taesan nodded. That's fine. What an unusual request. Balbamaba activated the labyrinth's authority. You have acquired the special passive skill Physical Force Conversion. Special passive skill Physical Force Conversion. Proficiency 1%. Description: you can now imbue labyrinth calculated damage with direct physical force. The physical force scales proportionally with the damage dealt, for now. The effect may appear minimal. Taesan grinned, satisfied. Balbamaba remained perplexed. I may have made a mistake this time. We'll see, Taesan replied, calm and confident for him. Even the slightest improvement mattered. I don't understand it. Balbamaba shook his head and returned to his duties. Lady Errolnan, the magician, is currently away until he returns. I will prepare a place for you to wait. A rift opened. Balbamaba gestured for her to follow. Thank you, Taesan said sincerely. Errolnan, who had been quietly observing, spoke with a faint smile. So that is the magician's authority? Peculiar. You'll meet him soon. I look forward to it, she said as she stepped through the portal, curiosity and excitement in her voice. The rift closed, leaving Taesan and Akasha alone. How do you feel? Taesan asked. Not bad, no good, I feels fulfilled. Akasha's voice held quiet joy. And it's clear now my master is you. That's all that matters. He had worried that Akasha might reconsider after meeting her former master. Thankfully, she hadn't. Satisfied, Taesan examined the new blessing Errolnan had granted him. Divine Blessing, Errolnan's Blessing. Description: the blessing of Errolnan, despite her fragmented state. It contains immense power. It enhances all regenerative abilities, fortifies the will, and stabilizes one's elevated rank. When Errolnan fully regains her concept, additional authority will be granted. Her previous blessings had been consolidated and strengthened. Taesan felt the tremendous boost immediately, though her current state limited the blessing's power. Once she regained her full concept, it would evolve into something far greater. With everything settled, Taesan prepared to move on. The 92nd floor was behind him. He had claimed rewards that would grow in usefulness over time. It was time to descend to the next level, from the depths below. He felt a familiar energy calling. Taesan stepped onto the stairs leading downward. Chapter 5, 293rd floor. Demons, Part 1, 93rd floor. It was now the middle section of the 90s. Taesan headed toward the stairs. At that moment, space split open. It wasn't Balbabamba or the goddess. It was someone else entirely. Boom! Space trembled as the being beyond it returned to the labyrinth. It was the shop owner. His face was flushed red like a goblin. His thick beard trembled, and his fists were clenched tight. The only emotion visible was pure rage. Why are you acting like this? Taesan spoke with a blank expression. The shop owner's eyes rolled wide. He lunged at Taesan. He seized Taesan by the collar. What happened? Saying that so suddenly won't help. Why? The shop owner shouted, his face twisting. Why are my people worshipping you? Taesan understood why the shop owner was furious. Still held by the collar, he spoke calmly. During the quest, I obtained an additional reward, their faith, that's what it was. You bastard, the grip on his collar tight. The shop owner's already twisted face distorted even further. How dare you deceive my people? This can't be, they are my people. You may say that, but faith that had already been obtained couldn't be reversed. Taesan grabbed the hand gripping his collar. The shop owner flinched violently and leapt back. Taesan calmly straightened his clothes. I fulfilled the wish you told me. Acting like this now is surprising. What the shop owner had wanted was the death of the Transcendent. Nothing else was part of the quest requirements. Taesan killed the Transcendent. He had perfectly completed the quest the shop owner wanted. And yet now the man was complaining. Taesan couldn't understand him. Don't be ridiculous, they must worship me. Their true king, then go erase their faith in me and override it with yours. I won't interfere with that. Why you? The shop owner trembled with fury at that moment. The ground split once more as Balbabamba appeared. An outsider has entered. The voice was cold and merciless, a mechanical tone unlike usual. It was the same attitude Balbabamba had shown when Taesan first met him. You served as the shopkeeper in the labyrinth to fulfill your wish. And that wish has now been granted. Your relationship with the labyrinth is over. But the quest condition was the death of the Transcendent if you wanted faith. That should have been included in your wish, but you did not mention it when you entered the labyrinth. Taesan understood Balbabamba's tone. This was how he treated outsiders, someone who no longer had any connection to him. Since your wish is fulfilled, the labyrinth has nothing to do with you now. Normally an intruder would be eliminated immediately, but I will overlook it this once. Leave. Crack. Balbabamba's authority activated. The shop owner was forcibly expelled. He tried to shout something, but his words were buried under that authority and vanished. And just like that, he was expelled from the labyrinth. It's over. He can never return here unless he forms a new wish. Cold. Aren't you? This time it's clearly his fault. If he wanted faith, he should have included that in his wish from the start. Even he thought it was impossible and gave up, yet now that he sees hope, he throws a fit. Hard for me to tolerate that. It doesn't matter, that guy never saw us as anything more than tools. The ghost spoke indifferently, thinking back. The ghost had always hated the shop owner. Taesan, he showed you goodwill only because you were a tool to fulfill his wish, not because he had any affection for you. It's all over anyway, unless you go looking for him. You won't see him again. Balbabamba was right. The quest was already finished. Taesan had no intention of involving himself any further. Once a wish is fulfilled, the contract ends. Anything afterward depends on the mercy of the magician and the contractor. Keep that in mind. The same applies to you. Balbabamba looked into the air. What you sought was merely a clue to becoming a transcendent, nothing more if you ever seek more than that. I will intervene. I know you don't have to worry so much. A graceful voice echoed. It was the Green Witch. I don't plan to seek anything beyond that. Just a precaution. Well, if it's you. It's not a concern. Taesan turned toward where Balbabamba was looking. He felt the Green Witch's presence. It's been a while. Yes, I saw something quite interesting. The Green Witch addressed Taesan with great politeness. Her tone had changed to formal speech. You're being formal with me. You have reached a realm that I cannot touch. It is only right to give you treatment befitting that. There's no need. There is, the Green Witch answered firmly. Those who reach such a realm must be treated accordingly. Taesan, please speak informally to me as well. If you insist. Taesan didn't care about mannerisms. He usually treated others the same way as when he first met them, so the shop owner's informal tone hadn't bothered him either, but since she insisted, he had no reason to refuse. Did you find a method? The Green Witch's wish was to find a clue toward true transcendence. She must have learned much through her contract with Taesan. But she shook her head. Not yet, I'm unsure. If faith cannot reach it, then gathering fear and terror might. I think it's possible. But something about it bothers me. It is ambiguous. Whether that method would actually lead her there, no one knew. You called him Ramidaus, right? He's far stronger than I am, even though he lost to you aside from a tiny handful. No one in the universe could rival him. Yet even he failed to reach the realm the Green Witch sought. She once again realized the enormity of what she hoped to achieve. Think about it slowly, our contract still remains. Thank you, she offered her gratitude and departed. Everything was truly wrapped up now. Taesan descended the stairs. The shop owner who always waited for him was gone. Only a shop without an owner remained. So it's self-serve now, as long as the price matched. He could purchase what he wanted, not very meaningful. 93rd floor quest begins. Clear the 93rd floor's condition. Reward fragment of black and light. Secret reward. The description didn't explain the condition. It meant he should hear it directly from the one waiting. Taesan opened the door. The one waiting for him greeted him. You've come. You have encountered the demon god. Lucifer and black hair cascading to her feet, sharp. Cat-like eyes, a long black dress. She looked exactly the same as the first time they met, but her attitude toward Taesan was very different. The eyes that once tested him now shone with fondness and warmth. She looked at Taesan with admiration. You've reached a stable realm, and that level of divinity, I couldn't subdue you easily now. You flatter me. No, truly, if you were ordinary. Maybe, but someone as unusual as you can definitely endure it. You've grown much stronger, and it seems you've realized something too. Taesan recognized what existed within him. The demon god seemed to understand it as well. Taesan asked, is the 93rd floor your quest? No, she shook her head and stepped back. I want to. But I can't, this time it's someone else. Black square. It's me, crackle, space shattered. A muscular man appeared. Long time no see, jumbled one. Huge horns, lizard-like red pupils. And black energy flowing from his entire body. Baal grinned. You have encountered the great demon. Baal, this quest will proceed under my authority. The demon god is only a liaison. I still don't like it. We've already discussed this, demon god. This is necessary for him, for us. And for all of you, delay would be troublesome. I know, that's why I agreed. Good, then I'll hold on to the one you cherish for a while. Bale chuckled and pointed a finger. Black energy wrapped around Taesan. Jumbled one, follow me. Taesan didn't resist. His body left the labyrinth and moved elsewhere. One more warning, a faint voice echoed. You and I have a contract, but now it's nothing more than a corroded, crumbling shackle if you try anything with him. I've no intention of that, you worry too much, Bale replied casually. The voice faded. Taesan moved into a realm of absolute darkness. This is your second time here. There was nothing but darkness, yet the darkness itself acted as light. It was Bale's domain. He sat on a chair made of darkness. I heard everything. Essential, that old man returned. You fixed the Ouroboros issue and dealt with the fragment of that worthless thing. You know quite a bit. I have my sources, so you climbed this far. Bale looked at Taesan. His observing gaze pierced through him. You've grown and you're getting closer, but I still can't tell what you will be stained by. Why did you call me? Taesan's eyes sank. What do you know about me? His secret, the thing dwelling inside him, what he originated from. And how he became mixed. Taesan himself was only beginning to understand it. But Bale had known from the start. The reason I called you isn't anything dramatic for now. Bale shifted the topic with a small smile. You've worked incredibly hard. You haven't truly rested even once. That's true, Taesan didn't deny it. He had become monstrously strong. But he had never really rested. Level-ups eliminated mental fatigue, so he had no need for rest. So why not rest once? A rest among demons. I host regular gatherings. Every demon with a domain attends, and you also stand with one foot in the realm of demons. Taesan had claimed Belial's domain as his own. He possessed a demon's domain, as Bale said. He had one foot among demons. What do you say? Interested in joining our gathering once? Chapter 5, 393rd floor. Demons, Part 2, Demons. Taesan had only ever sensed their presence. He had never met one directly, but he knew what they were and what kind of beings they were. Existences akin to the old gods, each possessing a domain of their own. A gathering, you say? It's nothing grand. Think of it as a simple tea party, since I host it myself. Every demon with a domain shows up, and now you are a demon as well. I thought it would be good for you to attend at least once. That's all, joining a demon gathering. To the question of whether that alone was the quest of the 93rd floor. Bale answered with a smile. It wouldn't end with just a casual gathering. Bale clearly wanted something afterward. Taesan nodded. Understood. He didn't know what Bale wanted. But he had no reason to refuse. Even the demon god was directly involved. So it was unlikely to turn into something unreasonable. Bale stood with a satisfied expression. Then let's begin immediately. I need to create a space for the gathering. Bale swung his arm lightly. Dense black magi materialized into the world. Darkness pushed aside space, filling it with something new. Crackle like paper unfolding, the darkness expanded instantly. It spread like a sponge soaking up water, swelling in a heartbeat. The darkness parted, and a massive world manifested in the space. It was a barren plain, no mountains, no stones, just a completely flat plain reaching beyond the horizon. A little big. But this should do, Bale muttered casually. But Taesan knew what Bale had just done was no trivial feat. Bale had created a new domain, a vast world so large the end was nowhere in sight. Created effortlessly and instantly. When Taesan thought about how briefly he could maintain the chaos domain, the difference in their levels was painfully clear. A mere faith god wouldn't even realize what Bale had just done, but Taesan had become far stronger, strong enough to understand the magnitude of Bale's act. Bale was clearly on par with the old gods or the concept gods. No need to be surprised, you'll reach this level one day, maybe sooner than you think. Bale snapped his fingers. The domain shifted according to its master's will. The ground rose. And in an instant, a magnificent building formed. That will be the building for the gathering. Bale dusted his hands. Go inside and rest for now. The other demons will arrive soon. My tools inside will guide you to your room. It will take about a day. Taesan walked toward the building. It was enormous, comparable to a mountain. The door opened automatically as he approached. A floating mask awaited him inside. This way. Please, with a flat, emotionless voice, the mask guided him to a room. When the preparations are complete, I will return for you. The room was large and luxurious. Taesan tapped the bed big enough for 10 people to lie on. Soft and springy, the feeling pressed against his hand. Demons. Bardre murmured quietly. A gathering of demons. Never thought we'd be invited to something like this. Is there any reason to be surprised at this point? Fair enough, still feels strange. Demons were indeed extraordinary beings. They were the ones who bestowed black magic upon the demonic races, but Taesan had encountered concept gods, old gods and other powerful beings. Bardre had witnessed all of it at his side, so the greatness of demons felt somewhat underwhelming by comparison. As time passed idly, Taesan felt several entities approaching the building. Demons, twisted power beings not of this world. One by one, demons entered the building. After some time, More than a dozen had arrived. They each entered what appeared to be their own rooms. Taesan could sense every movement and every ounce of power they possessed, and the demons could sense him as well. Several gazes fell on Taesan. They watched him with complex emotions. Taesan spoke. Clear out. Crunch. All the gazes shattered and vanished with a word. Every probing stare aimed at him disappeared. They're very interested. Doesn't seem like it's friendly. Every demon in the building had been watching Taesan, and none of their gazes contained goodwill. You devoured Belial's domain. Maybe they're hostile because you took their comrade's power. Doesn't feel that simple. Taesan recalled the way they looked at him. There wasn't much hostility or anger, it was arrogance. The way nobles looked down on commoners, and that puzzled him. They shouldn't be able to look at me like that, he was curious. But he'd meet them soon enough. Taesan lay down on the bed. Baal said it wouldn't hurt to rest once, then he might as well catch up on lost sleep. He relaxed his entire body and released all tension. Sleepiness washed over him. Taesan hadn't slept in months, ever since he gained divinity. Both his body and mind had transcended human limits. Even while traveling across more than 10 planets on the previous floor, he never slept once. So Taesan dreamed for the first time in a very long time. In the dream, he stood in a certain space, a broken domain, its form unrecognizable, its essence impossible to discern. Countless powers and concepts floated there. Among them were concepts so vast they pierced the universe, far beyond Taesan's current reach. It was like a treasure vault filled with the noblest of things in existence, yet everything was scattered like trash across the domain, and something was there. Its form wasn't human, but neither was it a monster. It wasn't from this world, nor from beyond, something caught in between. Taesan stared silently, and it stared back. Then suddenly it twisted. Taesan felt its face change, joy, greed. Longing, all those emotions surged. The shapeless thing collapsed. It turned into fog and rushed at Taesan. It engulfed him, staining him, swallowing him whole. In that instant, Taesan opened his eyes. Awake, have you awakened? Master, voices echoed. Taesan slowly rose. His fingers brushed against smooth silk. How long? Quite a while, about 18 hours. Really? Taesan rubbed his forehead. The ghost noticed something was off and asked, something happened? Hard to say. He had dreamed. No, he couldn't call it a dream. Dreams no longer existed for someone who possessed divinity. It was something else entirely, but he couldn't remember. Everything felt blurred. Like something had blocked it. What was that? Taesan shook his head. His mind sharpened and his senses returned. He expanded his awareness and felt the demons gathering in the center of the building, and one presence approached him. Knock. Knock. A knock sounded. He opened the door to find the guiding mask. The time has come, please follow me. Taesan followed the mask. After walking a bit through the massive building, he saw a huge central door. Dozens of demon presences lay beyond it. Everyone is waiting, please enter. The mask stepped aside. Taesan quietly opened the door. Creak, the door opened, and immediately dozens of gazes pierced into him. Demons filled the room. Their appearances were all different. Some looked like muscular men, others like enchanting women. Some didn't resemble humans at all, warped amorphous forms. Gigantic black birds and more. Though Baal had called it a simple gathering, it looked more like a grand party. Countless tables were laid out, and strange foods rested upon them. The guest of honor has arrived. At the highest seat sat Baal. He raised a glass filled with red liquid and smiled. Let us begin, laugh, drink, talk. And enjoy yourselves, that is the only positive thing you lot can do. His voice was laced with mockery and contempt toward the demons. The gathering began. The demons laughed, chatted, and indulged. Taesan silently observed them, demons possessing domains. The masters of the black magic Taesan used. It was his first time seeing them directly. Some of their auras felt familiar, and just as Taesan observed them, they subtly observed him. Their eyes held curiosity and mockery and contempt, but they did not move, pretending not to care about Taesan, acting as if he were beneath them. As if he were nothing. It was so obvious it was almost laughable. If simply attending the gathering was the quest, then all he had to do was wait. But as Taesan remained still, perhaps feeling emboldened, one demon opened its mouth. How rude, a greasy, clogged voice echoed. Taesan turned his gaze. It was 10 times the size of a normal human. Rolls of fat covered its entire body, making it repulsive just to look at. Taesan murmured softly. Ammon, the demon Ammon. Taesan even wielded some of his black magic. Ammon twisted his mouth in displeasure. You should have approached us first to express gratitude, yet you sit there silently, far too rude. You expect me to thank you? Taesan couldn't understand the sudden accusation. Ammon clicked his tongue as if Taesan was being ridiculous. You wield our power as your own. That is entirely our grace, thanks to us. You've been able to reach this point. Naturally, you should be grateful. I wield black magic because of my contract with the demon god, not because of anything you gave me. It was merely a contract. The demons hadn't granted him anything directly, but Ammon looked offended by Taesan's words as if he were being arrogant. Even so, you grew strong thanks to us. Gratitude is only proper. Taesan stared silently at Ammon, under that quiet gaze. Ammon flinched. Fine, forget that, but I cannot allow your lack of courtesy. We are demons. His voice brimmed with pride he could not hide. We are eternal and immortal beings. No one can infringe upon us. Mortal beings of this world cannot reach us. Ammon pointed a finger as thick as Taesan's forearm at him. And you are the same, a being of this world, strong. Yes, but ultimately you too will disappear someday, but we are different, we are eternal. Regardless of the universe. And Taesan's voice cooled. So what exactly do you expect from me? Show respect. Ammon answered as if it were obvious. We are eternal beings, we existed long before you were born, show respect to us, that is what you must do, Snickers echoed. Other demons watched with amusement. Every demon showed the same attitude. Without exception, Taesan's eyes grew cold, not what I expected. He had been curious about demons, how they viewed him, what their relationship with the old gods was, what perspectives they held. He had looked forward to this gathering for that reason, but they fell short of his expectations. There was no wisdom or calm that long-lived beings should possess, only emotion. Arrogance and inflated pride. There was no point in holding a gathering with such beings. Anyone could see that even without Taesan. Taesan shifted his gaze. Baal watched quietly, wearing an unreadable smile. Chapter 5 493rd Floor Demons Part 3 We are noble. Ammon declared it, speaking as if stating an unshakable truth. A value that could never be overturned. We alone are eternal in this world, unfaltering, unshaken. The only solitary existence that remains, even those who call themselves transcendents will eventually fade compared to us. Ammon's eyes wavered with emotion, pride, and arrogance. And we existed far before your kind ever did, you must. By all rights show respect to us. Shut up. Taesan cut him off. He was tired of listening. He had no desire to fill his ears with pointless, meaningless garbage. Taesan understood the psychology of demons. They had existed since before the creation of this world. They were indeed the only immutable beings left now that the old gods had been banished, and they were completely intoxicated by that fact. They clung to that one thing alone to declare themselves noble and great. It was laughable, because if you put it differently, it meant their only worth came from the way they were born. They were a race that had existed since before the beginning of the universe. Living for such a long time should have afforded them intelligence, character, and insight befitting their age, but their values and minds were pathetic, no different from ordinary humans. Taesan opened his mouth. You were born strong. Weren't you? Of course. That is the difference between us and you frail creatures of the universe, who must build your strength from nothing. We were perfect from birth. Ammon boasted proudly. Taesan shook his head. So that's why those unworthy of power possessed it from the start. It explained why their mentality was no different from children. Are the old gods like this too? If so, that's disappointing. Taesan glanced at Baal. Baal still watched with no intention of intervening. What are you trying to accomplish? But if Baal wasn't going to interfere, Taesan would act however he wished. Ammon grew irritated as Taesan continued to show no reaction. What are you doing? Show proper resp. Be quiet. What? You're loud, so shut up. Taesan spoke lazily. Ammon's face twisted. You insolent. You're not even doing this because of courtesy. Stop using stupid excuses, just get to the point. There's a real reason you don't like me. Isn't there? The demons stirred. Mockery and contempt slowly shifted into hostility. Ammon's face contorted. How dare you? You stained our purity and now you speak to us like that. So that's the reason. Taesan had stolen Belial's domain and made it his own. To beings who took extreme pride in being demons, pride in their unchanging existence, this must have felt like a desecration of the sacred. I was willing to overlook things depending on your attitude. Now that's impossible. Bow your head, speak each of our names from your mouth and apologize sincerely. And if I don't, then we cannot simply stand by. A lowly thing must be punished. The demons began to move. Their pressure crept toward Taesan. Hostility and killing intent stretched the air tight. I don't understand, Taesan murmured. Power seeped out from his body. That leaking power alone shattered and crushed the approaching demonic force. Taesan was stronger than the demons, by a great margin. They knew it too, but they didn't retreat, rather. They approached with mocking smiles. True. You are stronger than us, but we do not fall. We are immutable. You cannot kill us. They weren't wrong. Old gods and demons could not be killed by beings of this world. That was why even transcendents only managed to banish the old gods. But Taesan was different. He could kill them. Those connected through Lemegeddon knew this fact. But the demons' ignorance meant only one thing. Baal or the demon god had sealed that information. Taesan looked at Baal again. Baal still watched with the same indecipherable smile. It seems things are heating up, Baal finally spoke. The demons flinched, Ammon too, but he quickly composed himself and spoke proudly to Baal. This is a matter between us demons. Normally we couldn't intervene directly with a mortal creature. But he holds the seat of a demon. Even you cannot interfere with what is ours. That was the contract. Indeed, I cannot meddle in matters among you, nor can I directly harm any of you. A very troublesome contract. Baal smiled. So I will make a proposal. A proposal, if you fight like this. It will take far too long. You cannot die, and Taesan is far stronger than you. You cannot overpower him. From these words, Taesan understood clearly. Baal knew he could kill demons, but Baal deliberately hid that fact from them. So why not settle this under a condition, a duel? A duel is… Ammon's voice grew uncertain. He knew he couldn't win alone. But then Baal added something far too tempting. The duel's participants will be, yes, Taesan alone. Against all of you together, 38 of you, you've lived long enough. One against many, correct, it shouldn't matter to you. Should it conditions, the loser must declare defeat. All of you must declare your loss. The reward, those who lose must obey one command from the victor no matter what it is. Ammon and the other demons calculated quickly and came to a decision. Ammon smirked. Very well, we accept. Taesan was strong, but they were not weak either if all of them attacked with full force. They believed they could overpower him. Ammon had no doubt, and more importantly, the victory condition was simply making the opponent declare defeat. It was absurd. They were immutable. They couldn't die or lose strength. So there was no reason to yield. Victory was practically guaranteed, if not immediate, then eventually. Baal must not like that human either. Ammon assumed Baal wanted to use them to put Taesan in his place. What about you? Human, don't tell me you'll back down now. Ammon mocked Taesan, but Taesan wasn't looking at Ammon. His eyes were fixed on Baal. Baal smiled quietly. After a moment, Taesan nodded. Very well, I accept. Baal laughed joyfully and raised his hand. Good, boom, the building vanished, swept away instantly, and they all appeared on a massive plain. I'll give you a bit of preparation time after that. We begin, prepare yourselves. You will regret this, you lowly thing who dared to steal what is ours. Ammon sneered and walked away. More than 30 demons gathered together. Discussing among themselves, Taesan quietly observed them. You have seen the demons beside him. Baal spoke calmly. How do you feel? Disappointing, Taesan answered immediately. The demons were beneath his expectations. Their minds were like those of children. Demons and old gods are immutable, but demons are far inferior to old gods. They are immutable in every aspect, their flesh, their power, even their minds. Baal's voice carried disgust and contempt. They are foolish, childish beings who wield the power to destroy worlds. Once trillions died simply to amuse them. You seem to despise them. Baal was a great demon, the ruler of demons, but his voice and eyes held more hatred for demons than for anything else. What do you want? Baal must have known demons would rebel if Taesan attended their gathering, yet he let it happen. This meant he wanted a clash between Taesan and the demons. When we first met, you asked me what we were. Do you remember my answer? Yes, Taesan had asked about the meaning of demons. Baal replied, our original sin. He said demons were beings who denied the flow of the eras. And that was why he did not stop Belial's destruction. Until now, it was manageable. The contract prevented us from interfering too much with the world. So we let things be, but we can't allow that anymore. Why? Because the things we sealed away have begun to move. There was only one thing they had sealed, the old gods. I don't know why they're already stirring, but before that, we need to clean up the defective ones. Baal spoke softly. Across the field, the demons' power began to settle. Ready for battle, they stared at Taesan with confidence. In the end, it's your choice, act as you wish. Baal clapped his hands. The sound echoed across the entire domain. In the name of Baal, I declare the duel begins until defeat is declared. The duel will not end. The loser must obey the victor's command absolutely and unconditionally. Do you accept? All demons shouted their agreement. Taesan nodded as well. Good. Their declarations were bound into a contract by Baal's power. Baal smiled, as if he had been waiting. Then begin, now kill or be killed. Ha ha, boom. The first to charge was Ammon with a twisted grin. He rushed toward Taesan. Lowly human, I will show you my true power. Crackle's space split open. From the black rift emerged a colossal obsidian spike. It was enormous, like a mountain range. Ammon's jet black spike. Taesan also wielded this black magic, but the power was entirely different now. That spike held enough force to shatter continents. This is the power of us demons. Wretch, Ammon shouted triumphantly. Despite bringing out such force, not even a sliver of his power was consumed. Demons were immutable, eternal. Their power never diminished. Ammon hurled the massive spike at Taesan and charged again, forming another spike. Rumble, he tore through space. The other demons prepared to attack wherever Taesan might dodge, but Taesan didn't dodge when the spike was right before him. He slowly raised his hand. His fingertips turned ashen. Compared to the giant spike, it was the size of a toothpick. The ash touched the spike. Boom, the spike crumbled like a collapsing cliff. The spike shattered completely. Its fragments swept past Taesan harmlessly. The demons, ready to strike, hesitated. Taesan stood completely unscathed, not even budging. Impose. Ammon realized something was wrong, but by then, he was already within Taesan's reach. Taesan's body moved. One moment Ammon thought Taesan disappeared, and in the next, the ash pierced his chest. Die, Taesan spoke calmly. Something within him rose up and devoured Ammon. Chapter 5, 593rd Floor. Demons, Part 4, GHK. Ammon let out a pained groan. The black spike driven deep into his chest held enough power to kill any ordinary being, but he was a demon, immutable. Unable to die, countless transcendents had tried to kill him. And all had failed. Taesan should have been no different, or so Ammon believed as he attempted to break free. But then Ammon realized. The ash was slowly consuming him, spreading from his chest, devouring his body. His power, every part of him, greedily swallowing everything. Terror engulfed him, a darkness deeper than anything he had ever felt, the fear of death. Spare me, for the first time in his life. Ammon begged for his life. He struggled, clawed, tried to escape, but the ash swallowed his entire body in an instant. SB. Even his voice was consumed. Nothing of Ammon remained, his body. His power all vanished and became part of Taesan. Taesan sorted through the new force settling inside him. It was the domain Ammon once held. Your soul rank ascension has activated. You have stolen the domain of Ammon. The throne of Lemegeddon has been enhanced. You have killed a demon. You have gained the special passive skill Demon Slayer. So because he's a demon, soul rank ascension works despite the gap. Perhaps because the concept of rank differed from ordinary beings, or for another reason entirely, despite the overwhelming difference. He could take Ammon's power with no resistance. He didn't know why, but it wasn't a bad thing. It meant there was more to gain from demons. Taesan steadied his blade. The demons couldn't move. They stared blankly. Minds shattered. This. What happened? They could tell Ammon's domain had been stolen. No, Ammon had ceased to exist. Their comrade who had existed since before creation itself, erased. Without a trace, like garbage swept away. Why you? What are you? Who are you? A scream broke out, but none dared approach Taesan. Twisted fear and horror forced them to step back. If you won't come to me, I'll come to you. Taesan planted his foot. You have activated Call of Chaos. You have activated Acceleration. You have activated Skill Acceleration. Instantly, his body vanished from their sight and reappeared behind them. Five demons collapsed as their bodies were severed, even as they fell. They had no idea what had killed them. Save me. Their power was stolen through rank ascension. 5 demons who once slaughtered countless lives died without achieving anything. What? Finally coming to their senses. The demons unleashed their power and retreated. Everyone kill him, with a furious shout. Their power erupted. Rumble, more than 30 demons manifested their strength power that could tear continents and shatter planets. Some wielded black magic Taesan had used before, but Taesan's face didn't change. He rarely used black magic anymore, for a simple reason: too weak. Demonic black magic was too weak. They were strong. But there was a limit, at most the tier of an immortal. Their bottomless reserves made them stronger than ordinary immortals, but they still couldn't surpass their ceiling. In contrast, Taesan had surpassed immortality and was far stronger than typical faith gods. Their basic power was too weak. Mixing ash with their spells was inefficient compared to high-tier magic. The only exception was Baal's black magic. Everything else was inferior. So, you're all useless to me now. Time to clean up. A demon whose entire body was crimson swung a fist. A substance shaped like flame burst from it. Taesan instantly knew who he was: Markohias, a demon who controlled a flame-like substance hot enough to melt the sun itself. Burn! Markohias engulfed Taesan in the flame-like substance. Taesan was instantly swallowed. Markohias' expression brightened, but then ash pierced through the flames. Taesan's hand seized Markohias' throat. GHK KKG8. H-house to break through with raw power alone. Melting a sun isn't enough. Crunch! Taesan squeezed. Markohias' neck snapped. Ash surged and swallowed Markohias' domain. Boom! Roots burst from the ground, thick as walls, strong enough to pierce a planet. Decarabia's twisted vegetation. Taesan often used this black magic himself. Rumbled. Pierced by my roots. The monstrous tree-formed Decarabia roared. Taesan watched the approaching roots calmly and waved a hand. Bardre, got it. Bardre turned ashen. Taesan hurled him toward the roots. Crack, crack, crack. Bardre tore through the roots like bamboo. Decarabia's face twisted in horror. He frantically summoned more roots. But Bardre pierced through them all. Crunch! Bardre's blade lodged in Decarabia's chest. Ash detonated, shredding his body to pieces. A demon with a head 3 times the size of a human appeared behind Taesan. He placed both hands on Taesan's head. Collapse! A powerful mental disturbance surged toward Taesan. Raum's emotional disturbance. Taesan had only ever used the human limit variant, but Raum's direct version could show far more. Just recalling it could make someone forget themselves and become hollow. Not happening. Crack. GHHH. Such mental interference couldn't touch Taesan, not even without Ash. Raum died instantly. Multiple demons combined their power. Black lightning descended as obsidian threads flew to pierce Taesan. Arrows of storm and countless other powers raced toward him. Taesan flicked his hand. You have activated Baal's surge of the 7-fold black space. Blackened space crushed and shattered all their attacks. The aftermath alone ripped demon bodies apart. The demons, half panicked and attacking wildly, slowly realized the truth. No. They, once beings of terror who ruled countless lives for ages, were dying like trash. One by one, they could not win, ever. One demon trembled and screamed, surrender, we lost. The others came to the same realization. The duel's condition: they had to declare defeat, one by one. They shouted, I lost. Stop, we surrender. Watching them, Baal couldn't hold back laughter. Truly pathetically disgraceful creatures, you slaughtered so many lives. And now you fear death this much, you really are worthless. Baal smiled a distorted smile. You should all die, it will benefit us all. Surrender, we lost. The demons cried like a crashing wave. One demon brightened, thinking they survived after declaring defeat. Crunch! Taesan's blade pierced his chest and devoured him. We surrendered. I stated clearly the duel ends only when all of you declare defeat. You all must declare it. Baal spoke leisurely. Only then did the demons realize someone hadn't declared. Who didn't do it? Which bastard didn't declare? They desperately tried to find the one who hadn't declared. But in a situation where their lives were on the line. Finding the culprit was impossible. Crack erg, one by one they died. The demons realized they had no choice left. But even so they did not fight. Run. They turned and fled from Taesan. Taesan laughed dryly. Even now. You'd rather run than fight, truly disappointing. They ran desperately, but a massive wall blocked their escape. Fight for your lives. Defective products, this will be your final struggle. Baal spoke lazily. Taesan gripped his sword and slowly walked toward them. The demons, driven to despair, charged him recklessly. Taesan swung ash. Boom, another demon was impaled and erased. Their primordial domains twisted and became Taesan's. Taesan waved his hand. You have activated Great Collapse Chaos. Boom, chaos magic crushed and obliterated the demons. They could not escape, they could not win. Overwhelming despair drowned them. Some even drooled as their minds broke. Baal, one demon screamed and ran toward Baal. But an invisible barrier stopped him. So you intended to kill us from the start? Baal simply smiled. The demon tried to scream further, but Taesan's sword pierced his back. Crunch, one demon after another faded, eventually. Only one remained, an old man, dressed in a neat suit. Standing quietly like a secretary, he had not moved a single step while Taesan slaughtered the others. The old man spoke. Are you satisfied? Yes, Baal appeared beside them. Thank you, Bifrons, I asked. But I wasn't entirely sure you'd actually comply. My king is you, if you command it I will do anything. The old man smiled faintly. Besides, I didn't care for them either. Taesan understood why the duel had not ended earlier. For the duel to end, every demon, including Bifrons, had to declare defeat, but because Bifrons was loyal to Baal, he deliberately chose not to declare, ensuring the demons would all die. This was your intention from the start. Baal had planned to exterminate the demons from the moment he brought Taesan here. It was the perfect opportunity, one I could not waste. Then, Lord Baal, the old man bowed slightly toward Taesan's blade. May you achieve what you seek. Thank you, farewell. Bifrons, Taesan's sword pierced the old man's chest. Bifrons accepted death quietly. Power flowed into Taesan. He had stolen the domains of 38 demons. The demon domain he formerly possessed mixed with the others, evolving into something entirely new. Black magic has transformed. Beginner black magic, Markohias's fake flame has been deleted. Beginner black magic, Decarabia's twisted vegetation has been deleted. Beginner black magic, Marbaz's pitch black wave has been deleted. The system window continued non-stop, and that wasn't all. The throne of Lemageddon began to change into something else. The throne of Lemageddon has evolved into Fragment of Evil. Chapter 5, 693rd Floor. Demons, Part 5, 38. Including the domain of Belial that Taesan originally possessed, the total was 39. 39 demonic domains were gathered within Taesan. Each one had existed since before creation, ancient. Powerful beings, all those domains blended together and became one inside Taesan. Taesan took a small breath and observed himself. Something new had settled within him, and it was vast. Taesan raised his hand. In that instant, Magi surged, boom 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 boom, black magic erupted all at once. Roots that split the world, substances shaped like flames that could melt the sun. Stakes that pierced continents, all of it manifested at the same moment. Baal's domain shook violently, Baal's gaze sharpened. Ho, Taesan opened the skill window, black magic. You may freely wield the powers within the domains you possess. The proficiency had disappeared, but he was not weaker, to be precise. He had surpassed the very concept of proficiency. The long description had been reduced to a single sentence. Black magic became wholly Taesan's, just like how the system window did not appear when he used his own body to attack. Because that was simply his own basic ability. Black magic had become his perfect limb, no longer appearing as a system window. In fact, aside from Baal's, all black magic skills had been erased from the skill list. Taesan stared quietly at the system window. A fragment of evil, the aggregate of all remaining evil. What it becomes depends on your choice. Because demons had ceased to exist in this world. The word demon had vanished completely. What remained after all demonic domains had mixed together was something alien inside Taesan. How is it? I'm not sure yet. At Baal's question, Taesan shook his head. It was too large and too vast. It wasn't something he could grasp in such a short time. He needed more time to fully understand it. So that's what happens when the primordial domains mix and merge. I recall seeing it long ago. This is interesting, quite interesting. Baal clapped. The result is satisfactory. Be grateful. You intended to kill them from the start. I told you defective products must be disposed of. Baal turned his gaze. The plains, ruined by the aftermath of battle, held no lingering trace of power. All proof that demons had ever existed in this world had been perfectly erased. Baal looked very satisfied. They've returned to where they should be. You did well. Taesan, is this all right? The aftermath should be significant. Through contracts between demon gods and demons, the demonic race could wield demonic power. Black magic accounted for a large portion of their abilities. Now those demons had vanished from the universe. The demonic race could no longer wield black magic, even if they were defective. They had still been part of the world's balance, so there should have been repercussions, but Baal replied calmly, "You don't need to worry, I have already discussed this with the demon god." "I see," meaning the demon god was aware of everything. The only positive effect they ever brought to this world was that one thing, and that is something the demon god and I can handle as much as we wish. There's no problem. Baal laughed heartily. He looked genuinely pleased. "I finally got rid of what I always wanted to discard, thank you. Then I'd like to hear the explanation now." Baal and the demon god wanted the demons dead, but Taesan still didn't know why. "There are many reasons, but first, I wanted to confirm it directly." "Confirm what?" "I have always wanted to erase those disgusting insect-like beings." Baal's voice dripped with unhidden contempt. "Creatures that simply were born that way, whose every aspect was immutable. They have no meaning, but it was impossible. They are unchanging, and therefore they do not die. Couldn't you erase them yourself?" Baal was not a being of this world. He was similar to the old gods, but Baal shook his head. "I cannot, when I helped banish the old gods. I made a contract with the demons. I cannot interfere directly. I erased one or two every time I found a loophole, but many of them survived." Baal stomped his foot. The world folded neatly, like a piece of paper being closed. "No one in this world can kill them, but you did." The world fully folded, revealing a pure white space. "You can erase them, you can truly kill even the banished old gods. That's what you wanted to confirm." I had heard the rumors but hadn't witnessed it before they resurfaced. "I wanted to see it with my own eyes." Baal raised his hand, a mighty force, one that warped space and time, gathered there. "Then I shall show you the truth of this world." Baal clenched his fist. The condensed power exploded. Collapsing space and time, reality twisted as they leapt somewhere else. "Oh, Bardre and Akasha sucked in a sharp breath. Their souls began to crumble slowly, realizing this too late. Baal waved his hand. "I forgot you two couldn't withstand this. Sleep for a while." His authority wrapped around Bardre and Akasha. Protecting them, they had indeed grown stronger. They had endured even against the fragment of worthless self, but even they could not withstand this space. They were on the verge of collapsing. Taesan judged that even he could not endure this place with a bare body. So he wrapped chaos around himself. He quietly observed his surroundings. It was a twisted space. Even Taesan, who had encountered many gods and confronted the old gods directly, saw alien things he had never witnessed before. Vast and powerful. Powers beyond his comprehension filled this place. Even the smallest fragment here could shake part of the universe if swung, and Taesan felt familiar energies within that chaos. Maria. Zervan, Rakarada's Lucifer, no more than that, not just the gods he knew. Presences as powerful as them. Far more than just dozens. The energy of countless concept gods permeated this place. Taesan shifted his gaze. Beyond the twisted space was a wall. Wait, realization dawned on him. The power and scale of the concept gods around them had formed this wall. The energy swirling nearby was merely debris. And beyond the wall, something could be seen. Taesan realized where he was. And what this place was, the exile boundary. Correct, Baal nodded. This is where the old gods were banished, the boundary of the seal. Baal slowly approached the wall. "You know our history, yes." "Yes, long ago. The transcendent beings and the old gods fought for dominion over the world, and the victors were the transcendents. After unbearable sacrifice, they triumphed over the old gods, but the old gods were immutable beings that could not be slain, beings beyond the reach of anything in this world. We did win, since I could not kill the old gods. I chose to banish them from this universe. They intervened a bit from beyond the seal, but it was manageable. The old god's interference was not particularly great. Even the weak Taesan from the past had managed it. But now we have a problem." Something flickered beyond the wall, a shapeless being indescribable by any language or concept in this universe. It stared at Taesan and Baal. Rumble, it moved. Its form struck the wall with tremendous weight. Taesan reflexively prepared to defend. Crack, the wall trembled. Waves rippled across the absolute wall created by all transcendence to sever the boundary of the world. Baal laughed. Still the same, tireless. The thing beyond looked at them for a while, staring blankly, then slowly retreated. Taesan lowered his guard. That wall was absolute. Even a concept god could not scratch it alone. His instinct had reacted before his mind. An old god. That indescribable being was the true form of an old god, and Taesan noticed something. There was a tiny crack where the old god had struck, extremely small, visible only if Taesan focused intensely, but undeniably a crack. Nothing in this universe lasts forever. Baal touched the new crack. The banishment created by all transcendence is absolute. But time erodes everything. Taesan scanned the entire wall. There were cracks everywhere, hundreds, thousands. Tens of thousands. It was hard to find a place without cracks. The seal is weakening, and quickly. I thought there was still plenty of time. The magician had said it would last until a bright star lost its light. Taesan's boundary line could compress that time massively. That was why the old gods targeted him. Originally. Yes, but at some point the seal began weakening far faster than we anticipated. Fast enough to be alarming. At this rate it may not last long. You don't know why. Many transcendents sought the cause. But no answer was found. We don't know if our calculations were wrong or if something is interfering. Taesan fell silent. Baal continued. It was unexpected. But we cannot sit still. The reason I eliminated the demons is exactly that. There is no reason to leave behind something that might stab us later. Baal withdrew his hand from the crack. That's all I can tell you. For the rest, speak directly with the demon god and the other transcendents. Taesan nodded quietly. Baal pointed at him. I suppose I deceived you. The quest Baal first gave him was to attend a gathering, but his real purpose had been the annihilation of demons. He had never told Taesan that. It doesn't matter, I gained what I needed. I expected that answer, but there is someone who will be furious if I don't give you a fitting reward. It's not exactly an apology. But I shall offer appropriate compensation. Baal's power flowed into Taesan, something alien, something not of this world. Receive it, this is my power. From when I existed as myself. You have obtained the advanced black magic, Baal's broken fragment. Chapter 5 93rd Floor Demons Part 6 Huge, heavy and alien power. It slowly sank inside Taesan, changing into something that belonged to him. Seeing him absorb the power without issue, Baal let out a faint laugh. Even though this is a concept no being of this world should be able to accept, you absorb it as if it were originally yours. Is this advanced black magic? That's the name given to it. Are you satisfied? Quite. He had understood its scale and level while acquiring the skill. That was why Taesan couldn't help but question it. This level of power is considered advanced. It can't even be compared to Zervan's magic. Can it? Baal asked with a smile. Taesan couldn't deny it. He possessed high-level spells, Great Collapse and Teleport. Both were powerful, but the advanced black magic surpassed even those. They shared the same rank on paper. Yet the difference was clear to begin with. Advanced black magic never actually existed. That name was just what the system used to categorize my power within this world's concept structure. Comparing Zervan's created magic to something rooted in my essence is a bit unreasonable. Thank you, at this level. It would clearly aid his future battles, but it also raised a question. There's nothing beyond advanced. There is, it certainly exists, but that belongs to our fundamental essence. It is not something that can be given to another. So you don't need to worry, Baal smiled faintly. More importantly, you'll eventually reach that realm on your own. Thank you. Now then, we should head back. Staying here too long is dangerous. Baal clenched his fist, preparing to cross space. Just then, Taesan remembered something and asked, one question, may I? What is it? Why did you betray them? Baal had originally been in existence akin to an old god, yet he betrayed the old gods and sided with the transcendents. There had to be a reason, Baal answered leisurely. Nothing grand, just a simple, deeply personal reason. Personal? Even beings like me can't control our emotions at will. With that quiet statement, the world shifted. Taesan landed on solid ground. He felt the firm surface beneath his feet. They had arrived in the demon realm the moment they arrived. The air split open and a girl appeared. Taesan, demon god. Taesan offered a respectful greeting. She studied him briefly, then looked relieved. You seem unharmed. That's a bit hurtful. Do you distrust me that much? Demon god, how could I trust you? I wanted to go myself. I just couldn't interfere because it was your business. The demon god gave Taesan a satisfied smile. Good work, Taesan, thanks to you. We finally erased something that always irritated us. If it weren't for me, none of this would have worked, you know. You could praise me too. Shut up, she grumbled. Though she did glance at Baal. Still, thanks, it wouldn't have been possible without your cooperation. I'll say at least that much. How grateful. Baal smiled as if dealing with a fussy child. Taesan had sensed it earlier. Baal held affection toward the demon god, and it was something close to how a parent treated a child. She did say the demon god was artificially created, to free themselves from the old demon god. The demons had forced a young child into becoming the new vessel. That child became Lucifer. If so, what had Baal done when Lucifer was created? Then I'll take my leave. Baal clapped his hands, opening space. The rest of the conversation is up to you two. We'll meet again. Baal returned to his domain. The demon god slowly descended to the ground. So, how was it? I was quite surprised. The quest itself had no major surprises from the moment he first met the demons at the gathering. He had expected things wouldn't end peacefully, but the truth he learned afterward had given him much to think about. How long will the seal last? That. I don't know, it's weakening rapidly, but it's still something all of us created together. It might last a long time or break tomorrow. I figured you should know. Her cat-like eyes rested on Taesan. The old gods are still targeting you for breaking their seal if it's weakening already. Then they shouldn't need me. I thought so too. But strangely, they're still moving with you as their goal. Taesan's eyes sank. The demon god reassured him, don't worry, we've already defeated them once. The losers are no longer something to fear. She changed her expression and clapped. Anyway, congratulations, you acquired all demonic domains, right? How does it feel? It's strange, hard to describe. It's yours now. Black magic may cause some confusion since it vanished from the system. But Baal and I will fix that. There will be losses, but nothing unmanageable. The demon god smiled. Organize the power you acquired. Honestly, I've never seen domains gather like that. I'm curious how it'll change, in any case. This quest is now complete. Quest clear. Your level has increased. Your level has increased. Your level has increased. Your level has increased. You have obtained the fragment of light dyed in black. You have obtained. Taesan's body was pulled back into the labyrinth. The demon god watched him depart with slight regret. I wish we could talk longer, but there's much to do. We'll talk again, Taesan. And Taesan returned to the labyrinth. Its familiar walls greeted him. The 93rd floor was now over. Taesan sat down. What the freed at last. Bardre and Akasha panicked. What happened? Taesan explained everything he had seen when they heard it. Both Bardre and Akasha were speechless. That's real. I saw it myself. Bardre couldn't calm down after flailing mentally for a while. He let out a long sigh. I wish I hadn't heard it. His voice carried a hint of resentment toward Taesan. The scale is too big, just imagining it makes my mind collapse. Is it that bad? Of course, we're talking about something that affects the entire universe. It's extremely dangerous, even I feel dizzy thinking about it. Is that so? Bardre said incredulously. How are you so calm? The universe could vanish without anyone noticing. At this point, there's no reason to be shocked. He had known about the conflict between transcendence and old gods from the beginning. He himself had once been the key to releasing the old gods. Surprising. Yes, but not frightening. All he could do was prepare for the possibility, and for that, he needed to become stronger. Taesan checked his rewards. Fragment of light dyed in black, a fragment of something extremely dark yet brilliantly shining. It contains contradictory power. The 93rd floor reward was a material, dark above all, yet glowing brightly, and this reward was similar. You have obtained the fragment of radiant darkness. Fragment of radiant darkness. A fragment of a domain that shines brilliantly yet is darker than anything. Devouring all, it contains contradictory power, although it was darkness. It did not absorb light, it shone brightly enough to distinguish objects. Taesan had seen this in Baal's domain, it was part of his domain. They even give this as a reward. Its scale was exceptionally high, even for Taesan now. It was a meaningful material. How to use it? He pondered briefly and then contemplated the new thing he had gained. Vast and immense, the aggregation of all evil remaining in the universe. How he used it was entirely up to him. He could channel it into black magic, or create something else entirely, and then a possibility crossed his mind. Demons were similar to old gods, if so. Their domains could also be dyed black by him. He had already confirmed that. Then perhaps he could push the concept even further, cross a boundary. It was only a possibility. But not impossible. Taesan organized his thoughts and opened his skill window. Advanced Black Magic, Baal's Broken Fragment. Mana cost 30,000. Base Magi cost 5,000. Proficiency 1%. Summons a fragment of what was broken during Baal's betrayal of his own essence. Wow, the cost made him laugh. Mana cost 30,000, 6 times Great Collapse. Base Magi cost 5,000. Taesan originally couldn't even exceed 3,000 Magi. Normally this would be unusable, but things had changed drastically after absorbing the demons. Even so, it was not something he could use lightly. He couldn't judge the exact effect from the description alone. Mana and Magi drained all at once. You have activated Baal's Broken Fragment. Woon. A jet black jewel appeared above his hand, but nothing happened. It remained quietly in his palm. Affecting nothing, it was so still that Bardre was unsettled. How do you even use that? Taesan stared at the jewel, a shimmering fragment. Like cracked obsidian, you have activated Perfect Reconnaissance. You have activated Essence Identification, what Baal possessed at the moment of his birth. One of the fundamental things he had before discarding it. Not something a being of this universe can accept. Countless pieces of information flashed through his mind, and Taesan found what he needed. A channel that amplifies and dyes power. A channel? This jewel was a conduit for power. If so, Taesan touched the jewel with his fingertip. You have activated Frost Arrow. Crackle. He didn't know how strong the amplification would be. But since this was advanced black magic, it wouldn't be small, so he tested with a beginner-level spell. Frost Arrow touched the jewel, then it began turning black. Crack, the air sank, black. Dense frost massively amplified and spread in all directions. Bardre panicked. Frost Arrow swelled, trying to engulf the labyrinth. Cracks formed in the labyrinth floor and walls. Again, Balbabamba appeared late, trying to block the spreading black frost with his authority. Crackle, 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 but it was useless. The black frost froze everything. This was not beginner-level magic anymore. Taesan quickly swung his boundary line to suppress it. You got something interesting again. The magician's voice echoed, simultaneously. The space began to compress. Crunch, 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 crunch. The invading black frost shrank as if trapped in a box. The frost that filled the room was soon compressed into a small cube. The magician appeared. Picking up the box, he examined the inside, his expression shifting subtly. Baal's discarded piece. So it ended up with you. You know it? I fought him once, hard not to recognize it. The magician opened a portal and stored the box away. It's a very dangerous power, be careful with it. I will. All right. You can go, Balbabamba. Damn it, seriously, damn it all. Bulbabamba barely held back his emotions and left. The magician grinned. So how was it? You must have learned a lot. I just do what I need to do, Taesan replied calmly. Nothing had changed. His objective was still the same, save Earth and drive out the invading old gods. The magician nodded in satisfaction. That's enough for you. Did you sense something strange and come here? My apologies. That's true. But doesn't matter, I had a reason to come anyway. The magician was visibly excited. A possibility crossed Taesan's mind. Don't tell me you figured it out. Yes. The magician extended his hand. A white gem rested on his palm. It was troublesome. But it's finished. Using a scale of Ouroboros, the item Taesan had commissioned, it was now complete. Chapter 5 894th floor. Easy mode, Part 1. You've worked hard. The magician's voice carried genuine sincerity. His face showed subtle but unmistakable fatigue. Once word spread, transcendents from everywhere rushed in. All of them tried obsessively to control the scale of Ouroboros, but even then, it was impossible to control. Transcendents, those who govern concepts. They literally ruled the concepts of the universe itself. If they wished, they could threaten the entire cosmos alone. The strongest beings in existence, capable of exerting influence across the universe. Yet even with several of them gathered, none could control the scale of Ouroboros. It was something that rejected understanding. The pride of transcendence had been utterly crushed, so I had to go quite far away and borrow the power of something else. Something else. Ouroboros is closer to a device that oversees the cycle of all things, and there isn't only one such device-like existence. The magician shrugged. It's really unrelated to you as you are now. So I'll leave that part out. In any case, after numerous attempts and ideas, I finally managed to make it. He waved his hand. The gem drifted slowly toward Taesan. Take it, something made solely for you. Taesan extended his hand. The white gem settled gently on his palm. You have obtained a fragment of Ouroboros. Fragment of Ouroboros. Allows travel through twisted and distorted time flows. Many restrictions and conditions apply. A faint smile appeared on Taesan's lips. Finally, this was exactly what he had wanted at last. He had obtained it after a long wait. Taesan suppressed his excitement. It wasn't perfect yet. He had asked the magician to use the scale of Ouroboros to craft an item. And they had already decided on the effect beforehand. He needed to confirm how close it was to the intended result. It says there are restrictions and conditions. Exactly what you expect. Traveling through twisted time is something even we can't do. Even transcendence could not fully escape the flow of time. Only Ouroboros could, if all you wanted was to return to the past. It would have been easier, but that's not what you wanted, right? Your request lies outside our understanding and domain, so we couldn't perfect it, hence the significant penalties. What kind of restrictions? First, the magician raised one finger. You can move along a distorted timeline, but that timeline is separate from this one. A parallel world, something like that. It's a different time axis, no matter what you do or achieve there. Absolutely nothing will change in this timeline. If Taesan had planned on going to the past to alter the future, this would have been the worst news possible, no matter what he accomplished there. Nothing here would change, but Taesan's expression didn't shift. And next, that world is on a different time axis, meaning you're an outsider there, with the fragment of Ouroboros and your own power. You can withstand it to a degree, but if you try to change that world too much, it will attempt to expel you. There were restrictions on power and actions, but that's not a big deal. Your power will be limited anyway. Limited? The time you can travel to starts after your birth. You can't go to a time in which you didn't exist. You're aware of that. Right? Taesan nodded. The magician pointed at him. The real issue is that your power will also be fixed to what you had at that point in that timeline. Taesan understood immediately. If I return to my childhood before entering the labyrinth, your power will be fixed to that level. A massive penalty. He could lose everything he had gained and become an ordinary human, meaning the timelines he could travel to were heavily limited. Of course. If you want, you can draw out your original power, but then you won't be able to stay long. Another enormous restriction. Taesan's expression remained calm. And, I said you're an outsider there. Right? The reverse is true as well. Anything from that world would become an anomaly if brought here. You'll have a hard time bringing materials or substances, even if you succeed. They'll become meaningless. That applies even to fragments of Ouroboros. He couldn't simply bring things back, Taesan asked, but not everything is impossible to bring back. Right? The magician nodded. You can't bring anomalies, but if you obtain something through your own effort with proper qualification, then it's no longer considered foreign. You can bring that back. That's enough, Taesan smiled. He couldn't change the past. He couldn't meaningfully alter anything there. He could lose his power, and he couldn't bring most things back. So many restrictions. Each of them heavy, but Taesan was satisfied. He tightened his grip around the fragment. The magician watched him with interest. You're making me curious. Taesan had told him exactly what he hoped to achieve, so the magician understood him better than anyone. That was why he was curious. Would Taesan succeed? This fits better than what I originally prepared. The magician waved. The labyrinth's concepts and laws shifted at his command. Another rule was engraved into the labyrinth itself. 94th floor quest begins. Fulfill what you desire. Then return. Reward Magician's Ring, secret reward. There was originally something prepared for the 94th floor, but thinking about it. It felt pointless for you, this should be better. Can you change things so casually? Why not? I'm the master of the labyrinth, the magician laughed. His eyes were filled with joy and anticipation. Go on, achieve it, I'll be waiting here in this world. Taesan nodded and descended the stairs. The 94th floor was empty, as if urging him to act on his own. The labyrinth held nothing. Are you going now? No reason to wait. He had arranged everything from the moment he requested the item. All that remained was execution. Bardre muttered uncertainly, but in this case, what happens to me and Akasha, we're fully bound to you. Unlike spirits, Akasha maybe, but not you, right? You can leave me if you want. Still, the contract is tied to me being your weapon. I'm not sure what happens in this situation. It'll be fine, worst case. Only your soul comes along. Taesan tightened his grip, a serious expression on his face. The moment he held the fragment, everything he needed to know about using it had flowed into his mind. You have used the fragment of our Ouroboros. Woo-woo, waves shook. The labyrinth began to tremble and distort. It wasn't being forcibly twisted, rather. Like a natural line drawn across a canvas. Rumble, 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 and the distortion spread past space. Reaching time itself, time and space twisted around Taesan. Wow, Bardre's voice trembled. Akasha was silent. But her unstable aura revealed her emotions. They had seen many things at Taesan's side, but this was unlike anything before. Not like the overwhelming strength of transcendence, nor the alien incomprehensibility of the old gods. It was understandable, but they didn't want to understand it. Acceptable. But they wanted to reject it, because it was too vast, like realizing the ground beneath their feet was the back of an enormous creature, like realizing everything they knew existed inside a tiny marble. Truths beyond their common sense and perception swept over them. Bardre shuddered. Crack, the power of Ouroboros manifested. A primordial concept enveloped them, pulling them out of the world's flow, laws, and concepts. Born in this world, part of this world, yet now they were no longer part of it. They no longer belonged to this world. Vu-woong, the trembling axes of time and space wrapped around Taesan completely. When everything was ready, he clenched his fist. Crack, crack, crack. The fragment split, releasing the concept within. Wah, Bardre attempted to shout, terrified. But his words couldn't remain in the world. The concept fully enveloped Taesan and compressed, and then no one was there, not Taesan, not Bardre, not Akasha. Taesan vanished completely from the labyrinth. Tack, and Taesan stepped onto the floor of a labyrinth. HRK. A strange sensation washed over them, as if the world itself was rejecting them. Taesan clicked his tongue and focused. The unpleasant feeling gradually faded. So this is it. It felt like lying on a pile of gravel, uncomfortable, but bearable. And wait, why are Akasha and I like this? Bardre was confused. He was now in soul form, Akasha as well, both floating as translucent spirits beside Taesan. Where's my body? Master. Something about you is different too. Taesan checked himself. The equipment he once had all gone, not just that, a hollow weakness throughout his body. The power that once split the heavens and the realm he once reached were nowhere to be found, compared to his previous state. He was no different from an ordinary human. Master, Akasha spoke with a shaken voice. Where is this? Taesan finished assessing his condition and lifted his gaze. The first thing he saw was a labyrinth wall, a dark, familiar labyrinth wall that filled his vision. The room was spacious, about the size of a sports field, and at its center was a large spring. Taesan had seen that spring before, long ago, but vividly remembered the spring of life. It was different from the spring of life in solo mode. That one was more like a fountain, but this was the size of a small lake, a scale impossible to find in solo mode. Bardre sounded shocked. Why is the spring so big? There's nothing like that in the labyrinth. Master, this place feels like, Akasha faltered. And Bardre finished her sentence. Like a labyrinth. It is just not the labyrinth, you know. What do you mean? Taesan drew a deep breath. It was a scene he hadn't witnessed in a very long time. This was the place he had spent a lifetime clearing in his previous life. A twisted space created through the interference of the old gods. Easy mode. Chapter 5, 994th floor. Easy mode, part 2. Wait, then this is the place I cleared before I turned back time. A world experienced only by Taesan and Lee Taeyeon. Bardre swallowed hard. Master, what is this place? Right. You wouldn't know. Taesan briefly explained his past to Akasha when he finished. She was speechless. Is that really true? It feels like coming home after a long time, not bad. Taesan approached the spring. When his fingertip touched the surface, a small ripple spread. Then, barely recovering from his shock, Bardre slowly pieced things together. This isn't the past, is it? You could say that. This wasn't the past. It was closer to a world abandoned on a twisted temporal axis. If his goal had been simply to return to the past, it would have been easier, but that wasn't what Taesan wanted. He wanted the timeline that had twisted out of existence, easy mode. Taesan scooped a bit of the spring water and drank it. A refreshing sensation washed through him, easing the fatigue in his body. As Taesan shook off the water, Bardre asked, "Then what are you going to do here?" Why had he crossed into a twisted timeline? First, I need to figure things out. Taesan looked at Bardre and Akasha, both were now in spirit form. Their physical forms lost. Taesan was the same. All the equipment he had gained at the pinnacle of the labyrinth was gone. Everything he was wearing belonged to easy mode. Possession. It seemed he had temporarily possessed the Taesan of this timeline. If it had been a summoning, his actions would have been restricted, so this was much better. Status window. Kang Taesan. Level 57, Health 1021/1021, Mana 820/820, Strength 105, Intelligence 10, Agility 98, Attack plus 49, Defense plus 58. The target is in optimal condition. The target is $number per. Pitiful stats, tragically so compared to his current self. He let out a small laugh. This was the easy mode Taesan. Unchanged, except for one thing, something was sleeping inside him. Likely his power from the original world if he wished. He could draw it out, but doing so would probably get him expelled from this world instantly. After confirming the basics, Taesan looked around again. Bardre muttered in amazement, but this looks exactly like the labyrinth. How can there be a place like this? What did those old gods even do? Exactly the same, feels the same, looks the same, everything's identical. That's how it looks to you, to Taesan. However, it was different, even though all his power was sealed. His experience remained, and so he could see something he couldn't have seen in the past. It's different. There was something off about easy mode compared to solo mode, something unsettling in the air, alien. But at the same time vaguely familiar, something was twisted. He had suspected as much, but seeing it confirmed it. I've got a lot to do. Taesan recalled what floor he was on, and quickly realized it was the 80th floor, a rest area with a spring of life. Taesan had rested here many times when he grew tired while clearing the labyrinth. Countless easy mode players had rested and chatted here as well. But now, no one was here. The vast floor held only Taesan. No, he wasn't alone. Someone was approaching. Soon an old man appeared. So this is where you were. The old man greeted Taesan with a gentle smile. Come to rest for a bit. I see, been a while. Taesan, old man Deoxys. A forgotten memory resurfaced. Most easy mode players admired and feared Taesan. He had become so overwhelmingly strong that few could approach him comfortably, but a handful could. They had grown close to him. Old man Deoxys was one of them. Long time no see. Taesan spoke. Deoxys' face briefly stiffened. Something's changed, a change of heart. Perhaps you noticed. Well, we've lived about the same number of years now, but I am still a bit older. He chuckled lightly and continued, if you've had a change of heart, are you finally thinking of leaving the labyrinth? You've stayed long, fewer than 1,000 remain now, everyone else left. If you leave too, I'll be a bit lonely. Not yet, not yet, Taesan replied curtly in thought. Fewer than 1,000 remaining meant a long time had passed since the last return, meaning he had arrived at the exact time he wanted. Still a lot left. Why? Easy mode wasn't difficult. If one tried, they could clear it within a few years, but over 1,000 people staying was odd. Deoxys looked at him as if he were saying nonsense. It's because of you, what else? What? You didn't know? That's shocking. Deoxys clicked his tongue. Most of those who stayed are trying to learn the skills you talked about. Taesan understood. He had told others about the skills he had acquired, addition, acceleration, leap, absolute judgment, and more. He had shared their conditions and effects openly, and he had acquired all of them in easy mode, meaning any easy mode player could theoretically obtain them as well. Of course, people wanting strength surpassing hard mode would stay to try, but he didn't know so many were trying, over 1,000. I know you're busy chasing new skills, but maybe pay a bit of attention to others. You're everyone's idol here. You know, I'll try, Taesan replied shortly and started walking. Off to acquire another skill. Yeah, HMPH, everyone's obsessed with skills these days. Guess I'll go hang out in the community again. Deoxys grumbled and sat down, seeing him. Taesan recalled something forgotten. Deoxys had shown no desire to pursue skills. He simply chatted with Taesan and stayed in the labyrinth. Taesan had once asked him why he didn't leave. Back then, they believed they had already won, so it was a natural question. Deoxys had answered, I'm afraid. Afraid of what? We all must move forward someday, but I'm not that kind of passionate person. If I go outside, I'll fall behind everyone else. Instead, staying here wasting time with everyone feels more comfortable. Taesan couldn't understand him, so he tried to persuade him, telling him to go outside, that he would also leave soon, that they could live together out there. That's what Taesan had said. Deoxys had hesitated, then trusted Taesan and left the labyrinth first. And when Taesan eventually emerged, he no longer existed in the world. Taesan looked at the old man for a while, then spoke. Old man, there's no need to leave. What, haven't you always told me to go out? I have, but thinking about it, living here isn't so bad. What's that supposed to? Deoxys let out a faint laugh. Well, if you say so. That's comforting. I've been wondering if it's okay to stay longer. Seems like it is. Live however you want. See you later. Yeah, next time. Deoxys waved him off. Taesan descended the labyrinth. He needed to go deeper. Monsters occasionally blocked his path, but his body remembered the patterns from thousands, tens of thousands, perhaps even more repetitions. He cleared the labyrinth and opened the community. Li Tiyon solo. Seriously, this damn labyrinth. Ha, Taesan chuckled the moment he opened the community. He saw countless messages from Lee Taeyeon. Lee Taeyeon solo, when am I even getting out? I'm only at the 77th floor, please stop, I want to go home. 77th floor now, she continued posting frustrated complaints. After watching for a moment, Taesan wrote, Kang Taesan easy, hang in there. Her endless stream of messages abruptly stopped, soon after. A hesitant reply appeared. Lee Taeyeon solo, what, why are you talking like that? Kang Taesan easy like what? Lee Taeyeon solo, why are you speaking so nicely? You always told me to stop whining and keep climbing. Taesan paused. True, he had never accepted her whining. He had often treated her coldly. Beneath that, there had been jealousy and anger, smiling faintly. Taesan replied, Kang Taesan easy, my personality changed. Think of it that way. Lee Taeyeon solo, what, are you leaving already? Don't go, don't leave me behind. Stay with me until I get out. Kang Taesan easy, noisy, work hard. Taesan closed the community. Feels strange. He remembered his old self, someone he hadn't thought about for a long time. Not bad. So, Bardre finally spoke. You didn't come here just to chat with old acquaintances. Of course not. Then what exactly did you come for, if you used the fragment? It must be something big. His voice carried excitement. Taesan always exceeded expectations. And each time he achieved results beyond imagination. This time would be no different. You've already guessed. Crunch. Taesan drove his blade into a monster's neck. He was now on the 94th floor, almost at his goal. A skill. A skill, what kind? Something like addition, multiplication, and designated skill reset if possible. I'd like to get more, but that might be too much, Taesan answered calmly. Chapter 5, 94th floor. Easy mode, part 3, multiplication. Bardre thought about the meaning of the word multiplication. He didn't know the exact dictionary definition, but he understood what the word implied. Addition was doubling, it doubled attack power, that was the effect of addition. Then multiplication meant wait. A possibility flashed through his mind. And Bardre shuddered. Is it what I think it is? I don't know what you're imagining, but you're probably right. Wow, Bardre couldn't help but exclaim. That's one hell of a line if you multiply. How much does it multiply? Square. If it's squaring, you're multiplying your current attack power. That's right. Bardre eventually let out a hollow laugh. That's completely insane. Bardre had watched Taesan use countless skills by his side. Addition. Absolute judgment. First attack nullification, force duel, and more. Any one of them was enough to overturn a battle. They were irregular skills every time Taesan obtained one. Bardre had no choice but to be impressed, but multiplication was clearly above all of those skills. Squaring attack power, that meant defense and HP were meaningless. As long as it hit, any opponent would be killed in a single blow. Your current attack power is about 30,000, so if you square that, it's not just the base attack power. You can multiply the attack power increased through skills and equipment effects. In simple terms, he could raise his attack with addition, then square the doubled attack. Bardre was speechless. Wait, 30,000 with addition became 60,000, 60,000 with Blade of Resolve became 180,000, then all the miscellaneous boosts, and then squaring all of that, I can't even calculate it. He gave up. There was no point calculating such numbers. Then what's the designated skill reset? A skill that resets other skills. A reset that I can at least understand. Taesan already had several pieces of gear that reset skill cooldowns. Bardre assumed it was simply the same thing but as a skill, but Taesan shook his head. Designated skill reset works differently. Differently, you can reset skills that are currently active. Normally, cooldown resetting effects could only be used after the skill's effect ended. You couldn't activate Blade of Resolve and then reset it immediately to use it twice in one attack. That was impossible, but designated skill reset made it possible. You could activate multiplication on an attack, then multiply again on that same attack. That's beyond absurd. Even Bardre couldn't laugh this time. That meant Taesan could apply multiplication twice on a single strike, but Bardre still had one concern. This is still a discarded timeline, right? If you get the skills here, can you even take them back? I already talked about that with the magician. The magician had said, if Taesan had the rightful qualifications and earned it through his own effort, he could take it back, meaning skills he personally met the conditions for would remain even after returning to the real timeline. So you calculated everything, Bardre chuckled, at the same time. Something else occurred to him. Then the skill you asked Balbabamba for, that's for this. Multiplication merely multiplied damage, no matter how high the damage was if it didn't hit the target. It meant nothing, but the skill he received from Balbabamba could change that premise. He was very curious to see what kind of result would be born, but first, he had to acquire the skills. Crunch, Taesan cut down the monster blocking his path and continued descending. Before long he had reached the late 90s. I get it now, I understand what you want. And why you're acting like this. Yet one question remained unanswered. But why did you have to come here? Are the requirements really so hard that you can't fulfill them in the original world? The problem is that I've gotten too strong. Skill acquisition scales with the adventurer's ability, that's why. When Taesan had nothing, he was able to obtain endurance and force duel. Easily, but if he tried again now, they would be many times harder. His basic attack power was 30,000. With that stat, there was no way he could obtain multiplication. I considered sealing my own power, but the level of true power I've reached can't be suppressed that easily. In the end, I can't get new skills by normal means anymore. That was why Taesan hadn't obtained any new skills recently. He stabbed the next monster cleanly. And aside from that, I doubt I could meet the conditions anyway. You know the conditions will be insane, but is it even possible to meet them here? The stronger the skill, the harsher the conditions, for multiplication's level. It was practically impossible. Could such a skill really be obtained in easy mode? That was Bardre's question. It's not impossible, Taesan answered, but it's not possible either. What does that even mean, to be honest? Even I'm not fully sure. He couldn't guarantee obtaining designated skill reset. Many skills he wanted required more luck than ability. It would require absurd amounts of time. And he didn't know if he had that much. But multiplication is different. It's not a skill obtained normally. Not normal, Taesan didn't answer. He simply reached the end of the stairs. The door opened. And harsh wind greeted him. Woo-wash, rough wind whipped his hair. He was standing at the edge of a sharp cliff. We're here. This was the 98th floor, the place where Taesan first acquired multiplication. A cliff. Taesan stood at the very edge. The ground far below was visible. The clear condition for the 98th floor was simple. You just had to descend from the cliff to the ground below. Simple but extremely difficult. It was a real struggle. The cliff was incredibly tall if you simply jumped. It took over 10 minutes to reach the ground. Easy mode players had reached superhuman levels, but falling from this height was still lethal. You could climb down by holding the wall, but monsters interfered. Eventually, after much discussion, the players had used numbers. They tied themselves together with ropes and descended slowly, fighting monsters along the way. It was the first floor in easy mode that required falling. It was also where Taesan learned Great Leap and Landing. He opened his skill window. Addition, Great Leap, Ultra Acceleration, Landing, Absolute Judgment, Replication, Forced Duel, First Attack Nullification, a list of powerful skills, but Multiplication and Designated Skill Reset were not there. All right. Let's go. Taesan stepped off into empty air. He plummeted toward the ground, looking down. He saw dozens of small dots. Those dots slowly grew larger. Kagek, beast-like screeches, hostility and killing intent washed over him. Taesan gripped his sword. Crack, Kiek, you dealt 66 damage to Spore. The bat-like monster burst apart. These were Spore's monsters that blocked descending adventurers. Kagagak, Kiek, dozens of Spores rushed him at once. Taesan swung, crunch, he pierced a skull, then he twisted his body. Letting two collide into each other, he moved his feet and wrists fluidly. He stomped them mid-fall using the force of his descent. They were tricky monsters. But Taesan had cleared this floor once and repeated it millions of times. Killing them was effortless, screech, but more came from below, without any change in expression. Taesan killed them all, crack, crack, crack. He had cleared this before many times. There was no difficulty. After over 10 minutes of falling, the ground approached. Taesan corrected his posture. You have activated landing. He landed lightly, at ground level. Dozens of cannons appeared before him. The 98th floor's ground area had cannons installed that launched spores upward at falling adventurers. Once you reached the ground, they stopped firing. They only interfered during descent. This is the feeling, not bad, but nowhere near enough. His suddenly weakened body couldn't keep up with his mind. To obtain multiplication, he needed something far cleaner and more perfect. He had to adjust his body and mind first. You have activated Great Leap. His body soared upward. The cliff rushed past in an instant. Taesan stepped on the cliff wall once more. You have activated Great Leap. Tap. He reached the top. It was instantaneous. The cannons had no chance to launch spores again. Whoa, Bardre gasped. A height that took over 10 minutes to fall from reached in just 2 leaps. Great Leap was this strong. It was one of my core skills. Its greatness had been overshadowed by other skills. But Great Leap was incredible, with his pitiful easy mode stats. Flying like this was impossible under normal circumstances. Then he stepped off again and began falling once more. Kayak, Kiek, spores soared up at him. Taesan gripped his sword. Crunch, he crushed skulls, sliced bodies. Twisted his form, his movements were noticeably cleaner than before, almost like a different person. Bardre was impressed. His strength and level had been reduced from reality-cleaving transcendence to mere superhuman levels. Normally, adjusting would take ages, but Taesan was flawless. For someone at his current stats, spores should have been difficult, but he dispatched them cleanly, landing again without a single injury. At least from Bardre's perspective. There was nothing left to improve, yet Taesan frowned. Still not enough. You have activated Great Leap. He shot upward again, then fell again. His movements improved slightly more. Then he climbed again, slowly but surely. He raised his proficiency. Watching him, Bardre couldn't help but wonder, can you really obtain multiplication with just this? It all seemed too ordinary. Having to descend from a high place was rare in solo mode. But not unheard of. Taesan had cleared similar quests before. It didn't feel like a condition worthy of multiplication. Taesan answered, This alone isn't enough, but in this place. I can get it. I really don't get it. It's simple. Taesan reached the cliff top again with another great leap. He looked down. There are quite a few bugs in easy mode. Chapter 5, 1194th floor. Easy mode, part 4, a bug in the labyrinth. Strictly speaking, this isn't a labyrinth if it were solo mode. Bugs wouldn't exist. The magician and Balbamaba manage it directly. They'd fix any bugs they found, but this place wasn't like that. There was something like a manager here. But no one to fix bugs. Whether it's because there's a limit to imitation, there are quite a few minor bugs, Taesan said leisurely. The bugs he'd discovered while clearing easy mode weren't just one or two, including the insignificant ones. They easily numbered in the dozens. The bug on the 98th floor was one of them. What kind of bug lets you get multiplication? See for yourself, it's no fun if I explain it beforehand. Taesan stepped into the void. His body began to fall rapidly. Spores were fired. And Taesan swung his sword. He eliminated the spores, landed on the ground, and climbed the cliff again. He repeated that series of actions, after repeating it for a while. Taesan's mana was running low. My stats are too terrible. He had suffered a lot on Earth because of his chronic stat problems, but it wasn't a big problem here. Taesan went up the floor. You are in top condition. He drank from the fountain of life and descended the labyrinth again. He began to fall again in top condition. Clang, he swung his sword. Stabbed a spore and landed on the ground. He didn't eliminate the cannon. The spores fired by that cannon were part of the acquisition condition. He used great leap to climb the cliff again. And fell. He repeated it. And repeated it. He didn't need sleep. The fountain of life solved all physical and mental fatigue. A week, 2 weeks passed like that. Crack, he cut, stabbed. And kicked spores. He used acceleration to land on the ground. The process was perfect without anything to add or subtract, at least from Bardre's point of view. There wasn't a single flaw to be found. It felt like watching a perfect work of art, but Taesan had a dissatisfied look on his face. Still not enough. Sharper. Cleaner. Taesan climbed the cliff again and fell. A month passed like that. Bardre was surprised. He had seen Taesan repeat and work hard to acquire skills. But this was the first time he had invested this much time just in preparation. Clang, he imprinted the series of falling motions on his body like a machine. He repeated it to the point where his body moved automatically without thinking. Even so, Taesan still looked unsatisfied, still a little short. Even in this state you say it's not enough. I have to surpass perfection, body and mind. He had to go beyond harmonizing the two and become one. To do that, he needed to invest more than a month. Still, I've met the baseline with this much. Taesan climbed back up the cliff. He looked down at the ground from there. His eyes were more sunken than ever. This is the real deal from here. Taesan stepped forward. You have activated landing. You have activated super acceleration. You have activated body time acceleration. His body accelerated very quickly, becoming a flash of light. He began to fall towards the ground. Thud, the cannon fired belatedly. Spores rushed towards Taesan. Taesan used acceleration to strike down with his sword. Crack, dealt 124 damage to Spore. The Spore was split in half. The other Spores couldn't even approach Taesan. Taesan landed on the ground in an instant. What, you could produce that much speed with those stats? Bardre was surprised. Taesan was very fast just now. Even he in his prime wouldn't have been able to react easily. It wasn't a speed that could come from stats of only around 100. I survived to the end with these stats. You know, Taesan said calmly, in the first place he couldn't have one against an S-class monster if he wasn't at this level. Bardre clicked his tongue. I knew you were crazy, but this is even more amazing. The more he saw, the more impressed he was. A speed that couldn't come out in easy mode, an extreme speed that even players in solo mode would have difficulty reacting to. This was the top speed he had created. But this isn't enough. Faster. More accurately, Taesan went up again and fell. You have activated landing. You have activated super acceleration. He fell again. This time was different from before. He swung his sword even before the cannon fired. The cannon fired. And the Spore couldn't react to the swinging sword and was cut in half. And he kicked the Spore with his foot. Accelerating even more, Taesan landed on the ground. The process of dealing with the Spores became cleaner. The speed was very slightly faster than just before, but definitely faster. Again. He went up, activated the skills again. And fell. Landing and super acceleration weren't skills that consumed a lot of mana. But the mana he had now was only about 50. His mana was emptied with just a few attempts. Taesan used a potion of mana to recover and repeated it again. Crack. His mind and body gradually began to adapt to the speed, with those numerous repetitions. Bardre could now predict it as well. Multiplication's conditions are similar to additions. You noticed, if you've come this far. It's strange not to notice. I still don't understand. Akasha, you're not an adventurer in the first place, are you? From the perspective of Bardre, who was an adventurer. It was clear Taesan was now focusing on making the speed faster and increasing accuracy. It was clearly an action to increase damage even further. Addition will double the damage without relying on any skills other than persistence. Multiplication is okay to use skills. but it will square the damage. Not all skills, you can't use skills directly related to damage. If that were the case, he could have obtained it much more easily by using addition or other skills, but he couldn't do it that way. Bardre shook his head. It's still confusing, really, to have to draw out damage equal to the square of the attack power with pure speed and repetition. I see why it was impossible in your original world. The higher the attack power, the closer the condition itself becomes to impossible to fulfill. Taesan had an attack power of 30,000. Drawing out that square without attack power increasing skills was impossible even for Taesan, so he moved to the easy mode timeline with low attack power to acquire it. He finally figured out the reason. But there were still questionable points. I don't think you can fulfill those conditions here either. I told you it's a bug. Taesan put strength into the hand holding the sword. He was slowly getting used to the accelerated body. Then it was time for an infinite challenge. Shall we go? Taesan took out dozens of potions from his pocket. You have used a potion of speed acceleration. You have used a potion of void leap. You have activated fairy dust. You have used a potion of mental focus. He used numerous potions and items. The state of his body and mind was further enhanced. Tap, his body flew into the void. He activated the skill in a falling state. You have activated landing. You have activated super acceleration. The speed was clearly faster than ever before. It was a speed that Bardre missed for a moment, but this isn't possible with this much. A little more was needed for the bug to activate. And the things that could fulfill that condition began to operate. Thud, the cannons fired, spores flew towards Taesan. Taesan took a small breath and twisted his body. He grabbed his sword and split one of the spores in half, dealt 153 damage to spore. And he kicked another spore to accelerate even more. His body reached a speed that it couldn't reach momentarily. The moment Taesan was about to reach the ground, the space around Taesan distorted. Huh, squeak, the noise of iron crumpling rang out. The distorted space grabbed Taesan as if judging an impurity. The labyrinth system began to twist. Got it. Taesan raised the corners of his lips. Thud, beyond the distorted space. Something looked at Taesan. There was no emotion in that gaze. It felt nothing like a machine performing a given role. Clang, Taesan's body began to distort and twist. That series of actions seemed like a screening test to determine whether what Taesan had done was appropriate or not. Click, the sound of closing rang out. It judged and reviewed each and every one of Taesan's actions. Click, click, and the answer came out, at the same time as the gaze disappeared. The distorted space disappeared, and Taesan's body moved. It wasn't the ground, it moved to the location where he started falling. Whoosh, his body fell again as it was accelerated. Bardre was horrified. Wait, what? Taesan swung his sword again as he fell. The spore split, dealt 167 damage to spore. He arrived on the ground at a faster speed than before, and the moment he was about to land, the space distorted and twisted again. Taesan moved back to when he started falling. When he just jumped off the cliff, that body was still in an accelerated state. He fell towards the ground at an even faster speed. It's a kind of infinite loop. What the hell is going on? The magician didn't make easy mode. This place was a distorted space twisted and created by an outer god. That's why there are various bugs. Whether it was because things that didn't exist in this world interfered with the laws, or whether something went wrong in the process of simply copying it. There were some bugs here. It wasn't just Taesan who knew. Anyone who remained in easy mode knew that there was a space that stretched infinitely in the cracks of the labyrinth, that you could break through the wall by rubbing your body against the wall on a specific floor, that if you fetched water from the fountain of life on another floor, the effect of the fountain would be reversed. There were many bugs, some of them were helpful to them, such as item duplication, but they had never used it in practice, because whenever a bug was activated, something distorted always appeared. It's not clear whether it's the being that created the labyrinth or part of the system. One thing that can be known is that it intervenes to prevent the use of bugs. And according to that guy's judgment, producing a certain speed or higher in this place is also judged as a bug. If you produce a certain speed or higher that you can never produce in easy mode, the labyrinth system detects an abnormality, and it returns that body to the position before it accelerated. The funny thing is that the acceleration itself remains the same. I don't know what that is. Why it doesn't fix the bug itself and only blocks access. Why it loops back to before accelerating instead of resetting the speed. It was not a concept that he in easy mode could understand, but the moment Taesan noticed that being, he immediately thought, could he use that twisted being to acquire skills? After numerous challenges, efforts, and attempts, Taesan realized that he could use the 98th floor. At the end of that, he obtained multiplication. His body became even faster. He split the spore, dealt 189 damage to spore. One of the characteristics of landing, the longer the activation time, the more it accelerates, and there was no limit to that acceleration. One of the laws of this place, the faster the speed, the higher the damage. Taesan focused his mind. Chapter 5, 1294th floor. Easy mode, Part 5, Quadragic, he loops, cutting and splitting the spores, and he accelerates even further. The speed was clearly faster than the ghost in his prime. Sweek, he focuses his mind, expands his vision and swings his sword. Quadragic, dealt 745 damage to spore. with the sensation of something being cut. Taesan looped again. He didn't even have time to check what it was. The falling speed increases even more. Taesan's eyes could no longer see or react to anything. Taesan's body is about to touch the ground, and at that moment, he loops again. As soon as Taesan looped, he swung his sword violently, but the speed at which the sword is swung cannot keep up with the speed of falling. The sword swung at the spore barely misses. It was too fast to see and react. He fails to attack and loops again. Tusk, at this rate. It's over. Taesan takes out a potion from his inventory and drinks it. You have used the potion of physical force reset. Kuwang, instantly. A strong repulsive force covers Taesan's body. The endlessly accelerating body stops as if caught on a chin. Tadet, Taesan landed on the ground. Bardre, who had been watching in a daze, was surprised. Why? There's one condition. If it was just about pulling the damage up to the square, it would be very simple. He just had to keep falling. But the condition of multiplication was not the end of it. One of the conditions of multiplication. It was necessary to hit the accelerating damage in the middle and reveal it to the system. He had to succeed in attacking at least once every loop. That was why Taesan didn't remove the cannon. This part is the problem. If the acceleration rises above a certain level, it's too late to swing the sword as soon as he loops. The speed of the body cannot keep up with the decreasing acceleration. Taesan, who finished recovering by drinking the spring water, took another step. You have activated landing. You have activated super acceleration. You have activated body time acceleration. Keying, the body begins to loop again. He swings his sword to cut and crush the spores. The cannon fires and the spores fly again. It's impossible to see and judge. If he tries to move anew each time he loops, he can't keep up. As the falling speed increases, he will eventually not be able to follow it with his eyes. So he calculates, reads, and judges everything. He handles multiple loops with one movement. Taesan looks at the cannon. The cannon fires as soon as the number of spores decreases beyond a certain level, and the angles at which the spores fly are not completely random. There is a pattern, so he reads it: one above the right arm, one on the left wrist, two on the right leg, one on the head, one on the abdomen, and many others. What is the order in which those spores arrive at Taesan first? He grasps all of it. The calculation is complete. Taesan changed the trajectory of his sword after the spore on his left wrist brushed past him. Quagic, one spore on the upper right arm is torn by the sword, and as it is, the body accelerates and loops again. Taesan did not change the position of the sword, Quagic, and with just that the spore on his left wrist was split in half. By calculating the position and height of the spores, he handles attacks from multiple loops with one movement. The spores cannot keep up with Taesan's speed. It was a possible tactic because it was as if they were stopped compared to Taesan's speed. He moves the sword quickly. One spore on the right leg brushes past, and the spore that was following behind is cut by the sword, Quagic, and in the next loop, the spore on the right leg that brushed past becomes the target of the attack. The falling speed is gradually accelerating. Taesan opened his vision. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. How should he move to handle as many loops as possible with the least amount of movement? He makes a decision in an instant. Quajujujuk and Taesan. With a single move he handled all the attacks needed for 5 loops. Kugagugung, when the spore it fired disappears, the cannon immediately fires a new spore. Spores fly in as many numbers as were processed in an instant. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Taesan immediately opens his vision and rotates his head. He handles 7 loops with a single movement. He handles numerous attacks much more stably than the first attempt. Attack power increases little by little. Dealt 798 damage to spore. Dealt 802 damage to spore. Dealt 806 damage to spore. But it's still not perfect, as there is no limit to landing. The falling speed is gradually increasing. As much as that, Taesan's response speed had to be even faster. Quagic. Taesan, who somehow succeeded in processing, quickly looked at the spores. He quickly calculates the positions of the spores and how to move in his head, and his eyes shook. There was no possibility of processing multiple loops at all. He succeeded in quickly moving his body to solve the immediate loop. But from there it was already broken. The calculation could not keep up with the continuously accelerating body. Tusk, damn it, you have used the potion of physical force reset. The reaction was slow. There are definitely cases where he can't handle it at once, he knew it. But it had been so long that his reaction was momentarily delayed. Again he begins to fall. Kagagagak 1, 2, 3, 4. He processes the loops at a fast speed. The body gradually accelerates and the speed increases. This time, he looks more broadly at various possibilities. Kagagagak, he loops and processes the spores, and the cannon fires and new spores fly. At that moment Taesan realized that if he continued like this, it would be the same situation as before. That the possibility of processing the loop would not arise. He already knew the solution. Taesan swung his sword and also moved his feet. One spore is cut off, and the other is kicked away. Quang, as it is an attack with acceleration, the spore bounces off roughly, but it doesn't die, no matter how much he attacks with equipment that does not have attack power. No damage is dealt, the spore hits the ground and bounces off. As it is, it collides with other spores and their positions change. As a result, the possibility of processing multiple loops with one action arose. He moves the swords in both hands accordingly. 5 loops are solved in an instant. Kagagagagak, he judges all possibilities, and if there is no possibility, he creates a path even if he has to make one. Quayduk dealt 1002 damage to Spore. He finally sees 4 digits of damage, but it's still not enough. What he wants is the square, about 25-0 damage. There is still a long way to go. Kagagagak, the body accelerates and accelerates. The surrounding space appears distorted and the vision is blurred. If the labyrinth system did not protect the body, the whole body would have been torn apart by speed alone. 1, 2, 3, 4. He judges the 4 possibilities and moves the sword, and the loop ends in an instant. There was no room to spare as he judged the newly appeared possibilities. Quajujujuk, he moves the sword quickly. But it's not enough in the end. The sword barely misses. Taesan uses a potion and escapes again. Is this the feeling? The sense that was still awkward and close to imitation began to return perfectly. The adjustment of the senses is over. Then I should get it soon. Already, Bardre was surprised. There wasn't little preparation time, but considering the effect and conditions of the skill, he thought it would take at least several months, but he's already thinking of getting it. He couldn't help but be surprised. There aren't that many opportunities. In order to escape the infinite loop, it was necessary to reduce the speed himself. But landing is basically a type of skill that cannot be cancelled once activated. Taesan himself could not reduce the acceleration. It's not that there are no skills related to speed, but there was nothing that could solve this level of acceleration. The item for that was the potion of physical force reset. It instantly reset the applied physical force itself and eliminated the acceleration. The problem was that it was too expensive. Taesan only had 2 potions of physical force reset. This is enough. He can get it enough if it's him now. Taesan began to fall again. Kagagagak, he loops. Cutting down spores. The falling speed gradually accelerates, making it impossible to catch up with the body's movements. So like before, he judges all possibilities, reads them, and sees them, but he doesn't solve just 7 or 8 loops, even more than that. He calculates and moves up to 10, 20, 30 loops. Jugagagagak, he moves the swords in both hands and moves his feet. One spore is cut off and one is kicked away. Kaak, the kicked spore flies towards the cannon. The trajectory of the cannon that collided with the spore is twisted. Kuwung, spores are fired from that cannon. Kayik, the direction the spore flew was the cliff. The spore that was flying in the fired direction collides with the cliff and staggers. The spore, which is barely trying to come to its senses, is split in half by Taesan. The number of spores flying is fixed. The limit is up to 7 or 8 times by simply calculating the number of cases, so he creates the number of cases himself, and that was an impossible method for him in easy mode. The easy mode that was him on the other timeline was definitely excellent. He identified the numerous conditions that exist in the labyrinth and obtained powerful skills from them, but he had never fought anything with his life on the line. He felt a threat to his life only at the beginning when he didn't know anything, but after reaching a certain level, he was able to descend the labyrinth stably. He perfectly fulfilled the conditions and calculations while obtaining numerous skills. But the experience that could only be gained in actual combat was completely empty. The previous him barely obtained multiplication after countless repetitions, rather than creating new possibilities. He relied on luck, but not anymore. He has grown more than he did in easy mode. The current him can control the environment and create situations. Quajik, he strikes the spore, it collides with the cliff and bounces off. He moves the swords in both hands, swinging them according to the position and height of the spores. Kagagagak, he cuts them down, the recoil of the spore bouncing off the cliff, that speed, and when Taesan accelerates to what extent. Where will the spore be? He perfectly calculates and controls all of it. He repeats the loop and creates new possibilities. The speed gradually increases and the damage exceeds 4 digits. Infinite fall, unable to withstand the accelerating speed. The body begins to appear distorted. If he had not been protected by the system, he would have burned to ashes long ago. But not yet. Taesan swung his sword. He no longer felt the sensation of cutting something. But the system window definitely appeared in his vision. Dealt 1,435 damage to Spore. Chapter 5, 1394th floor. Easy mode, part 6. It's hard to see clearly because the space is distorted. I do have vision-related skills, but my easy mode body has clear limitations anyway, so. I recall my memories. I imprinted the fleeting memories onto my body. Like a programmed machine, I record the positions of the spores and the actions I need to take in each loop. And then I executed them perfectly. Crack, dealt 1546 damage to the spore. If I didn't have body time acceleration, if acceleration hadn't boosted my overall speed, I wouldn't have been able to keep up. Even if I had repeated the actions like a machine, but so far I've managed to keep up somehow. My mind is working non-stop. I lightly deflect a spore to the side. Lightly but with the added acceleration. The spore flies away as if it were hit by a truck. I move my sword. The spore that was flying away splits towards Taesan in the next loop. The damage is slowly approaching 2,000, and that's when problems started to arise. It's getting hard to keep up. He was making the best judgments and actions he could, but even so, it was becoming increasingly difficult to deal with the spores. What the hell is he doing? Bardre had given up trying to see what Taesan was doing at some point. Even an adventurer who had entered the depths of solo mode couldn't grasp Taesan's movements right now. Crack, Taesan chopped a spore into pieces and immediately changed his stance. It was a precise movement. Like a machine without any delay, clang, but the result was dangerous. The spore narrowly missed the sword strike. If there had been even a fraction of hesitation, it wouldn't have missed, even with the best judgment. He couldn't keep up with the acceleration. How did I even get that? Taesan was surprised by his past self, even now with all the knowledge and experience he had gained. He had obtained a skill that was nearly impossible to acquire in easy mode. At this rate, I won't get multiplication. His attack power is 49 to get multiplication. He had to reach 24-1 damage. It was still in the early 2000s. It was an almost impossible feat even then, but it wasn't enough. I have no choice. After a moment of contemplation, Taesan made a decision. He didn't know how the system would judge it, but it would be better than failing. A part of what he originally had dormant within him, he calls upon his senses, a shiver, at the same time. The world intervenes with Taesan. As if it wasn't allowed, it tries to exclude Taesan. Get lost. Taesan repelled the intervention. Senses close to omnipotence filled Taesan's entire body. In an instant, everything in the labyrinth is felt through his sixth sense. The time it took to get there was so short that humans couldn't perceive it. Taesan closed his eyes and moved his body. Crack dealt 2087 damage to the spore. He doesn't look, he doesn't calculate, he doesn't read the possibilities. He simply relies on his senses and moves his body. Crack, and with that alone. The spores split one by one. No matter how fast the calculations are, no matter how optimal the judgments are, you still have to use your head. There was bound to be some delay in translating that into actual action. But now, Taesan was moving purely on instinct and senses, and that alone was enough to deal with the spores. Rumble, like a meteor or even faster, falling and falling at a speed that would burn any substance. Cutting, cutting. And cutting, the damage is gradually increasing. His body is starting to fail to keep up with the falling speed perfectly, but it doesn't matter. The senses, close to omnipotence, were like precognition. The spores split, the body forcibly follows the senses. After repeating dozens of loops like that, he finally got it. Crack dealt 24-2 damage to the spore. It finally exceeded 24-1 at the same time. A system window obscures his vision. You have raised the damage to the power of 2, acquired the special activation skill multiplication. You have controlled the environment and twisted the situation to forcibly reach what you desire, acquired the special activation skill forced attainment. I got it. Taesan quickly took out a potion. You have activated the potion of physical force reset. Rumble, a fierce backlash instantly struck Taesan. It was a physical force that would have killed him if he hadn't been receiving the system's assistance. A force that could damage even an S-class monster if it hit properly. Taesan suppressed the impact and landed on the ground. That's a relief. He only called upon his senses, not his physical abilities or tier. Since his physical abilities hadn't changed except for Taesan's own senses, there was no problem with the skill acquisition conditions. But even so, calling upon them was calling upon them. Since a variable had been created, he didn't know what kind of changes there would be to the acquisition conditions for multiplication. It was half a gamble, but fortunately, he was able to get it without any major problems. Taesan took a breath. The senses, close to omnipotence that had filled his entire body disappeared. His physical condition was the worst. He hadn't taken any particular damage, but there was no way he could be okay after falling at a speed that would turn his entire body to ash, even if his stamina hadn't been consumed. His body's fatigue was a separate matter. His whole body was trembling. His sharply rotating mind was also limp like a wrung-out rag. It was like a machine that had been pushed to its limit and overheated. But Taesan's emotions were more intense than ever. Emotions that couldn't be hidden were visible through his expression. Taesan went up to the fountain of life again and drank from it. He opens the skill window to check. Special activation skill multiplication. Mana consumption 30. Multiplies the damage by the power of 2. This skill has a 1-hour cooldown after activation. A powerful card he possesses, the one and only skill that allows him to see damage exceeding hundreds of millions. He finally obtained multiplication. He really got it, Bardre, who had finally come to his senses, muttered. Multiplication, wow. He trusted Taesan implicitly, but this time he was half doubtful, using landing's acceleration to draw out the square of his attack power, and succeeding in the attack every loop. The conditions were too difficult, but Taesan eventually obtained it. Even if he used a trick at the end, his achievement cannot be concealed. Akasha, who had been silent, also opened her mouth. Master, what kind of person are you? Why, no, this is, come to think of it. You're seeing this for the first time. He hadn't properly attempted to acquire skills since he had obtained Akasha. Bardre had seen various skills such as addition and force duel. But multiplication was Akasha's first. Do you have to do things like that to acquire skills? Not all of them are like this, but it's a similar feeling. Master is Akasha paused for a moment, and soon. She spoke with a sense of awe. You're amazing. It's nothing special, it was a struggle to get stronger. Taesan said that, but he himself was a little surprised. Was it this much? He had even brought back his original senses, bearing the penalty. But it was slightly dangerous, to obtain such a skill with those meager stats without any combat experience. He was amazed by his past self, of course. The acquisition method at that time was different from now. There was no reason to be pressed for time, so he kept buying potions of physical force reset. And he challenged, and challenged until luck came to him. He repeated it until the miracle of the spores accurately following Taesan's movements occurred. It felt like it was over several decades. He couldn't even remember beyond that, later. He tried it with half his mind gone, so he didn't remember it well. He had compressed that much time into just about a month. Thinking about it again, it was funny. He didn't know if he could get the skill that way, or if it would really be a useful skill. Nevertheless, he invested the time it would take a person to live a lifetime. Multiplication wasn't the only one. There were many cases where he invested similar amounts of time and got nothing. Even so, he didn't break, he just kept repeating and trying. I wasn't exactly normal either. Not exactly, but definitely not. That's how he became the Taesan he is now. So it wasn't bad. He obtained it in a different way than in his previous life. So he also obtained a new skill. Special activation skill, forced attainment. Mana consumption 5. Proficiency 1%. You can forcibly achieve what you desire, however you cannot achieve the impossible. And you bear all the penalties that arise in the process of achieving it. If the penalty exceeds what you can handle, the skill will not activate. What kind of skill is this? You can forcibly achieve what you desire. Judging by the description alone, it was a skill close to omnipotence. Of course, there were prerequisites. You cannot aim for the impossible, and you must bear the penalties and risks. What exactly does it mean to achieve it forcibly? He grasps the standard. Taesan looked at the wall beyond. The 80th floor was quite wide, with Taesan's current physique. It would take several seconds to reach the other wall unless he activated a skill. What he desires is to arrive from one end of the wall to the other at the fastest speed. You have activated forced attainment. The skill was activated. Taesan put strength into his feet and tried to charge forward. At that moment, Taesan felt a strong pain. The muscles throughout his body swell. Blood vessels burst from the unbearable physical force. His heart beats instantaneously at a speed tens of times faster. Boom, with an explosion. Taesan arrived at the wall. No, it couldn't be expressed as arriving. It was closer to colliding with the wall. Bardre was surprised, because the movement Taesan showed just now was comparable to that of an solo mode adventurer. It was roughly the level of an adventurer in their 50s. Of course, that in itself wasn't that great. Even easy mode Taesan could reach that speed if he set his mind to it. But that was only when he activated skills that assisted with speed, such as super acceleration and body time acceleration. Taesan wasn't using any speed-related skills right now. It was a body with stats in the 100s. It meant that with those stats, he was producing the speed of a player who had reached the 50th floor in solo mode. PSH, blood vessels burst throughout his body, muscles ruptured, his beating heart felt like it would explode, blood dirties the floor, creating a large puddle beyond just staining it. Taesan frowned. His limbs are trembling, blood soaks the floor, ruptured muscles barely support his body. You take 5 damage, you take 8 damage. You take 7 damage. Damage is continuously coming in. Half of his health is reduced in an instant. Taesan barely dragged his broken body to the fountain of life. You are in top condition. All the wounds on his body are healed. Taesan rubbed the muscles throughout his body. This is. Taesan's eyes sank. He, who had been in the labyrinth longer than anyone else, could tell. The moment he activated forced attainment, his body temporarily crossed the line of the system. Chapter 5, 1494th floor. Easy mode, part 7, muscle rupture. The body is supported by the system. Muscles absolutely shouldn't rupture just from running fast. This skill can exceed the system's limits. After a moment's thought, Taesan activated the skill again. You have activated forced attainment. What he wanted was to fly, but nothing happened. A quiet silence lingered. As if it were impossible. Things like this are impossible. Impossible things cannot be achieved. There was no way for Taesan to fly right now. That seemed to be why the skill's effect wasn't activating. Taesan drank a potion and tried activating it again. You have activated forced attainment. What he wanted was for his left and right arms to move in completely different ways. As soon as the skill activated, both arms moved freely, as if a completely different person were moving them. The movement's speed, and even the patterns of the two arms were completely different. The skill's activation ended, and Taesan was in the same state as usual. There was no particular burden. There's no penalty for something like this. Moving both arms completely differently was something he could do normally with a little concentration. Achieving such a goal didn't seem to have any particular penalty. If so, you have activated forced attainment. This time. What he wanted was to accelerate his mind twofold. As soon as the skill activated, the world slowed down in an instant. The rapidly rotating mind made time seem slow. After a while, the skill's activation ended, drip. At the same time he got a nosebleed, his head throbbed and a deep fatigue washed over him. Taesan quickly drank a potion. So it's like this. Impossible goals like flying cannot be achieved at all. But it is possible to forcibly draw out and achieve things with the body or mind. The problem was that forced attainment was not protected by the system. The speed Taesan had just achieved was a speed he could somehow achieve by using super acceleration and body time acceleration. If he had moved from wall to wall like that, there would have been nothing wrong with Taesan's body. The effects drawn out by skills do not cause significant abnormalities in the body and mind. If that weren't the case, Taesan would have burned out from not being able to withstand acceleration even before obtaining multiplication. But forced attainment was different. It allowed him to draw out effects beyond what he could do. But the burden was borne directly by the body and mind. Not by stamina. The penalty is significant, but it's worth it. Forced attainment had no particular limitations. Most goals could be achieved if he could bear the penalty. In short, forced attainment was a skill beyond the system's limitations. If so, it could be used sufficiently even on powers that did not originate from the labyrinth, not just the consumption of the body or mind. Beyond magic or skills, could he handle even the boundaries with forced attainment? The exact usage would have to be determined back in the original world, but if Taesan's calculations were correct, this skill was also main level, perhaps even more than that. Forced attainment, like multiplication, was a skill he had obtained through his effort and power. So he could take it back with him. Not bad. Multiplication and forced attainment. He had obtained 2 for now. That alone was satisfying enough. Are you going to get another skill now? Bardre asked in an excited tone. It was now Taesan's turn to obtain the designated skill reset he had mentioned. But Taesan's expression was ambiguous. I don't know if it'll be possible. Why? Let's go for now. Designated skill reset could be obtained on the 76th floor. Taesan began to ascend the floors. And as always, monsters blocked his path. Taesan raised his sword towards the charging monster Black Bear. You have activated addition. You have activated multiplication. 9784 damage to the monster Black Bear. Crack. The Black Bear was trampled without even screaming. Taesan passed by without paying any attention. Geez, Bardre muttered sullenly. He's pulling out nearly 10,000 damage so easily. 10,000 damage was by no means something to be taken lightly. Taesan had only achieved that level of attack power around the 79th floor even in solo mode. To pull out such damage with an attack power as pathetic as 49, it was hard to even guess how much damage he would deal if he returned to the original timeline like this. But that was a story for later. He needed to focus on designated skill reset first. Taesan arrived on the 76th floor. Kuung, it was a volcano. Magma soaked the earth. And volcanic bombs flew. The heat scorched the skin. This was the 76th floor, the volcanic zone. The quest was to reach the next floor by breaking through the surging earth and volcanic eruptions, and it was also the floor where he could obtain designated skill reset. Taesan surveyed the environment. The volcano was erupting, burning everything and destroying the terrain. Taesan, having grasped the situation, clicked his tongue softly. It's not going to work. The biggest feature of the 76th floor was that it was a changing floor. Sometimes the volcano would be calm, and sometimes it would erupt like crazy. He had obtained designated skill reset in the latter case, when he couldn't set foot on the ground, when volcanic ash obscured his vision, and when volcanic bombs rained down like rain. Designated skill reset could only be obtained when those conditions were met, but that wasn't the environment right now. The ground was shaking, but he could stand normally, and volcanic bombs were falling very slowly. It was a level that even a normal easy mode player could break through with a little risk. Of course, it wasn't impossible to obtain. He just had to wait. If he waited a few years, the state of the 76th floor would change, creating a situation where he could obtain designated skill reset. But there was a problem. Taesan couldn't stay here that long. A huge will to exclude Taesan was slowly approaching. This place is not allowed for you. Return to your world. It was such an intense will and power. It hadn't been that strong until now. But perhaps because he had brought something from the original world when he obtained multiplication, the hostility towards him felt intense. According to Taesan's calculations, he couldn't stay for more than a week no matter how hard he tried. I won't be able to get another skill. There was no skill that he could obtain in a week, but he didn't regret it. He had fully expected the possibility of only obtaining multiplication and leaving. The value of designated skill reset was not small, but multiplication was much more important than that. He had also obtained the unexpected skill, forced attainment. So he had obtained more than he had expected. Then shall we finish up? Teeson clenched his fist. Footsteps were heard. Grandpa Deoxu, who had come up the stairs, was happy to see Teeson. Oh, Teeson, I see you again. What are you doing here? What about you, Grandpa? Well, I was just trying to get some gold because I ran out. Are you trying to get another skill? No, I already got it. You got it. Huh, geez. Grandpa Deoxu stroked his chin as if he was impressed. You're amazing as always. What are you planning to do now? I'm going to clean up a bit. Clean up? It was the moment Grandpa Deoxu asked. Puzzled, at that moment the atmosphere changed. The power that had been dormant within Teeson, the class he possessed. Everything about him was unleashed. Ah, Grandpa Deoxu's pupils widened. His presence spread throughout the labyrinth. Players who were working hard to obtain skills shuddered, and at the same time, the will of the world grew stronger. The will that had been slowly pushing him out now changed to outright hostility. It suppressed him with a strong force. As if telling him to get out of here immediately. Just bear with me for a bit, Teeson said leisurely. Gray ash flowed out. It scattered and shattered the will of the world that was pressing down on him. I'll just do what I need to do and go back. Teeson, Grandpa Deoxu stepped back. Flustered, Teeson had suddenly changed. He had reached something he couldn't understand. Grandpa Deoxu stared blankly at him. That sense of oppression and presence was like that of a god. Ah, Grandpa Deoxu knelt down. He, who had lived his whole life as an atheist both on Earth and in the labyrinth, unconsciously clasped his hands together. I hope we can meet again someday. Teeson placed his hand on the wall of the labyrinth. He gathered the boundaries as they were and burst them. Quaring, the wall of the labyrinth collapsed, revealing the space beyond. It was an empty space, just dyed black and white, an infinitely spread empty expanse. Teeson threw himself into it. Darkness buried Teeson. Teeson waved his hand. The boundary exploded, blowing away the darkness that had dyed everything. And what was visible were very alien things. The remnants of the labyrinth broken, twisted, and collapsed. This was the power left over from creating the labyrinth. Abandoned garbage, Teeson, staring silently at the remnants, easily realized. Those things seemed like they belonged to this world, but they didn't. They belonged to the ancient god. They were imitating the laws and materials of the labyrinth, pretending to be like this world. It was cleverly woven, making it difficult to notice, but Teeson could see it at a glance now. And ridiculously, Teeson didn't feel that foreignness was so far away. Rather, it felt familiar, keying as he quietly watched the remnants. A roar echoed. The alien space began to grab Teeson. Get lost. Kuung. Teeson shook his arm with a shattering sound. The shackles of space were broken. Kijijijijik. Something alien appeared. It was the administrator who managed the bugs in easy mode. There was no emotion in the gaze looking at Teeson, like a machine. Only the duty to exclude foreign substances was visible. Hostility gathered. Pitch blackness, the power of the ancient god, filled the alien thing, and it was swung as it was. Teeson lightly raised his sword. Kuung, gray and black collided. Teeson charged. Quaang, the alien thing was instantly smashed and broken. The opponent was not weak. It surpassed the level of an apostle, but that was all, unless it was an ancient god. Nothing could stop Teeson now. I don't care about administrators who have no intelligence and only perform their assigned roles. Quaduduke. He pierced the core and contemplated its power. As a result, he could tell is it a copy of Balbamaba, the principle of how the power circulated, and the way the power worked was similar to Balbamaba's in some ways, but it was just an imitation. It had no proper intelligence and no way to deal with variables. Perhaps that was why it prevented the use of bugs rather than fixing them. The concept of fixing bugs itself did not exist for this. It was like a broken machine. Quaduduke, the distorted thing shattered. Teeson looked at it with sunken eyes. Who is your master? It imitated the labyrinth quite well. Even Bardre mistook it for a normal labyrinth. If Teeson hadn't met several ancient gods, he would have thought it was a normal labyrinth of this world. And as far as Teeson knew, there was only one ancient god capable of that. Is your master the usurper? Teeson muttered quietly. Chapter 515, Floor 94. Easy Mode, Part 8. He completely subdues the resisting distortion and attempts to dissect the boundary line in detail. He tries to plunder what's inside and make it his own. Kagagagak, but it doesn't work, as if it's not allowed beyond this point. A massive rule itself blocks Teeson, and at the same time the world moves. The world, which had been growling and threatening like a beast, rushes to bite as if it can no longer tolerate it. The hostility of the world itself, which even Teeson cannot withstand. Quaduduke. Teeson's body begins to be forcibly expelled. He tries to resist with the boundary line. But even that is meaningless. Something enormous pushes Teeson away. Wait, but he endures. I still have things to do. This place is a twisted and broken, now non-existent time, no matter what you do here. There is no effect to the original world. Then there was one more thing to confirm. You have activated Call of Chaos. The realm of the boundary line surrounds Teeson. The will of the world itself cannot reach Teeson. Quaduduke. Teeson grabs and tears the space. Tat. He set foot on Earth. What he sees are monsters filling the Earth and a crack in the sky. The monsters see Teeson and howl. tools performing designated commands without complete intelligence try to kill him. Taesan didn't even glance at them, he simply wielded gray. The boundary line becomes a wave and rushes across the earth. The monsters vanish like dust in an instant. Taesan gathers gray as it is and hurls it towards the crack in the sky. He could only draw out a part of his original power due to the world's oppression and hostility. But it is still the boundary line. The power that collapses all things and shakes the boundary touches the crack in the sky. At that moment, the crack opens, something grabs the boundary line that flew towards the crack. A silent collision occurs. There is no noise. No explosion, but at that moment the world was shaken. Kugagagung. It looks at Taesan in an instant. The earth is about to be crushed. Things collapse and concepts are distorted by mere gaze. Not the usurper, Taesan muttered indifferently. The thing beyond silently looks at Taesan, before he could grasp what emotion was contained within. The world swallowed Taesan, unable to endure any longer. It swallowed the boundary line and banished Taesan, and Taesan returned to the original labyrinth. Is this all? Oh, you've returned. Bardre became the shape of a sword again, and Akasha became the shape of a ring. The will of the world trying to exclude Taesan was no longer felt. He's back to the original solo mode. Taesan raised his hand in it. He held a fragment of Ouroboros. The enormous concept and power that had been dormant within had completely disappeared. It seemed it would take a very long time before it could be used again, but it didn't matter, the goal was achieved. Special activation skill multiplication. Mana consumption 3 squares the damage. This skill has a 1-hour cooldown after activation. Multiplication. The skill remained in his skill window. Taesan smiled. It wasn't just multiplication. Special activation skill forced attainment. Mana consumption 50, proficiency 1%. You can forcibly attain the goal you desire, however. What you can aim for is limited, and you bear all the penalties and risks necessary to achieve the goal. Forced attainment was also a skill that Taesan had obtained with his own power. He obtained a total of 2 skills and returned. This is satisfying enough. He got what he wanted. Taesan sat down and tidied his hair. The ancient god didn't appear until the end. Well, if there was an ancient god, he would have come to suppress him as soon as he appeared. There is no ancient god in easy mode. It was a part he had expected to some extent. Where is that place? A distorted and broken space. An unknown place created by the ancient god imitating the things of this world. Who created that place? An unknown ancient god. Or the usurper. The probability was high that it was the usurper. But he was not yet certain. And the ancient god who appeared at the end. The ancient god who broke through the crack in the sky and appeared. Who is that? Chwok. His thoughts could not continue because the space split and the magician appeared. Hello? The magician landed lightly on the ground. I was a little busy, so I couldn't arrive right away, sorry. How long was I over there? Not that long, about a month at most. A month. The time axis itself didn't seem to be very different. The magician snapped his fingers. Then, did you achieve the goal you wanted? A light wave swept over Taesan. It was checking the skills Taesan had with the authority of the labyrinth's creator. Ha, and the magician, who had confirmed multiplication, couldn't hide his admiration. Taesan, why do you think I made it so that skills are created in a new way? Skills are not made. A skill is created when specific conditions are met and it is judged to be reasonable. It was a very troublesome and difficult condition to control. But the magician insisted on that condition when designing the labyrinth. The reason is simple. I wanted to see mortals strive to obtain their own things and dedicate themselves. Identify and calculate the conditions to create your own skill. The magician wanted adventurers to use the system. Not rely on it, but most adventurers didn't. They only aimed for the skills that those who had descended the labyrinth first had discovered and did not try to create their own skills. The magician was very disappointed with that. And now, Taesan was perfectly satisfying that disappointment. Addition, forced duel, attack nullification, and even multiplication. Even the magician who designed and created the labyrinth doesn't know the skill called multiplication. The magician was very satisfied with the result that completely exceeded his expectations. And forced attainment, this is another strange skill. The magician could roughly know what conditions were achieved to obtain forced attainment. That's why he couldn't help but laugh. A system that transcends the limitations of the system, in normal cases. It was a skill that could not be obtained at all. It's tricky to use, but depending on how you use it, it could disrupt the balance. It was a skill that was difficult for even the magician to specify, from his point of view. It was satisfactory. The magician, who was happily checking the sills, paused. Wait, the magician frowned. There was embarrassment on his face. What's that? The magician snapped his fingers. A system window obscured his vision. Special always-on skill, damage to physical force conversion. Proficiency 1%. You can imbue direct physical force into damage, which is one of the labyrinth systems. The physical force contained in the damage is proportional to the damage value. It doesn't seem to be very effective yet. I never gave you a skill like this, but it doesn't seem like a skill you could have obtained on your own. A skill related to the system, a type of thing that cannot be obtained by individual effort, one being flashed through the magician's mind. Balbamaba. It's a skill I received as a reward for clearing the 92nd floor. He gave it to me willingly, saying it wasn't worth much. The magician clicked his tongue. Balbamaba's judgment was not wrong, even if you put physical force into damage. The ratio is terrible. It was a skill that was meaningless to most adventurers, however. The problem was that Taesan had that skill. This is troublesome. What can Taesan do with that skill? Just thinking about it gave him a headache. I can't do anything about the skill that is already given. I'll have to scold him later. The magician muttered. Taesan apologized to Balbamaba in his heart. So, besides that, you didn't just go there to get skills, did you? I found out roughly. The ancient god who created easy, normal, and hard mode was likely the usurper, and he and Taesan were somehow related. Taesan felt familiarity in creating easy mode, his origin. I can't tell you anything. As before, the magician said, you have to figure that out yourself. Well, Essential might be able to help you. Essential, the god of essence. He told Taesan to come find him later. He said he would help him understand his essence. At least I can't help you with that part. What I can do is this. Keying, the magician waved his hand. The system moves according to the owner's will. Floor 94 cleared. Your level has increased. Your level has increased. Your level has increased. Your level has increased. You have obtained the magician's ring. You have obtained. The clearing condition for the 94th floor is to obtain what you want from there. The condition has been met. Rewards were given along with the clearing of the quest. Taesan checked the ring that appeared on his hand. Magician's Ring, a ring created by the creator of the labyrinth to give to his favorite adventurer. It can contain the stats the user desires. It's a ring as described if you want a specific stat. That will soon become the ring's ability. Then what to wish for is decided. Taesan concentrated. Light emanated from the ring and the description began to change. Magician's Ring, attack power plus 3000, a ring created by the creator of the labyrinth to give to his favorite adventurer. It can contain the stats the user desires. Oh ho, 3000, it was a very high number. It had the highest attack power attached to it. Excluding weapons, it's natural since the labyrinth is coming to an end soon, and you have obtained the magician's magic rainbow dash of colorful colors. The secret reward was not equipment, but a skill, and it was the magician's magic. Taesan looked at the magician. That's not the magic of the god of magic that I taught, but my own magic, the magician said lightly. It's magic that even I can't handle myself now. Originally, I was going to let it disappear without giving it to anyone. But that was a waste. It'll be useful in its own way. Magician's magic rainbow dash of colorful colors. Mana consumption, proficiency 1%, the magician's magic, which has forgotten itself and can no longer be handled. The more mana consumed, the more the power and the number of lights increase. Magic with an undefined mana consumption. Similar to black magic. In the process of obtaining the magic, he was able to know its approximate effect. As a result, he came to know the magician's magic is quite powerful in terms of pure grade. It could be above high-level magic. I didn't know you'd give me something like this. This was a sufficient reward. The magician shook his head. It's enough, thanks to you. I'm learning so much. A joyful smile was drawn on the magician's face. The reason I created the labyrinth was to see beings like you. I'm very satisfied. The cleanup was over. There was no more business on the 94th floor. Now he had to go down to the 95th floor. There were only 6 floors left until clearing it. What's the quest for the 95th floor? Not yet. There's a problem to deal with before that. The magician clapped his hands. A long system window obscured Taesan's vision. Special quest start. Return to Earth. 2 days from now, you will return to the land you abandoned, survive there and come back. Rewards will be determined based on performance. Chapter 516, The Eighth Return. Earth, Part 1, Return to Earth. Taesan's eyes gleamed. There had been 7 returns so far, and by clearing every quest, all of humanity had finally gathered in one place. Now, there was only one task left for the next return, cleaning up Earth and removing the hole in the sky. Faster than I thought, the magician agreed quietly. I didn't think it would happen until you were nearing the late 90s floors, but recently. Something feels off. The rift torn open on your planet, a massive hole blanketing the sky. It's slowly growing. Taesan's eyes darkened. When you think about it, Earth doesn't belong to our side or theirs. It's neutral ground. That's why we're watching it so closely. But this is strange. The magician's expression was uncertain, as if he didn't understand it fully either. Something is distorted. It doesn't seem like it's just the old gods doing. But I can't be sure. You don't know either. We've been busy with too many matters lately. Those damn things keep crawling over. And we have no breathing room, so it's better to clean up whatever you can beforehand. He looked at Taesan. Return to Earth and seal the rift in the sky. That's the purpose of this quest, closing the rift. It was essentially the finishing blow. Taesan nodded. All right, how do I close it? He had closed the rift in his past life as well, back then. They'd thought they'd won, but it had been nothing more than the old god's trick. When he moved through the distorted timeline using the fragment of Ouroboros, he had struck the rift with everything he had. At that moment, the rift had opened, something had emerged, grabbed the boundary line and crushed it. A guardian of the rift. Most likely, for it to trample the boundary line, it must have been on the old god's level. Was it even possible to close a rift protected by such a being? You don't have to worry about that, this time. You won't be alone. We won't be alone. There will be those sent to help you. The magician's voice lowered. They will help you close the rift. Transcenders? No, transcenders can't intervene there, you know that. Earth was neutral ground if a transcender intervened. The old god would also be allowed in, so. We're sending messengers, we'll give them something useful to pass on to you, make good use of it. The magician's tone didn't shift. You can do whatever you want with the messengers, as you please, we won't interfere. There was weight behind those words. Taesan accepted them. I understand. Then I'll watch from afar. You're leaving already? I told you, I'm busy, I've got a mountain of things to deal with. The magician grumbled as he opened a space, with half his body already stepping out. He turned back. I don't know how it'll end, but I'm looking forward to it, as always. All right. The magician vanished. 2 days remained, enough if used well, far too little otherwise. Taesan opened the community, as expected. It was lively. People from all over the world chatted, shared thoughts, and encouraged each other. There was little fear now, hope of victory, and faith in Taesan. Those stood out the most. After watching for a moment, Taesan opened a separate chat. Kang Taesan solo, how is everyone? Lee Taeyeon solo. You're here, Amelia Aaron solo. Taesan, you came. GM Yoongjun hard, Hyunam, you've arrived. It was a window where key players from each country gathered. Kang Taesan solo, what's the total number right now? Kim HWION hard, I need a detailed count, but roughly 160 million. I think Oliver Kahn hard, that's a lot. Daniel Darmont hard, should we call that a lot? Oliver Kahn hard, I expected under 100 million, this is more than enough. Oliver was right. 150 million was more than enough survivors. They continued discussing. Around 25 million in hard mode, 65 million in normal, and 80 million in easy. Kang Taesan solo, what floors is everyone at? Oliver Kahn hard, depends on the country. But hard mode players are mid-70s to early 80s. Normal mode is around the 90s floors. Easy mode is about to clear. Kang Taesan solo, no one has cleared it yet. Right, Kim HWION hard, no one wants to leave now. That was the right choice. If easy mode players left now, they would only run and die. Better to wait inside the labyrinth until everyone could leave together. In his past life, countless players had gone out alone and died alone. Taesan would not watch that happen again. Kang Taesan solo, don't let anyone leave until I permit it. Kim HWION hard, understood. Kang Taesan solo, what about Lee Taeyeon? Amelia and Jun Hyuk. And the other solo mode players. Kang Jun Hyuk solo, 69th floor. Amelia Aaron solo, 76th. Many solo mode players reported being in the 60s floors. Faster than I thought. The Magi and Magic Taesan had given them the help of the spirits, it all showed. Then it was Lee Taeyeon's turn. And everyone froze. Lee Taeyeon solo, 83rd floor. Kang Jun Hyuk solo, wow. Amelia Aaron solo, ridiculously fast. 83rd floor, the mid-deep levels. Kang Taesan solo, you managing. Lee Taeyeon solo, barely, it's rough, but doable. Kang Taesan solo, good, don't push too hard. Lee Taeyeon solo, do I look like the type who would? Kang Taesan solo, I guess not. Taesan chuckled. Lee Taeyeon had changed, but at her core, she was still the same. Amelia interjected. Annoyed, Amelia Aaron solo, Taesan, what about you? What floor are you on? Oliver Kahn hard, I'm curious too, late 80s. Kim HWION hard, if it's Taesan, he might already be in the 90s. Amelia Aaron solo, 90s, even if it's him. Kang Taesan solo, 94th floor, silence. The noisy community went completely still. Taesan typed again. Kang Taesan solo, return is in 2 days, prepare yourselves. The community buzzed with strategies, how to settle in after the return, how to organize, what to expect. Taesan closed the window and opened his skills. Special activation skill, forced attainment, mana consumption 5, proficiency 1%. You can forcibly reach the goal you desire, however. The goals you can set are limited, and you bear all penalties and risks required to achieve the goal. He already understood multiplication, but forced attainment was new. He needed to test it before the return. You have activated forced attainment. Taesan set a goal and triggered the skill. Smear, the boundary line manifested. Gray ash flowed out, covering Taesan, and it didn't stop. It continued pouring out, devouring the space. The boundary line filled the 94th floor, then it expanded further, crossing floors, climbing stairs, spreading everywhere. Bardre felt something was wrong. The boundary line Taesan now wielded wasn't the same as before. Until now it had been alien and dangerous. But still under Taesan's control, not anymore, it was spreading beyond him. So this is how it feels. Taesan retrieved the boundary line with that. He had a rough grasp of how to use forced attainment. Not bad, if used properly. It could change the outcome of an entire battle. He knew what he needed to do for the next 2 days, plan and calculate how to wield the skill. Time passed quickly, and after 2 days, they began the return to Earth. Amelia Aaron solo, alright, let's go. Kim HWION hard, everyone. Survive, community posts flew rapidly. One name caught Taesan's attention. Lee Deoksu easy, it's always scary. He made it. Taesan smiled faintly as the space opened. His body slipped out of the labyrinth. He stepped forward. He heard the gasps and steady breaths of countless people. Countless eyes were fixed on him. They had returned to their home. Special quest started. This quest is for all of humanity. Gather the survivors. Create rules and establish order. No time limit. A quest appeared. The first goal was simple: gather the people. Leaders from each country shouted, "Everyone gather here, players of the United States." This way, people followed calmly. It was the eighth return. They all knew the process. Taesan watched from a distance. Thud. Taesan Nim, it has been a while. It has. Deanna and Beldinkia approached. Deanna glanced at Amelia and Lee Tion and murmured in awe, "They've grown stronger, significantly. If they attack together, I can't say for sure that I'd win." Everyone's working hard. They were risking their lives in the labyrinth. Their growth was slow, but certain. After a while, order was fully established. It's done. That was fast. Over 100 million people. Even for superhumans, organizing them should take a day or more. Yet they finished within hours. Kim Hwion spoke proudly. Everyone is used to it, and more importantly, because Taesan Nim is here. All players on Earth revered him, with such an absolute figure leading them. Who would complain? Kim Hwion clenched his fist. It will be dangerous again, but if we work together, we can overcome it. The moment he finished, a system window appeared. Special quest completed. Special quest started. Guardians will appear. Speak with them, coordinate, and join forces. Guardians, before confusion could settle. They arrived. Keying, a sacred radiance fell from the sky. People shielded their eyes. That is a passage, Taesan muttered. The golden column was a passageway. Keying, as the light dimmed. Hundreds of figures emerged, warriors, magicians. Their armor told stories of battles fought and enemies conquered, strong. Every one of them possessed tremendous power, and the one leading them was on another level entirely. What's happening? People were bewildered. Diana's reaction, however, carried something sharper. Guardians. Her face twisted with aversion. The hundreds of beings approached Taesan. The leader stepped forward and bowed. "An honor to meet you. Great One, we are the Guardians." Clang, those behind him moved as one, taking a flawless stance. Such unity could never be forged in a year or two. The man spoke calmly. "I am xperrif by the will of the Great Ones. I have come to aid you." Chapter 517, The Eighth Return. Earth Part 2. Kugagugung. The Guardians knelt in unison. The ground shook as if struck by an earthquake. Taesan watched them silently. Wow, amazing, with hundreds of millions of people gathered. Even whispers filled the air like thunder. One of the kneeling guardians frowned. How unpleasant for these lowly creatures to stare at us as if we're some kind of spectacle. Xperrif stopped him. "We stand before a great one. Show respect." "My apologies." The apology lacked sincerity. It was only because Taesan was present. "This place doesn't seem appropriate for a conversation. May we move?" "No need." Taesan snapped his fingers. The earth shifted, as if sliding along invisible rails. Everyone except Taesan and the Guardians was pushed far back. A massive wall rose around them. Kugagugung in moments. A vast enclosed space formed. Taesan and the Guardians alone within it. The Guardians' eyes widened. Then Taesan clapped lightly. A crushing pressure fell over them. Hundreds of Guardians were forced down as if someone had pressed their shoulders. Thud. Chairs of packed earth rose beneath them. They sat, unable to resist. It all happened so naturally, as though the world itself shifted with Taesan's will. No, this was the reality. Taesan was now the god of Earth. "You must be tired. Sit." "Why, yes." Xperrif's trembling voice betrayed his shock. Countless emotions flickered in his eyes. "So?" Taesan's gaze didn't waver. "Who are you?" "We are the Guardians." "What do you guard?" "The universe." Xperrif lifted his chin with pride. "We are a group that protects the universe from the old gods." Taesan examined them wordlessly. They weren't weak. All possessed respectable power, and Xperrif stood among the strongest. "The Great One is Kang Taesan. Thank you for allowing me to speak your name, Kang Taesan. You already know the old gods are invading many worlds. Your world appears to be one of them." The number of worlds destroyed had long surpassed 200. It was likely above 300 now, and in such worlds, even great ones cannot intervene recklessly. A transcender's direct intervention distorted the balance. If one side intervened, the old gods could respond in turn. This was why transcenders used Taesan as their proxy. Sending him from world to world, he could now see exactly what the Guardians were: your apostles. "We are honored to serve. We move according to the will of the Great Ones, guarding the worlds invaded by the old gods." Xperrif's expression brimmed with pride. "We have traveled to countless invaded worlds and protected many. And now, this world is your target." "Yes," Xperrif nodded. "We have come to close the rift in the sky and save this world." "Great One." These were the helpers the magician had mentioned. Taesan understood the overall picture, but one question remained. "You're going to block the rift in the sky?" "Not alone." "Of course, but the Transcender has given us aid." Xperrif chanted briefly. A space opened. Keying, a small disc appeared. It was inscribed with metaphysical patterns. The power of a transcender emanated from it, so dense that even Taesan couldn't fully decipher it at a glance. "This sacred relic allows indirect intervention. If we install 4 of these directly beneath the rift and perform the ritual for a set duration, the rift will be sealed." "If it's sealed, How long does it last? As long as the transcender who granted the relic continues to exist eternally. The rift could be closed, Earth could escape the threat of monsters. Is that so? It was good news. It meant Earth could finally be freed, yet something felt wrong. A faint discomfort clung to him. Like a pebble lodged in his throat, a subtle intuition tugged at him. Akrasian misread his silence and puffed out his chest. You need not worry. Great One, we are the Guardians. His voice dripped with pride. We have saved countless worlds. The Great One is far beyond us, but in this matter we are the experts. Conviction and arrogance. If you assist us even slightly, we can save this world without difficulty. Taesan studied him, then asked, how much do you know about this world? What? Do you understand what this place truly is? Isn't it simply a world being destroyed by the old gods? His expression implied. What more is there? Taesan had already seen enough. There was no need for reconnaissance. There was no point in explaining. They weren't worthy of it. Taesan spoke calmly. I'm counting on you. Guardians. Huh, they never came when my world fell. The universe is massive, Diana answered Bardre quietly. So many worlds have been destroyed, even more are being invaded. The Guardians number only a few hundred. They can't save them all. I don't like those guys, Beldenkia frowned. Glaring toward the Guardians, you seem to know something. Yes, Diana nodded. They came to our world. Two, didn't your world fall to the old gods? It did. Our world collapsed after a sudden environmental shift, whether they misunderstood the situation or couldn't grasp it. The Guardians came once. But your world, Diana and Beldenkia's world was destroyed by the end of hedonism. Diana smiled faintly. I can't like them, they're righteous, but that doesn't make them good. Wow, amazing. A massive crowd gathered around the Guardians. People stared with admiration and wonder. They were aliens, true aliens. Diana and Beldenkia were also from another world. But a pair of outsiders felt nothing like a fully armed legion. Moreover, these beings had come to save Earth. Taesan had informed Kim Hwion of the basics. So most people already knew who they were. The players looked at the Guardians with curiosity and goodwill. One player gathered courage and stepped forward. Hello, his small voice echoed among the Guardians, no response. They continued their conversations among themselves. The man's face reddened. Hello, again. No answer. It wasn't a language issue. They could clearly understand Earth's language. They were simply ignoring him. Eventually, he withdrew. Embarrassed, more people tried. None received a response. The Guardians treated them as though they didn't exist. I hate this, Amelia scowled. That attitude, they're acting like nobles or like we're beneath them. Well, they came to help. Shouldn't we try to get along? They're Guardians. After all, they must be strong. They'll definitely help. Guardians who had saved countless worlds. Kim Hwion clung to that thought, but Amelia muttered under her breath, help maybe, but something feels off. Still. She said nothing more. Kim Hwion worked tirelessly to calm the crowd and prepare everyone for the upcoming quest. They never managed to coordinate with the Guardians. Then a new quest appeared. Special quest start. Move to the rift in the sky, defeat the monsters. Advance. And reach the base of the rift. Condition, all players and all Guardians must arrive. Reward, differential rewards upon returning to the labyrinth. Kim Hwion quickly organized the players. Where is the rift located? Greenland. Greenland, that's manageable. She began preparations. Then, what are you doing? Akrasian addressed her. Kim Hwion froze. She had tried earlier to coordinate plans with him, and he had ignored her completely. Now he spoke as if nothing had happened. She composed herself. We need to move to the rift. So I was organizing the ranks, if you'd like. You can, no, Akrasian cut her off. We do not need your input. Pardon, all you must do is follow our orders. His cold voice carried a faint hostility. Kim Hwion struggled to respond. What do you mean? We have saved dozens of worlds from the old gods, meanwhile. You live in this feeble world, unable to save even one. His contempt was unmistakable, and despite the Great One being here, your world still struggles. That proves you are no help to him. Kim Hwion couldn't argue. She knew the truth. Taesan had carried everything. We alone have protected many worlds, Akrasian exclaimed proudly. Your experience is no more useful than a child's babbling. Just follow us, nothing more. Silence fell. His voice carried crushing arrogance. Since we first met, there's been something bothering me. Amelia's voice cut through the quiet. You saved many worlds from the old gods. That is correct, Akrasian said proudly. Amelia stared at him. Just you guys. Chapter 518, The Eighth Return. Earth Part 3, a quiet voice echoed. The atmosphere chilled. The Guardians' faces twisted. We're weak, not weak, not weak. But that was all they insisted on. I don't think you're at the level to save a world. Did you really save one? How dare you? Watch your insolent mouth. A Guardian erupted in anger, gripping his weapon tightly. That's how it feels, so what? Amelia grumbled with no tension on her face. Akrasian forced himself to swallow his anger. His lips twisting. You're strong, moderately strong, though there's one person who's too much of a monster. But you're frogs in a well. In the end, you can't even save this world. Well, that's true, Amelia shrugged. She had no rebuttal. But that doesn't mean you're strong. You killing intent surged instantly. A collision seemed moments away. You need to be taught a lesson. Akrasian began to draw his sword. Amelia watched him calmly, but the sword never came out. Taesan had appeared without anyone noticing. Silently watching, Taesan, Kang Taesan nim. Akrasian froze under Taesan's emotionless gaze, cold sweat forming on his brow. After a moment of silent staring, Taesan simply turned and left. Akrasian barely regained control of himself. That was dangerous. Their master was a transcender. If he acted recklessly here, he might face divine punishment. Composing himself, Akrasian sneered. It doesn't matter what nonsense you spout, you couldn't save this small world meanwhile. We've saved countless worlds. It was a fact Amelia couldn't deny, but she was suspicious. I think I understand, she nodded to herself. Akrasian took it as her conceding and smirked. Do you really believe your shallow experience surpasses ours? Don't be foolish. Silence followed. The conclusion was reached quickly. Earth's players decided to follow the Guardians' commands. It was natural. The Guardians had saved many worlds from the old gods. Earth's players had not. Since the difference in achievements was overwhelming, there was no basis to oppose them. But one concern remained, those who had reached the deep floors, Amelia, Lee Taeyeon, and others. They seemed the type to rebel. Amelia especially appeared distrustful of the Guardians, yet unexpectedly. Neither objected. I don't care, it's fine, let's take it easy. Do as you want, Lee Taeyeon spoke indifferently. Amelia seemed uninterested. You're really okay with following their orders? We're not fighting anyway. Right, then I don't care, and I'm not planning to follow them. What? My master is Taesan. Amelia stated it without hesitation. She was Taesan's sole apostle, her soul. Her strength, everything belonged only to him. The only one who can give me orders is Taesan. Everyone else meant nothing to her. Kim Hwion, Oliver, you were appointed by Taesan. So you should work with them for now, but I'm not following those guys. Is that really okay if things escalate? Why? Her calmness stunned Kim Hwion. Lee Taeyeon was no different. Their attitudes were baffling. But for now, the matter settled. The Guardians began to command the players. With hundreds of millions of people, it was chaotic at first, but with Kim Hwion's help, order was established quickly, and they marched toward Greenland toward the rift. Monsters soon appeared, blocking their path. Uu, KRRR, Monster 48,881 has appeared. Monster 97,745 has appeared. Monster 32,319 has appeared. Monster 47,515 has appeared. Thousands of monsters charged. Akrasian readied his weapon with theatrical enthusiasm. Watch closely. Ignorant ones, his voice swelled with arrogance. This is our power. The Guardians dashed forward. They crashed into the horde at high speed. Quaying monsters were ripped apart instantly. Ha ha ha, one Guardian laughed heartily as he swept his axe through groups of monsters. Woo-woo, a monster dodged and grabbed his arm. HMPH, he shook it off violently. The monster crashed into the ground. Quadyuk, the Guardians continued their assault in moments. The monsters were wiped out. The Guardians raised their hands triumphantly. Uo, Akrasian faced the Earth players proudly. This is our power, but no applause came, confused. Akrasian pressed on. We saved many worlds. Naturally, we possess this degree of strength. He added smugly, these monsters are fairly strong. Without the Transcender's help, we would have struggled. You've all done well, still. No reaction, they weren't impressed. Why are they only B rank? They had expected thousands of A ranks at minimum, but these were nothing but B ranks. Even Earth's players could defeat such monsters with ease by now, and yet the Guardians flaunted their victory proudly. It was strange, like hearing a famed warrior boast about defeating a stray dog. Still, it caused no practical issues. The monsters were cleared, and the group could advance without casualties. But Kim Hwion felt uneasy. They knew nothing about the Guardians, only that they had saved many worlds. Their personalities, their methods, their true strength, could they entrust judgment to such unknowns eventually? She sought Taesan. What do you think? After hearing her worries, Taesan answered plainly, do as you please. Sorry, I won't interfere with disputes between you and them. This wasn't a threat to humanity. It wasn't a battle for survival. It wasn't something they couldn't resolve themselves. You shouldn't rely on me too much. You must rely on me for survival. But if you rely on me for every decision, you'll never stand on your own. Kim Hwion fell silent. He was right. Weak conflicts between mortals aren't my concern. Then he added, I have things to do. Things to do? I'm going ahead to scout. Taesan snapped his fingers. Minerva appeared. Slicing through space. Oof, long time no see. Sorry, there was no reason to summon you. His current enemies were far beyond Minerva's level. Make a path for them over the sea. Got it. Taesan rose. Kim Hwion called out hurriedly. Taesan SSI, if you don't know something. Ask Diana, I'll leave things to you, and Taesan vanished. Kim Hwion stared blankly at the empty sky. Taesan had disappeared. The news spread quickly, causing unrest. Kim Hwion worked desperately to calm the people. Taesan had gone ahead to prepare. He would be waiting for them. The panic settled somewhat, and then the Guardians, learning Taesan was gone, revealed their true nature. Night fell. People were building shelters and preparing to rest. The Guardians intervened. Stop. Akrasian stood before the crowd. From today onward, Sleeping in groups without permission is forbidden, spread out. What, why? Order and discipline are deteriorating, follow instructions. People whispered in confusion, it made no sense, Akrasian scowled. Are you defying my rules? With a chilling tone. He drew his sword, people frightened. Obeyed, that alone might have been tolerable, but soon more rules came. Do not make noise while we fight. We need people to serve our meals. We need people to wash us. They had come to help but were acting like nobles demanding servants. Dissatisfaction surged. What is this, even if they're helping? This is too much. Complaints reached Kim Hwion. She went to Diana. Do you know what they're like? I do, Diana explained. They had also come to save her world, supposedly. But our world wasn't being invaded by the old gods. They misinterpreted it. Diana smiled bitterly. In the end, they said they could save our world. People believed them and gave them everything, food, gold. Even women, and your world wasn't saved. No, Diana said coldly, my world was destroyed. But why? The reason is simple, Beldenkia sneered. When destruction came, they said they had no obligation to help since an old god wasn't involved. They left after enjoying everything. But they said they could, not that they would. They laughed about it. Kim Hwion fell silent. Diana's voice hardened. They are righteous because stopping the old gods is righteous, but they are not good. If they weren't righteous at all, Diana would have slaughtered them. She simply held back. I see. Kim Hwion felt overwhelmed. Diana tilted her head. What are you worried about? There's nothing to worry about. But they came to help us. Shouldn't we listen? No, Diana cut her off. You do not need to obey the guardians. What? So that's why, Diana nodded as if understanding everything. Amelia and Lee Taeyeon realized it. But you didn't. What do you mean? We respected the guardians only because they were overwhelmingly stronger than us. But you, she pointed at Earth's players, are not weaker. Kim Hwion blinked. Why would you obey those weaker than you? They hold no power over you. Diana looked genuinely confused. Diamond suit, I'm bored. A guardian complained. Monsters were weak. Entertainment was non-existent. Everything around them had been destroyed. He licked his lips as a group of Earth players walked by. His gaze lingered on a woman. You there? Come. He grabbed her arm. She pointed at herself. Me? Yes. He pulled her aside where no one could hear. We are saving you, protecting this dying world. Ah, so then shouldn't you reward us appropriately? Greed filled his eyes. Oh, the woman nodded. I don't want to. What? I said I don't want to. You must not understand. He raised his fist threateningly. This is getting annoying. But the woman Lee Taeyeon showed no fear. Her hand flickered. Kwajuk, the guardian's body slammed into the wall. Meanwhile, Taesan had arrived beneath the rift. A massive tear split the sky. It was growing slowly but steadily, and from beyond, he felt a vast presence. Gatekeeper, the guardian of the rift. So it's this one again, Taesan murmured. Chapter 519, The Eighth Return. Earth Part 4. He's quite strong. Taesan had become incomparably stronger than in his previous returns. Because of that, he could faintly sense the gatekeeper's presence. The energy leaking from beyond the rift was heavy, immensely so. Even sealed behind the tear in the sky, its power rivaled that of an old god's, whether it was a fragment or a main body. It was far from an easy opponent. Can I fight that and win? He couldn't say. The likelihood of defeat was higher. That was the level it existed on. Isn't the goal not to fight anyway? That's true. The discs brought by the Guardians, if used properly, they could permanently seal the rift. If they could achieve that, there would be no need to fight the gatekeeper at all. It would simply be sealed away from outside. Still, better to prepare for the worst. By the way, those guardians are noisy. Shouldn't we clean them up? They're acting like they own the place. It doesn't matter, Taesan spoke indifferently. They're just messengers. They should be able to handle that much on their own. The guardian writhed on the ground. He couldn't understand what had happened. He'd seen the woman's arm move. And the next moment he was collapsing. He struggled upright. His knees buckled and he nearly fell. But he grabbed the wall and steadied himself. Oh, good. Lee Taeyeon let out a sigh of relief. You're not dead. My power control was a little fuzzy. The guardian forced his sluggish mind to piece together the situation. He managed to reach a conclusion. Lee Taeyeon had done something to him. Rage contorted his face. You wench, what did you do to me? I told you I don't like it. His shouting drew attention. People approached, murmuring, what's going on? What happened? Among them were guardians. What's the matter? That woman, the guardian pointed. Grinding his teeth, that woman attacked me. What? The guardian's expressions hardened. Hostility turned toward Lee Taeyeon. Lee Taeyeon's face showed no fear, only annoyance. This is annoying, no sense of crisis, just irritation, as though someone had splashed mud on her shoe. What happened? Akrasian appeared. The injured guardian ran to him and relayed his version of events. Akrasian frowned. I see. He turned to Lee Taeyeon with displeasure. I was going to overlook minor issues, since this world is under the Great One's direct management. But it seems I cannot. Order must be enforced properly. He attacked me first. How is this my fault? Because we are the guardians who descended to save you. Akrasian spoke as if it were self-evident. For us, it is natural that you offer what you can. Refusing such a simple thing is shameless. Lee Taeyeon sighed. You haven't changed at all. Akrasian gestured. Guardians encircled her. Perfect. To establish perfect control and strict discipline. An example was needed. Akrasian planned to crush Lee Taeyeon publicly. You're strong, he acknowledged her power, but not strong enough to reach us. I will teach you what happens when you defy a guardian. Annoying, still no fear, just irritation. Then can I do it instead? A clear voice rang out. Amelia approached and stood beside Lee Taeyeon. Amelia, you look annoyed, want me to handle it? I'd appreciate it. Lee Taeyeon agreed readily. Amelia smiled deeply at Krajan. About to tell her not to interfere, froze when he saw who she was, that woman, the one who had insulted them earlier. Perfect, I'll punish you first. You, Amelia sneered. Akrajan bared his teeth. I know you're strong, possibly equal to me, he drew his sword, but I have saved countless worlds, someone like you can't be my opponent. Stop talking, come. Amelia flicked her finger. Irritated, Akrajan lunged. His speed was immense, most wouldn't even perceive it. He swung his sword. Amelia didn't move. Victory flashed across his mind, and then thud, Akrajan's body hit the ground. Huh, oh my. Amelia brushed her hands off. I half expected something unique, some special power I couldn't read, I hoped. Just slightly. That you'd have something interesting. She looked down at the trembling guardian. But you're just weak. Akrajan staggered. He hadn't even seen her move. He'd attacked and suddenly he was in the dirt. His eyes quivered. Sorcery, he forced himself forward. Refusing to accept the reality, Amelia extended her hand. Grasped, she caught his swinging sword effortlessly. THTH. The sword was suppressed as if wielded by a toddler. Amelia flicked her fist. Akrajan rolled across the ground with a groan. You, he pushed past the pain. Screaming, I am the leader of the Guardians. I have protected countless worlds. I am Akrajan. So, Amelia's voice was flat. I guess all those worlds were just weak. Akrajan roared, everyone kill this woman. Yes. Sir, hundreds of Guardians rushed in. Amelia's expression brightened. Yes, that's better. Hundreds charged. Amelia clenched her fist, cooing before the stunned crowd. A one-sided massacre unfolded. Armor shattered, staffs broke, swords bounced off Amelia's equipment harmlessly, fireballs vanished with a wave of her hand. She crushed them utterly. Kim Hwion watched in disbelief. I told you, there's no need to listen to them. Diana spoke calmly. They are strong enough to save a world, but you are stronger. You underestimate yourselves too much. S-class monsters could destroy a world alone. Earth's players had defeated such beings. And Lee Taeyeon defeated one solo. Diana continued, the universe is vast. There are planetary gods, dragon lords, immortals. Many worlds are weak. 100 mid-tier monsters can destroy them. Only 3-digit monsters. Kim Hwion blinked in confusion. She had defeated countless such enemies. Diana smiled bitterly. That is normal, you are too strong. They had forgotten something obvious. Descending the labyrinth was nearly impossible. Most powerful beings, spirit kings, archmages, peak fighters failed around the 70th floor. Yet Earth had 2 deep-level players besides Taesan. Kang Junhyuk nearing the 70th floor, multiple leaders descending without issue, hard mode players surpassing the realm of superhumans. They were stronger than nearly any group in the universe. It's not that you're weak, your enemies were too strong. Kim Hwion finally understood why Taesan hadn't intervened. It wasn't worth his attention. She let out a small, embarrassed laugh. Kuwung, the battle ended. Hundreds of guardians lay defeated. Amelia didn't have a scratch. Done. She dusted her hands again. After that, everything went smoothly. The guardians could no longer speak back. Some stubborn ones still shouted, we are saving the world, please shut up. Amelia chopped one on the back of the head and knocked him out. The others fell silent. They understood the hierarchy now. They were arrogant but not stupid. Amelia stretched. That felt great. Should have crushed them sooner. Nice work. Why are they so weak? They really save worlds. They do, Lee Taeyeon answered. But those worlds had only ever faced weak threats, A-class monsters at most. The old gods didn't even glance at them. The Guardians thought of themselves as elite apostles of the Transcenders. In truth, they were just cleaners handling chores. Don't worry about it, it's over. The matter ended there. The journey continued. People now ignored the Guardians completely. The Guardians gritted their teeth but stayed silent. They dealt with monsters along the way. Minerva cleared a path across the sea. Finally, they arrived beneath the rift. Wow, it's huge. The rift stretched across all of Greenland. A chilling energy leaked out. Taesan stood waiting. You're here. Yes, Taesan gave Akrajan a glance. Akrajan said nothing, only lowered his head. That was all the attention Taesan gave him. Prepare. The players readied their equipment and formed ranks. Soon, a new quest appeared. Special quest start. Install the 4 small discs at the edges of the rift to block the rift in the sky. Monsters will attempt to kill you and prevent the seal. Risk your lives and win. Condition: activate all 4 discs. The discs must not be destroyed. Reward: differential rewards upon returning to the labyrinth. Chapter 520, The Eighth Return. Earth, Part 5. Taesan landed in front of Kim Hwion. She greeted him with a composed expression. Taesan. Beside her, the Guardians stood like criminals awaiting judgment. Unable to lift their heads, looks like it's over. Taesan said, yes. Kim Hwion smiled bitterly. She had expected this outcome, so there was no real emotional reaction. What mattered now was the quest. The condition was simple: activate the discs. Taesan looked at Akrajan. How do I activate it? Akrajan seemed as though he wanted to say something more, but in the end, he swallowed it. Install the discs at equal distances around the rift, then offer prayers to activate them. Endure until the discs fully synchronize and seal the rift. How long will that take? We do not know, but a considerable amount of time. I see, Taesan nodded. Prepare. People began to move. There were 4 discs east, west, south, and north ends of Greenland. They organized teams balancing strength. Diana, Beldenkia, Lee Tion, Amelia, Minerva. And others were assigned strategically. And within all this, the Guardians were nearly ignored. Everyone was busy. The Guardians stood idle. Akrasian could not bear it any longer. Where should we go? Ah, Kim Hwion looked at him as if only now remembering their existence, after thinking briefly. She answered, go wherever you want, you're helpful, so do your best. A casual dismissal. They were useful but non-essential. It was humiliating, insulting. The Guardians, who had once basked in the pride of saving countless worlds, were being treated like irrelevant extras. Akrasian, shouldn't we contact the Transcender? We came to save this world. And this is how we're treated, someone whispered. Akrasian didn't reply. He had already tried. He had approached Taesan earlier, suggesting that since they were here to save the world, they should be treated accordingly. Taesan's response, he simply looked at him, no energy, no threat, no killing intent, just an empty stare, and that had been enough to silence Akrasian completely. He had felt like a brat throwing a tantrum before an adult. We'll prove it. Akrasian gripped his sword tightly. We'll prove our strength here. Our strength lies not in fighting humans, but in fighting the old god's minions. They steeled their hearts. They would prove themselves once monsters arrived. After all preparations were finished, then I will activate it. Akrasian said, sitting beneath one disc and beginning the prayer. O Great One, these humble ones seek your mercy. People felt a strange unease. Something incomprehensible descended upon the land. Akrasian raised his arms. Please, banish these wicked beings from this world. The prayer reached the sky. Keying, pillars of golden light shot up from the 4 discs. They pierced the heavens and touched the rift. Crackle, golden light met the black tear. The collision rippled violently. Ah, people watched in awe. The 4 beams climbing into the sky were majestic, almost divine. The rift slowly began to be covered in gold, and the old gods responded. Swish, the rift opened from the void. Monsters fell. Lee Tion's skin prickled. This scene was identical to the beginning of her past life's nightmare. Damn life, I've come full circle. But this time she wasn't alone. Kea, Yuo, Monster 112 has appeared. Monster 589 has appeared. Monster 214 has appeared. Everyone, prepare for battle, Kim Hwion shouted. Weapons were drawn. Eek, the Guardians grouped together, fighting desperately, but confusion filled their faces. What is this? Yuwu, a house-sized monster, charged them. Several Guardians shielded against it. Yet all were blasted away. Akrasian rushed forward. He climbed the monster and stabbed its neck repeatedly. Yuo, the monster finally fell, only for 3 more of the same level to take its place. Kaya, Akrasian gritted his teeth. What are these things? Too strong. The Guardians had saved countless worlds. They had defeated many monsters, but monsters like these, hundreds, thousands, impossible. This is. Everyone gather, Kim Hwion ordered. Steady and calm, people moved as one, coordinated, disciplined. They fought monsters stronger than themselves and won with ease. Who, at this rate? It's not bad, only 3-digit monsters so far. Earth's players were more relaxed than the Guardians. This level of monster was barely a warm-up. Were we the ones who knew nothing? Akrasian finally realized their heroism meant nothing here. Their victories had been meaningless. Their pride was laughable. Everything shattered. Kuwang with Lee Tion, Amelia and others supporting. The monsters were cleared quickly. Then the sky trembled. Crack. Ah, Lee Tion looked up. Here they come. Monster 9 has appeared. Monster 11 has appeared. Akrasian paled instantly. His instincts screamed that thing could destroy the world alone. Several S-class monsters descended. While the Guardians trembled, Lee Tion kicked off the ground. You have activated Leap. She flew upward, sword blazing with skills, and clashed head-on. Clang. Kuya, the S-class monster staggered, pushed back, gasps erupted. Uo, Lee Tion spat a click of her tongue as she landed. I'm still not at Taesan's level. That's already amazing. You haven't cleared the labyrinth. Yet you've reached this point. Diana readied her weapon. S-class monsters, their turn had come. At this rate, we can handle them, Diana said. The numbers weren't overwhelming together. Could win, of course. He's drawing most of them over there. He's incredible, Diana couldn't help but admire. People were only stationed at 3 discs. Why? Because Taesan handled the 4th alone. A transcender, someone who had reached that height, was showing what such a being could do. Yuwu, monsters rushed Taesan's disc. Monster 1 has appeared. Monster 2 has appeared. Monster 3 has appeared. Several S-class monsters attacked at once. Taesan stepped forward without expression. Crack. One kick sent an S-class monster flying across Greenland, across the ocean, and crashing into the distant continent. A casual kick. No skills, no magic, no magi, no divinity, nothing but raw physical strength. He dismantled the S-class monsters in minutes. You're not trying to stop me with just this. Are you? S-class monsters were no longer even a warm-up. Kuwang, the rift opened again. A monster descended. Everyone watching felt a chill coil up their spine. Something distorted had entered the world. Here he comes. Taesan looked at the creature calmly. 3% number has appeared. An apostle. The ground beneath it twisted. Space collapsed around its presence. Nice to meet you. Taesan wasn't surprised. He had expected an apostle, and he was glad. There's something I wanted to test on an apostle-level being. Taesan stepped. The apostle reacted instantly. Its movement alone created craters and shook all of Greenland. Kugagugagung, it swung its black power. Taesan raised divinity with a gesture. All black dissolved instantly. Kugagung, Taesan appeared before the apostle. It tried to defend. Taesan lifted a finger. Block it. You have activated addition. You have activated multiplication. His finger touched the apostle's head. The apostle's head twisted. 4,411,882,084 damage to 3%. Number, Chapter 521, The Eighth Return Earth, Part 6. In that instant, space twisted, the physical force implemented by the system revealed itself to the world. Crack, the apostle moved, struggling to block the physical force bearing down on him. Black welled up. It wrapped around the apostle's entire body, forming an absolute defense that blocked all outside interference. Black was a power from beyond this world superior to every affinity. It couldn't be pierced by mere physical force. Crack, but black was pierced. Pure physical force shattered it. The apostle frantically tried to summon more. But it was already too late. With the sound of something splitting apart, the black broke through completely and the force touched the apostle's flesh. Krakom, an explosion erupted. The sky was torn open. The clouds scattered, revealing the vast universe beyond. That physical force pierced the apostle and tore all the way into the cosmos. Kaboom, the sea rose into tsunamis and surged in every direction. The surrounding land collapsed, crumbling from its very foundation. Even though Taesan suppressed the direction of the power as much as possible, the uncontrolled physical force spread like a beast, lashing out everywhere. Kayak, what is this? People were flung away as if caught in a violent storm. Minerva, horrified, manipulated the wind. She seized those about to be swept away and pulled them back to Greenland. Yo. The monsters fared no better. Many couldn't withstand the aftermath and were blown out of Greenland. Wait a second, Lee Tion stared. Stunned even from this distance, she could feel that immense physical force. What is that? It wasn't simple physical force anymore. With that density and power, it had become another divine power, one that bore the name physical force. What on earth did he do? A dumbfounded voice rang out. Crrrk, the apostle's body warped, unable to endure the physical force applied to him. He was blasted toward the far reaches of the universe. He was moving insanely fast, so fast that even Taesan couldn't easily keep up. Taesan opened space. You have activated teleport. He leaped through the gap, arrived ahead of the apostle's trajectory, and extended his hand, wrapping the boundary line around it. The apostle's body snapped into Taesan's grasp. Taesan dropped straight down and drove the apostle deep into the earth. Krakom, back on earth. Taesan flexed his hand. The apostle was near death. He writhed and tried to draw out his power. But the black wouldn't come out properly, as if he didn't even have the breathing room to do so. Taesan let out a hollow laugh at the sight. The apostle had no clear concept of stamina, no matter how high one's attack power was. Damage alone couldn't defeat him, and yet he'd been driven to the brink with a single physical force. Wow, Bardre finally let out the admiration he'd been holding back. If my eyes aren't deceiving me. The damage exceeded 4 billion. That's right. Geez, Bardre burst into laughter. I expected numbers like this, addition and multiplication, with Taesan's current attack power. Producing tens of billions of damage wasn't difficult, he already knew that, but seeing it with his own eyes felt completely different. 4 billion, even the number of digits was absurd, unimaginable damage produced with just 2 skills. Damage isn't what matters to Taesan now. Damage was only a number. Simply having high damage couldn't defeat an apostle of the old gods. They were beings outside the laws of this universe. Damage bound by the system couldn't inflict meaningful harm on them. In other words, obtaining multiplication hadn't meant much. That was until Balbamaba gave him a single skill. I didn't think it'd be this much. Even Taesan was surprised. Damage to physical force conversion. Physical force was proportional to the damage value. But his proficiency was still woefully low. Still, with 4 billion damage, he'd expected it to reach a certain level. It far exceeded that. Not bad. No, this was more than good. The reason he'd worked so hard to obtain multiplication was exactly this. The apostle wasn't a difficult opponent for Taesan anymore, even without multiplication. He could have handled it without issue, but driving it to near death in a single blow using multiplication meant this skill was worth as much to him as the boundary line itself. Satisfying. Taesan smiled and drew his sword to finish it. The boundary line began to gather along the blade, just as he was about to swing. Taesan stopped. The moment he summoned the boundary line, he felt something foreign, an indescribable, unknown sensation intruding. He looked at the boundary line shimmering on his sword, and understood what that sensation was. The boundary line ever so slightly was slipping out of his control and flowing somewhere else. Taesan knew exactly where, the rift in the sky, his brow furrowed. What? After staring at the rift for a moment, Taesan swung his sword. The blade sank into the apostle's neck, An ash swallowed the apostle's entire body. Your divinity boost has been activated. Proficiency in black has increased by 3%. You have activated teleport. Taesan returned to Greenland. The earth was shattered down to its foundation, even though he'd controlled the direction as much as possible. The place where he'd confronted the apostle had collapsed completely, becoming part of the sea. The disk is intact, even in the aftermath. The disk stood safely in place. Taesan spoke briefly. Arise and fill, you have activated Declaration of Restoration. RRRRUMBLE, the collapsed foundation rose, recreating the land. It returned to the exact same appearance as when Taesan first arrived. Taesan moved to another disk. There people were desperately fighting monsters. Crunch. A monster's neck was pierced by Kim Hweon's sword. And it collapsed. There were no more monsters left. Kim Hweon shouted. Beaming, we won. Ooh, cheers echoed as everyone raised their weapons in celebration. They had won. The joy didn't last long. The moment they finished off the last monsters, new ones immediately appeared. It's a war of attrition. Hold the line. Yes, fortunately the new wave wasn't large. Their strength was moderate too, letting the defenders rotate and endure, with a bit of breathing room. They began to look around. By the way, where's Taesan? I want to offer a prayer. I know where he is. Amelia looked up at the sky, her expression complicated. You won't be able to see him. There's so much I want to ask. But he never comes down. Lee Taeyeon grumbled. Taesan was above the sky. He stared at the rift directly in front of the massive black tier. Pillars of light implemented by the discs continued to hammer it. But the rift endured without much wavering, a dark black hole that swallowed even light. This was the boundary line connecting the old god's world to this place. After watching it for a while, Taesan raised his hand. Ripple, the boundary line, neither light nor darkness, but something between, formed across his palm. At the same time he saw it, a portion of the boundary line was being pulled into the rift. The rift, having swallowed it, grew only slightly but unmistakably in power and size. Taesan clenched his hand, extinguishing the boundary line. Every time he used it, a part of it was being sucked into the rift. It was a minuscule portion, so small it would be impossible to notice without focusing, but it was real. Taesan stared at the rift. A strange familiarity clung to it, not familiarity with the rift itself, but something closer to the familiarity he felt from the concept of the old gods. Taesan returned to the ground and recalled the apostle he'd just defeated. The apostle had the form of an ordinary human. He wasn't especially strong or fast. Considering the apostles Taesan had encountered so far, each had intense, distinct traits. It was strange. Taesan sifted through his memory. What abilities had that apostle possessed? Black. The black he wielded, it was subtly different from the black used by other apostles, darker, more foreign. What if Taesan had faced an apostle wielding that foreign black? While relying on the boundary line, he ran the scenario in his head, having reached the transcender. He could simulate it close to reality, and the answer came quickly. It would take time, of course. It still wouldn't be difficult. That apostle was an opponent Taesan could defeat without much trouble now. It came down to affinity. That black was optimized to block the boundary line. It would cling stubbornly, forcing Taesan to keep using the boundary line, and the boundary line spent that way would be siphoned into the rift. Taesan understood what the old gods had been aiming for in this return. His use of the boundary line, that was the goal, not a bad plan. The boundary line was Taesan's greatest strength. Sealing it in fighting was like tying his arms and legs, but using it played into the old gods' hands. He didn't know what method they used, but they would keep siphoning the boundary line, a move that couldn't truly be blocked. Well planned. But there was one problem. Taesan had obtained multiplication. With the physical force he could now create, he could drive an apostle to near death without using the boundary line at all. The timing is good too. Taesan looked up at the rift in the sky, unhurried. After that, monsters didn't appear for nearly a week. A few hundred A ranks and 1 or 2 S ranks descended, but they were handled without losses. It looked almost like hesitation, like they were flustered. Multiplication was an irregularity among irregularities. Taesan could defeat an apostle with pure physical force alone. Even the magician hadn't expected it, which meant the old gods couldn't have predicted it either. Their plan had been thrown off completely. Time continued to pass. The golden light covering the rift gradually spread. At this rate, about a month. There's still a while. 1 month, a concrete time frame. Morale rose then. As if they'd finally reached a decision, the monsters began to pour out again. They're coming, everyone. Get ready. Those who'd been resting hurriedly sprang up and froze. The entire sky was packed with monsters. Nothing else could be seen. Are they trying to make up for lost time now? Taesan muttered as monsters landed before him. RRRUMBLE, $%, and has appeared. Number at has appeared. System protected, %S and N has appeared. 3 apostles. 3 apostles surrounded Taesan. You have activated reconnaissance. You have activated essence comprehension. After roughly grasping their information, Taesan was certain the old gods wanted him to wield the boundary line. These apostles were disposable pawns meant to force that. They were likely still holding their real cards in reserve, so Taesan's response was simple: do not use the boundary line. He moved. The apostles tried to react. But Taesan was faster. He drew his sword and swung. You have activated addition. You have activated multiplication. Crack, %, and received 4,412,382,124 damage. The apostle desperately tried to block it. The defense shattered. His body blasted beyond the universe. KRAKO, the moment Taesan used multiplication. The other apostles rushed in as if they'd been waiting. Their movements made it obvious they wanted him to use the boundary line. Taesan had no intention of doing so. He slipped between them. Overlapping their positions, you have used the ring of distorted regret. The cooldown of multiplication has been reset. You have activated addition. You have activated multiplication. You have activated copy. Go together with a calm swing. The two apostles' bodies were severed. Chapter 522, The Eighth Return Earth, Part 7, Crack. Crack, their bodies were crushed. The immense physical force completely destroyed the apostles' original forms. KIING, the apostles manifested their power. They were apostles, beings that had destroyed countless worlds. Practically direct subordinates of the old god. Their strength was unmatched save for the transcenders. The two apostles combined their powers. They generated black energy and transformed their bodies, trying to resist the physical force bearing down on them, but it didn't work. The physical force crushed their resistance like a road roller. Things of immense power, things that existed beyond concepts, were torn apart by simple physical force. Deals 4,561,159,434 damage to number at. Deals 4,561,159,434 damage to number at. Deals 4,112,111,688 damage to system protected. Percent Z and NN deals 4,112,111,688 damage to system protected. Percent S and NN, the apostles' resistance was completely breached, and the physical force threatened to spill into the world. Crackle, the crust collapsing under the clash with physical force gave way. The mantle began to show. Earth's foundation was exposed. At this rate, the planet itself would collapse. Taesan raised his hand. You have activated inner world. A domain of power and divinity expanded, capturing the physical force and preventing it from affecting the world. KRAANG, the condensed physical force exploded. It tore through the inner world with a violent roar. Taesan lightly flicked his sword. Done, before him. The two apostles lay sprawled out, not dead. It was impossible to kill them with mere physical force, but he could drive them to the brink. Both apostles were in a near-death state, unable to do anything more. I'm getting goosebumps, despite having no physical body. Bardray felt goosebumps rise. He had always considered copy a powerful skill, doubling a skill's effect with no penalty, an excellent skill that could turn the tide of battle, but he'd thought its value was below addition or forced duel. The cooldown was long, and only magic or magi could be copied, something that didn't mean much for Taesan right now. That had been a misconception. Copy was a skill whose true power was unleashed when multiplication existed. It was far above addition and forced duel. Very good, Taesan hummed. The old god wasn't foolish enough to send down just any apostles. These two were optimized to block physical force. It was just that in the face of attack power amplified by multiplication and copy. Compatibility didn't mean anything. The apostles were by no means weak, even if Taesan had fought while manipulating the boundary line. It would have taken time, yet he'd driven such enemies to near death with just 2 attacks. Taesan manipulated the boundary line. Crack, he finished off the apostles. A massive power erupted and settled within Taesan. Your divinity boost has been activated. Proficiency in black has increased by 3%. Your divinity boost has been activated. Proficiency in black has increased by 4%. He couldn't confirm the one that had flown into space, but the transcenders would have taken care of it. Taesan cancelled inner world, and what he saw was a sky packed with monsters without a gap to be found. That's a lot. It was a considerable number. As if they were determined to make a profit this time. Among them, several S-rank monsters were visible. People were desperately holding them back, but with numbers that endless, they were slowly being pushed back. Watching. Taesan raised his hand. This works out well. Mana flowed from his body. You have activated Rainbow Rush of diverse colors. The magic the magician who created the labyrinth had given him, now forgotten by everyone, was realized. 7 streaks of light manifested in the world. They shot toward the monsters. The people fighting paused for a moment. A rainbow began to cover the world. RRRRUMBLE. Hundreds, thousands of streaks of light pierced the monsters, covering the entire sky. They erased the monsters, falling toward Greenland in an instant. Crack. S-rank monsters were among them. A handful tried to resist the pouring streaks of light, but hundreds of beams shattered their resistance. Crushing their limbs, Taesan cancelled the magic. Useful. The sky once filled with monsters was now wide open. Monsters poured down again to fill the void. But he had wiped out everything, flooding into Greenland in less than 3 seconds. It was powerful magic. With a wide range, the rainbow light easily covered all of Greenland and more. The power was considerable as well. Within that range were dozens of S-rank monsters. And all of them vanished without putting up resistance. And the mana cost is less than I expected. The mana consumed during those 3 seconds was 2,000, considering the power. It wouldn't have been strange for it to be triple that. It was a versatile skill, too. The rainbow streaks could be controlled and concentrated. Not bad, if he could mix it with the boundary line or black. It would be more valuable than any other magic he possessed. Satisfied, Taesan spoke, "The rest is up to you." His quiet voice echoed across Greenland, the people's faces filled with reverence and faith toward him. Ooh, they raised their weapons and roared. Taesan, his name shook the earth. A massive surge of faith exploded. The monsters were powerful and numerous, but the people weren't weak either, with faith in Taesan and their past experiences. They brought the monsters down one by one. Crack, finally they managed to clear out the monsters to a degree. Ooh, we won. People erupted into joyful cheers, of course. The battle wasn't over. Monsters were still descending from the rift in the sky, but it was at a level they could respond to by rotating shifts. They had won once again. People began to ease the fatigue that had piled up from the battle. And Lee Taeyeon, unable to bear it any longer, came to Taesan. "Taesan, what is that?" She knew him better than anyone here, thinking it through. She arrived at a single answer. "Did you get multiplication?" "You figured it out. Multiplication doesn't have physical force, though." "Well, besides that, something like this is impossible. You can't give it influence." Lee Taeyeon could feel it, the physical force that could destroy even a planet. It wasn't power that could be produced with ordinary skills or items. If there was any possibility, there was only one: multiplication. On top of that, he had acquired a skill that contained physical force. There was no other explanation. Taesan nodded. "You're right, you have a good sense. To reach the truth without any information, Lee Taeyeon certainly had the ability to clear solo mode." "Geez," she let out a hollow laugh as her guess was confirmed. "How did you get it? I thought you wouldn't be able to get multiplication. Even if you got anything else." Lee Taeyeon knew the conditions for multiplication. Taesan hadn't particularly hidden it, so most players understood them. And Lee Taeyeon was a player who had cleared solo mode, so she understood better than anyone that acquiring multiplication in solo mode was impossible. Is there a floor in solo mode that satisfies those conditions? No, more than that. Isn't it at least 10,000? Is there any way to square that level of attack power? It's impossible in solo mode. So he turned back time. Taesan took out the fragment of our Ouroboros. Lee Taeyeon's pupils widened as she saw what he was holding. I got the materials in the process of clearing a floor." She understood what Taesan had done. And where he'd gotten it, she laughed hollowly. "You went back in time to get multiplication?" Geez, it was an absurd conclusion, but since there was no other way to obtain multiplication, it was the closest answer and just as close to impossible. Her expression filled with pure admiration and respect. "You're amazing as always, so you can go back as much as you want." "That's not true. It took a considerable amount of power to go back even once. If time passed, the consumed power might recharge and make it possible again. But that was still a distant story." "That's a shame. Then how did you convert it to physical force?" "I got a skill from Balbamaba, a skill obtained with administrator privileges, considering the effect. It makes sense, there's no way to obtain something like that otherwise." Having reached her conclusion, she looked at Taesan with fresh eyes. "So that means your damage can go up to tens of billions, maybe even hundreds of billions." "That's right." "Haha," she laughed. But her expression was oddly accepting. "Yeah, that figures." Multiplication, a skill that squared damage, a skill that went beyond the scope of an irregular, but Taesan hadn't been able to properly use it with weak stats. He couldn't reach even tens of millions, no matter how hard he tried, but that wasn't the only value of multiplication. Trapped in the body of easy mode, the skill couldn't exert even 1/100th of its effect. That fact had frustrated Lee Taeyeon endlessly. Now that great skill was finally revealing its true power under proper stats. Finally, everything's going right. Lee Taeyeon muttered softly. Time passed. Monsters continued to appear and the people continued to fight, but nothing became a serious problem. The monsters were at a level the people could defeat on their own. Even without Taesan, uneventful time flowed on. The pillar of light blocking the rift grew larger and larger. "What?" Taesan frowned. The old god hadn't made any moves since sending down the 3 apostles, even though the rift would be blocked if this continued. "It was too quiet. Isn't it giving up? Honestly, now that you have multiplication, it doesn't seem like those guys can do anything." The old god had tried to make Taesan consume the boundary line. He didn't know what they intended to do with that. But they were likely aiming to destroy the disc. But thanks to the physical force from multiplication, Taesan could defeat apostles without using the boundary line. The old god's plan itself had been twisted. They had tried to seal Taesan's legs, but he'd suddenly grown wings and flown free. They couldn't have predicted multiplication. So from the old god's perspective, it was complete betrayal. Bardre wasn't wrong, but something still felt off. That doesn't mean it can't send anything down. The gatekeeper couldn't descend, but below that, it could still send down at least a fragment or even a splinter. Yet even as the pillar of light widened and covered the rift, the old god showed no particular movement. The larger the pillar became, the harder it became for the old god to influence this world. It should have responded in advance, but ever since the three apostles, there had been nothing. Something was there. It couldn't end like this. The unease he'd felt since hearing Akrasian's explanation only grew. Should we check? Taesan stomped his foot. His body transcended the void. Taesan disappeared from Earth. Chapter 523, The Eighth Return. Earth Part 8. Damn it, Taesan arrived somewhere other than Earth. The place he had moved to was the labyrinth. Before long the magician appeared. Bewilderment written across his face. The Earth quest isn't over yet. What's this? Why are you back already? There's something I want to ask, Taesan spoke. Who is the god in charge of the discs? The sudden question briefly flustered the magician. He didn't understand Taesan's intent, but only for a moment. The magician answered right away. The god of purification, bright. Purification. He isn't a particularly strong god. Among the transcenders who govern concepts, he's one of the weakest. But when it comes to purifying the corrupt and broken, no one in this universe surpasses him. The corrupt and broken included Black as well. He's one of our precious cards. Bright expended a great deal of power when confronting the old gods, and he still is. He's taking care of massive pollution that could affect the entire universe. The magician raised a finger, its tip pointed at Taesan. Your world is one of them, pollution that could threaten the entire universe. Earth was among those worlds. An ordinary world can be purified with just one of Bright's sacred relics, but the pollution in your world is too great. Even after using 4 sacred relics, it still takes a considerable amount of time. Is that why we have to hold out? It would be easier if Bright descended directly to Earth. But that's far too dangerous. Most gods who govern such concepts died in past wars. We must protect him at all costs. The god of purification, Bright, the owner of the sacred relics. Taesan fell into thought, this time. The magician asked his own question. But why ask that? Isn't it almost time for the cleanup to be finished? There's something that's been bothering me. That intuition he couldn't quite put into words. Taesan asked again, is Bright in a safe place? He's in the safest place in the universe. The magician answered as if it were obvious. Even if the ancient god himself descended, he wouldn't be able to do anything to Bright. You don't need to worry about that. I see. After a brief pause, Taesan nodded. I understand. You seem troubled. The magician narrowed his eyes. When you reach the level of a transcender, ominous intuition tends to be surprisingly accurate if you're that concerned. I should check as well. Please do. Taesan returned to Earth. Nothing major had happened in his absence. The monsters were still manageable even without him, and there were no serious issues. Time continued to pass, and without incident. The final day arrived, King. The pillar of light was finally about to completely cover the rift in the sky. Monsters began to fall through the tiny remaining gap. Everyone. Prepared, people tensed. The ancient god's final attack. They were certain powerful monsters would appear, and they weren't wrong. Monster 1 has appeared. Monster 4 has appeared. Monster 6 has appeared. Woo. Several S-rank monsters revealed themselves, shaking the earth with their roars. But that was all. Nothing beyond S-rank monsters appeared. No fragment, no splinter, let alone an apostle. Most of the players were ready to fight for their lives. But those who knew of the existences beyond that were bewildered. Is that all? Krakom. The battle didn't last long. Lee Tion and Diana could each defeat S-ranks on their own, without Taesan even needing to step in. All the S-rank monsters were dealt with, RRRRUMBLE, and finally, the pillar of light covered the sky. Special quest complete. You will return to the labyrinth in 2 days. The quest was complete. Joy spread across the people's faces. Waya, we won. The rift in the sky had been sealed. They had won. They had reclaimed Earth. That was what everyone believed. And they rejoiced. Cracks spread across the discs, not just one, all 4 discs. Cracks began to spread at a terrifying pace, accompanied by relentless cracking sounds. WH what? The guardians screamed and rushed toward the discs. W8, CRACK. They desperately tried to stop the collapse. But it was pointless. The cracks kept spreading, and as the discs began to break apart, the barrier of light confining the sky started to shake. The people who had been cheering finally realized something was wrong. What is it? Taesan Nim, a guardian, ran to Taesan. Face drained of color. Something's wrong. Taesan approached the discs. CRACK. The cracks had already spread across the entire surface. Taesan grabbed the disc and invoked divinity. Golden light covered it. CRACK. But it wasn't restored. Taesan frowned. What he poured into it was divinity, the most basic power possessed by transcenders, even if it was a sacred relic belonging to another transcender. It should have been restorable through divinity, but it didn't work. The discs were slowly dying, like machines that had lost their power source. Has the link with the Transcender been severed? And no, that can't be. These are sacred relics directly connected, unless something happened to the Transcender himself. The Guardian's face turned deathly white as he spoke. There was only one meaning. Something had happened to the owner of the sacred relics. In no way, Brightnum, Tusk, Taesan clicked his tongue, but he didn't panic somewhere in his heart. He had expected this, he had been half waiting for it. So this is how it comes. CRACK, the golden barrier surrounding the rift collapsed. With the balance broken, the rift reopened. The people froze in confusion in an instant. The air changed. It felt like a part of the world had been thrown to the other side. They instinctively shrank back, as if the atmosphere that had surrounded Earth had suddenly vanished. Gurgle, something black like mud began to pour from the rift. People could feel it instinctively. The moment they touched that mud, they would no longer be able to exist as themselves. A filthy thing that defiled and tainted everything. A twisted substance that would pollute Earth itself, leaving no living being able to survive. "Everyone get away," Diana shouted. Face pale, they hurriedly tried to evacuate Greenland, but the rift was too large for easy and normal mode players. Escape was impossible. Taesan gathered the boundary line, now that the balance was broken and the rift had been breached. There was no reason to conserve it anymore. Gray ash condensed intensely. He was about to detonate it and blow away the falling black mud. Oh dear, a hand emerged as space tore open. The magician appeared, face twisted, and flicked his finger toward the sky. King, a massive, intangible barrier manifested overhead. Taesan could feel it. That was the labyrinth system. The owner of the labyrinth had forcibly dragged the system outside. The magician clenched his fist as the barrier compressed. The black mud was gathered into a single mass. Then the magician clapped his hands. Space opened and the barrier moved beyond it. All the falling black mud vanished. Magician, this is embarrassing. The magician let out a hollow laugh, his face filled with sheer absurdity. You were right. Taesan, something's happened. What happened? It's simple. The magician shook his hand irritably. Bright is dead, the god of purification, the transcender who had purified the old god's pollution that defiled the universe, an existence that had endured since the ancient wars. He was dead. Taesan frowned. Suddenly, the magician had said Bright was in the safest place in the universe. Even if the ancient god himself descended, he wouldn't be able to do anything to him. And yet Bright had died. Moreover, transcenders didn't die easily. Look at the goddess of Ainslar. Even after Levanov lost her planet and was tainted by the ancient god, she hadn't disappeared. Taesan had expected at most that the sacred relics would lose their power. He didn't expect death. Did several old gods descend? I'd rather it be that. The magician shook his head. I knew he accepted the concept he governed in a twisted way. But I never thought he'd choose that side. Has he truly gone insane? Choose that side? Taesan, I believed your words. A transcender's intuition is usually correct, since the boundary line was already strong. I reinforced it even further, preparing for any possible situation. A boundary line that even the ancient god himself couldn't reach Bright through. The magician's face contorted. But you see, all those boundary lines were aimed at the old gods. He hadn't been wary of anything else. The magician sneered. Amazing, even across the long history of the universe. There hasn't been a transcender of that level betraying this side. If his goal was to leave his name in history, then he succeeded brilliantly. Who is it? It's a transcender you know well. 2. A transcender Taesan knew, one being flashed through his mind. The magician looked up at the sky, but it seems now isn't the time to talk about that. The rift in the sky was open, and the being that had been restrained there was slowly beginning to reveal itself to the world through that opening. Unfortunately, we can't intervene this time. It's not that the other side used its power, it's that the balance was distorted and it's crawling out through the gap. The magician flicked his finger. Still, I can do this much. Oh, the people who stood frozen, unsure what to do, were teleported to the other side of the continent. The magician's divine power. Then the magician pressed a hand to the ground and lifted it. An intangible barrier enveloped Greenland. Whatever happens inside here, it won't affect Earth, thanks. I hate asking you to clean up my mess. But please, Taesan nodded. The magician vanished. Taesan looked up. The thing that had been slowly revealing itself finally dropped down. The earth shook. It was like a shadow, something material yet not material. Landed on the ground. The earth was polluted. The ground couldn't withstand it and corroded, twisting as it lost its original form. If the magician hadn't erected a barrier, a part of the planet would have collapsed from the impact alone. It was a being with that much power. Taesan stared at his opponent. Its shape was humanoid. Its size was the same as Taesan's, no larger than an ordinary human. And the moment Taesan judged its level, he was certain ancient god, not a fragment, not a splinter, an ancient god. This is just great, of course. It didn't look like a proper ancient god. It felt closer to the lowest of the old gods, barely clinging to the bottom rung. So weak it was almost embarrassing to even call it an ancient god. But even so, an ancient god was an ancient god. It was an opponent Taesan as he was now could never defeat. Is this really going to work? Master, that's… Bardre and Akasha could feel it instinctively that this was a fundamentally different existence, that if it truly set its mind to it, it could shake the universe on its own. But Taesan's gaze sank. The ancient god before him wasn't in a normal state. Zzzzzzzzz, its shadow-made body, material yet not material, flickered unstably. Bright's death had disturbed the balance, creating a hole that allowed this thing to descend. But it was too great an existence to pass through such a narrow opening, so it had descended in an unstable state infinitely inferior to its true self. Only then did Taesan understand why the ancient god had been trying to consume the boundary line, to expand the rift so the gatekeeper's true self could descend. So the gatekeeper was going to descend from the start, if Taesan had kept consuming the boundary line and expanding the rift as intended. An ancient god far closer to its true self would have descended, and Taesan would have died, but it hadn't happened. Taesan had used only a speck of the boundary line. At this level, even against an ancient god, there was a chance, more than anything. He still had a trump card he hadn't used. The gatekeeper of the rift has appeared. Special quest start, $% equals $number, even degraded. An ancient god was still an ancient god, an opponent of a level he had never faced before. Putting his life on the line, Taesan tightened his grip on his sword. Chapter 524, The Eighth Return. Earth Part 9, you have activated Call of Chaos. Your title Enemy of the Outer God has been activated. One who opposes your great will has been activated. Numerous skills activated at once. His body and mind rose to an even higher realm. Taesan quietly faced his opponent. The gatekeeper faced him in return. There was no emotion in its gaze, only an inorganic will to carry out its assigned role. The gatekeeper raised its hand. Black poured from its entire body like a waterfall. The darkness gathering in the sky slowly took shape, forming hundreds of square blocks. The gatekeeper clenched its fist. The jet-black blocks began to compress. Kugagugaguguk. Space and time warped under the pressure of that distorted power. Before long, the hundreds of blocks condensed into tiny beads. The gatekeeper lowered its arm. Hundreds of beads shot toward Taesan. Taesan drove strength into his legs. Every nerve in his body tensed as he moved. Kagagagak, he launched himself. In an instant, he was on the far side of Greenland, and the beads tracked him perfectly. Swish, the fastest bead tore toward him. Taesan infused the boundary line into his sword. Kang, the bead collided with his blade, and what Taesan felt was weight. Kagagak, his body was pushed back slightly, and in that opening, the remaining beads surged in, aiming for his entire body. He couldn't block them all, he couldn't evade them all. Taesan made a snap judgment and gathered mana. You have activated Blink. His body shifted. The beads followed immediately. Without even a moment's delay, Taesan tightened his grip. You have activated Acceleration. You have activated Strong Blow. Kagagagak, he swung. He knocked beads aside and slipped through the gaps, but it was impossible to fully escape. Kang, heavy. Each bead carried crushing weight. Even Taesan struggled to knock them away cleanly. Kagagak, a gap inevitably opened, and the beads scraped across his body. Immutable self was consumed in an instant. Taesan forcefully gathered the boundary line and detonated it. A storm of power burst outward, blowing the beads away all at once. Taesan thrust out his hand. He seized one of the beads as it flew and slammed it down with his sword. Kagagak, the boundary line was a distorted power that surpassed all compatibilities in the world, but the bead didn't break. Taesan poured even more boundary line into his blade, making it denser, sharper. Only then did the sword begin to pierce the bead slowly. Taesan put strength into his hand. Quaduk, the bead shattered. The power packed inside exploded and scattered. Damn sturdy. Taesan clicked his tongue. The black compressed into a single bead lightly surpassed Taesan's limits, compressed to that extent. It could withstand even the boundary line. Hundreds of beads. Each one was sturdier and more powerful than an average apostle, even with acceleration. Taesan was being pushed back in raw force, an ancient god simultaneously controlling hundreds of things stronger than apostles. Taesan focused his mind and moved again. Kugagagung, the beads plunged down. The earth crumbled from the impact alone. If the magician hadn't deployed a barrier, Earth would have ceased to exist. He couldn't block this with a sword alone. Then he would answer with quantity and size on his side as well. You have activated magic stacking. You have activated Great Collapse Chaos. He stacked Great Collapse negative. High-level Magi then mixed in the boundary line, one of the strongest cards he possessed. You have activated Magic Release. Kugagagung, the stacked Ashen Great Collapse shot forward. The gatekeeper waved its hand. The beads merged into one and thrust toward Great Collapse like a spear. Kagagagagak, a massive collision erupted. The barrier the magician had deployed shook for a moment. HMPH. The magician flicked his finger. The barrier surrounding the world hardened even further. I may have to get a little serious too. He swung both arms wide. The barrier became more solid, more absolute. Kugagagung, Great Collapse and the beads collided, trying to devour one another. Jjiajiojak, and what broke was Great Collapse. Taesan's eyes wavered. The condensed beads synchronized, amplifying their power. Great Collapse could no longer endure and burst apart. Kuung, an explosion of power roared outward. The beads scattered, then immediately regrouped and surged toward Taesan again. Kagagak, Taesan widened the distance and activated a skill. You have activated Call of Ruin. A massive force that destroyed the world surged forward and crashed into the beads, and the beads shattered Call of Ruin without resistance. Taesan detonated the boundary line to push the beads back. Then raised a finger. You have activated Baal's designated space collapse. Magi directly bestowed by Baal. Its power rivaled high-level Magi. The gatekeeper's body distorted under the effect. Then it returned to normal. As if it had taken no damage at all, it casually waved its hand and wielded the beads again. Taesan clicked his tongue. An ancient god really is an ancient god. Until now. The only beings that had blocked the boundary line were transcenders. The boundary line had easily pierced even a fragment of the world ender. But these beads not only resisted the boundary line, they broke through it. When the magician responded by filling collapsed areas with the boundary line. The gatekeeper simply compressed black to an extreme, packing it so densely that even the boundary line couldn't easily penetrate. Stronger than Taesan as he was now, the beads poured down. Taesan reached into the air. You have activated Sword of the World Chaos. A massive ashen greatsword formed in his hand. He swung it hard. The greatsword collided with the hundreds of beads, even if black was packed densely. The boundary line was still a power above it. Several beads couldn't withstand the load and shattered, but the same was true for Sword of the World. Cracks appeared from the tip, then spread across the entire blade. Jjiojiojiang, Sword of the World shattered. Taesan raised his hand without pause. You have activated Rainbow Rush of diverse colors. Rainbow light manifested across the world. Thousands of streaks crashed into the jet black beads. Kagagak and the beads kept advancing. They forced their way through the rainbow light and closed in on Taesan. Not enough. Taesan made the call instantly. Cancelled the skill and activated Teleport. You have activated Teleport. He moved high into the sky directly beneath the rift. The beads followed immediately. But he had bought a sliver of time. He used it to read the opponent. He doesn't move. Whether it was specialized control or something else, the gatekeeper did nothing but move its hands. It remained rooted in place. In the end, the only thing Taesan truly needed to watch for was the beads, but the beads were solid and powerful. He could break them, but it would cost him heavily. And even if he shattered a few, hundreds still remained, even incomplete. It was this overwhelming. It wasn't hard to imagine what it would be like if the true body descended. The exchange ratio is too bad. If he traded blows like this, he would lose. The opponent was clearly stronger if he endured. His skills would be consumed one by one and eventually he would fall. This wouldn't work. He couldn't win honestly, so he would burn everything and aim for a single strike dangerous, but decisive, and Taesan had a one-shot powerful enough to bet his life on. He made his decision. You have activated landing. You have activated acceleration. You have activated skill acceleration. He dropped at explosive speed straight toward the gatekeeper, as if waiting. The beads surged up to meet him. Taesan raised his hand. You have activated Baal's shattered fragment. The shattered fragment appeared before his eyes, and there. He activated the magician's Magi. You have activated Rainbow Rush of diverse colors. Rainbow light touched Baal's fragment. Jjiojojojok, it amplified. Every color was dyed black. And thousands of streaks surged forth. Kugagagung, they collided with the beads. This time the surge wasn't pushed back easily, it resisted. Carving out a path toward the gatekeeper waved its hand. Ki-eyeing, the beads spun so fast they couldn't be tracked by the eye. Then rushed again, Xing, the jet black surge was pushed back once more. Even combining Baal's power with what the magician of the labyrinth originally possessed wasn't enough. But it was enough for Taesan's goal. He only needed a path. He spat out everything. You have activated Fall of All Things. You have activated Great Collapse Chaos. He kept Rainbow Rush of diverse colors active, forcing the path open, Kagagak, but it was being pierced little by little. Several beads shot through the gaps and tore toward Taesan. He swung, Kang, he knocked some away. Forcing them back, he couldn't block them all. Some trajectories couldn't be stopped, only avoided. Taesan didn't avoid them, he pushed forward instead. Your first attack nullification has been activated, thanks to the skill bestowed by the magician. Attack nullification activated properly even against an ancient god's strike. Kagagak, your second attack nullification has been activated. He couldn't approach the ancient god without taking hits. The gap between them was that vast. Your third attack nullification has been activated. Kagagagak and Taesan finally reached the gatekeeper's vicinity. At that moment, the jet black streaks ended. Baal's fragment vanished as well. His mana and Magi were running low. Taesan was exposed bare, but he didn't stop. He stepped in even further. Hundreds of beads rushed toward him. He couldn't evade them. He couldn't block them. Then his body moved. Last opportunity has been activated. Kagagagagak, his body twisted and shifted along a physically impossible path. Last opportunity, an emergency defense against a fatal blow. Taesan took a step. The gatekeeper was right in front of him. He had consumed everything to get here. He had to gain something. Taesan tightened his grip on his sword, and the gatekeeper lightly waved its hand. The beads gathered in front of it. forming a massive barrier, an absolute defense, every bead condensed into one wall. He couldn't break through it with the boundary line, and with that degree of aggregation. Multiplication was impossible too. 4.4 billion physical force was tremendous. But the limit was clear. It wasn't enough to break through the gatekeeper's full power, so the solution was simple. Taesan's attack power was 33,223. His defense power was 15,192. You have activated conversion. Defense power converted into attack power. An additional 20% was added by the ability sword's effect. His attack power reached 51,451. You have activated addition. 102,902. You have activated Blade of Fighting Spirit. Blade of Fighting Spirit tripled the damage. 308,706. You have activated Critical Point Designation. Critical point designation wasn't limited to living beings. He designated the critical point of the bead barrier. The effect doubled the damage. You have activated Strong Blow. You have activated Acceleration. He activated and stacked every attack power boosting skill he had. Physical force began to pool within his sword, Kugaguguk, just from that. The world warped, the gatekeeper's hand lifted. Something was wrong, it had to stop him before it moved. But it was too late. Taesan raised his sword. If you block this too, I'll die without complaint. You have activated multiplication. You have activated copy. Chapter 525, The Eighth Return. Earth Part 10. People knelt and prayed. Their faith and divinity flowed toward Taesan. Even the weak could feel it. The enemy that had appeared was incomparably more powerful and alien than anything they had faced before. A monster that could shake the world itself if it wished. Taesan. Your Highness, they offered prayers to their god. What will happen? The magician watched Greenland with an ambiguous expression. I wish I could help, but he couldn't. All the magician could do was keep Earth from collapsing. He grumbled under his breath. It's been a while since I've felt this helpless. Magician, a trembling voice called out. The magician glanced over. Diana and Beldenkia stood there, awkwardly lowering their posture, faces helpless. The magician was the great transcender who created the labyrinth. To the two adventurers, he felt like a being even greater than other transcenders. Looking at them, the magician muttered, mortals sacrifice to that bastard's tricks. Pardon, it's unfortunate, but since we can clean up afterward. Maybe it isn't so bad. What do you mean? It's not something you need to worry about, but it won't be a bad story for you. The magician looked beyond the barrier again. First, we need to win before anything else. Let's watch. If Taesan lost, it wouldn't end with Greenland. It could affect the entire universe. Can he win? The magician narrowed his eyes. Taesan was undoubtedly strong. He possessed the irregular called the boundary line that no one else had, and now he had multiplication. A skill that reached the limit of the system. He was a monster. Against an equal opponent, he would never lose. But the problem was that the opponent was superior to Taesan, even degraded and near the bottom. It was still an ancient god. That status and alien nature did not disappear. The magician couldn't help but lean toward defeat. I can only believe. He was about to continue watching while grumbling. The magician's face wavered. He watched Taesan and the gatekeeper, and his pupils widened. Wait. The magician raised his hand sharply. Dozens of layers of barriers formed at once, still uneasy. He spread his palm wider. King, a system barrier roughly wrapped around Greenland. People were bewildered by the movement as if he were sealing something. Magician, Diana, not understanding, asked, but the magician didn't answer. To be exact, he didn't even have time to. What is that? Astonishment filled the magician's face. A huge physical force gathered within Taesan's sword. Bardre groaned. The condensed physical force made his senses twist. Taesan swung his sword as it was. Space shattered. The timeline collapsed and warped. Physical force carved scars into the universe. And then it reached the orbs guarding the gatekeeper. Crackle. The orbs shattered. Orbs that even the boundary line couldn't break. Orbs that had destroyed great collapse chaos. The moment they touched the sword, they began to break like glass. Taesan poured more strength into his blade. Crackle. Dozens of orbs shattered at once. The barrier collapsed in an instant. Nothing remained along the sword's path. Physical force destroyed everything, destroyed concepts, and kept moving forward. No metaphor could capture it. It was something else entirely. Bearing the name physical force, the gatekeeper gathered strength, all of it without holding anything back. Hundreds of orbs began to merge into one. The spatial axis couldn't withstand the extreme compression and started to collapse. King, and only one small, distorted orb remained in the world. The gatekeeper swung its hand. The orb containing its full power collided with the sword. Clang. Only then did the sword stop. The sword and the orb collided. The gatekeeper poured more force into its arm. The orb spun violently, trying to shove the sword away. Squeak. But the sword didn't move. Slowly, steadily, it pushed the orb back. Crack. Cracks spread as the orb was forced back. The gatekeeper, flustered, gathered even more strength. Crackle. Nothing changed. Taesan bared his teeth. Try and stop it if you can. His full power, no exaggeration, the highest attack power he could currently produce. The damage exceeded 400 billion, a physical force 100 times greater than when he had defeated an apostle, far beyond what an ancient god would have anticipated. With this, even an ancient god would suffer meaningful damage. Taesan was sure of it. Crackle, the sword didn't stop. It continued to spread cracks through the orb, carving irreversible scars into the world. The ancient god's full power, Taesan's full power, clang, the winner was Taesan, the orb shattered, the power inside exploded. Shaking everything, Greenland was no longer there, the black that burst out hammered against the barrier, crack, dozens of barrier layers the magician had formed cracked and shattered at once. Damn it, the magician waved his hand frantically. The system barrier sealed everything tighter, denser without a gap, and the physical force that erupted slammed into the system barrier. Woo-oong, the barrier trembled. For a moment the magician felt the burden, there was that much power in the impact. Woo-oong, at last. The physical force subsided, the power was spent and silence began to return. Crack, then cracks appeared in the system barrier, the magician chuckled, thinking about it. It's obvious. Multiplication, squared damage, and Taesan had multiple skills that raised attack power and increased damage, yet even the magician a transcender. The creator of the labyrinth hadn't seriously considered this outcome, because from a transcender's perspective, it was impossible. It's closer to a concept than physical force. The magician muttered as the world-tearing force finally settled. Taesan exhaled, his entire body tingled. He hadn't taken damage, it was his own skill, but the aftermath remained. Taesan turned his gaze. Space and time themselves were warped along the sword's trajectory. The immense physical force had left scars on the universe. Awesome. Bardre shuddered, feeling that physical force directly. He understood, is this even possible under the laws of the universe? It was incomprehensible power, something he couldn't accept as a normal concept. Even if it's an ancient god, can it survive after taking that? I think it can, in the shattered earth. Something material yet not material slowly revealed itself. It's alive, Bardre was shocked. But Taesan accepted it calmly. An ancient god was a being beyond. He hadn't expected it to die to physical force alone, but the damage was real, it was broken. Its human form had warped. Like a statue melted and ruined, the oppressive alien presence that had poured from it had dropped sharply. Taesan's strike had dealt a heavy blow, not near death but close, I'm sure. With the physical force he could now produce, he could inflict fatal wounds even on an ancient god. The gatekeeper raised a trembling hand. Black flowed out. K-I-N-G orbs began to form again, but their number and quality were clearly lower than before. Only 5 appeared. K-I-N-G golden light wrapped around Taesan. His body recovered. If there's a problem, it's that I don't have much left either. He had poured everything into that last attack. Divinity wasn't consumed, it was infinite, but he could no longer draw out black. But the opponent wasn't in perfect condition either, like this. He could still win. Taesan drove strength into his feet. Quang, he rushed the gatekeeper. The gatekeeper moved the orbs to drive him back. You have activated a continuous attack. Crack, Taesan swung. It was an attack containing only divinity. Not the boundary line, but the orbs were weakened too. Even if it burdened him, he could deflect them. Clang, he didn't stop. He kept advancing, tilting his head, lowering his stance, swinging to knock attacks aside, and Taesan arrived in front of the gatekeeper again. We meet again. This time was different. Both had shown their full power, but unlike the gatekeeper, Taesan still had cards left. The gatekeeper waved its hand. The 5 orbs spun and shot toward Taesan. Taesan raised his sword. You have activated the Ring of Distorted Regret. The cooldown of multiplication has been reset. You have activated addition. You have activated multiplication. A physical force in the 4 billion range manifested through the sword. Quang, power exploded. The orbs were scattered. And the gatekeeper rolled along the ground, but it rose immediately. It endured the 4 billion damage, swung its arm. And the orb shot back toward Taesan. Taesan didn't dodge. You have taken $3% damage. Your endurance has been activated, ignores all damage taken for 1 second. Taesan raised his sword. Crack, the blade sank deep into the gatekeeper's chest. He detonated divinity. Light like the sun dyed the world. The gatekeeper's body began to burn, but it didn't die. Taesan tightened his grip. Divinity alone couldn't kill an ancient god, only the boundary line could. But he had consumed all black, so he forced it out. You have activated forced attainment, smear. There was no more black within Taesan's inner self after scraping the bottom. What remained was less than a fragment, but black rose anyway, something within him that was not his forced up, for a moment. Black covered the area. Crack, it turned gray as it spread over the gatekeeper, and the world was dyed gray. Chapter 526, The Eighth Return. Earth, Part 11, Rumbly, he drove the sword in deep and burst the boundary line, since it was bursting from inside the body. Defense was impossible. The gatekeeper was taking the attack head-on at the boundary line, but it didn't die. Even within the grayness, the gatekeeper raised its hand. Trying to swing the black, Taesan bared his teeth. Just fucking die, crunch, he twisted the sword. The gatekeeper's body shook violently. He ground the boundary line even sharper, tearing its entire body apart. The boundary line stretched out, reaching the deepest part, the gatekeeper's origin. At that moment, Taesan unleashed all his power. The black that was his, yet not his, exploded. Dyeing everything gray, crack finally. Crack spread across the gatekeeper's body. Taesan put strength into the sword and pulled. The gatekeeper was split in half, and the gatekeeper exploded. The enormous thing inside burst and scattered into the world, and some of it settled into Taesan. Heh. A laughter was heard, the thing inside him. As if it had been waiting, greedily devoured the scattered power. There was no burden. No strain at all. Your soul rank ascension has activated. Black proficiency has increased by 35%. Your soul rank ascension has activated. You have obtained transcendence compression. You have defeated an old god. You have obtained the special passive skill winner against the beyond. Rumbly, Taesan sheathed his sword. You have defeated the gatekeeper of the rift. Special quest complete, a perfect victory. Ho, the magician let out an impressed sound. He quickly waved his hand. The system's curtains surged up and sealed the rift in the sky. For now. Taken care of. The magician muttered softly. The news reached the people as well. Those who had been praying with their eyes closed opened them. They lifted their heads and looked at Taesan standing alone. A single emotion settled onto their faces. Woo-oh, they had won again. People shared the joy of survival with each other. Congratulations, you have survived. Rewards will be distributed differentially according to your actions and results. You will return to the labyrinth in 48 hours. A system window announcing their return to the labyrinth appeared. People rejoiced and celebrated, praising Taesan's feat. They watched with their own eyes what he had done. Woo-oh, what the hell is that? Gazing toward Greenland from across the sea, people let out groans. It was no longer a continent, but it wasn't the sea. Either a part of the planet had collapsed inward, ruined and broken. It felt like looking at a world that had been destroyed. Earth was no longer in the shape of a sphere. Can a planet called Earth even keep existing after it's become like that? It can't, that's why I have to adjust it. The magician answered lightly and snapped his fingers. Rumbly, the collapsed section rose, soil and water were created. Restoring the damaged planet. Rumbly, people couldn't close their mouths. It looked like the creation of heaven and earth in an instant. The sunken land returned to its original form. Woo-oh, all right. Kim Hweon steadied herself and gathered the people first. They needed to count how many had survived. Kim Hweon led them and checked the damage. The damage was less than expected. The strong monsters were handled by the strong ones, including Lee Taeyeon. And any monsters even they couldn't handle were all drawn to Taesan. Since he dealt with the last monster alone, there was no reason their losses would be large. The people's faith in Taesan became as strong as it could possibly be. And Taesan alone was checking what he had obtained. Transcendence, black, proficiency 83%, consumption, a type of twisted law that existed before creation. It contaminates and erodes current laws and concepts, allowing % at number to be done. The gatekeeper wielded a vast amount of black. The black contained in a single orb was enough to surpass Taesan's entire total. Accordingly, he had brought back a massive amount of black. The black that had bottomed out didn't just refill completely, it surged far beyond the total amount he had possessed. Taesan raised his hand. Gush, black flowed out. The flowing black didn't stop, it filled the surroundings, and even blanketed the sky with room to spare. A lot, by bringing down the gatekeeper. The total amount of black had become overwhelmingly large, about 5 times what it had been before. A lack of black had always been a concern. Compared to divinity, it had been miserably insufficient. But now, that concern had been resolved to some extent. At this level, I can properly make use of the chaos domain too. The authorities he hadn't been able to use properly due to black's massive consumption now seemed manageable. At least to a degree, perhaps because his proficiency had increased. All skills running on black also seemed to have been strengthened. Immutable self and time interference had been strengthened as well. That alone made defeating the gatekeeper worth it, but it wasn't the end. Special passive skill, winner against the beyond. Proficiency 1%, you have defeated a great being that exists beyond, when facing a great one. Everything about you is strengthened to a high level. A skill similar to what he had obtained before. The difference was that the description explicitly stated to a high level. In the system of the labyrinth. High meant truly high, it meant it would strengthen him to a considerable degree, and the most important thing. Transcendence, compression. Proficiency, compression of that which does not belong to this world. Number $% and compression. He would compress the black the gatekeeper wielded and handle it as black. Taesan tested it right away. He began compressing the black that covered the sky. Ruyumble, compression was completed in an instant. A single black orb was resting on Taesan's palm, so this is it, normally. Compressing power came with some level of strain. There was no sensation at all. It felt as if he were simply doing something he could naturally do, not bad. Compression of power was the same as focus. And it mattered more the stronger the opponent. But it was ambiguous. An authority specialized against old gods. Even if it had increased, it wasn't that attractive to Taesan, whose total amount of black was fundamentally limited. Taesan read the description of compression again. Compression of that which does not belong to this world. Then, Taesan recalled the black and summoned it again. This time, it was black that wasn't compressed. Keying, he summoned divinity. Black and divinity mixed and the boundary line was formed, in an instant. A boundary line as large as a house manifested in the world. Then Taesan compressed the boundary line. Kikik, the house-sized boundary line compressed and compressed. Wrapping around Taesan's sword like a thin film, Taesan lightly swung the sword. With that alone, space began to warp. Good, Taesan was satisfied. The boundary line was clearly powerful. A power that belonged nowhere had the advantage in all matchups. And it could remove contamination and purify as well. It could shake concepts. But the problem was that the boundary line was not a power he could control perfectly. He could draw it out and swing it. And he could mix it into magic or a sword of the world and the like, but compressing it, separating it, and tuning it was impossible. That was why he couldn't quickly refill a consumed domain with the boundary line like the magician, or break through a densely compressed state like the gatekeeper. But now, Taesan too could compress the boundary line and concentrate its power. With Taesan as he was now, he could shatter orbs with the boundary line and push forward. In that case, compression was also a very useful authority. While Taesan was checking his authority, the people returned to Greenland. They hesitantly lowered their bodies. In front of them, the axes of space and time were warped, along the trajectory of Taesan's sword swing. An unerasable scar had been carved into the universe. Faced with that massive miracle, people lowered themselves and offered prayers. Taesan quietly watched them. That mark won't disappear. At some point, the magician had come to Taesan's side and muttered, "Unless a transcender directly uses an authority, it'll remain until the universe is destroyed." That's closer to a concept than simple physical force. Even as he said it, as if it was absurd, the magician let out a hollow laugh. To reach the realm of authority with physical force alone, the magician had spread a curtain to protect Earth. It hadn't been his full power. But he hadn't taken it lightly either. It had been a curtain he cast seriously, yet that curtain had nearly been breached by physical force. If he hadn't drawn out an authority itself, it truly would have broken through, and that was without even taking a direct hit. It was only the aftermath. For simple physical force to reach the realm of authority that a transcender possessed, the magician had never seen anything like it. And there's no real penalty. Either there was only one penalty, the skill's cooldown, but even that wasn't long. Conversion's cooldown was 1 week. It meant he could swing a strike that left an unerasable scar on the world every week. Even attacks that only used addition and multiplication were never weak. And Taesan's attack power didn't end there. The deeper he went into the labyrinth, the better equipment he obtained, the more it would rise. I'll have to properly scold Balbamaba. It was a kind of balance breaker, one more step. And it would become a power that warped the concept of the world. Even the magician himself hadn't expected it would be possible to reach this point. At this rate, I'm curious about your fate again. Isn't it changing? The magician, who had been muttering half in jest, spoke with a serious face. Thank you, Taesan looked at the magician. If you hadn't dealt with the gatekeeper, we would have gotten quite busy too. If Taesan had lost, the gatekeeper would have fully opened the rift. Even the magician wouldn't be able to intervene, because it had come down with proper qualifications. And Earth was a gray zone, then they would have been in serious trouble as well, even far out in the universe. There were quite a few who had hoped for Taesan's victory. I can't say I'm satisfied. Taesan looked up at the sky. The rift was still there even though he had won. Earth was still a gray zone. It can't be helped. Bright died as things are now. There's no way to close it. What the hell happened? A transcender who had existed even during the war against the old gods had met death, and the one who killed Bright wasn't an old god. There's a lot to talk about, a lot. The magician gave a bitter smile. Let's talk in detail after we return to the labyrinth. Taesan nodded. In the time that remained after that, Taesan shared his power with the people. He formed a contract between Kang Hyuk and an apostle, and taught them how to handle spirits and magic. And Taesan also continued practicing how to use the power of compression he had obtained more efficiently. And finally, the time came, they returned to the labyrinth once more. Monster disposition bonus plus $number at special quest bonus Chinese letter $number percent kill bonus plus system protected $victory bonus plus percent number settlement complete $cosuenus percent and cosuenus and percent P has been distributed. Leveling up with skills chapter 5 2795th floor essence part 1 tap. Taesan stepped into the labyrinth. The magician was waiting for him. You worked hard, you cleared the quest splendidly. That meant he had to be given a reward worthy of it, but the magician's face looked full of worries. What should I give you? At this point, most rewards didn't mean much. Taesan had become far too strong. He had gone beyond the system's bounds and reached a new domain. There weren't many rewards that would mean anything to him. More than anything, the achievement he'd accomplished this time was killing one of the old gods. It wasn't a proper one, but still, old gods were old gods. He needed to be given a fitting reward. Yet even the magician couldn't easily calculate what kind of reward was fitting for bringing down one of the old gods. After agonizing over it, the magician made a decision. I don't think you need simple equipment anymore, so let's keep it simple. The magician flicked his finger. The system's authority covered Taesan. You have obtained the special passive skill Defense to Attack Power Conversion. Special passive skill Defense to Attack Power Conversion. Your defense is converted into attack power, a very simple description that made it easy to understand. Taesan let out a small exclamation. A permanent version of conversion. Similar, conversion that could move attack power and defense values. Now it had become a special passive skill. Defense doesn't mean anything to you anymore. Anyway, right? Taesan nodded. Attack power mattered because he had obtained physical force conversion. But defense didn't. Defense had no value whatsoever. If defense could matter against an opponent, then that opponent couldn't be Taesan's match. It meant they couldn't escape the system's concept in the first place. At that level, they couldn't even scratch immutable self. The enemies Taesan faced now were all at least at the level of a fragment of the old gods. Defense was meaningless. Turning it all into attack power carried no loss at all. Taesan's current defense was around 15,000. His attack power suddenly rose by about 50% for Taesan, who had multiplication. It was a change with far greater value than most skills or equipment. Still, this makes conversion meaningless. So I'll change conversion into something else. The special activation skill Conversion has evolved. Cooldown has been reset. Special activation skill Conversion, mana consumption 100. You can tune attack power by up to 10%. This skill can only be used once per week. And immediately after the attack, the value returns to normal. Condition, Upper Swordsmanship Ability Sword. If you tune attack power with Conversion and attack with a sword, an additional 10% value is applied. The additional value got lower. Can't help it because of balance. Still, that's satisfying enough, isn't it? It is. With addition, Blade of Fighting Spirit and multiplication. It wasn't a simple 20%. By simple calculation, his attack power was 15,000 normally. When he went all out, it increased by 25,000. If he used multiplication at full power once again, the destructive power would be incomparable to when he brought down the Gatekeeper. How far can that ridiculous power really go? Even the magician couldn't predict that physical force. It had already strayed far beyond the designer's own domain, but the magician found it overwhelmingly fun. Show me how far you can go by using and ruling my concept. The magician murmured. Multiplication was the reason he created the labyrinth. It was proof of that. The reward processing was finished. Now it was time to resolve the question. What happened? Why did Bright die, and how did the old gods know? They had aimed for Taesan consuming the boundary line. It was a tactic that would have been impossible unless they had predicted Bright's death from the start. The magician gave a bitter smile. Explaining it in words is less convenient than showing you directly. Follow me. The magician grabbed at the air. Space opened. And the magician and Taesan stepped inside. It was a vast universe, an empty place where no stars or meteorites could be seen. And in the middle of it, there was a gigantic golden wall. Taesan was overwhelmed in an instant, a wall made of perfect divinity, not as a metaphor, truly like the sun. Can I break through it? Could he compress the boundary line he had and turn it into a blade to pierce it? The answer came immediately. It was possible, but the moment he tried to pierce it, the divinity would recoil and swallow him whole. Even if he wrapped his body in the boundary line, a massive divinity on that scale was not something he could endure. Before long, he would meet death, and that wasn't the end of it. Around the golden wall, multiple layers of concepts were wrapped. The protection of concepts spread at full power by a transcender who contemplated a single concept. Not one or two, but more than 10. It meant at least more than 10 concept god had joined forces to create this golden wall. Now I see why even if the true body of the old gods came down, it couldn't break through. This was the safest place in the world, at least against the old gods. Taesan looked around the wall. Is there no one here besides us? There's no reason to defend a castle with no one to protect. The magician flew forward. Taesan followed behind. As they moved along the wall, Taesan could see it. A section of the wall had been brutally destroyed. Taesan brushed the destroyed wall with his hand. He didn't feel the aura of the old gods in the traces of destruction. He felt this world's concept. Come in. The magician went in through there. Inside the golden wall there was a residence prepared for a single existence, and inside that residence lay a corpse, a goddess's corpse from deep within its chest. An alien pitch blackness was flowing out. No vitality, no concept, complete death. It was different from Levanov. Even if Taesan recovered that pitch blackness with the boundary line, it wouldn't come back to life. The old gods can't break through the golden wall. Even if the true body comes down, you'd need at least 3, but a filthy traitor interfered. Thanks to that, it could break through the golden wall and kill the goddess. You said it was a god, I know. A transcender who could join hands with the old gods and kill god of purification Bright. There was only one in Taesan's mind. The magician confirmed it. Essence, the god of fall Essence, the transcender who used Diana and Beldenkia, tried to treat Amelia Aaron as his toy. and directly clashed with Taesan, so it was him. There had been several gods hostile to Taesan, but it didn't feel like any of them would shake the universe itself by joining hands with the old gods. Even the god of death Dersha had tried to kill Taesan. But that had been because it would disrupt the balance of the universe. But the god of fall was different. He was twisted, a god whose distortion was obvious even when he was mortal. It was a wrong concept from the start. The magician spoke with a creased face. He didn't obtain his divine name as a complete fall. He wanted to throw countless things, this world itself. Even himself off a cliff. He reached that place through feelings and actions like that, but no matter how twisted he was. I thought he'd at least keep the minimum line. But he didn't. The god of fall crossed that line. I don't know since when, but he made up his mind. Made up his mind, if he only meant to betray this world and kill Bright. He couldn't do it alone. He could break through the golden wall. But he couldn't kill Bright. Bright was also a transcender. For the master of one concept to kill the master of another concept was impossible unless there was an overwhelming difference in power. So the god of fall joined hands with the old gods, preparing long enough to make a deal with the old gods without us noticing means. He's been preparing for quite a long time, at the very least. He must have started preparing decades ago. The magician shook his head. I don't know, but at least he won't survive. A calm but cold voice rang out. There was a cool, killing intent in his eyes. I'll find him and tear him apart, no matter what kind of transcender he is if he betrays the world. Someone needs to show him exactly what that makes him. Then I won't have to meet him again. Multiple transcender were moving directly. It seemed like Taesan would never have to meet the god of fall again. But the magician couldn't answer for sure. I don't know. The magician looked at Taesan with an ambiguous gaze. That bastard is definitely watching you. The god of fall was hostile to Taesan. And the old gods are aiming for you. 2. I don't know what'll happen, but I'll make sure it doesn't become a problem. Taesan nodded. Then we're mostly done with what you wanted to show and explain. The magician clapped his hands. Space opened. And a passage leading to the labyrinth opened. I've got things to do. The rift on Earth can't be dealt with for now. But at least there won't be any problems. You sealed it by bringing down the gatekeeper. We'll need to clean it up later, but we don't need to right now. Go down for now, when it gets sorted out later. I'll tell you again. Before that, there's something I want to ask. Taesan looked at the magician. Perhaps he read something in that gaze because the magician quietly smiled. Don't worry what you're curious about. You'll be able to learn it on the next floor. Then see you next time. The magician leapt through space, left alone. Taesan stared in that direction for a moment before returning to the labyrinth. He went down the stairs. A system window announcing the start of the 95th floor appeared. 95th floor quest start. See your essence. Reward 1 stable essence. Secret reward, a transcender flashed through Taesan's mind. Taesan opened the door to the 95th floor, inside the 95th floor. There was a single door creak. He opened the door, and Taesan arrived in a new world. It was a world, yet no longer a world. Everything had been corroded by the flow of time, with one exception. No life existed at all. When Taesan placed his hand on the ground, the floor collapsed in that instant. Everything turned to dust and began to scatter. This is a first. 2. It wasn't a world that died due to the old god's contamination. It was a world where everything had purely corroded under the flow of time and become dust. It barely maintained the shape of a planet, but if someone lightly tapped it, it would scatter into the remnants of space. The time it takes for an entire planet to turn to dust, it's been a long time. Taesan moved, in this dead world where nothing could be felt. He could sense a single existence. Taesan launched himself. In an instant he crossed half the planet and arrived at his destination. Oh, so this is who it was, there. An old man was standing. Taesan spoke evenly. It's been a while. It hasn't been that long, the old man grinned. You have encountered God of Essence Essential. Chapter 5, 2895th floor, Essence Part 2. Taesan looked around, a world of dust that barely maintained its shape. Where nothing could be felt. Is this your planet? It was once. It shone brilliantly and it was filled with those who worshipped me. My apostles protected the planet from the outside. And my grace covered it. It was a place overflowing with happiness and joy without a single soul who suffered. But that was a story from an unimaginably distant, long ago past. Now, this place was completely dead. It's bitter. Essential gave a bitter smile. Countless mortals who had worshipped him, apostles he had personally baptized, all of them vanished without him realizing. How loudly had they screamed his name as they disappeared. Thinking of it made his heart ache, but it was already over. Essential's face grew calm. There isn't a single mortal who remembers me. It feels strange. Are you sad? I am sad. Well, you can gather believers again, apostles too. People naturally gather around the great. That part isn't a problem. Essential grinned. Essential was different from Levenov or Akasha's god. Essential was a god who governed the concept itself. To him, the faith of mortals was only a supplementary part. If he wished, he could gather faith at any time and strengthen his divinity. There was no problem. Still, I didn't expect you to come so soon, I told the magician. But I thought it would take quite some time. Is this the place? Essential had said that to see Essence he needed an altar and a sanctuary, but he didn't know if it would be maintained. Or if any mortals would remain, this looked like the planet that contained that altar and sanctuary. It doesn't look intact, does it still remain? It's my sacred relic as long as I don't disappear. It won't rust away under the flow of time, but it has collapsed. Essential stamped his foot, dust burst up and the surroundings were revealed. In Taesan's sight, countless pillars and ornaments lay scattered across the ground. As you can see, it's in this state, won't you help a little? Do you need my help? This is an altar and a sanctuary, it's a structure for me. In other words, if I make it myself. The meaning of the altar and sanctuary becomes distorted. That kind of issue exists. Did someone else build it for me? Did I build it for myself? Or did I build it for those who worship me, depending on each of those? Many things you touch will change, so it's good to be aware of it. I see. In the end, it meant Taesan had to make the altar and sanctuary. Essential grinned. I'll explain. So build it slowly. And you must build it directly using your body. If you use abilities, the meaning gets blurred. That's fairly annoying. Concepts are born at the end of that annoyance, to learn his essence. He needed an altar and sanctuary anyway. Taesan lifted a pillar, it wasn't that difficult, listening to Essential's advice. He began building the altar and sanctuary little by little. You look like you have a lot on your mind. As the sanctuary gradually took shape, Essential asked Taesan, have you thought a little more about yourself? To some extent. Taesan lifted the pillar and swung it. A pillar larger than a mountain was lifted lightly and driven into the ground. Taesan had grown strong and gained many experiences. He had even returned to easy mode. And though it wasn't a complete state, he had fought and won against an old god. And through that process, he had learned many things about himself. There's something inside me. What had been half suspicion was now certainty, and it's probably an existence related to the old gods. Taesan had felt a sense of alienness in easy mode and familiarity as well. Easy mode was a place created by the old gods. There was no reason for him to feel familiarity. When he brought down the gatekeeper, something happened inside him. As if it were happy, it stole the gatekeeper's power, as if it had always belonged to him and forced attainment. At the time, there was no black inside him. He had scraped it down to the very bottom. And all that remained were fragments that couldn't even form a shape. Forced attainment does not make the impossible happen. Normally, black would not have flowed out. Taesan had expected that and planned to use another method immediately, but black flowed out more than he expected. And thicker, it felt like he had dragged out something entirely different that had been inside him. So you want to know your essence because, in the end, you want to know that? You're not wrong, Taesan answered while continuing the construction. It began to take on a complete form, staring at Taesan. Essential opened his mouth. I saw what's inside you. Taesan's body paused slightly. Essential continued calmly. I'm sorry to say this, but I couldn't resist my curiosity, without you noticing. I tried to see your essence. I'm sorry. It's fine, he considered protesting. But it was meaningless. He had half expected it. A being called God of Essence would never not be curious about his essence. Essential would naturally learn it anyway, so Taesan didn't mind. Still, thank you, either way. I became curious after hearing you, curious about you as an existence. You are clearly an existence of this world, yet you handle power from the beyond, merge it, and can create distorted concepts. To Essential. Taesan was an inexplicable existence. That was why he couldn't hold back and tried to peer into him. But something inside you drove me out. Taesan's eyebrow twitched. Your inner self was twisted, broken and wrong, and something was inside it, that thing. Regardless of your will, drove out and denied me when I tried to read your inner self. Rumble. The altar and sanctuary took on more and more shape. Whatever is inside you. At least it has nothing to do with your will, if you had noticed. You could have driven me out immediately when I tried to read your essence, because that is ultimately your essence. Others can't just see it, but the one who drove me out was not you. It was something else within Taesan. Do you know what that means? I don't. It means what's inside you is something with a rank high enough to drive me out. Taesan looked at Essential. The gaze that pierced essence was directed at him, God of Essence, Essential. The only one who could stop him from reading the inner self was the person himself. Anything else was impossible, for it to be possible. The opponent would have to be an existence equal to the God of Essence. Or higher. Rumble. The final piece was fitted into place. It's complete. Essential rose from his seat. Then let's begin. Essential entered the sanctuary. In the middle floated a mirror the size of a person. Suspended in the air. I am the God of Essence. I govern the very concept called the essence of the universe. Even if you're a transcender, if you show me your essence yourself, I can see everything. That was the concept given to Essential, an authority that a transcender permitted to rule the concept of essence could naturally wield. But you are impossible. A fingertip pointed at Taesan. You can't be read in that way because there is something alien inside you. It denies my intervention, since it is sleeping inside you. I can't forcefully resolve it either. Then, that's why the altar and sanctuary are needed. Essential clapped his hands. The altar that had slept for a long time began to operate according to its owner's will. Key-eating, I can't resolve your essence for you. I only provide the place and the possibility, what is inside you. And what relationship it has with you, you must figure it out yourself. Tap, a finger snapped, the altar and sanctuary resonated, amplifying Essential's authority. What I will do to you now is the same trial I used to give my apostles. You must vomit out your own mental image and shatter the trembling of your heart by yourself. Of course, for you. That kind of trembling won't exist. For an existence that had reached transcendence, there was no trembling about oneself. If such a thing existed, it would be nearly impossible to reach transcendence at all. Even if the realm was reached through faith, what you must shatter is your mental image. Taesan's eyes sank. Essential clenched his fist. Place the mirror behind you, loosen your entire body. And don't resist. The authority gathered in his fist covered Taesan. At the same time, Taesan's essence was revealed to the world. Rumble, it was enormous. A gigantic mental image, too vast for a single world to contain. Burst forth and it was sucked into the mirror. Oh, Essential's face hardened. It was bigger and darker than he expected. Essential quickly swept his hand. In an instant, the inside of the mirror expanded hundreds of times. Dense. Dense, something that didn't look like it belonged to this world was drawn into the mirror. Taesan felt a very strange sensation. It felt like something of his was being pulled out, and at that moment, stop. A voice rang out, this time. Taesan could hear it clearly. Somewhere languid yet greedy, and also as if exhausted, the voice of an old, seasoned man, KRRRK, black exploded. It lashed out in all directions. Trying to exclude, trying to trample and shatter the inner self being vomited out. Ha 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 ha, and Essential greeted it with manic laughter. So you came out, you unknown thing, you got me last time. But not now, Essential raised both fists and swung them down. Rumbly, it was an authority over essence itself, resonating with the sanctuary. It trampled and subdued the resisting distortion. Stay buried, Essential brought both hands together and smashed down. He completely crushed the resistance and shoved it into the mirror. Hugh, with a refreshed face. Essential dusted off his hands. That was clean, it's been bothering me since last time. It feels strange. It felt like his insides had been hollowed out, something that had filled him was gone. Your entire mental image is inside that mirror if you wish. You can retrieve it anytime as long as there's no interfering existence. Taesan looked at the mirror. Inside was filled with grayness. Essential jerked his chin. Go in and confirm with your own eyes what is inside you and what you are made of. Taesan stepped forward. The mirror swallowed Taesan's body. Chapter 5, 2995th Floor, Essence, Part 3. What Taesan felt first was disgust. The air itself was like a damp swamp. A nauseating sensation covered his senses. What he had entered now was his own mental image. It was his, but Taesan didn't feel comfortable at all. Taesan lifted his gaze. What he saw was a world filled with distorted things whose shapes couldn't even be recognized. It was his mental image. It was what Hafren, Amelia and Essential had spoken of. This is your mental image. This is strange. It doesn't feel like it belongs to you. Master, same here, Taesan answered lightly. This mental image was broken. Is this me? But it wouldn't be the whole of him. Taesan started walking. He went deeper into the mental image, no matter how far he went. All he saw were distorted contamination and shattered forms. Bardre felt revulsion. And Akasha let out a groan. He was contaminated. He had known that from before. Words that Transcender had said to him came back. Even if time is turned back, the power you possess remains yours unchanged. You have not yet reached transcendence. You do not have a domain of your own, but your power was not affected by the flow of time. And that power even steals the power of immortals and old gods. Maria had told Taesan that. Something about you is wrong. The power you have is beyond my understanding. Why couldn't you? In your previous life surpass mortality. It wouldn't have been strange for you to surpass mortality there. No, more precisely, you should have. But the soul rank ascension you obtained then remains even after you return time, and with it, you steal power without distinction, old gods and immortals alike, even Transcender. What made you that way? What twisted you? I'm looking for it now, but the answer isn't coming easily. And the magician had said it too. The original you should have surpassed mortality. It wouldn't have been strange for you to reach transcendence. You achieved that much and had that much potential, but it didn't happen, instead of surpassing mortality. Taesan obtained the twisted skill called soul rank ascension. A question that had never been solved until now. Now he could know, old gods, they were deeply connected to Taesan. He didn't know since when. But Taesan had been contaminated by them. That was probably why he could feel familiarity toward their power and handle black, but even then, questions remained. How could he handle the boundary line? The boundary line had nothing to do with the old gods. They couldn't use this world's concepts. Mixing divinity and black and handling them, that was Taesan's ability alone. Here, he would be able to unravel many questions. Taesan kept walking forward. As a result, Taesan could see one patch of ground. That place was not contaminated. It was a very small piece of land, only large enough for one person to enter. But it was clearly something of this world. Even the surrounding contamination couldn't invade that ground. What is this? Probably what I had before I was contaminated. The mental image from when he had been an ordinary human. It was extremely small and fragile. But even within contamination, It kept its place. That confirmed one thing: his contamination did not begin from his birth. It came after. Then when did it begin? It wasn't hard to guess. He moved forward again. The tiny land vanished, and immediately after, many things were mixed together and broken, and as he advanced, he could feel it. What covered everything was becoming larger and denser. It meant it was the period when his mental image grew and strengthened, probably easy mode. He had honed himself there, as he grew greatly in mind. It was natural for his mental image to grow accordingly. It was just that it was distorted and broken. So he couldn't tell what its original form or foundation had been. Taesan kept walking. The mental image grew larger and larger. The distorted forms that had been the size of small buildings soon became the size of mountains, and at the end of it, Taesan could see it, a massive condensation, something huge and dense. A lofty, great point of arrival that even Taesan of now could not dismiss. Not a realm that merely surpassed mortality. Taesan could tell, transcendence, the end where, as an individual, you would govern the world's very concepts, an end even Taesan of now had not been able to reach. That was the place. So this is it. That was the realm his previous life had reached, but the form was endlessly distorted and ruined. Originally, it wouldn't have looked like that. It would have been brilliantly shining, more majestic than anything, something that formed the world's concepts. Yes, just like the Transcender, but contamination trampled and crushed that possibility, turning it into something entirely different. That was the possibility and the point of arrival he had lost. Taesan approached the broken form and placed his hand on it. What had it been before it was contaminated? He tried to grasp it and read it. He closed his eyes, focused his senses and contemplated his inner self, but it was impossible, even though it was his own mental image. He couldn't grasp or read the greatest mental image he possessed. It was like a canvas had already fallen into muddy water and been dirtied. And then someone tried to paint over it. "I'm the owner." Taesan muttered softly and withdrew his hand. Taesan continued moving forward. After that, something changed. It was clearly distorted and broken, but it felt somewhat familiar. And he could read it. That sensation grew stronger the farther he went, and Taesan arrived at the end of the mental image. There, a single existence stood. Bardre was startled. This was Taesan's mental image, yet inside it, there was a completely different existence. No, he couldn't say it was completely different, because it looked exactly like Taesan, aside from its entire body shimmering with grayness. It was perfectly identical to Taesan. Akasha shuddered. She had no proper memories. Other than her name, only fragments remained. Even so, Akasha felt fear. A terror engraved into instinct itself surged up. Bardre panicked, Akasha feared, and Taesan moved his feet. It was inside him, but not his. Taesan did not know the black that was surging and swallowing the surroundings. It lifted its head and looked at Taesan. Their gazes met. "You have encountered." It wasn't a name the system could describe. Nor was it a name shattered and unreadable like the old gods' names. It was simply empty, and Taesan had seen that empty system text a few times before. "Since when have you been stuck to me?" No answer returned. Taesan hadn't expected one anyway. So he raised his sword. "A usurper or something else?" It stared at Taesan and its mouth opened. "That's unfortunate." Somewhere languid yet greedy and also as if exhausted, the voice of an old, seasoned man. It was the voice he had heard when Essential pulled out the mental image. "If you'd waited just a little longer, it would have been complete." It rose from its place. Black surged out and covered everything. Taesan frowned. That black felt familiar. Within that black were traces of the apostles and fragments of old gods he had brought down so far. He had devoured and wielded them. There was no way he wouldn't recognize it. The existence before him was handling that power as if it were its own. But even now, it's still a tempting fruit. Pitch blackness wrapped around it, and Taesan saw it. Mixed into that pitch blackness was something of this world, but it was different from Taesan. It was mixed in. But it wasn't perfectly formed into the boundary line like his. It was only imitation. He clicked his tongue. "So you're a usurper." The alien existence that had settled inside him. A usurper among the old gods. Only a usurper could imitate the things of this world. That fact wasn't surprising. He had already predicted it. There was no old god other than the usurper that could defile him, but he hadn't known it would be this deeply embedded inside him. How forced attainment dragged up black that had hit rock bottom. The reason was simple. It had dragged up the usurper's black. "You are mine." A quiet voice echoed through Taesan's mental image. Boom! An explosion erupted. Taesan smashed through the usurper's pitch blackness and burst out. "What the hell?" Only then did Bardre explode with the emotion he had been holding back. "What the hell? Why is something like that inside you?" "I don't know either. So don't ask me." Whoosh. The boundary line rose and wrapped around Bardre. Taesan then swung his sword roughly. Crack! Black shattered, sensing the power. Taesan narrowed his eyes. That's not the usurper's main body. The power and rank he felt weren't that great. At least, its true body hadn't taken root inside him. If something like that had been inside Taesan without anyone noticing, it would have been impossible, so it's a clone. The usurper's clone lightly flicked a finger. A created boundary line became a wave and swept through the mental image. Taesan drew out his own boundary line in response. Crunch, he shattered and crushed it, feeling the sensation run up his hand. Taesan felt puzzled. It's stronger than I expected. He had known something was inside him, but he thought its strength would be pathetic. The reason was simple, until Taesan contemplated his inner self and reached a certain level. He couldn't even realize there was something inside him. It was the same for the Transcender. They could see Taesan's distortion, but they couldn't know the exact reason. Even the highest-ranked Transcender like the Demon God and the Magician. And Maria as well. Only those who had directly seen his inner self noticed the usurper's existence. So weak that Transcender couldn't notice it, that had been Taesan's belief. But the power the usurper was showing now far exceeded his expectations. I don't know what it is. But why it was lodged in Taesan's mental image, why it had that much power yet wasn't discovered, he knew nothing. But there was one thing he was sure of, that thing was hostile to Taesan. It was his enemy. Then there was only one thing Taesan had to do. He tightened his grip on the sword first. Bring it down, then think. Pitch blackness settled into Taesan's hand. You have activated Chaos Summoning. A domain of boundary wrapped around Taesan. It was a distorted power that only Taesan possessed, neither this world's concept nor the old gods. No opponent had ever resisted this power, if there were. They had only been crushed by overwhelming quantity or quality. Taesan put strength into his entire body and charged. Distorted boundary lines shattered all at once, carving a path toward the usurper, and the usurper extended an arm. Kagagagagak, the domain of boundary began to be sliced apart. Taesan's pupils widened. The usurper was blocking his sword with its arm. The problem was that what wrapped around that arm was not a distorted boundary line, but ordinary black. It wasn't extremely compressed, nor was it an enormous mass. It was a very ordinary level that even Taesan could produce without difficulty now. But he couldn't break through. It wasn't a matter of quantity or quality, or concepts. It was something more fundamental than that. You're mistaken. Crunch, the usurper grabbed the sword. The boundary line sliced sharply, but it couldn't wound the usurper's hand. SSSHHH, the distorted things spread through the mental image rose up. They moved freely, as if the owner of this place was the usurper. I am you, and the risen mental image rushed to swallow Taesan. You are mine. Chapter 5, 3095th Floor, Essence, Part 4. The risen mental image swallowed Taesan. It tried to seize and devour everything he had. Turning it into its own, Taesan put strength into his whole body. The boundary line surged up roughly. Boom! He pierced through the mental image and broke free. You have activated Blink. He rapidly opened distance, with a furrowed face. Taesan stared at the usurper. You! The usurper raised its hand at the same time. Distorted black covered the world. Taesan understood instinctively that was time interference, a transcendent authority he had stolen through soul rank ascension after bringing down the incarnation of the Time Walker, and the usurper was activating it. Taesan quickly manifested black in response. Stop. Keying, their frozen times charged and collided, with the sound of something cracking. The scenery of the mental image twisted. Crack, avoiding the fragments of time. Taesan clicked his tongue. What? Time interference was the Time Walker's authority, but what he was facing now was the usurper's clone, yet the usurper used the authority of time interference, just like Taesan, and it didn't end there. The usurper stretched its hand into the air. Crack, space split apart, and a gigantic sword revealed itself. Taesan knew what that sword was. You have activated the sword of the world. You have activated the sword of the world. Taesan drew his sword as well. The swords that cleaved the world itself collided, and a thunderous roar spread. The mental image was violently distorted, rumbly, shaking off the shockwave. Taesan muttered, "Why can you use that?" The usurper smiled quietly. Good gush black poured out. It rose into the air and formed several square shapes. Then one by one they began to compress. Before long, multiple orbs took shape. Taesan's face twisted. That was the authority he had obtained in his previous return by bringing down the gatekeeper, compression. The usurper flicked its hand. Pitch black orbs flew toward Taesan. Taesan gripped his sword. The boundary line compressed sharply. Kagagagak, he swung with the compressed boundary line. He could shatter the orbs. He split each orb apart and launched himself forward. It was utterly unpleasant. It felt like a parasite clinging inside him had been quietly sucking him dry without him noticing. No, it wasn't any different from reality, right now. The usurper was handling the powers Taesan had stolen through soul rank ascension as if they were its own, like a parasite. No, the usurper denied Taesan's words. You're mistaken, I'm not something clinging to you. A finger pointed at Taesan. In that moment, Taesan's entire body shook. Taesan had wrapped his whole body in the domain of boundary through chaos domain. That domain was cracking apart now, as if declaring that Taesan was not its master. The boundary began to twist and break. What? Taesan was thrown into confusion, even though chaos domain was his skill. It was slipping out of his control. Your chaos domain has been cancelled. Crash, the chaos wrapping Taesan shattered, and the usurper's power crashed down on Taesan. Taesan quickly pulled the boundary line together, but the boundary line wavered, as if it refused Taesan's control. He tried to block somehow with the shaking boundary line. But gaps were inevitable. Boom, they collided and Immutable Self shattered. Until now. Immutable Self had always blocked most attacks. It had boasted absolute defense close to outright nullification, but not now. It was smashed to pieces in an instant. Like a sandcastle, you are my vessel. The usurper stamped its foot. Taesan's mental image rose and attacked Taesan, distorted. Broken things took on hostility. He launched himself and evaded. He tried to draw out the boundary line, but it didn't come properly. Kagagagak, he forced it out and swung, blocking the attack. And in the process, Taesan realized the boundary line he pulled out was flowing into the usurper. It looked the same as it had on Earth. Like when Taesan used the boundary line and it was sucked into the rift in the sky. It kept trying to slip beyond his control and handling. Only then did Taesan understand. This was definitely his mental image, but it wasn't wholly his. Part of the mental image belonged to the usurper. I am you. With a quiet murmur. The mental image rose, following its true owner's will. It tried to exclude and deny Taesan. So become me, power exploded. Boom, power burst forth, attacks that threatened countless lives aimed for Taesan, and all of them were powers Taesan had obtained through soul rank ascension. This is ridiculous, Taesan spat a curse. They were clearly powers he had obtained. And the things he had used effectively, now they were aiming for his life. You have activated Call of Ruin. Has activated Call of Ruin, like a mirror. Identical power erupted, they cancelled and shattered each other. Taesan swung his hand, mana condensed and took form. You have activated Great Collapse. Rumbly, the magic of collapse manifested in the world. The usurper flicked a finger, the boundary line flowed out. Boom, Great Collapse shattered. Taesan quickly prepared the next magic. You have activated Rainbow Rush of diverse colors. Rainbow light dashed through the twisted, distorted world. The usurper lightly stamped its foot. The mental image rose, Taesan's own rose and blocked Taesan's enemy's attack. Rumbly, the rainbow battered it, but it couldn't pierce the boundary line. Instead, the usurper swung an arm. The boundary line trampled and crushed the rainbow, advancing toward Taesan. Clicking his tongue. Taesan cancelled the spell and drew his sword. The boundary line coiled around it. Clang, only then could he block the usurper's boundary line. Taesan also had to use the boundary line to respond. But when he pulled it out, a portion kept being sucked toward the usurper. Got it. The opponent was using the powers he had stolen through soul rank ascension. He didn't see it using powers it had obtained itself. Or skills directly bestowed by gods. That meant one thing. What was the being in front of him based on? Soul rank ascension, the soul skill he had obtained in his previous life. It was a being parasitizing that. Good. The usurper looked extremely satisfied. What Taesan had slowly got absorbed into the usurper. The mental image itself was being dyed by what lay beyond. And the usurper was becoming more and more accustomed to this world's concepts. The usurper swung its arm. Distorted boundary lines surged. That distortion was more natural than when it had first drawn it out. Your first absolute attack nullification has activated. He couldn't block perfectly. And the nullification was consumed, using the opening created when the attack recoiled. Taesan quickly widened the distance. The usurper bared its teeth. Greed filled its face. You are mine. That's all you can say? Rumble, they surged and swung. Taesan blocked and knocked them away, but there was no sign of a winning line. This mental image itself was slowly being dyed into the usurper. The more Taesan used the powers he had obtained through soul rank ascension, the stronger the usurper became. But if he relied only on his own power or skills given by gods, there was no way to break through the boundary line. Rumble, in the end. He started getting pushed back. He was losing control over the mental image over the boundary line. So this is this world's concept. With a delighted face, the usurper swung as time passed. The boundary line crossed over. Rumble, all attack nullification was exhausted. Taesan staggered, gripping his sword. A vessel. Taesan recalled a skill he had obtained. Svessel, it can hold many things. And take them, it can hold many things and take them. When he obtained the skill, he thought it referred to himself, but it didn't. It meant his body was nothing more than the usurper's vessel. Even chaos domain had been written as changing under influence, meaning the usurper could exert influence. Only now did Taesan understand, in his previous life. He should have surpassed mortality and reached transcendence. He had been qualified, but the usurper's existence blocked that arrival. Because of that, Taesan obtained a twisted power called soul rank ascension instead of ordinary transcendence. The problem was that soul rank ascension wasn't wholly his, since it was a twisted point of arrival distorted by the usurper's contamination. Part of soul rank ascension belonged to the usurper. What he had believed was his all along wasn't his. Of course. It wasn't purely the usurper's either. It was a realm formed by a twisted point of arrival. Taesan did possess control as well, but in the end, half of it was the usurper's, no more than that. That thing had a rank higher than Taesan's if they had the same control. It was only natural that the higher-ranked one would handle it more smoothly. Taesan still couldn't perfectly control the boundary line. At first, its influence must have been weak, even if part of the usurper was inside him. It wouldn't have been even a fragment or a shard, literally dust. But the more he utilized soul rank ascension, the more his rank grew. The more the usurper also grew stronger, strong enough to swallow Taesan. That wasn't the usurper's clone, it was his clone from the start. The half of him that was distorted and broken had been slowly swallowing him under the usurper's control. The boundary line slowly swallowed the domain, making it impossible to escape. And finally, the boundary line coiled around Taesan. You are mine. His body was swallowed by pitch blackness. Control began to shift to the usurper. From the beginning, it was the vessel. A vessel that let the usurper handle both the world's concept and the old god's power. That was Taesan's role. The boundary line swallowed his entire body. Taesan's presence could no longer be seen. Only the mental image died and the usurper remained. Finally, the usurper revealed emotions it had no intention of hiding. In its voice was the joy of someone who had realized a lifelong wish. The usurper slowly walked forward. Its hand touched the boundary line that had swallowed Taesan. And at that moment, you have activated addition. You have activated Blade of Fighting Spirit. You have activated Conversion. You have activated Heavy Strike. You have activated Critical Point Designation. You have activated Multiplication. You have activated Copy. Crunch, a sword strike covered the mental image. Physical force manifested in the world, sensing something ominous. The usurper reached out a hand. Gush. Grayness covered Taesan more strongly. More densely, a power that stood above all affinities. No enemy had ever defeated pure boundary line head-on. They either endured with extremely compressed black and aimed for an opening, or piled it up endlessly and endured through sheer quantity. Crunch, but the boundary line began to break. An enormous physical force carved an indelible scar into the mental image. The usurper wavered. The boundary line it had spread was cracking apart. It had definitely swallowed Taesan's boundary line completely. Taesan could not resist, yet its boundary line was breaking. It pulled together more power. It gathered the boundary line and swung. But even so, Taesan's black did not stop. Crunch, the boundary line shattered. Powerful, highly compressed physical force was itself an authority, even if it was boundary line. It could not block it. Taesan unleashed the power he had held back. Boom, and everything was blown away. The boundary line shattered into fragments and burst apart. A massive force covered the usurper. The usurper quickly wrapped its body in the boundary line, but the physical force that spread out destroyed even that. The usurper was struck directly by the enormous physical force. Its body vanished beyond the mental image. With physical force on this level, even the boundary line can be shattered. That's a delightful fact. Taesan lightly swung his sword. His expression was utterly at ease. Then how should I win? Chapter 531, Floor 95, Essence Part 5. A massive scar was etched into his mind. The usurper, flung far away, couldn't rise. I like it. The fact that he could shatter the boundary line in this way meant that no concept in any universe, no divine power of an ancient god could stop it, of course. If one prepared for simple physical force, accordingly, perhaps it could be mitigated, but in normal circumstances, it was an absolute trump card that couldn't be blocked. Taesan nodded in satisfaction. The massive physical force shook his mind. The aftereffects blew away the contamination covering his mind, but that was all. The contamination in his mind was slowly returning to its original place. Beyond it, he could see the usurper staggering to his feet. He couldn't get up properly. As if he had taken considerable damage, he faltered and fell several times, but eventually, he rose and flew toward Taesan again. Well, figures, Taesan calmly accepted the fact. Physical force was definitely powerful if it hit directly. It could inflict serious damage even on a transcender or an ancient god, but the opponent before him was himself, as the source of the contamination that had permeated his mind itself. His attacks were difficult to inflict significant damage. Physical force was a power separate from divinity boost, but in the end it was still a power he possessed. He had already used his trump card. Physical force, the boundary line, was meaningless. In reality, his chances of winning were close to zero. What should I do? But Taesan felt nothing special. The usurper raised his arm. The boundary line rose again. Trying to swallow Taesan, thud, Taesan kicked off the ground. He began to move through his mind at high speed, dodging the usurper's attacks. Why couldn't he defeat the usurper? The reason was simple. It had already perfectly latched onto his mind. It tainted every corner, contaminating everything that was returning to normal, and eventually making it its own. It was a kind of cancer cell. He should have excised it early, but he hadn't noticed until it had tainted his entire mind. It had already intertwined with the roots, making it impossible to deal with now. Taesan thought of a way. How could he win against the usurper? While dodging attacks, he quickly found dozens of answers. As a result, the answer that came out was that there was no answer. There was no way to deal with the contamination that had mixed with the very foundation he had built. Moreover, even the boundary line was being usurped now, so what should he do? Taesan came to a conclusion. Should I just keep it simple? Taesan stopped moving as if he had given up. The usurper, presuming on this appearance, smiled to himself. You are me, you are mine. Cut the crap, he couldn't win like this. So Taesan decided to keep it simple. Taesan closed his eyes. The usurper, who had been rushing in with glee, paused. The usurper's face hardened for the first time. His mind was drifting away. The connection with Taesan was forcibly severed. Everything he had built was fading away meaninglessly. You bastard, Kugagagung calmly but clearly. His mind was collapsing. Wait. Master, Bardre and Akasha, who had been watching anxiously, were horrified. Taesan was abandoning what he had built. Master, I'm not throwing everything away. I'm throwing away what the me of my past life built. How could the usurper grow and strengthen inside him and contaminate his mind? It was because Taesan had reached a great realm in his past life. The usurper, clinging to it, defiled that realm and clung on, slowly increasing its power. In the end, the reason the usurper, who originally had no meaning, could become so strong was thanks to the realm he had reached in his past life, so he was throwing it away. Kugagagung. The sound of collapse echoed quietly. A single vast world was collapsing. It doesn't feel good. He had spent a very long time in easy mode, a time so long that it couldn't be compared to his current life, a time that would literally melt his mind. During that time, Taesan had built up and reached many things, without realizing it. His realm had climbed to a high place, perhaps a distorted power that could have reached the realm of transcendence. Divinity boost. He was now cutting it off with his own hands. He felt a great sense of loss. A huge hole was pierced in a part of his mind. Don't be ridiculous. The usurper spat out and rushed in. Kang Taesan smiled and drew his sword. Kang, he blocked the attack. He created distance and activated magic. Great collapse. Flew toward the usurper, dodging the attacks. Taesan muttered, you seem impatient. The biggest reason the usurper could cling to him was divinity boost. If he cut that off, no matter how much of a usurper he was, it would be difficult for him to interfere with Taesan any further. The boundary line that wrapped around the usurper's entire body was gradually losing its power. It began to stop like a machine that had lost power. Kijijijijik. Taesan swung his sword with a smile, with the sound of a collision. The usurper was pushed back for the first time. Don't be ridiculous. The usurper's voice was stiff. You cannot abandon it. It is your foundation. Well, you're not wrong. That's generally the case. For Taesan, divinity boost was a kind of destination. It was everything that he had built in his past life. It was fair to say that it was equivalent to the concepts that the transcenders themselves controlled. There would be far more people who would rather face death or choose to forget themselves than abandon it. A concept was something that a transcender had achieved over a lifetime, something more precious than life itself. So what? But Taesan felt nothing special. Divinity boost was what he had built in his past life, a high and powerful realm. The power to usurp and plunder countless powers was the most powerful card that had made the current Taesan possible. So what was the point? I've already thrown everything away and come here. When he returned to the past, he lost all the skills he had acquired. Multiplication, addition, copy, designated skill reset, last chance, which he had not yet acquired, skills that even he was not sure he would be able to acquire again. In fact, there were quite a few skills that he had half given up on acquiring now, but Taesan wasn't so sad about it, because in the end, it was just a card. Divinity boost was the same. Divinity boost was just one of the cards he had. Everything he had was possible because he was Kang Taesan in the end. What was important was Kang Taesan himself. Other powers could never be the main thing. He was whole as himself. The important thing was himself. That was his unwavering belief. Kugagagung, his mind was collapsing. The greatest thing he had built was fading away without any meaning. The soul skill divinity boost has disappeared. His mind felt empty. It felt like his foundation had been hollowed out. He felt a sense of futility and helplessness that couldn't be suppressed even in a high realm. This is amazing. Not everyone could experience the feeling of abandoning themselves. Kugagagung. His mind turned into a vast plain. The usurper stared at Taesan with a stiff face. How do you feel? Taesan said leisurely. The power he felt from the usurper had plummeted endlessly, no matter how much he dragged out the boundary line. The limit was now clear. The usurper was furious. To think that you would dare to pluck the luscious fruit. It's mine, not yours, so what are you going to do about it? The usurper roughly spread his hand. Blackness rippled and gathered. Nothing will change, not right now. The problem was that the same was true for Taesan in the end. He had destroyed the greatest thing he had built with his own hands. The current him was also in a state of endless weakness, and the contamination was not completely resolved. He had only cut off the main part, and his mind was still tainted by the usurper. Nothing had changed except that both of them had become infinitely weaker, so Taesan was thinking of filling it anew. Divinity boost is the realm that the me of my past life reached. What should have been the realm of transcendence was distorted and twisted by the usurper, becoming something new. In the first place, it was not entirely his. So, he would fill his mind again with his true self, abandoning what his past self had built, and filling his mind again with the high realm that his current self had created, achieved, and reached with something the usurper could not interfere with, something that was entirely his own. It should have been like this from the start. Taesan muttered softly. Something was in his hand. It was impossible to know its form. But anyone could tell that was Kang Taesan himself. You have activated self. What Essential had given him was finally activated. Only the existence of Kang Taesan, untainted by the usurper, began to cover his mind. You, the usurper shouted. A huge blackness and ashen color rose, but it was meaningless. The divinity boost. That was the foundation had already collapsed. All that remained was debris. Gongak, he spat out himself. The mind that had been defiled by the usurper, the mind that was Taesan's, but he had no control over, was covered by Taesan himself, and he added what he had to it. You have activated fragment of evil, the collection of all the evil that had existed since the beginning of time. All the evil that remained in the world swirled in his mind, following Taesan's complete control. It covered his mind. You have activated the splinter of shining darkness. And he added Baal's domain. Space itself distorted and followed Taesan's control. Kugagagung, the usurper hurriedly tried to intervene. He tried to taint it with the presence and status of an ancient god, but it was impossible. He was Kang Taesan, divinity boost, was Taesan's destination, since it had been twisted and broken by him. Everything about Taesan could not help but be influenced by him. He was Kang Taesan, and Kang Taesan was him, but not anymore. The usurper could no longer interfere with the existence of Kang Taesan itself. The contamination he had defiled was covered by Kang Taesan, and he began to lose his influence. You are mine, I am you. You are not me, Taesan denied briefly. He was him, even if the usurper had intervened and contaminated him along the way. He was whole on his own. He reflected the me of his current life, not his past life. His body, mind, and spirit were in sync. He was not reaching a new realm. He was finally setting foot in the realm that his current self, not his past self, had reached, a realm that had been blocked by the wall of divinity boost. You have activated forced attainment. He covered his mind with everything he had. Without exception, kagagagagagak, as it spewed out from Taesan's heart. The experiences and emotions of his current life flashed by. It was a huge collection, a condensation that would cause the mind of an ordinary person to collapse just by tasting a fragment, an amount and density that even a transcender would find difficult to handle. To feel experiences and emotions that surpassed the realm of transcendence, it was a kind of mental attack. But Taesan felt no burden. The distorted form that had collapsed was restored and created in a new form. The mind itself was newly constructed. The appearance was clearly distorted and broken. But Taesan's aura was unmistakably present, and Taesan reached it to his own place. The vessel has disappeared. The special activation skill Call of Chaos has evolved. The special always-on skill Chaos has been acquired. The soul skill Divinity Boost has been restored. The soul skill Divinity Boost has evolved. Transcendence Spiritual Rank Usurpation has been acquired. Black has disappeared. Divinity has disappeared. Boundary Line has disappeared. Transcendence Boundary has been acquired. Transcendence Physical Force has been acquired. Master of Boundaries has been acquired. Seeker has been acquired. Chapter 532, Floor 95, Essence Part 6, Countless Skills. Countless powers changed and evolved, and Taesan reached it, a complete domain, his own realm. Taesan let out a short breath. The divinity he had just reached, which had been shaking unsteadily, stabilized in an instant. Taesan looked around. The mental image had completely changed. The distorted form he had destroyed with his own hands was dyed and transformed into something new, becoming incredibly vast and solid. Rather than a simple mental image, it was a perfect world. Good. You, the usurper stiffened. He spoke in denial. Don't be ridiculous. Crack. The boundary line rose gray ash, disrupting the balance. Surged toward Taesan. You are me, you are mine. That was true before. Taesan snapped his fingers, but not anymore. Kang, the boundary line drawn by the usurper vanished. Unapproved power was excluded from Taesan's mental image. The usurper was no longer his alter ego. The foundation that was Divinity Boost had collapsed and become something entirely new. And the pollution covering the mental image was completely covered by Kang Taesan himself. It was nothing more than a foreign substance. Then the foreign substance had to be removed. Taesan grabbed Bardre. Ripple, the boundary line, wrapped around Bardre, originally. The boundary line was a power created by mixing divinity and black. Naturally, it required first summoning divinity and black into the world, then mixing them, but this time was different. The boundary line sprang directly from Taesan's body, as if it no longer needed to be mixed, as if it were Taesan's own power. The quality and divinity of the boundary line itself were distinctly different from before. The boundary line he had handled until now seemed like a mere imitation, and above all, it was natural, as if handling his own limbs. Manifesting the boundary line was smooth. The boundary line that manifested like this flew toward the usurper like a sword. The usurper quickly drew out his own boundary line, but its color and quality were completely different from Taesan's. The two boundary lines collided, crack, and what shattered was the usurper's boundary line, without any resistance or pause. Taesan's boundary line trampled, crushed, and charged forward, and it swallowed the usurper whole. The usurper's entire body was dyed gray and buried. Taesan watched the scene for a moment, then lifted his foot. Gray ash rippled beneath it. When he stepped down, Taesan's body momentarily turned gray. His figure reappeared right above the usurper. Huh! Bardre was startled by the instantaneous shift of space. Taesan ignored him and stomped down on the fallen usurper. The boundary line rose, very naturally yet abundant and dense. It burst out in hundreds. Thousands of strands striking the usurper's entire body. It tried to resist, but everything was trampled and crushed. Crack, in less than a few seconds. The usurper was completely subdued. I can't let you disappear like this. There are still many things I'm curious about. Since when had the usurper been targeting him? How had the contamination been carried out? Since when had it been fully aware of Taesan? He could make guesses. But there were still too many things he couldn't confirm. This time Taesan intended to hear the answers. How unfortunate. The usurper suddenly grew quiet. The agitation and confusion subsided, leaving only regret. I thought I could finally fulfill my long-cherished wish. It's not that easy after all. It can't be helped. How unfortunate. Enough with the nonsense. Taesan put strength into his foot. The usurper's body shattered, and power scattered like fog. I want you to just answer me. But the usurper didn't answer. It simply continued saying what it wanted to say. Unfortunately. I'll have to go with the orthodox method now. The usurper smiled. It had the same face as Taesan, but that smile was infinitely twisted. I will directly trample your body and annihilate your mind to usurp you. At the same time, the usurper exploded. The remnants inside it burst outward in every direction. Taesan raised his mental image. Following the will of its master, it tried to capture the scattering thoughts, but it couldn't block everything. They dodged, pierced through and spread out. Taesan swung his hand. The boundary line rose. Unlike anything before, it perfectly followed Taesan's control, grabbing the bursting concepts like hunting dogs chasing prey, QAing, but the remnants broke through the boundary line and charged forward. Taesan frowned. Descent, unlike before. A lofty divinity and distorted power could be felt. He didn't know what method it had used, but it seemed the usurper had temporarily descended directly. Taesan drew out the boundary line properly and tried to capture the usurper, and at that moment, Taesan felt it that what he was holding was truly trying to reveal itself to the world. Clatter, a beast cried out, howling as if to escape its cage. It was huge and dense, more than anything Taesan had ever seen. Taesan unconsciously suppressed his power. The remnants that had scattered without interference gathered into one and charged wildly. Crackle, the walls of the mental image began to break. There was a will to escape from this place and scatter its filth throughout the universe. And outside, Essential was waiting. He sat perched and stared blankly at the mirror. What will happen? A quiet voice echoed. Frankly, he was also half in doubt. There was something inside Taesan, and that thing was equal to him or higher. Normally, there would be no problem. That place was Taesan's mental image. Within his own mental image, he could wield nearly absolute power. But Taesan was a distorted being that Essential couldn't even grasp. Because of that peculiarity, Essential couldn't be sure of Taesan's victory. I hope there are no problems. Just as he waited anxiously for it to be resolved, cracks spread across the mirror. Essential, who had believed Taesan would sort everything out and come out, realized something was wrong. From what was forcing its way out, he felt the clear aura of an ancient god. How dare you? Essential hurriedly activated the authority of essence. He began to suppress and seal the mirror firmly. But the cracks didn't stop. It twisted all that divine power and control, and finally pushed its way out of the mirror. Quagagging, and it revealed its form. Essential bared his teeth. Usurper, it's been a while, the usurper replied in a quiet voice, chuckling. It passed Essential and flew beyond the universe. Essential activated his divine power. The divine power that grasped essence itself tried to seize the usurper, but the usurper lightly raised its hand toward that divine power. Kang, Essential's power was usurped and shattered. Essential ground his teeth. Damn it, and the usurper, moving on as if nothing had happened, eventually arrived at the boundary of the universe. Then please take care of me. Shut up, an irritable voice echoed. The usurper burst into laughter and a sound erupted. A huge sound that those of low divinity couldn't even perceive, yet a sound that those of high divinity could definitely hear. No matter where they were in the universe, the boundary struck the universe. At the same time, it left a massive mark upon it, there along with the boundary line. The concept of this world was also mixed in. With the permission of the concept, a massive rift began to form in the universe. Kijijijijijik, along with the indelible mark. The other side revealed itself. A huge mark was carved into the barrier toward the old gods. Cracks spread and a gap opened, and beyond it, twisted beings turned their gazes toward this side. Damn essence, Essential, grasping the situation in an instant, spat out a curse. The balance of the universe began to shake. Taesan, having sorted everything out, stepped out of the mirror, and what he saw was a ruined universe. A boundary, twisted and collapsing beyond it. The presence of what seemed to be old gods could be felt. What a mess. You're out. What happened? Well, it seems like you and I both have a lot to talk about. Essential sat perched with a bitter smile. First, let's hear it. What happened? It's nothing much. Teeson calmly explained what had happened inside his mental image. After hearing it, Essential stroked his chin. So that's what happened. I knew there was something inside you, but I didn't know it was involved so deeply. Then Essential narrowed his eyes. But it's strange. How did you win? Because I threw it away. Threw it away? Essential asked back. His expression incomprehensible. The realm I had reached. Ha, Essential let out a sound of admiration. That's amazing. Essential was a transcender who governed the concept of essence. To him, essence was more important than his own life. He would rather choose death than throw it away. Teeson had thrown it away without hesitation. To Essential, that was purely admirable. But thanks to that, you've changed quite a bit. Many things have changed. Only then did Essential properly look at Teeson. He was the god of essence. He could grasp the concept of essence more deeply and broadly than anyone else. You are, but even Essential couldn't grasp Teeson. It stabilized. That was the first sensation he felt. Before, there was distortion, a twist broken from your roots, an untraceable twist. But now, that distortion isn't even visible. What did you do? I filled it with my complete self. Essential let out a hollow laugh. Amazing. It wasn't impossible. There had been cases where a transcender's concept was distorted and broken. Then that part was emptied and filled anew. It was so rare you could search from the birth of the universe and barely find it. But it wasn't unheard of. But it was extremely difficult. To throw away what you had devoted your entire life to and fill it anew, most transcenders would collapse, unable to endure the mental strain, the consumption, and the shaking of their divinity. Teeson had attempted something that carried a high probability of failure even if done slowly with long preparation and rituals, and he succeeded while fighting a formidable enemy. Without any problems. I don't even know where you've reached now. Whether Teeson's realm was higher or lower than Essential's, he couldn't judge, even though it had become Teeson's complete self. No, because of that, it had become even more unreadable. Can I read you for a moment, if you wish, with Teeson's permission? Essential activated his divine power. The gaze that read the essence of the universe tried to read Teeson. What is this? As a result, Essential was confused. He couldn't read it, not a single thing. If he used his divine power in earnest, he could read even an ancient god, even if he couldn't reach the deep inner core. He could at least grasp the surface, approximate divinity, the level of power, but Teeson was different. He felt like he was here. But not here. Essential couldn't tell what Teeson's divinity or power was. The fact that even the god of essence couldn't read it meant no being in this universe could grasp Teeson. You'll have to figure it out yourself. I don't know either. I intend to, Teeson nodded. He had half expected it. So there was nothing to be surprised about. Thank you for giving me self. If Essential hadn't given him the concept of himself, filling his mental image with himself would have been far more difficult. Essential waved a hand. It's a reward for what you've done. So there's no need to thank me. I didn't expect you to handle it so well. Essential wore a satisfied smile. He had roughly said what he needed to say. Now it was his turn to ask. Teeson looked beyond the universe. A massive rift gaped there. Auras that seemed to be old gods seeped out from beyond it, and several transcenders were visible. They were trying to block the rift with their divine power. But it wasn't going well. To rebuild a dam that had already collapsed, you first had to empty everything behind it, but emptying it was impossible. What was inside you was the usurper. It escaped to the outside. I know, an ancient god had descended, though it wasn't a proper descent. The ancient god itself had appeared in the universe, but it shouldn't have been able to do this. The old gods had already been expelled. Now that a single ancient god, one that wasn't even a proper descent, had come, it shouldn't have been able to do anything to the boundary that expelled the old gods. Originally, that's right, but if a transcender in this world intervenes, the story changes. Teeson immediately thought of one transcender, Essence, damn god of fall. What is he trying to do? Essential clicked his tongue. It happened so suddenly that we have a lot to confirm right now, for now. Go back to the labyrinth, we'll talk after we've finished sorting things out. If that's the case, Teeson nodded. The condition of the quest was to see Essence. Teeson had completed it. Floor 95 quest complete. You have obtained a stable essence. You have obtained, and Teeson returned to the labyrinth. The magician wasn't visible. He must have been busy. Given everything, that wasn't bad for Teeson either. He had reached a new realm. Teeson himself didn't know where it was. If even the god of essence couldn't grasp it, no one would. What had changed? And where had he reached? He needed to grasp it properly. Chapter 5, 3395th Floor, Essence, Part 7. The first thing he needed to confirm was where he had arrived. Had he risen to a position equal to a transcender or an ancient god? But there was a problem. Teeson himself didn't know what level he had reached. A distorted, twisted realm. Teeson was the only one who had ever reached it. With nothing to compare against, he couldn't confirm it through senses alone. I'll have to spar directly. At least it wasn't something he could solve right now. So first, he needed to grasp what had changed. Many skills had changed during the process of filling his mind with his complete self. since he didn't know exactly what had changed. He had to check them one by one. Vessel of the Usurper has disappeared. A vessel that could contain and take many things. It was a skill that implied Taesan's body was the Usurper's vessel. Now that he had completely excluded the Usurper within him and removed all contamination, it seemed the skill had naturally vanished. There had been similar content in Call of Chaos, a line stating it would harmonize with chaos and change into something new, and as Call of Chaos changed into a passive skill, that part disappeared entirely. Special passive skill, Chaos. The power of the apostle bestowed by many gods, it harmonizes with your complete self and transforms into chaos. This is solely yours. Call of Chaos had been a powerful skill. It greatly strengthened his control over the boundary line and let him handle his body almost perfectly. It also reduced magi consumption, making magi far more efficient. Now it had become a passive skill. Originally, it only lasted an hour. With a one-day cooldown, the fact that the time limit was gone was meaningful on its own, and that wasn't all, the effect itself had changed. Chaos. Maybe it referred to the boundary line, but too many skills had changed. He couldn't be sure whether what he could do now was entirely due to chaos. First, he needed to check further. There were too many changes to grasp everything individually. So Taesan focused on the core skills first. The skills obtained through Divinity Boost had changed the most, especially the divine powers he had gained from the old gods. Transcendence, Immutable Self. Proficiency M, Immutability against at %, gains strong resistance against email protected. It is still only a fragment. So there is a gap. This skill is under the control of Transcendence Boundary. A new line had been added. All skills related to black were under the control of Transcendence Boundary, and it really did feel different. The Transcendence skills of the old gods gained through Divinity Boost were things he could wield. But they had always felt like clothes that didn't fit, but now it was different. The Immutable Self, wrapping his entire body, felt natural. Taesan raised his arm. He focused his mind and moved Immutable Self. The intangible energy flowed smoothly, gathering along his arm. Woong, Immutable Self, tightly wrapped around a single area. Taesan shook his arm. Immutable Self peeled away and spread back over his entire body. So I can use it like this now. 2. If Immutable Self was like this, then the other Transcendence divine powers should be the same. Should I check them all? There were too many. The divine powers he had obtained weren't just one or two. Just counting the divine power level ones, there were black, worthlessness, time interference, compression, and Immutable Self. 5 in total. It wouldn't be strange if it took several days to properly grasp even one. For now, he would postpone it. He needed to focus on the bigger picture rather than detailed control. It was absurd that something could matter more than controlling divine power. But it was true. Taesan stared at the skill window. I didn't think this would remain. He still had Divinity Boost. It was the most powerful card, plundering countless divine powers and strengths, making him who he was now. But Divinity Boost wasn't his complete self. It had been tainted by the Usurper. That was why Taesan had discarded it with his own hands. He hadn't expected to ever regain it. But during the process of expelling the Usurper, Divinity Boost was restored in a far stronger form. Transcendence, Spiritual Rank Usurpation. Proficiency 100%. The soul has reached a higher level of the world. The high-dimensional soul steals the opponent's power each time it wins. It partially usurps the spiritual rank of those who oppose you and can handle it as your own, even temporarily. Transcendence. Bardre groaned. A transcendence skill, the divine power of a complete transcender. Its feel and concept were fundamentally different from soul skills. Taesan had many transcendence skills until now, but none of them had been completely his. They were all plundered through Divinity Boost. Now he had obtained a complete transcendence skill that was truly his. Not boost, but usurpation. Taesan covered the concept the Usurper had distorted, then remade it into something perfect, his own. The base effect seemed similar to Divinity Boost, but something had been added. What does it mean to partially usurp the spiritual rank of those who oppose you and handle it as your own? Even temporarily? Doesn't it mean you can use part of the opponent's divine power? Does that make sense? To wedge into a concept the opponent dominated, intervene, and make part of it your own? It was hard to understand logically, but honestly, Divinity Boost itself is absurd. That's true. Still, Taesan had dealt with something similar before, so he couldn't argue. Plundering the divine power of a defeated opponent was already incomprehensible. I can't get a feel for it yet. Either he needed an opponent, and that opponent had to be equal to or greater than Taesan. Only then could he properly confirm the skill. One thing was certain, its value and effect had increased compared to Divinity Boost. To an incomparable degree, that made him curious. He should have reached the realm of transcendence, but due to the Usurper's interference, his destination had distorted and he had obtained the soul skill Divinity Boost. Then what was the true realm of transcendence he should have reached, the concept he would have dominated? He had a few guesses, but nothing certain. There's no way to find out now anyway. He had already thrown it all away. The current him had rebuilt the broken destination into something new. There was no retrieving it. Because everything had been recreated, it was just curiosity. Where would he have reached originally? Taesan cut off the thought and continued checking, scrolling down the long system window. He reached the core. Black has disappeared. Divinity has disappeared. Boundary line has disappeared. It wasn't just the vessel of the usurper. Black divinity. And boundary line had also disappeared. It was the kind of message that could only leave him stunned. Those three powers were his core cards, yet they were gone, but the power within Taesan didn't feel as if it had decreased. Taesan raised his arm. Ripple black rose and wrapped around his arm. He raised his other hand. Golden divinity surged there. Shining brilliantly, he hadn't lost divinity or black. The same was true for the boundary line. Not only those three, but several other skills had vanished as well, most of them related to boundary or divinity. They hadn't disappeared, they had been integrated, and the result was Transcendence Boundary. Transcendence Boundary, proficiency 100%, the line of boundary, something that sits between the world and beyond. Most of the skills used to handle divinity. Blacks and the boundary line had been absorbed into boundary. Taesan gathered divinity, and black then gave them power smear without delay. The boundary line flowed out naturally. I can draw out the boundary line itself right away. The boundary line was a power created by mixing divinity and black, until now. He had handled it by fusing the two in advance and drawing the result out. But not anymore. Now he could summon the boundary line itself directly, and that wasn't all. Taesan flicked his finger. The boundary line that appeared warped according to its owner's will. Kagagak, it ground and reshaped itself into a sharp spear. Taesan flicked his finger again. The spear became a sword. The sword became a shield. And the shield became a bow. He shook his hand. The boundary line vanished. Now he could control the boundary line almost perfectly. He couldn't do that before because the boundary line hadn't been completely his. Half of it belonged to the usurper. That was why he'd never been able to handle it properly, but not anymore. Now the boundary line was entirely his. There were many things he could do now that he couldn't before, for example, when he trampled the usurper. He had leapt through space using the boundary line. It wasn't simply crossing space. It was moving beyond the gap in the boundary, an unrespondable movement that couldn't be blocked or interrupted midway, not just space crossing. Many things would be possible, as it evolved into his divine power. Everything about the boundary line had changed. Beyond control, even its sheer quantity and quality were incomparable to before. If it had been a small lake until now, it was now a vast ocean. Unless it was an exceptional case. He wouldn't have to worry about consumption anymore. But there was a problem. Taesan couldn't grasp how deep the divine power of boundary truly ran when he tried to draw out the boundary line with all his might to stop the usurper. Something had almost emerged from within him. A beast, a clear ego. It rejoiced and howled. As if desperate to appear in the world, Taesan had instinctively canceled the manifestation. It had been a long time since he'd felt that embarrassed. Can I control it? He needed proper experiments. But he couldn't do that in the labyrinth. He would need a wide place, one that could withstand his power, to test it and learn how to control it. Even a little, this too, would have to be checked slowly over time. I can't check everything right now, Taesan muttered and continued. There was still one more divine power left. Transcendence, physical force. Bardre let out a hollow laugh. What are you? How do you have so many divine powers? Spiritual rank usurpation. Boundary, and even physical force. 3. The god of fall essential governed fall and wielded it as divine power. The god of choice Maria governed choice and wielded it as divine power. Divine power was a destination a transcender reached by devoting their entire life. It was rare to have even several. It was safe to say none existed. Aside from exceptions like Lakaratas who simultaneously governed struggle and death, but Taesan had spiritual rank usurpation, boundary, and physical force. 3. As far as Bardre knew, no transcender governed 3 destinations. Is it because it's distorted? Divine power was a point of arrival, a final destination, once you reached it. You couldn't go further, but Taesan had arrived at the distorted realm of divinity boost. As a result, he hadn't reached a true final destination. He had been able to reach higher in this life than in his past life. He didn't know for certain, but it wasn't a bad thing, thanks to that. He had obtained multiple divine powers. Physical force. He could guess easily how he'd obtained it, a collection of physical force that damaged even old gods. That was, in essence, a divine power. As the wall of divinity boost broke down, he seemed to have gained a divine power worthy of what he had achieved. Amazing. This was easier to understand than spiritual rank usurpation, or boundary, struggle, death, choice, essence, a single concept. He had come to dominate the universe's concept of physical force itself. Bardre, reminded of that fact, muttered, Transcender. Can I call myself that, in terms of governing concepts? He could, but Taesan couldn't be sure. It felt different. Taesan checked the effect of the divine power. Chapter 5, 3495th floor, Essential, Part 8, Transcendence, Physical Force. Proficiency 100%, Master of Physical Force itself. The physical force of the universe is dominated under your control. You can directly interfere with the concept of physics to amplify control, and manipulate it. The effect of the divine power varies depending on your ability. Oh ho, Bardre let out an involuntary groan as he read the description, unlike spiritual rank usurpation or boundary. This one was immediately understandable, and because of that he could grasp the value of this divine power more clearly than anything. Now, physical force could no longer affect Taesan in any way. Even if a planet itself were slammed into him, even if all the physical force in the universe were gathered to attack him, Taesan could make it all disappear with a mere flick of his wrist, no beyond simply erasing it. He could even reverse that force and slam it right back at his opponent. It was only natural. Taesan now dominated physical force itself, like other transcenders. He wielded near-absolute influence over the concept of physical force. With this, I can see a few guys who will be easier to deal with. World Destroyer, an ancient god who shattered worlds with its massive physique. Its power relied heavily on physical force, of course. Since old gods didn't follow this world's laws, their concepts might be different, but the same applied to Taesan if he utilized the boundary line as well. He could make it so the World Destroyer couldn't inflict any damage on him. It could become an absolute counter. It wasn't just the ability to erase physical force. He could directly interfere with and manipulate the very concept of physics, directly interfere with and control physical force. Then Taesan raised his finger and lightly flicked the empty air. Zzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzz Instantly, space tore, and a shockwave swept through the labyrinth. You have activated your inner world. Taesan activated his inner world to keep the force from affecting the labyrinth. Violent physical force shook the inner world. Kuung. The physical force barely stabilized. Taesan wiggled his finger. So this is the basic feel. The sheer physical force he could output had increased dramatically. It was overwhelmingly greater than before. The difference was more stark than comparing a 3-year-old child to a robust martial artist. And with a slight wiggle of his finger, he could draw forth the physical force that previously required his full power. After a moment of contemplation, Taesan raised his hand, then he snapped his fingers. His 5 fingers moved smoothly back and forth. Zizejojojojok. With each movement of a single finger, immense physical force struck space. Its aftermath spreading outward, a single finger movement contained his full power. This is pretty good, Taesan looked intrigued. No matter how powerful he became, to attack with full power he still had to plant his feet, move his waist and swing his arm widely. Not only did that sequence take time, but he also needed footing to exert force. This was an unavoidable, natural chain of motion when wielding a physical body, but transcendence, physical force, made that entire sequence unnecessary. Simply moving a finger, no. He didn't even need that. He could draw out his full power by wiggling a toe. Moreover, there was no delay or energy consumption in the process. It meant he could pressure an opponent with his full power at 0 distance, with nothing more than a tiny movement. This alone placed it near the top among the skills he possessed. Naturally, it was a divine power, and that wasn't all. If Taesan grabbed and threw several orbs, then controlled their physical force, would they also contain full power? That possibility existed. If he controlled the concept of physical force itself, he could do many more diverse things. I wonder if this is possible too. Taesan canceled his inner world, back in the labyrinth. He clenched his fist and swung it, an attack imbued with full power. This alone could cause the floor to collapse. Boom! But as his fist cut through the air, nothing happened. Not a single bit of physical force spread outward. It was all condensed within his fist. So this kind of control is possible too. Compression of physical force. Controlling all the physical force that would normally spread outward as aftermath, naturally dissipating, so not a single bit scattered. All of it contained within a single fist. It delivered 100% of the power to the target. That meant he could wield physical force exceeding his full power. I wonder if I can use it with multiplication. 2. The power of multiplication would likely become even stronger without triggering multiplication. He could imbue it into a sword and swing it, compressing all its power into a single blade, shattering everything in its path and advancing forward, giving it sustainability instead of making it a one-time use. It wasn't impossible. He didn't know if he could control the physical force of multiplication yet, having just obtained this divine power, but the possibility was there. Not only that, one of the effects of this divine power was being able to imbue full power into every movement. Then if he used it to imbue full power into every single action, what would happen? Lifting a foot, stepping on the ground, tensing the waist, gripping the sword, pulling the arm, moving a finger. If he imbued full power into each and every one of those, then used the divine power to concentrate it into a single attack, how powerful would that be? I'm curious about this too. And it wouldn't stop there. Things he hadn't even thought of yet, things he couldn't do before because he couldn't control them perfectly, so many things would become possible. That was what it meant to have dominion over physical force itself. If he properly mastered this one thing, He could fight on equal terms with the great beings he had faced so far. I can't handle everything right away. He needed training and discipline for the divine power itself. These were powers that required dedicating oneself over a long time to learn how to wield properly. But then, what should I call you? Bardre muttered in a puzzled tone. The god of spiritual rank usurpation, boundary, and physical force. Something feels off. Essential, who wielded the divine power of fall, was called the god of fall. Rakaratas, who wielded the divine powers of struggle and death, was called the god of struggle and death, so it wouldn't be strange if Taesan was called what Bardre suggested, but Taesan denied it. I don't think that's it. Can you call me a god? That is a bit ambiguous. Gods were beings within the concepts of this world, but Taesan wasn't. He still straddled the boundary, perhaps because of that. He had become something else, not a god, master of boundaries. The newly born ruler of boundaries, the boundary that came into existence because of you has finally gained its own ego. It follows your commands and shows hostility towards your enemies. An ego, the beast cry he had felt when he tried to draw it forth. He had sensed something trying to break free from within him and reveal itself to the world, something alien and powerful, the boundary line itself. Materialized, according to the description. It followed Taesan's commands, but he still felt uneasy. It felt like taming a beast that didn't properly listen. I'll have to check it out properly later. One still remained. Seeker. Taesan frowned. There was no description, nothing about what it was, how it came to be, or what effect it had on him. What is this? He had expected something like Master of Boundaries, but it was completely blank. Why? Several possibilities flashed through Taesan's mind. Was it there just to fill an empty slot, or was it something that couldn't be expressed in this world's language in the first place? Considering Essential couldn't read him, that wasn't impossible. It seemed he would have to figure it out himself slowly. Taesan came to a conclusion and let out a hollow laugh. In the end, he hadn't clearly learned anything. He couldn't even grasp himself properly yet. I need to test it. He couldn't find the answer alone, so he needed an opponent of equal standing or even superior, an opponent against whom he could draw out his full power and truly reveal the realm he had reached. But such an opponent wouldn't be easy to find. Only a complete transcender or an ancient god could match him. What should I do with those thoughts? Taesan checked the clear reward, stable essence, an essence that is whole in itself. By mastering this, you can create something nearing perfection. The 95th floor clear reward, a material item. Taesan looked at the essence for a moment, then applied force to his hand. Ziziok, perfectly controlled physical force handled the essence, shaking it, controlling it, recreating it into something new. The labyrinth system assisted Taesan's divine power. Creating a piece of equipment, the material took shape in Taesan's hand. You have obtained a ring of essence made of physical force. Ring of essence made of physical force. Attack power plus 3000, created by a being who governs the concept of physical force dominating an essence. Good, now. As long as he had usable materials, he could create equipment as he wished. He had reached a position where he could do that. Attack power plus 3000, an extremely high value. This reward was also a ring related to attack power. Used, obtained a ring created by the magician. Ring created by the magician. Attack power plus 1000. 500, defense power plus 2000. One of the first rings the magician created when making the labyrinth. It had been dormant due to the labyrinth's balance but has now found its original owner. It had both attack power and defense power. For the current Taesan, defense power directly became attack power. Effectively, it was a ring with attack power plus 35-0. A total increase of attack power plus 65-0, now that he governed the concept of physical force. This was an enormous benefit. It's funny that the labyrinth's equipment still has an effect. A system meant for mortals still held value for Taesan, who had reached transcendence, and not a small value. Either it was significant. Normally it wouldn't have, but Balbabamba gave you something too strange. Well, this, I didn't know you'd become like this either. Someone answered Taesan's soliloquy. Space split, and a being began to reveal its form. Taesan spoke calmly. Hello, the magician who created the labyrinth had appeared. Sorry I'm late. The magician looked exhausted, extremely so. He wore the expression of a laborer worn down by life's toil. You seem very busy. The incident that suddenly erupted is just too big. I'm barely sorting it out and suppressing it. But it's impossible to do so perfectly. He shook his head. A quiet killing intent gleamed in his eyes. A filthy betrayer is causing chaos. You've had a hard time. It seems both you and I have a lot to talk about. Taesan nodded. He had now reached the realm of transcendence. It was ambiguous to say he had reached it precisely, but it wouldn't be wrong to call it something similar. Could he, as he was now, descend the labyrinth? The magician had said it was possible before. But that was before reaching transcendence. It might be different now. I have a lot to ask too. The magician's gaze as he looked at Taesan was peculiar. After observing him for a moment, Taesan realized he could discern the magician's rank and power. He was even reading the emotions within him. Admiration, surprise, puzzlement, disbelief, countless emotions were mixed together. But before that, it seems there's something we need to resolve first. Something to resolve. The universe is shaking and you are involved in it too, the magician spoke calmly. So, the gods of the universe are calling you, Kang Taesan. The magician's invitation. The Pantheon calls you. Chapter 535 Pantheon Part 1 Invitation to the Pantheon. Taesan stared at the magician. The magician began to explain. Slowly and evenly. You know the balance is broken, right? How could I not? The usurper in essence had broken the seals the transcenders used to banish the old gods. As a result, the old god's energy was slowly encroaching on the universe. For now, the transcenders are gathering to suppress it. But you can't put a broken glass bottle back together. Their influence will probably keep growing, so we need to prepare. The magician spoke calmly. There was only one preparation, war with the old gods. I knew they would return someday. But I didn't expect it to start this soon. Essence, I want to tear him apart and fling him to the far reaches of the universe. I understand the situation. But what does that have to do with me going to the Pantheon? Because you're involved too. The magician's reply was short. There was a troubled look in his eyes as he watched Taesan. Most of the gods of the labyrinth, including me like you could even say we favor you, we would never be hostile toward you, but the gods outside are different. It wasn't new. The god of death had already been wary of Taesan and tried to kill him. It wouldn't be strange if other gods felt the same. You are an irregular. Taesan, the magician pointed at him, distorted and twisted, neither a being of this world nor a being of the other side, something the transcenders couldn't properly define. The majority of the gods think you're on the side of the old gods. Me, Taesan's voice was quiet. The magician shook his head. Of course. Those of us who have watched you think differently, but they don't. The transcenders outside are arguing you should be dealt with, as the rift breaks and the old gods try to show themselves. They say we have to deal with internal instability first. It wasn't entirely wrong. If the old gods directly influenced the world, Taesan's existence would become unstable. Essence, a transcender, had already betrayed the universe. It was only natural to be suspicious of Taesan, who is even more alien than him. It's going to be a pain. So we're trying to prevent that. The magician clapped his hands. A door appeared in the air beyond it. A brilliantly shining golden aura could be felt. If you prove yourself in front of the gods, they won't interfere with you anymore. Is that what the Pantheon is for? That's right, and to be honest, I think we need your help. A distorted being, Taesan could kill the old gods and remove the contamination from the world. The magician didn't know where the limits of that heterogeneity lay, but he was sure it would help. If this goes well, the transcenders won't interfere with you either. You'll be free. It wasn't bad for Taesan. Eventually, once he left the labyrinth, he would inevitably clash with the transcenders. If he could sort it out now, so much the better. Okay, Taesan nodded. The magician grinned. Good, then there's one problem, whether you're qualified to enter the Pantheon. Is qualification required? When Maria called me before, I went without any problems. That's because Maria called you a mortal to her own temple. This is different this time. It's calling you to the Pantheon itself. Anyone unqualified can't enter. The magician looked at Taesan with an ambiguous expression. It would be right to say you're qualified now. You don't know either. I don't know, I can't read it, like the god of essence. The god of magic couldn't grasp Taesan where he had reached and what that realm truly was. You have the divine power of physical force. I guess we can say you're qualified. Physical force, huh, that should be enough. But the magician's expression turned strange. The divine power of physical force itself wasn't surprising. What Taesan had shown on Earth was a physical force even the magician had never seen before. It was closer to a divine power than physical force. It was only natural that Taesan would obtain something related to it. But Taesan's ability to dominate the concept of physical force was only possible because the labyrinth system existed. It was fair to say a transcender had been born from his system. Amazing, truly, the magician murmured. Taesan stepped toward the door. The brilliant gold swallowed him. He passed through without resistance. Is this it? And Taesan arrived. A vast space, darkness filled with dozens, then hundreds of temples. The Pantheon welcomes you. It was different from when he had come at Maria's invitation. Back then he had only seen Maria's temple. Now, he could see the temples of other gods as well. There are a lot. There were many, temples spaced at regular intervals, well over dozens. Close to 100, all of them were transcenders who controlled concepts. And the moment Taesan arrived, he felt their gazes. Most were filled with wariness and hostility and murderous intent. The transcenders' direct killing intent washed over Taesan. That alone was an attack. An immortal wouldn't even be able to resist. They would be trampled to death by sheer status and presence. It was no different for a faith god. Dozens of high-status beings were projecting typified emotions all at once. Even if someone endured with divinity, it would be consumed in an instant and crushed. HMPH, Taesan wasn't impressed. The immutable self covering him didn't waver. The killing intent became meaningless the moment it touched him. Taesan muttered calmly, "It's brutal. You don't have to worry too much. The ones already showing their emotions are just the ones who don't have the right to decide anything about you." I see. The transcenders projecting killing intent weren't very strong, without comparing them to Maria or Rakarada's. There was still a clear gap even compared to essence. Taesan understood what kind of transcenders they were, not ones who controlled a single vast concept, rather, transcenders who ruled over small, narrow concepts. Those were the ones barking at him now. You don't have to worry about them, just follow me. Taesan walked through the black and white space. A massive building stood ahead. We have something to take care of right now. Wait a moment, we'll handle it. Then call you again. Should I wait here? For now, it's a temporary residence made for you. I'll call you soon. Is this okay? Taesan glanced back. The hostility and killing intent were still there. The magician spoke indifferently. You don't have to worry. We don't intend to make it a problem if it bothers you. You can handle it yourself. That's up to you. If that's the case, Taesan nodded. The interior was lavish, brilliant walls, curtains that looked like light itself had been embroidered into them, sofas soft and springy. It was the finest room one could imagine, but there were no chairs, the moment Taesan noticed. A chair appeared in front of him. Oh, he was intrigued. The phenomenon itself wasn't surprising. It was probably the divine power of one of the gods settled in the pantheon. A transcender with creation-related authority wouldn't be strange. What intrigued him was that, for an instant, he could grasp the process. Taesan thought of something. And that thought synchronized with divine power, forces and concepts chaining together to create a chair. He could read it. Where did he reach? Taesan sat down. Bardre muttered. Trembling eyes, never thought I'd enter the pantheon. You've been here before, haven't you? When he met Maria. Bardre had been there too. Bardre denied it immediately. That wasn't the pantheon, we only saw Maria, even counting Rakuratas later. That makes two, but this is the pantheon in the true sense, the gathering place of all gods in the universe. Bardre's voice still wouldn't calm. The most important, greatest space in the universe. I never thought I'd come here in my life. I don't remember coming here either. I told you only those who are qualified can enter. I don't even know if I'm qualified. It was ambiguous. The pantheon had accepted Taesan. But he couldn't be called a god. I have some time. Taesan observed himself again, trying to understand himself, but it didn't work. He could read his own inner self. He knew what he was, but he couldn't properly judge the realm he had reached. I need an opponent. He stopped observing. The surrounding senses he had blocked off returned, and with them, Taesan immediately knew someone was approaching, and that person carried hostility toward him. I remember that presence. Taesan opened the door. A man with a twisted expression stood there, an existence ornately decorated in gold. You, a gaze full of hostility locked onto Taesan. You have encountered Ehelia. The god of sword, ornately decorated. Ehelia. He looked human, handsome features, except he was bald, but everything about him was gold, fingertips, eyes, lips, every part of him gleamed with the same color, like a fortress made of gold. Given human shape, it's been a while, Taesan spoke calmly. Ehelia was a transcender Taesan had confronted on the battlefield of the gods only for him to fail to get what he wanted. Ehelia's face twisted at Taesan's greeting. It's been a while. Anger was packed into the words. The typified emotion pressed down on Taesan. How dare a distorted being like you set foot here? You don't know your place. I didn't walk in, the magician invited me. How dare you talk back? Anger poured out. Rough momentum swept toward Taesan when they had first met. Taesan had felt pressure from Ehelia, an absolute power and status, something unreachable. Something impossible to resist, but now Taesan stared at Ehelia. You're annoyed. What? You're angry and impatient. It's not just hostility toward me. How dare you say that? I see, Taesan nodded. You're afraid of me. On the battlefield of the gods. Ehelia had tried to kill Taesan. It wouldn't be strange if Taesan sought revenge. And conflicts between transcenders were rarely interfered with, even if Taesan decided to kill Ehelia. No one would stop him. That was what Ehelia feared. He was afraid Taesan would attack him, so he barked first like a scared dog. I can read this. He could pick up the emotions leaking from a transcender. Little by little, it was a strange sensation. Taesan cut off the thought and spoke. You don't have to worry, I'm not interested in you anymore. You. Number should I start speaking informally now? Taesan's voice was indifferent. I don't care anymore. So you don't have to worry about it. That incident was too small to matter to Taesan now. Ehelia's face hardened, Kiying golden swords materialized. Brilliant light began to dye the world. Ehelia's divine power aimed at Taesan, and that fact wasn't particularly impressive to Taesan. Chapter 536, Pantheon, Part 2. Kiying gold flooded his vision, heat intense enough to evaporate the sea and melt the earth. But Taesan felt nothing. The heat was blocked by immutable self. Never reaching him, it couldn't even obscure his sight. I won't stop you if you want to fight, but it won't be good for you. You, a stiff voice echoed. Die, Kiying hundreds no. Thousands of golden swords surged forward in perfect unison, the sincerity of a transcender who governed concepts. Yet Taesan wasn't afraid. Against the brilliantly shining gold, gray rose from Taesan, a deep, dark gray that swallowed both light and darkness. Kuung, the golden swords collided with the gray torrent. Taesan swung his arm. And the gray that shook everything surged forward. Jajojojojok, it was the golden swords that shattered. The beast-like gray stained and devoured the golden light. What? Ehelia jolted. Hurriedly gathering his power, a sword even more dazzling, like it had been set with every jewel in the world, manifested. Kuung, the great sword, charged at Taesan. Taesan roughly brought both hands together, the gray swirled. Swallowing the great sword whole, he clenched his fist, the gray compressed. Ehelia's great sword resisted, trying to burst with even more golden light. But the pressure didn't stop, only tightened. Jjojojojok cracks rang out. Taesan drove his fist down. Kaang, the great sword shattered. Crushed by the gray and vanishing without a trace. Ehelia's pupils trembled. My divine power. Taesan looked at his hand. The sensation of drawing out the boundary line still lingered in his body. Is it not enough? Taesan muttered. Ehelia didn't understand. You bastard, what did you do? Ehelia erupted in rage. He couldn't understand. And couldn't accept the gray. It felt like something beyond concepts he could even recognize. I wish I could tell you that too. Unfortunately, Taesan couldn't either. You're not enough. At those words, Ehelia felt humiliation he couldn't endure. Yaowu, anger twisted into hatred. Hundreds of brilliantly shining swords rushed at Taesan. Taesan didn't draw out the boundary line, instead. He stomped Jjooang, physical force shattered. The hundreds of swords flying in with acceleration all lost their physical force at once and dropped. What? Who? Taesan flexed his fingers. Satisfied, he could control and manipulate any physical force directed at him, reducing it to nothing. He had turned the incoming sword's movement to zero. Then Taesan pulled his finger back and flicked it. As if delivering a light tap, physical force exploded like a bomb and washed over Ehelia. Ehelia was thrown back. He barely raised his divine power to block it. But he still took heavy damage from that single exchange. Even a simple flick is this strong, Taesan was satisfied again. How? Ehelia's face was filled with shock. He could feel it in Taesan's attack just now. A concept itself had been mixed in. In other words, it meant that until Taesan directly handled the divine power of physical force, Ehelia hadn't even realized Taesan possessed the divine power of physical force. Why you? Ehelia's voice rose. One who had reached a high realm was now stained with emotion. Keying, a sword more splendid than anything else appeared. Ehelia's full power, the divine power he invoked to truly kill. Karuk, the beast within Taesan, howled like it had been waiting. Like now was the moment to come out, just as Taesan's gaze was about to harden goodness. In that instant, darkness rose, deep pitch black surged like a tsunami, swallowing Ehelia's sword and shattering it instantly. Carrying, what are you doing? A quiet voice echoed. The demon god stared at Ehelia with sunken eyes. Ehelia's face went pale in his emotion. He had forgotten where he was. This was the Pantheon, the place where all gods gathered. What are you doing to the guest we invited? That's not it. Enough with the excuses. The demon god raised a finger, as if she didn't even want to listen, and Ehelia was flung away. He couldn't resist. In an instant, he vanished into the distance, overwhelming. Ehelia was a transcender. Yet with a casual gesture, the demon god had shattered his full power and sent him flying. She spoke indifferently. He's just a transcender who dominates a small concept. He can't reach us. The demon god smiled. It was a bright expression. Completely different from when she dealt with Ehelia. It's been a while, Taesan. It hasn't been long enough to call it a while. That's true. But greetings like that are about the heart. If that's the case, it's been a while. The demon god nodded, satisfied. After studying Taesan for a moment, she exclaimed, just like the stories, I heard it from Essential. But it's amazing. Essential is here too. Yes, I heard and learned a lot from him. The demon god's gaze held only surprise and admiration. You're truly amazing, to be honest. I wouldn't be able to empty and refill myself the way you did. Even the mighty, no. Precisely because they were mighty couldn't do it. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say only Taesan could. I really can't read you. The demon god tried to observe Taesan. Taesan didn't stop her. Even so, she couldn't grasp what he had reached. Last time, she hadn't been able to read him precisely either. But she could at least confirm his level. This was stranger still. I wonder if I'll be able to confirm it this time. I don't know. The fact that you came means it's okay to move now. Right, that's right, follow me. The demon god spoke calmly. The gods are waiting for you. Taesan's eyes sank. The demon god led and Taesan followed, enmity and murderous intent. Curiosity, everything was aimed at him. Taesan didn't care. How far had they gone beyond the black world? A massive temple came into view. Powerful energies churned within, a level so elevated that Ehelia, who had confronted Taesan earlier, wouldn't be strange to call insignificant beings who could wield the universe itself. They were gathered there. It's there. Following the demon god's guidance, Taesan entered. At the magician's gesture, the massive doors began to open slowly, and Taesan saw more than 10 gods watching him. You have encountered Maria, the god of choice. You have encountered Rakuratas, the god of struggle and death. You have encountered the magician who created the labyrinth. You have encountered Zervan, the god of magic. You have encountered Essential, the god of essence. You have encountered Baal, the great demon. You have encountered Dursha, the god of death. There are many. Any one of them could shake the universe by themselves. Nearly 20 waited for Taesan here. A woman with golden hair flowing to her waist greeted him with a gentle smile. It's been a while. Child, it's been a while. Maria, the god of choice, spoke with a joyful face. No, I misspoke. You've grown too big to be called a child now. She stared at Taesan, trying to read his essence. Then let out an exclamation. I really can't read you. What have you reached? That's just how it turned out. Taesan shifted his gaze. Bale sat at the end. You're here too. There must be a reward for betraying the other side thanks to that. I entered the Pantheon as a special case. I can even participate in gatherings like this. Quiet, someone muttered. Annoyed, a beautiful voice echoed. A woman with black hair cut to her chin. Her sharp face was filled with irritation and murderous intent. This isn't a place to build friendships, be quiet. Bale, the one who showed the most hostility toward Taesan. Taesan could tell who she was from the energy alone. Bale replied with a smile. Dersha, aren't you being too sensitive? It's your first time facing him in his true form. Show some composure. As a transcender who's existed since creation. Dersha, the god of death, the transcender who had once tried to kill Taesan directly, she clicked her tongue, disgusted. Calm down, Dersha, Zervan, the god of magic. Spoke with a beaming smile. We're here to talk. Dersha sank back into her chair, expression sour. Taesan looked across the gods. They sat around a round table. Gazing down at him, 18 in total. Is this all? There are many transcenders who declared neutrality and stayed out of it. You could say everyone here is both qualified to speak about you and has some kind of emotion toward you. Taesan lifted his head. Then let's begin, Rakarada's heavy voice echoed. The topic is Kang Taesan. I want to hear it plainly. I told them about you. Essential. The god of essence spoke. Apology flickered across his face. I asked for your understanding since it involved your origins. But I couldn't keep my mouth shut. I'm sorry. It doesn't matter. It wasn't something that could stay secret anyway. What's already happened isn't important. What matters is what happens next. Several transcenders are concerned about what to do with you. Rakaratas's languid voice continued. His eyes fixed on Taesan. Are you truly useful to us, or useful to those things? There are quite a few cowards worried about that. Shut up, Rakaratas, Dersha snapped. Eyes brimming with murderous intent. I have no intention of playing such meaningless games. She raised her arm, a slender finger pointed at Taesan. That thing must die. The god of death declared death. That declaration itself was divine power. An intangible force swallowed Taesan, the concept of death. Following its master's will, tried to drag him into death. Taesan drew out the boundary line. In sync with immutable self, he shattered Dersha's divine power. Dersha's face twisted. How dare you? You didn't come to kill him. Did you? Calm down. Dersha, there's no need for conversation. That thing is an existence that breaks the balance of the universe. Dersha dismissed Zervan and rose roughly. The reason she had tried to kill Taesan before was the same. Taesan's existence disrupted balance and concepts. Her stance hadn't changed, with a distorted face. She spoke, the fact that the current balance is broken is ultimately because of that thing. That's not true. Dersha, Maria replied with a smile. The old god's descent isn't the real issue. The issue is that there was a traitor. Strictly speaking, that's your side's problem. More than anything. We learned something from it. The usurper, the demon god murmured softly. Essential chuckled. I didn't expect all of you to have forgotten that existence. Have you all remembered now? He has imprinted himself on the world. We can't forget him even if we want to. It's a harvest just to remember the forgotten ancient god. There's nothing wrong with him. So there's no problem. That isn't the important point. Rakaratas, the god of struggle and death, muttered quietly. His gaze never left Taesan within it. Strange longing and desire stirred. It's not important. Chapter 537, Pantheon, Part 3. A quiet voice echoed, so small and faint that no transcender paid it any mind. Only Taesan took Rakarada's words to heart, with his gaze lowered. Taesan looked at Rakaratas. Rakaratas met his eyes with a strange smile. Zervan spoke. Whatever it is. Isn't that why we called him here, to confirm it? Then let's confirm it. Confirm? We can't read you. That goes for me and the other transcenders as well, Bale added. Even he, being close to an ancient god, couldn't read Taesan, so we'll try to understand you properly here. Essential and Bale. Along with the rest of us, we'll combine our powers to read you. There's no reason it shouldn't work. We'll read you and determine what your essence is closest to. Our actions will change depending on the result. If that's what you want, Taesan had no reason to refuse. Revealing himself before the transcenders was slightly concerning. But not enough to matter. If this let him learn something about himself, that wasn't bad either. But Essential wore a strange expression, as the god of essence. He wasn't confident. Well, it can't hurt to try. Then we'll begin right away. It's been a long time since we gathered and combined our powers. Has it been 1,000 years? Longer than that. Quiet chatter spread, yet opposite that calm. An immense power and level rose. This is immense, no other word fit, you could sense it. Yet you had to give up on truly comprehending it. The transcenders who ruled the universe itself, something formed by 18 of them gathering and combining their power, a catalyst for amplification. Then I'll leave it to you, understood. Essential activated his divine power, the authority granted only to him, to grasp and read the essence of things and beings. That divine power, using the Transcender's catalyst as a medium, swelled into something even greater. A concentration of power that, if it touched even an ancient god, would expose everything down to the deepest inner layers. It covered Taesan, trying to drag out all that he was and lay it bare before the world. Krrr, a beast growled, bristling against the divine power pressing down on it. Trying to rise and resist, stay still, Taesan suppressed the beast. It whined into satisfaction but obeyed its master's command, Kugagugung, when its work was done. The divine power slowly faded. Essential retrieved it. How did it go? The other Transcenders asked. Essential didn't answer. His expression was a frown, yet also somehow like he'd expected this. The demon god's face changed the moment she saw it. No way, I can't read it. Essential scattered the divine power he had retrieved. It was empty. I can't see anything, what it is, what level it reached, what its foundation is. A subtle ripple spread through the room. They were Transcenders who had reached their heights. There was no frivolity. It was the kind of ripple that barely disturbed the water's surface, but it was a ripple all the same. For Transcenders to show emotion at all was, in itself, an event. Is that even possible? Rekaratas asked. Interested? You are the god of essence. We added our power to your divine power. Baal was here too. Even an ancient god should be readable. Are you saying you couldn't grasp anything? That's how it turned out. I can't answer even if you press me. Even so. Essential's voice carried fascination. Still, this is interesting. He looked at Taesan, curiosity in his eyes. If we still can't read him even with this, the possibilities narrow. The authority of essence, amplified by multiple Transcenders and Baal, could read nearly anything, even old gods, beings beyond the concepts of this world. Yet the fact it couldn't read Taesan meant one thing. Taesan was neither. It meant something else entirely, something so different that the method itself had been wrong from the start. So in the end, we got no answer. Their plan had warped. There's nothing we can know, Dersha spoke roughly. The balance is already broken. Before long, their filthy power will spread throughout this universe. We have to block the broken rift. But that's only possible after some of that power drains away. It will only be possible after excluding at least 2 or 3 old gods. In the end, war is inevitable. Long ago, an event not many Transcenders even remembered now, the war with the old gods. In that war, countless gods lost themselves. They had succeeded in banishing the old gods. But the damage had been immense. The problem is we're weaker than we were then. Many Transcenders had died. Even after so long, their numbers still hadn't fully recovered. Meanwhile, the old gods had suffered almost no losses. They had no concept of death, except for a very small number. They had not been annihilated, they had weakened. Their enemies had not. Dersha turned her gaze to Baal. If the demons hadn't betrayed us back then, who knows what would have happened? Then how about being a little friendlier to me, aside from the demon god? Everyone's so cold that my heart aches. Shut up, Dersha ignored him and continued. We can't guarantee victory. The likelihood of defeat was higher, that was reality. And a filthy traitor took their side. That individual isn't a major problem on his own. But since he is an existence of this world, we don't know how he'll be affected. In the silence, Dersha spoke with a twisted expression. So there's no need to leave unstable elements alone. Her hostility shifted to Taesan. We Transcenders can't read what he's reached, like an ancient god. But it's different from an ancient god with the divine power just now. We would have been able to read even an ancient god completely, which makes him an even more troublesome existence. They were already in a state where they couldn't guarantee victory. There was no reason to leave an unknown, unstable element like Taesan untouched. That was Dersha's judgment, and it wasn't wrong. In fact, several Transcenders were sending hostility and murderous intent toward Taesan, but just as many opposed it. No, the demon god spoke softly, her cat-like eyes curved gently. He can help us, I'm sure of it. That's not wrong, Maria. The god of choice agreed. He saved the beloved goddess Levenov. He removed and purified the pollution we couldn't solve, and above all, he killed an ancient god, something we have not been able to do until now. The gatekeeper had been the weakest ancient god, so weak it was almost embarrassing to even call him one. In the process of breaking through the rift, he had lost much of his power and level, reduced to something incomparably feeble. But even so, an ancient god was an ancient god, a being to whom the concept of death did not apply, and Taesan had annihilated the gatekeeper. He is not hostile to us, he is hostile to the old gods. You can tell just by looking at what has happened so far. His inner issue has also been resolved. He is free now, we may not be able to read him. But that isn't a major problem. Those who knew Taesan and held a favorable impression of him defended him. He is useful to us. In the coming war with the old gods, that heterogeneity could become a great force. But the opposite is also true. The opinions didn't align. The magician, who had been listening quietly, shook his head. Let's keep it simple. Kang Taesan, how many Transcenders believe he should be dealt with? They expressed their views in their own ways. 9 argued Taesan should be dealt with. Then those opposed, again. Opinions were expressed. 9. It split evenly. All Transcenders not present were either neutral or unqualified to voice an opinion about Taesan, so the decision had to be made here. Dersha raised her finger. Expression twisted. Fine, I acknowledge your opinions. He may be on our side, but you're ignoring one thing. What is it? Do you really think that being has enough power to be helpful to us? No one answered. Dersha curled her lips. He's strong. But that's all. The Transcenders outside could have dealt with the Gatekeeper easily. What we need for the coming war isn't someone who's merely strong. We need an existence with overwhelming power. Someone who could face even a complete ancient god alone. He needed to be at the level of a Transcender who oversaw a concept. Dersha pressed on. As if she'd found an opening. It's easier to break something than to repair it, even if he is weak. He could expand the broken rift. There's no reason to leave behind an alien substance that isn't very helpful. Then we verify it directly, Rakarada's voice echoed. Dersha frowned. What do you mean? Either way. A confirmation process is necessary. We can't read his level. Even Essential couldn't grasp the level Kang Taesan had reached, meaning no one in the universe could. Then there was only one way to confirm it, a direct fight with everything on the line, revealing all of yourself. The demon god spoke with a sullen face. You're saying one of us should fight him? I don't think it's a bad decision. If you choose properly, Rakaradas looked at Dersha. First. You're excluded, Dersha. Your divine power is the divine power of death. It's utterly useless against someone who doesn't have the concept of death. That's why you weren't much help in the war against the old gods. Dersha wanted to refute him, but closed her mouth because it was true. Dersha was the god of the concept of death, existing since the universe's creation. She held immense power, but her limitations were absolute. She was powerless against beings to whom death did not apply. I know you're emotional because your divine power doesn't work on him. But calm down. I'm not an ancient god, though, Taesan protested. Rakaradas smiled faintly. Then does the concept of death exist for you? Taesan couldn't answer. We'll confirm that later, Dersha. You're excluded. The same goes for those hostile to him. They might use the opportunity to try to kill him even after verification is done. Then, the demon god's eyes brightened as she tried to rise. But Rakaradas stopped her. Those who are fond of him are excluded too. I doubt you can sincerely try to kill him. Rakaradas spoke lightly. This can't be verified through sparring or a simple duel. Only a fight with your life on the line can reveal a being's essence. You're not suitable either. So what's the conclusion? I'll do it. Rakaradas spoke in his eyes. Strong desire and struggle churned. I will test him myself. What are you talking about? It's been a long time since I've had a trial. Kang Taesan. Rakaradas ignored the others. His gaze remained fixed on Taesan. Prove yourself to me. Subquest started. Rakaradas wants to test you if you accept. The trial will come to you if you overcome it. There will be a reward. Rakaradas will determine it according to your performance. Rakaradas trial. Prove your struggle and death against Rakaradas. Chapter 538 Pantheon Part 4 What? Rakaradas, what are you talking about? The Transcenders voiced their bewilderment. Rakaradas didn't react. Only addressing Taesan. What should I call you now? It's ambiguous to call you a Transcender or a divine spirit. Taesan considered it as well. Was he the master of boundaries now or a seeker? After a brief pause, Taesan answered, You can call me Seeker. It was an empty name devoid of anything, yet Taesan instinctively knew it described him better than Master of Boundaries. Seeker. A plausible name. Rakaradas, I need an explanation, the magician asked. Expression ambiguous. Rakaradas rejected it. No explanation is needed. I will give him a trial. Why you of all people? Because you are not qualified. Rakaradas replied calmly. I have goodwill toward him. But not the affection you do, and I don't harbor murderous intent either. No one refuted that, because it was true. The demon god and Maria, along with the magician, favored Taesan. They treated him with goodwill and tried to give him many things. That goodwill was close to affection. It would be difficult for them to genuinely try to kill Taesan. Meanwhile, hostile Transcenders like Dersha wanted Taesan dead at all costs, even if it meant crossing the line. So you're neutral. I don't think I need to explain that with my own mouth. It was calm, and left no room for argument. Rakaradas looked to the magician. The strong must be given trials befitting them. Through those trials, they must realize and move forward. Isn't that why we entered the labyrinth? That's true, the magician quietly agreed. Why was the labyrinth created? To watch capable individuals risk their lives and prove themselves. To prove him now. An ordinary opponent won't do. Only those who have reached transcendence can. I intend to be that opponent. It must be necessary. There shouldn't be any problems. That's right. What had Taesan reached? They needed to grasp it as well. If Rakaradas confirmed it through a trial, there was no reason to oppose it. Well, the important thing is whether he accepts. Rakaradas looked at Taesan with a strange smile. There was certainty in it. What will you do? Seeker, Taesan nodded. I accept. Good. Rakaradas looked satisfied. He clapped his hands once. Then that's the end of it. Dismiss this meaningless meeting. As many Transcenders as possible need to see him and acknowledge him. So I ask for your cooperation on that. With those words, Rakaradas left as if there were no reason to remain. The Transcenders stirred with agitation and bewilderment, even to those who had reached heights close to absolute. Rakaradas' actions were disconcerting. Are you all right? The demon god asked. Taesan answered calmly. I thought it was necessary at least once. To understand himself, he needed to fight with all his might, but until now, there had been no such opponent. He tried it with Ehelia, but Ehelia was far weaker. There was no value in drawing out his full power. Rakarada's would be different. A transcender who governed two concepts, and whose equal would be hard to find even across the entire universe. If Rakarada's would be that opponent, Taesan had no reason to refuse. He would have to risk his life. But that was nothing new. Taesan turned his gaze. This should be enough. At the end of his gaze was Dersha, a being who all but represented the transcenders hostile to him. Dersha met Taesan with a frown. HMPH. She looked dissatisfied, but said nothing more. She turned and left the temple. Several transcenders followed her. About how long will it take? Still flustered. The magician hurriedly thought and blurted out an answer. Simply creating a domain for two transcenders to fight in. Rakarada's is a problem and your power and rank are unknown. It'll probably take about a week. A week. That was just the right amount of time. Then can you make me a personal space? Personal space? I need to test things. How to handle his power, what lay at the bottom of it, the magician groaned. But his eyes soon steadied. Well, fine, it wouldn't be bad. I'll make you one of a suitable size, those who can help. Help? I'm uneasy. Rakarada's. What if that bastard goes crazy and tries to kill him? The demon god muttered, expression uncertain, but in the end no one objected, under tentative acceptance. The duel between Taesan and Rakarada's was set in motion, and Taesan found himself in a white space. It's wide and endless. Infinitely expanding enclosed space. Taesan lightly stomped. The movement was light, the aftermath was not. Kuung, physical force rippled through the space via the ground power that could collapse a planet's foundation with a single step. Yet nothing happened. The white space swallowed the shock perfectly. It's sturdy. A space created for Taesan by the magician. The demon god, Maria, and several other gods, many transcenders had worked together. And the result was solid enough that even divine power could be unleashed without much concern. There was no need to restrain himself. Taesan could draw out his full power here. I should experiment properly for a week. Rakarada's, Bardre groaned, god of struggle and death, one of the strongest transcenders. Governing two concepts, Taesan intended to fight that existence with everything he had. Is this okay? In terms of the concepts I govern, I have three. I won't be pushed back. Spiritual rank usurpation, boundary, physical force, three transcendences. If he included those obtained through spiritual rank ascension, there were more. There was no reason to be pushed back by Rakarada's. That's true, Bardre realized it as well. It was safe to say Taesan now stood on equal footing with Rakarada's. No, that's right, I keep forgetting that. He had become too strong too quickly. Overwhelmingly so. Before he went into his inner self, Taesan was strong, but his limits were clear. He couldn't reach a complete ancient god, or a transcender who truly governed a concept. But after spitting himself out while fighting the usurper, Taesan had grown too rapidly. It's wrong. Taesan rejected Bardre's conclusion. He hadn't grown rapidly. He had reached the position he should have reached in the first place. Of course, the odds of winning are virtually non-existent. He had only recently obtained divine power. It hadn't been long since he reached this level. Rakarada's, on the other hand, was an ancient transcender who had survived since the war with the old gods. Now that Taesan had divine power, he understood. What mattered wasn't merely possessing it, but how you handled it. That determined how much divine power you could truly draw out. Rakarada's would be able to control his concepts almost perfectly, so I need to properly control what I have. Gray flowed from Taesan. He planned to draw out the beast sleeping inside him once. Elsewhere the aftermath was too unpredictable. But here it was possible. KRRR, a gray beast emerged in the white domain. Power surged, a roar spread, and the domain trembled uneasily. Wait, Taesan frowned. He tried to control it, but it was already too late. The beast, reveling as if freed, slipped loose and revealed itself to the world. Equals Kuwuung, cracks spread through the absolute domain. Created directly by many transcenders, Taesan stood before a vast land. It was immense, so wide and huge that the horizon wasn't visible when Taesan touched the ground. He felt an enormous rank. It's solid. Enough for you and me to rampage, and standing before Taesan was Rakarada's, brown-haired, dressed like a barbarian. His posture looked languid. Yet his gaze was fixed squarely on Taesan. His size wasn't much different from Taesan's, god of struggle and death, Rakarada's true form. Good. Rakarada's looked around the domain and smiled. Satisfied, this should be enough. No, maybe it isn't enough. You already broke it once. It wasn't intentional. The white domain had been broken by Taesan's hand. The transcenders had restored it. But it still meant Taesan had shattered a domain formed by overlapping concepts. You couldn't do that with simple divine power. I'm curious what you used. Rakarada's spread his hand. I'll find out this time. Space split, and a handle emerged. Quaduduke. A huge double-edged axe appeared, large enough to cover a person's body. Not small, but compared to the weapons Taesan had faced so far, it wasn't especially large. The immortal who sided with an ancient god had wielded a sword that reached the sky, but Taesan could feel it, the rank contained within that double-edged axe, struggle and death themselves. Packed into its blade, this is my sacred relic, the weapon I've fought with since I was a mortal. A wave spread, that typified rank tried to swallow the space. There's no need to wait, we have spectators as well. Taesan felt hundreds of gazes on them, every single one belonged to a being of tremendous level, transcenders. Then let's begin. A crushing pressure, Rakaratas was sincerely determined to kill Taesan. The world itself shifted, a vast, exalted concept targeted Taesan directly. The world was aiming at him. Taesan had confronted transcenders before, but this pressure was far heavier than anything then. If he hadn't obtained transcendence, he would have been in danger from this alone. It's burdensome. Taesan took out Bardre. I don't think this is it. I don't think this is it. Be quiet. Taesan cut him off. He focused. Gray covered his entire body. Rakaratas' expression shifted. You've changed. It feels different from when I saw you before. I could read you then, but I don't know now. Rakaratas smiled in satisfaction. Very good. Everything was in place. Before that, there's one thing I want to ask. What is it? You wanted to fight me from the beginning, didn't you? When the others discussed what to do with him, Rakaratas had looked indifferent, but Taesan had seen it, interest and struggle. Directed at him alone, Rakaratas smiled. I can't read you, neither can the other transcenders including me. You are neither a transcender nor an ancient god. It's safe to say you're a completely different. New concept. Emotion took form and surfaced in the world. What kind of struggle will someone new like you show? His voice was bright with excitement. Can the new you truly face death in that struggle if you don't face death? What will your end be? Rakaratas bared his teeth. His boiling emotion heated even the surrounding air. I just want to see it, your struggle and death. Rakaratas was the god of struggle and death. He had devoted himself to those two concepts and reached his current level. Taesan recalled what Bardre had once said. The god of struggle and death is the strangest god. He is a god. Yet he acts lightly, breaks contracts, and helps those he likes by cutting away their power, a god who did whatever he pleased. Rakaratas wanted to see Taesan's struggle and the death that followed, so he gave Taesan a trial, that was all. Taesan clicked his tongue. Your principle of action is so simple. What's so difficult about it? I reached this place by doing exactly that. Rakaratas laughed and raised his axe. Come. Seeker, I am Rakaratas, the god of struggle and death. Energy surged. Rakaratas spoke calmly. I will sincerely try to kill you, prove your struggle and death to me. Taesan put strength into his feet in an instant. He moved away from Rakaratas, first distance. He needed to understand how Rakaratas handled the concepts of struggle and death. Mana gathered in Taesan's hand. You have activated the frozen world. Jjojojojok, a wave of cold swept out, more than anything. It was vast, so huge it looked ready to swallow the world whole. Rakaratas sounded impressed. Each tiny shard of ice contained Taesan's physical force. Infusing physical force, a concept I've never seen before, thousands, millions of physical force. Taesan had spent the week experimenting with divine power. One of those experiments had been whether he could place physical force inside magic. He tried it. And it worked. Each fragment could carry its own physical force. Even the smallest frost carried Taesan's full power. That alone was an enormous threat. Kugagagung, cold carrying physical force surged toward Rakaratas, a violence only someone who handled physical force itself could produce. If the opponent had been Ehili, this would have driven him to the brink with a single blow, but the opponent was the god of struggle and death. Rakaratas didn't even swing his axe, he merely waved a finger, and with it, an intangible wave spread. Jjoo, the cold shattered. The cold containing Taesan's divine power broke as if it were nothing, in an instant. The cold and the physical force within vanished. What is this? Taesan clicked his tongue. He knew it wouldn't be enough. But for it to break so easily was unexpected. But it's not enough. Rakaratas raised his axe. Divine power condensed within it, and Taesan sensed it. If he touched that divine power, he would die. Gray surged from Taesan, and a boundary wrapped his entire body. Show me everything about you. The axe swung. Rakaratas' divine power covered the world. Rakaratas has activated the struggle of the world. The world itself changed. Everything in the domain space itself fell under Rakaratas' divine power, and the world began to struggle against Taesan, smaller than air and wind. Atoms attacked and antagonized him. If it were merely attacks, it would be manageable. Taesan could fight the world itself now, but this was different. Each atom carried Rakaratas' rank and power. It was far more overwhelming than what Taesan had done by infusing physical force into the frozen world. The world had become Rakaratas' possession. Kagagagagak, atoms clung to Taesan, trying to peel away his boundary and strike his body directly. The boundaries began to tear. Ragged and fraying, Taesan gathered Gray, then expanded it into the domain. You have activated the boundary world, transcendence, as he obtained the boundary. The chaos domain also changed into the boundary world. A world made of boundaries spread out, placing a certain range under Taesan's control. Kagagagagak, the ranks clashed and collided for control of the world, even within the swaying gray space. Rakaratas' struggle did not yield much ground. Kaayang, and something broke. Rakarada's struggle that covered the world in Taesan's boundary world, dodging the scattering fragments. Taesan clicked his tongue. The boundary world is also limited in offsetting it. The boundary was a power that straddled the middle ground, in terms of compatibility. It was clearly superior, yet the fact that it was barely holding meant the opponent's power was overwhelmingly strong. Ho-Oh, Rakarada's was impressed in his own way. You're blocking it without much trouble. I thought you'd take quite a bit of damage. I'm having plenty of trouble. Though, if he hadn't activated the boundary world, his life would have been in danger. If he didn't respond actively, he would die. Taesan raised his sword. The boundary wrapped around Bardre. He drew a diagonal slash. The boundary surged across the world like sword aura. Cleaving through it, Rakarada's didn't dodge. He raised his axe. Kang, the axe and the boundary collided. The boundary didn't budge, but it began to slowly devour the axe. HMPH. Rakarada's made an intrigued sound and drew out his divine power. Struggle coiled around his axe. A wall meant to keep the boundary from staining it. Crackle, but the boundary didn't retreat like a living beast. It clung stubbornly on, trying to dye the struggle with its own color. In the end, Rakarada's swung his axe, knocking the boundary away. I can't annihilate it. Is it of a higher level than me? Muttering as if puzzled. Rakarada's quickly realized the truth. No, it's not a matter of levels, but something completely separate. This is fascinating, Rakarada's smiled, thoroughly satisfied by that fact. Good, whoosh, the axe trembled. Rakarada's spoke to Taesan, who remained wary. Let me tell you one thing, as long as my struggle doesn't stop. I am whole, nothing can taint me, even the old gods couldn't corrupt me. What's that supposed to mean? Taesan let out a hollow laugh. Whole as long as the struggle didn't stop, the god of struggle's struggle would never end. It was practically the same as saying he could never be defeated. That's what it means to have two divine powers. It's my own unique divine power, something other transcenders don't have. Well, your gray might be different, Rakarada's grinned broadly. That would be entertaining too, show me what you've got. Anticipation burned in Rakarada's eyes. So that's how it is, Taesan's eyes sank. He tightened his grip on the sword very well. He drove strength into his feet and charged straight at Rakarada's, and that made Rakarada's smile. As if he couldn't be more pleased. Chapter 539 Pantheon, Part 5. Rakarada's charges head-on, a transcender and a heterogeneous being sprint toward each other. Taesan activates his divine power. Keying, a strange wave blankets the entire domain. Rakarada's rushing body stops dead. Momentarily caught off guard. Rakarada's loses his acceleration and freezes in place. Taesan, already within reach, raises his sword and swings the gray. Rakarada's answers without hesitation. Bringing his axe up, the axe and sword collide. Kang, and it's Rakarada's who goes flying, hurled to the far edge of the domain. He tries to recover instantly, plant his feet land, and use friction to halt his momentum, but it doesn't work. Like he's skidding on ice, his body won't stop. Rakarada's drives his axe into the ground. But it doesn't bite. HMPH. There's only one reason his power is gone: intervention. Taesan governs the physical force of the universe itself. He's erasing the physical force that would arise from Rakarada's every action. Rakarada's manages to block the incoming strike, but he's blown back again regardless. So physical force can be used like this too. Interesting, Rakarada's laughs pleased even as the burden travels up his arm. Rakarada's has activated struggle. In an instant, a shimmering red aura wraps around Rakarada's body. Kung, Rakarada's charges again, ignoring Taesan's intervention. He swings his axe in a brutal arc. Kang, Taesan is shoved back. Rakarada's doesn't pause. What? Taesan had clearly used the divine power of physical force to nullify the actions themselves. He made the physical force behind every movement stepping. Acceleration, even the axe swing ceased to exist. And yet Rakarada's is forcing his way through. Charging as if Taesan's divine power isn't there. Jjooyong, a heavy impact ripples through Taesan. Another shove, another clash through the exchange. Taesan realizes Rakarada's isn't moving with physical force anymore. He's acting through struggle itself, like painting force onto reality with his concept. The axe swings, Taesan steps. He tightens the hand holding the sword, turns his waist, drives his shoulder. He pours physical force into every one of those actions. Jjooyong, two opposing divine powers collide, and it's Taesan who breaks. Physical force is crushed by struggle. Taesan snaps gray, up to cover his body. Kagagung, he draws out the boundary even further, throwing everything into it. Risking his life, Kagagak, even so the gray is pierced. The axe slams into immutable self. Immutable self is consumed at a frightening speed. You have activated blink. Tat, he creates distance. Rakarada's shakes his axe. Delighted you can block this much. I don't think you can call that blocking. Struggle and physical force, the divine power itself is clearly on par, but the gap in handling it is enormous. The difference in fundamentals is overwhelming. And the stability of their levels is worlds apart. The warm-up is done, I'll use the rest little by little. With those words, Death arrives, that is. Taesan has faced Dersha before, that's why he knows what her death is. Dersha's death is cruel and cold, but it is also calm and end delivered without room for emotion. The death Rakarada's calls forth is different. It antagonizes everything around it, it fights, screams and kills anything that touches it. It is destruction through and through. The death Rakarada's governs is death through struggle. Dersha, watching from beyond the domain, frowns. I don't like it, she mutters. Face twisting with disgust, she is the god of death. She governs the great concept of death that has existed since the creation of the universe. But Rakarada's governs struggle and death, and that death is different from hers. That's not death, it's closer to violence wearing the name of death. The death I govern is death that arises from struggle. Black coils around Rakarada's axe. My divine power isn't as flashy as other transcenders, it's simple. Violence in the name of struggle and death, that is all. He cannot govern demon the way the demon god does, controlling every demon in the world, nor can he block and erase choice itself like the god of choice. Sealing actions? No, maybe he could. Governing a concept means it's possible, but Rakarada's doesn't want that. He wants violence, pure force, overwhelming struggle, and with that alone. He has reached a realm no transcender can ignore. Wrapped in struggle and death, Rakarada's charges at Taesan. Taesan raises his sword. And Gray surges like a wave. Rakarada's doesn't yield. Jgyoyong, the boundary absolute incompatibility made stronger through transcendence, is shattered by Rakarada's axe. Taesan gathers his power and swings again. But Rakarada's doesn't stop. He destroys, crushes, and drives forward in an instant. The gray is pierced, the axe falls, immutable self shatters in a heartbeat. Your first attack nullification has been activated. Attack nullification triggers, but Rakarada's doesn't reset. The death wrapped around his body tramples and kills even the system's intervention. Kwayang, Taesan clenches his fist and hammers forward. With the crash, Taesan is forced back. Rakarada's doesn't stop. He advances with nothing but violence, pushing to kill Taesan. Taesan's heart pounds, his entire body tightens, and his mind accelerates. Rakarada's is stronger than Taesan. Clearly, he could die here, very likely. That has always been the case. Nothing about it is surprising. The difference is that Taesan is now his complete self. He responds to emotion. He draws out everything he has, but he doesn't lose his composure. Let's do it. Kwayang, Rakarada's surges in. Struggle and death fuse and stain the axe. It breaks. Crushes and pushes through every boundary. Taesan draws out the boundary. A deep, dark gray manifests in the world, and he handles the boundary. The boundary slowly loses its color. The boundary line begins to fade. The gray drains away until it becomes an intangible, colorless aura, ripple, worthlessness. The ancient god's divine power is realized in the world as a boundary. Taesan seizes worthlessness and swings. Everything in the world begins to be erased. Meaninglessly, and Rakarada's burst into laughter. Worthless one, a nostalgic divine power. Worthlessness makes everything meaningless. Rakarada's response is simple. He throws himself straight into it. Worthlessness erases Rakarada's struggle and death, but even more than that, a divine power that blankets the world surges forth, with sheer volume of violence. It exceeds the threshold. Worthlessness can erase and punches through. Rakarada's swings his axe down. Brutally, Kwayang, your second attack nullification has been activated. Taesan snaps back to create distance. He gathers the boundary again and spreads it wide. Stop. The world's time freezes. The divine power of the Walker of Time. Time stop. Rakarada's body halts for an instant. Taesan rushes in and drives his sword forward. The moment he closes in, the divine power wrapped around Rakarada's ripples. It tramples and kills the stopped time, forcing new time into the space. That divine power too, I've already dealt with it. Kang, the stopped time dies, more than breaking. It is executed. Rakarada's brings his axe down on the charging Taesan. Kwayang, your third attack nullification has been activated. Keying this time. Taesan compresses the boundary. Dozens of beads manifest and surge toward Rakarada's. Even that is crushed. Rakarada's death forcibly tramples and destroys the boundary. Taesan creates distance again. Eyes sunken, this doesn't work either. It isn't that he lacks level, there is a gap so he closes it. Rakarada's charges. And Taesan answers. He tries to break through by drawing out his powers one by one. It looks like he's testing his abilities on Rakarada's, experimenting mid-fight, even though his life is on the line. He's still running trials. That should be unpleasant, but Rakarada's laughs, delighted instead. Good, use me as a tool, test your power on me, but if you can't prove it, you will die. With that roar, struggle and death surge over Taesan. Taesan draws out Gray. Kwayang, Taesan uses every method he has. He manipulates Gray, draws out physical force, and wields divine power, doing everything to test himself. And everything to win, but in the end, he is forced back, the pure violence of struggle and death. Rakarada's is an existence that abandoned every miracle a great divine power could perform and pursued nothing but raw power. Even the boundary is torn apart and crushed by force. Kwayang, Taesan is sent flying. He barely interferes with the boundary, but half his limbs are nearly blown away. Thump, his heart hammers. Rakarada swings his axe, carving a rough line across the world. If that touches him, he will die. Instinct screams the warning, but Taesan doesn't retreat, he steps forward instead. With the clash, Taesan is hurled far away, and he rises immediately. Body and mind accelerate. Synchronizing, Taesan has reached his own realm, but even he doesn't know what he is. His realm is incomparable, yes, but there's another reason. He has never drawn out everything he has. Now he fuses mind and body, cuts away all distractions and focuses solely on the present. That is what this battle is doing, mind-body level. Divine power, everything that only recently arrived and felt foreign, now finds its place and begins to mix into one. And Taesan suddenly understands. He raises his hand, mana gathers. You have activated Rainbow Rush of Diverse Colors Boundary. A rainbow dash stained with gray, contradictory. Yet the only way to describe it, physical force is fused into the gray dash. Kwayang for the first time. Rakarada's advance is halted. Fusion of divine power. Taesan is doing what Rakarada's has been doing, and Rakarada's bares his teeth. Satisfied, not enough yet, show me more of you, prove your struggle. Rakarada's erupts into wild laughter. His divine power deepens, growing heavier and fiercer. The gray-ash rainbow dash begins to crack and crumble. Kagagak, it is clearly the same divine power, and Taesan's boundary is a heterogeneous power superior in compatibility to everything. It has risen higher as it becomes fully his, yet even so, he is being overwhelmed by Rakarada's, no matter the difference in handling. This is too one-sided. And the reason is simple. Taesan still can't handle his divine power properly. He's only drawing out half of what he truly has. His control is still awkward. Yes, but the real reason is deeper. Even Taesan doesn't know the bottom of his divine power, the beast within him. He wasn't confident he could control it perfectly. That's why he couldn't draw out the essence of the boundary, but not anymore. He is risking his life against Rakarada's. Mind, body's level, and divine power have become one. Now he can control the beast sleeping inside him. Come out. Gray blankets the earth. The beast within him, growling in dissatisfaction, finally rejoices and manifests in the world. The beast of the boundary takes a step into the world. Chapter 540, Pantheon, Part 6. Beastly, Maria. Watching from beyond the boundary. Muttered, barbaric, there's not a shred of dignity in someone who's reached transcendence. Struggle and death, two great divine powers. Rakarada's wielded them as pure violence. It was simple, almost stupid, but for Rakarada's, it was the right answer. Zervan spoke, sounding genuinely amazed. Even I couldn't overwhelm him like that head-on. He wouldn't lose. He could manipulate magic to restrict movement, force routes, and carve out a path to victory. But he couldn't smash through the boundary and physical force themselves and advance like this straight on. This kind of overwhelming violence belonged to Rakarada's alone. So, we've reached a conclusion, Dersha sneered. He won't be helpful to us. Taesan was holding out against Rakarada's, but that was all. He wasn't pressuring Rakarada's or exploiting openings to counterattack. Rakarada's was overwhelming him without meeting real resistance. He's too weak. Essential stroked his chin, but didn't refute it because it was true. Rakarada's was undeniably powerful. Governing two divine powers, he stood among the highest-ranking transcenders. Even so, Taesan shouldn't have been pushed back this badly. Taesan also had divine power. Calling them equal was questionable, but it was fair to say they were on a similar tier. At the very least, he should have been able to counter and leave damage behind. Yet Taesan was barely hanging on like a lower-ranked being. Rakarada's is genuinely trying to kill him, but he isn't going all out. If he were, Taesan would have died and turned to dust long ago. That's not wrong, no one denied it. Anyone foolish enough to deny what they were seeing wouldn't have reached transcendence in the first place. But it's still strange. Doubt flickered in Essential's eyes. If Taesan truly ranked below them, they should have been able to read his concept. But they couldn't, even with Taesan fighting with everything he had. His essence and rank remained unreadable. I don't know what it is. There's nothing more to watch. We should deal with him right now, Dersha pressed on, as if seizing her chance. Then she shut her mouth. The other transcenders did too. Silence fell instantly, their gazes fixed on Taesan, more precisely on the being beside him. Wait, the demon god frowned, bewilderment flooding her face. What is that? A gray beast had appeared within the boundary. Life. It was life. Clear emotion and will were visible, but it still couldn't be read. It was life. But not life from this world, yet it wasn't the life of an ancient god either. It was alien, deeply so. What is it? I can't read it, even under the combined gazes of transcenders. The beast couldn't be grasped. Like a dark curtain swallowing light, it devoured their observation and concepts, turning them into nothing. Their instincts warned them they couldn't read it. They couldn't tell what it was, or how high its rank reached, and that was dangerous. A transcender's instinct recoiled from the gray beast. It was something that could ruin the universe itself. Dangerous, that is, a cry rang out. It cried with joy. Like a beast freed from iron bars, its laughter echoed. Krrr, it was something made of gray. It had no proper form, but within it, A beast-like ego could be felt. It guarded Taesan's side. Rakarada's laughed. Is that the source of the divine power you have? It's unusual, KRRNG, the beast rumbled softly. Sending Rakarada's a wary gaze, like a dog shielding its master from a hostile stranger. Rakarada's eyes glittered. Life, a divine power with an ego, I've never heard of it. I was surprised at first too. An ego resided inside the boundary. That's why I couldn't use it until now. It was his power. Yet it had a complete ego of its own. To wield that divine power properly, Taesan needed to fully control the beast's will, and until now he couldn't. It was like keeping a pet that didn't truly obey. It would follow orders. But it wasn't under control. Taesan's mastery wasn't stable enough to restrain something that could run wild on its own. But not anymore. Now Taesan was one with himself. And he had gained proper control over his divine power. Now he could command the beast of the boundary. Good, then let's do it properly. Rakarada smiled and drove strength into his legs in an instant. He was within striking range. Taesan didn't move. He gave an order, block it. The beast howled joyfully, as if it had been waiting for that command. Gray scattered like mist and covered Rakarada's. Rakarada's swung his axe. Until now, the boundary had failed to stop the two divine powers contained within that blade. Always being forced back, Kaga Gagagak, but not this time. The beast didn't retreat. It thrust its maw forward greedily and bit down on the axe. Rakarada's expression shifted for a moment. Divine power raged within the swing. The aftermath alone threatened to tear apart the boundary the Transcenders had created. Kwang, the axe tried to cleave the beast of the boundary, but the beast drew out more gray separate from Taesan. Driven by its own will, Jejiuyang with the collision. The divine powers rebounded off one another. Ha! Rakarata's let out a hollow laugh. He could instinctively tell what the beast before him was. Has the concept itself become life, death, struggle, physical force, choice? Magic, each was a great concept, and the beast Taesan was wielding was one of them, the concept itself, given ego and realized in the world. Seriously, even for unusual. There should be a limit. The beast didn't stop. It sprinted, aiming for Rakarada's throat. Rakarada's bared his teeth. Good, good, he burst into wild laughter, truly enjoying himself. He tightened his grip on the axe. Rakarada's drew out his divine power. The death of struggle erupted. He tried to trample and crush the beast clinging to him. Kang, but the beast didn't yield, like a fighting dog. It snapped at openings. The beast of the boundary was clashing head-on with struggle and death. Kwang, their divine powers rebounded. Taesan quickly brought his hands together. You have activated the rainbow rush of diverse colors boundary. Streams of gray poured out. The difference now was that each stream carried the beast's ego, like living things. They slipped past Rakarada's attacks and defenses, targeting his entire body. Kwang, Rakarada's swung his axe. Struggle and death became a line, crushing and deflecting the gray streams. But the beast aimed for the gaps. It wedged itself between the axe's paths and slammed into Rakarada's body. Kwang, an explosion erupted, forcing Rakarada's back. The boundary stained Rakarada's body. Divine power surged from him to push the boundary away, but his body still suffered a slight loss. Taesan had finally managed to damage Rakarada's. Ha 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 ha, Rakarada's was delighted. Good, that's how it should be. Show me your struggle, otherwise I will kill you. Rakarada's eyes turned red. Rakarada's has activated conceptualization, death of struggle, divine power activated, and the world itself was rewritten. When he used the struggle of the world earlier, he had only altered a local space like the boundary world. World had been an expression, but now it was literal. The concept of all things turned into struggle and death. The universe itself became Rakarada's perfect possession. The beast howled as if answering it. Taesan commanded, smash it, with a howl. The beast burst apart. Scattered like a wave, it rampaged in every direction, trampling and contaminating the world that had become struggle and death. Kwang, Taesan lunged forward. He avoided the onrushing death of the world itself and carved a path. The beast howled and struck the air. The universe tore and twisted, but it didn't reach. The beast was slowly being pushed out of place. That was Rakarada's full power, or something close to it, with the universe itself turned into struggle and death. There was virtually no limit. So this kind of use is possible. To convert the world's concepts into his own. Taesan couldn't do that, at least not yet. The beast howled and struggled. The universe shook and collapsed under the swirling gray, but little by little, it was being forced back. The boundary was alien and powerful, and Taesan was controlling the beast to some extent, but not perfectly. He had only just managed to draw it out. He was still immature in this state. He couldn't directly contend with Rakarada's divine power. Kwang, Taesan's range of movement shrank under the pressure. Kaga Gagagak, yet Taesan's expression didn't change. He remembered himself in life and death battles. That didn't mean he could beat Rakarada's. It only meant that he could finally draw out the divine power he'd only been using halfway. But the limit was still clear. He was still immature. He still couldn't reach the bottom of that divine power. So Taesan searched for an opening. A tiny gap he could slip into, as if responding. The beast moved, the gray compressed, forming a distinct shape. Who? Rakarada's let out an impressed sound. The boundary itself was packed into that small form. It was like the universe condensed into a single shape. A sight that forced an exclamation. The beast sprinted toward Rakarada's. The onrushing world shattered and broke. The howling struck the boundary. Taesan stomped and surged forward. Following the path the beast created, Rakarada's waved a hand lightly. The universe, now Rakarada's, condensed as it was. The universe itself trampled the beast. Two worlds collided, naturally. The gray was being pushed back. The difference between their foundations was too great, but the beast didn't retreat, even as it was crushed, trampled, and torn apart. It carved a path toward Rakarada's. Kyohyohyang, the howl spread. For an instant the world shook. And the pressure on the beast eased. Kwayang, the beast surged again straight at Rakarada's. Strong. Rakarada's spoke calmly and swung his axe. The beast thrust its maw forward. But it was knocked away. It had already spent too much power carving that path, but that was enough. Taesan slipped under Rakarada's. You have activated addition. You have activated Blade of Fighting Spirit. You have activated multiplication, skills stacked in rapid succession, physical force condensed inside Taesan's sword, a divine power, an immense concentration that let Taesan dominate the concept of physical force. It compressed and swung. A massive scar tore across the boundary created by the Transcenders. Rakarada's smiled. As if he'd been waiting for this, it's finally out. Rakarada's also knew about multiplication, physical force that left marks on the universe itself. There was no way he wouldn't notice it. He had been watching the battle on Earth as well. That was why he'd been waiting more than anyone for Taesan to truly wield multiplication so he could crush it head-on. Come, Rakarada's raised his axe. The universe condensed into that blade. All things, the concept of struggle and death itself became one. That was Rakarada's full power. Kuwung, the axe and Taesan's sword collided. The aftermath flooded the boundary. Then the boundary began to crack. Is this all? The Transcenders watching were shaken within the boundary. Rakarada's and Taesan's power was being suppressed to the limit. Otherwise, the universe itself would be affected. That had been the point of the boundary. But now, even that boundary was starting to fail. The Transcenders drew out their concepts even further, reinforcing the boundary. Kaga Gagagak, divine power clashed against divine power. Compressed to the extreme, and Rakarada's won. Kugagagung, physical force was torn apart by struggle and death and vanished. Rakarada's wore a victor's smile. I won. His condition wasn't perfect either, even after ruling over all things. His divine power had been heavily consumed. His rank had taken noticeable damage, but compared to Taesan, he was clearly in better shape. Taesan had burned through almost all of his boundary and physical force. He was at his limit. Kuung, the axe came down. Taesan had spent nearly everything he had, but there was still one power he had never used. A divine power more alien and twisted than the boundary, something he couldn't even understand. Something that had remained dormant until now, but not anymore. Spirit, flesh, and rank had achieved perfect unity. Taesan didn't know what he was doing, but his flesh, rank, and divine power moved first. Taesan's arm rose. His hand touched Rakarada's axe. You have activated spiritual rank usurpation. Chapter 541, Pantheon, Part 7. Until now, Taesan had never activated soul rank ascension by his own will. That was partly because soul rank ascension wasn't something that belonged solely to Taesan, but also because of the very nature of soul rank ascension itself. Soul rank ascension usurped the rank contained within an enemy when they were defeated. Taesan had no say in it, whether he wanted it or not. It was taken by force. It wasn't that he couldn't control it at all. Thanks to the Seed of Life skill, he could control it, if only slightly, but the only parts he could control were the type and amount of power being usurped. Soul rank ascension was still a passive power, something he couldn't actively wield. That soul rank ascension had now changed into soul rank usurpation. In the process, many things changed. Taesan activated soul rank usurpation by his own will. The result manifested in the world as a phenomenon. Rakarada's expression changed. The axe was blocked by Taesan's hand and couldn't advance. Taesan's hand wasn't wrapped in boundary, nor in physical force. It was quite literally an ordinary hand. Of course, given the rank he had reached, his body itself boasted an unchanging hardness, but it could never be enough to stop Rakarada's attack with bare flesh. He should have been no different from a sheet of paper before an axe. The instant it touched him, it should have been crushed and split apart, yet the axe was stopped. Rakarada's put strength into his grip. Even so, the axe didn't move forward. Wait. The face that had held only confusion hardened for the first time. He realized it too late. Strife and death existed solely for Rakarada's. It was possible to smash things apart with force and rank, or to taint them with the power of the old gods, but it was impossible to usurp them. Those two concepts were permitted only to Rakarada's. But now, in Taesan's hand touching the axe, strife and death were contained, as if they belonged to Taesan. It was such a tiny usurpation of concept that even Rakarada's, the owner himself, hadn't noticed immediately, but it was usurpation all the same. You, Rakaratas tried to reclaim the authority that had been his, but the strife and death wavering in Taesan's hand did not return. Strength flowed into Taesan's hand, Kang with a crash. Rakaratas and Taesan were both shoved back. The Rakaratas of before would have charged in at once with a peal of mad laughter, but he couldn't. He stared at Taesan with a rigid face. "You are?" It was the moment Rakaratas was about to say something. "Stop." In that instant, an intervention cut in. "That's enough." Keying Maria's authority activated. The very option of the two opposing each other was erased. The battle was forcibly ended when Taesan came to. More than 10 transcenders stood between them. Their authorities separated Taesan and Rakaratas. "This should be enough. Looks like we've seen everything we needed to see. There's no need to go any further." Maria spoke to Dersha. "What do you think?" Dersha? He proved himself against Rakaratas. Even while dealing with that alien beast, he showed he could control it. And even while facing Rakaratas at full strength, he showed his own power. Unlike what you said, he looks more than capable of being a strength in the war against the old gods. Dersha didn't argue. Rakaratas was among the strongest even among transcenders. Enduring him to this extent meant Taesan could endure against the old gods as well. "Fine, I won't insist anymore." Dersha didn't raise her voice as she stepped back. Maria watched her with a smile. "Don't hate her too much in her own way. She's acting for the sake of this universe. I don't particularly care." From Dersha's perspective, an existence from the beginning of creation. Maintaining the order called the universe's death, Taesan was an exceedingly irritating foreign substance. Taesan didn't have any particular thoughts about it either. Rakaratas, who had been staring at Taesan in silence, reached out into the air. The axe slowly vanished beyond space. The atmosphere gradually settled. The magician spoke to the other transcenders. "Looks like Dersha's acknowledged him. No objections from the rest of you?" No answer returned. Only quiet feelings of agreement could be sensed. Then it settled. The demon god looked at Taesan with a satisfied face. "I didn't expect you to endure Rakaratas this far. You're beyond what I thought." An area transformed into life. "I don't know how something like that came to be, but it follows his control. Then there's no problem." Most of the transcenders seemed satisfied after watching them for a moment. Taesan asked, "Are you sure that's fine?" "About what?" "About my power. And only now you ask." Zervan let out a scoffing laugh. "I already knew you handled an alien power. That it transformed into life is a bit surprising. But it follows your control. Then there's no problem. Even now I don't know what level you've reached or what kind of seed it is, but as long as it's you, there's no issue." Most of the transcenders spoke as if there was no problem, but what they were talking about wasn't the reason Taesan had asked. They didn't notice. Taesan looked at Rakaratas. Rakaratas, too, wore a subtle expression as he looked at the transcenders as if he felt the same, but instead of pointing it out, he opened his mouth. "Is the confirmation finished?" "Yes, you did well. It's something I wanted." "So it's fine, then. I suppose I'll need some rest." "Both of you will. Neither you nor Taesan is in a normal state, are you?" "That's true." Rakaratas had lost quite a lot as well. With time he would recover little by little. But for now he needed rest. Rakaratas slowly moved. "Then I'll go rest first. The rest of you can talk among yourselves before leaving." He sent Taesan a look. Rakaratas disappeared. The transcenders looked slightly thrown off by the abrupt departure, but their surprise quickly settled. "Either way, no one's going to touch you anymore. Congratulations." The magician smiled faintly. "You've been acknowledged by the universe's transcenders. I'll go and talk to the rest. So for now, get some rest." Taesan returned to the building the magician had first guided him to. There he rested and replenished the power and rank he'd expended. Bardre shuddered as if getting goosebumps. His iron body rattling as it trembled. "I'm not broken, right?" "You're not broken. Why worry about that?" "How could I not worry? It was Rakaratas. Rakaratas, strife and death were pounding on me." For Bardre, it had been a terrifying experience. Each time the very concept of the universe struck him, it felt like he might break at any moment. "Your master is me. As long as I don't break, you won't break either." "I know that. But it doesn't stop it from being terrifying." Bardre grumbled after calming down a little. He muttered as if it felt strange. Still, the atmosphere really changed. The countless gazes that had been aimed at Taesan, most of the gods who couldn't rule a complete concept, those who ruled only small concepts, had been sending Taesan gazes filled with hostility and killing intent. Like Ahilia, they had treated Taesan as an enemy and felt threatened by him, but now they were nowhere to be found. The occasional gazes Taesan still felt were only fear and dread. The power Taesan had shown in the battle with Rakaratas was something immense, something those who ruled small concepts couldn't accept. In a single battle, they realized Taesan had reached a realm separate from theirs. Not bad, he had gained a lot, in the process of staking his life and fighting at full strength. He learned how to handle the authority he had obtained, and he learned what level he had reached. As Taesan rested in silence, he suddenly called out to Gray. "Grrr," a beast's growl answered, like a puppy clinging to its owner. Gray pressed itself against Taesan's whole body and rumbled quietly. "What are you?" A boundary that had gained a self. Even Taesan couldn't properly grasp what it truly was. He could now issue commands to the beast's self. But he still hadn't fathomed the bottom of the boundary. Taesan focused his mind. He dove into the inside of the boundary. He tried to use rank to probe deep within it, but he couldn't see it. It was like the deep sea far below the surface, dense and dark. He couldn't reach its bottom. Taesan raised his soul. It felt like a power without a bottom. Even Taesan couldn't easily sense how to wield it perfectly. And lastly, soul rank usurpation, what had blocked Rakarada's attack. It was the moment Taesan was about to think about it. Creak, the door opened. And the magician entered. Resting well, more or less, you did good. The magician gave a light wave. Then sat on a conjured chair and spoke. It's over. The Transcenders won't oppose you anymore. You can go back now. Already, there's nothing to talk about right now. We still haven't decided exactly how we're going to act. The start of war, there was a lot to deal with. It wasn't something that could be settled in a few days. But once things are somewhat organized, we might ask for your help. I know. He had no intention of refusing. The magician grinned. You did well. You can get your reward directly from Rakarada's. He said he'd give it himself. Really? Taesan's eyes sank. Taesan finished a reasonable amount of recovery. It was time to leave. Taesan went to find Rakarada's because Rakarada's had promised to give him a reward. Taesan arrived at Rakarada's temple. Brutal. There were countless spears, swords, and axes. Innumerable weapons were embedded like decorations. Each one was close to a sacred relic, things that couldn't be found in the outside world, and countless skulls lay strewn around the weapons. It was a landscape that embodied strife and death, and above it all, Rakarada's stood with lofty presence. You've come. You said you'd give me a reward. A reward, right? I should give it. Rakarada's wore a strange smile. You seem to already have your reward. But still, a reward is a reward, if someone else heard it. It would make no sense, but Taesan understood better than anyone what Rakarada's meant. That's what happened. That's what happened. Rakarada's spoke as if teasing. So have you been making good use of the concept you usurped from me? Chapter 542, Pantheon, Part 8. I wouldn't call it usurpation. It's an extremely small portion, so small it couldn't even be called a fragment. It'll disappear before long. 2. But it is a clear usurpation. My domain, even if only slightly, has unquestionably diminished. It wasn't particularly rare for a Transcender's domain to diminish permanently. Even the process of imposing a trial upon mortals and granting them a reward caused a loss of domain. But that was, at most, something the Transcender chose to do with their own will. Right now, Taesan had usurped a portion of a Transcender's domain regardless of that Transcender's will. I don't know either. The last soul rank usurpation, through some process. He had usurped Rakarada's domain and handled it as his own. Thanks to that, Taesan had been able to block Rakarada's attack, but even Taesan himself didn't know how he'd done it. It wasn't like boundary or physical force. With those two, Taesan was still immature and hadn't seen the bottom yet. But he could still rule them, control them, and handle them. Soul rank usurpation was different, rather than him understanding and acting. His body had moved naturally, something reflexive that dwelled within him, so even you don't know how to wield it. At least for now. If he were given similar conditions again, maybe, but at present, he couldn't freely use soul rank usurpation. What a shame, I wanted to test it once more. Rakarada's looked genuinely regretful, even though testing meant his domain would be usurped. He didn't seem to care about that at all. That power of yours usurped my domain. Should I call it usurpation? It's an entirely different concept from tainting or staining. Even the process was so natural that even the Transcenders couldn't notice it. Even Rakarada's himself. The one being usurped hadn't realized in the moment that his authority was being taken by someone else. Boundary was certainly powerful, an incomprehensible power to them. Even so, they could accept and recognize that it was alien and dangerous. Soul rank usurpation wasn't like that. That wasn't alien. It slipped in among them with astonishing naturalness. Like a concept of the world that had existed from the beginning. Unlike physical force or boundary. Is that a pure aggregation you built up yourself? Interesting, I'm curious. Rakarada's leaned back in his chair. Well done, that pathetic adventure from when we first met is nowhere to be found. You've grown strong enough to stand against even me. I still have a long way to go. Taesan denied the praise now that the battle was over. He could tell Rakarada's had gone easy on him. That didn't mean he'd fought half-heartedly. Throughout the fight, Rakarada's had truly been trying to kill Taesan, but it hadn't been his full power. If he had charged in at full power, he would have tried to kill Taesan before Taesan could do anything at all. If he had brought his spirit, flesh, and rank into alignment, and then rushed in after making the universe itself his own, Taesan would have had no proper way to respond. Even without going that far, he could have simply avoided fighting head-on. Taesan still couldn't handle his authorities perfectly. So there were openings everywhere. If Rakarada's had simply exploited those openings, he could have defeated Taesan without much trouble, but Rakarada's insisted on facing him head-on. Taking Taesan's immature attacks, he only drew out power once it reached a level Taesan could respond to. In other words, he had matched Taesan's strength. Even so, I was sincere as well. The fact that you faced it is proof of your strength. Who knows what will happen once you grow even more accustomed to your authorities? Rakarada's looked truly pleased. I'm curious what you'll be able to reach, what lies at the end of your strife, and what shape will death take when it comes for you. Watching that will be its own amusement. Thank you, no need, it was enjoyable amusement for me as well, then I should give you something in return for that amusement. The battle between Rakaratas and Taesan had been Rakaratas' trial, and Taesan had successfully cleared that trial, then Rakaratas had to give a fitting reward. I wondered what to give you, but this suits you. Rakaratas waved his hand. A portion of his domain was torn away. Rakaratas' interference domain has decreased. You have obtained death born of strife. It was a death born from a single strife. A death that sought to kill all things. Rakaratas had torn off a part of his own authority and given it to him. Are you sure that's okay? Taesan had received authorities before, Maria's exclusion of choice. Or the fallen gods' forced descent, those were among them, but those were at most. Permission to use one method of utilizing an authority. Rakaratas had given him the authority itself. The caliber of the reward was different. He'd expected something like a sacred relic at most. He never imagined Rakaratas would give a portion of his authority. You passed my trial magnificently, then I should give a reward worthy of that. Rakaratas chuckled as if it were nothing. We will call for you because we will need you in the war to come. I know. But that doesn't mean you have to be with us. You may cooperate temporarily, but you don't have to become our side. You didn't have to stand on their side. It was hard to believe those were the words of transcenders who ruled the universe. Taesan looked at Rakaratas. Rakaratas spoke calmly. Walk your path, don't be stained by us. Seeker, walk your own path. One different from us and different from them. That is my simple advice to you. Understood. Taesan nodded. Rakaratas smiled in satisfaction. Then farewell, it won't be long before we meet again. Tap. Taesan returned to the labyrinth. He sat down first. The magician didn't appear. He'd said he had things to handle before coming back to the labyrinth. So it wasn't surprising. Until then, there was nothing he particularly needed to do. Then suddenly Taesan's thoughts went to the community. Since returning, he hadn't properly checked it. Taesan opened the community for the first time in a while. And Taesan was momentarily flustered. He'd thought there would be a lot of talk about the labyrinth. The return was over. And they needed to descend again. So it was only natural, but it wasn't. The community was filled with talk about Taesan. You Youngseok easy, what am I supposed to do with this? Something showed up. Kang Dongja normal, when is Taesan Nim going to show up? I have no idea what we're supposed to do with this. Oliver Khan hard, calm down for now, we're confused too, what do we do with this? There was confusion and turmoil, but it wasn't fear or dread. Nor confusion toward the unknown, it was more like pure bewilderment. Oliver Khan hard, do you know anything? Amelia, I heard you and Kang Junhyuk are his apostles. Amelia Aaron Solo, that's true. But if Taesan doesn't say it himself, I can't really say anything either, just wait for now. What happened? Taesan frowned. After watching the community for a moment, Taesan posted, Kang Taesan Solo, what happened? The moment his post went up, the reaction was explosive. In an instant, tens of thousands of posts flooded his view. Conversation was impossible. Taesan moved, as always, to the chat room where each country's core members were gathered. Kang Taesan Solo, what happened? Amelia Aaron Solo, Taesan, Daniel Darman Hard, we've been looking for you. Kang Taesan Solo, what is it? Lee Tion Solo, a system window appeared. Kang Taesan Solo, system, Lee Tion Solo, wait a moment. After a short while, Lee Tion uploaded a system window. The one you serve has reached a solitary, complete realm. Your faith approaches him more directly. In addition, he may permit those who serve him to receive his authority, allowing him to bestow a portion of that concept. Lee Tion Solo, there was more. But the important part is basically this. Kang Taesan Solo, now I get why it turned into such a commotion. Taesan had stepped away from the seat of a god of faith and ascended to a solitary, complete realm, and there was no way that fact wouldn't affect those who served him. All players on Earth believed in Taesan. It wouldn't be wrong to call them his followers. And among the followers of gods Taesan had seen so far, many used a portion of their god's authority. Now Taesan could do that as well. Can you do things like this even if you can't be called a god? After thinking for a moment, Taesan posted, Kang Taesan Solo, want me to bestow it. Oliver Khan hard, Kim Hweon hard, I mean I'd be grateful if you did. But seriously, people were doubtful. Taesan didn't particularly care. Kang Taesan Solo, wait. GM Yoonjun hard, seriously. Daniel Darman hard, wait, I'm not mentally prepared yet. Kang Taesan Solo, I'm the one giving it, what do you need to prepare? Taesan focused his mind. Authority gathered strong, solid, and that gathered authority, following its owner's will, spread out into the world, leaving the labyrinth. It scattered across space and time to the believers who served him. Lisan easy, the community erupted in an instant, seeing their reactions. Taesan realized it had worked exactly as he intended. Lee Tion Solo, Taesan, this is. Kang Taesan Solo, you got it too. Lee Tion Solo, I mean I do serve you too. So, but this is. Amelia Aaron Solo, physical force control, what is this? Kang Taesan Solo, that's the name, the bestowal of authority that gods had done for Taesan until now. Taesan had now bestowed authority upon every player on Earth. Kang Taesan Solo, try it once, I'm curious too. Taesan had bestowed it. But even Taesan didn't know how it would help ordinary players. A brief silence fell over the community, and in the meantime, Taesan checked his own power. What he had just bestowed was the authority of physical force, and when a transcender bestows authority upon mortals or imposes a trial, that authority is permanently consumed. So how much of Taesan's authority had been consumed? He had bestowed it upon every player on Earth. That number exceeded 100 million. It was bound to consume a significant amount, since he'd done it knowingly. Taesan checked calmly, and he was surprised, not because the consumption was huge, but because it was so small. It felt like scooping out a pot's worth of water from the ocean. To an ordinary person, it was by no means a small amount, but compared to the whole sea, it was a trivial level. If this was all it took to give it to over 100 million, then for an individual, it wouldn't even reach the level of a single drop. What were they being so stingy about? Taesan let out a scoffing laugh. The transcenders he'd met until now had been extremely reluctant to let their domains be consumed, so unless it was someone they truly acknowledged, they wouldn't give anything. That was why he'd expected a noticeable cost, yet it wasn't even dust. No need to worry. He'd expected some degree of loss, but at this level, it was practically nothing. Not bad. Taesan waited quietly, and before long, posts began to appear one by one. Lee Tion solo Taesan. Kang Taesan solo what? After a brief silence, Lee Tion posted, Lee Tion solo what is this? Chapter 543 The Usurper's Treasure Chest Part 1 Kang Taesan solo what exactly happened? Lee Tion stumbled through an explanation. Lee Tion solo I gained control over physical force itself. Kang Taesan solo control it allows that much? Taesan was surprised. He had bestowed authority, but he never expected it would allow control over physical force itself. He hadn't thought it would go that far, but Lee Tion denied what Taesan was imagining. Lee Tion solo, I think I said it wrong. I got control. But the limits are clear. It feels like it's limited to my own body, and that limit is capped by how much physical force I can output. Daniel Darman Hard, even so. The amount of physical force we can draw out has increased across the board. It's obvious immediately. Lee Tion solo, we only just got it, so I can't fully figure it out yet. But I feel like there's a lot more to it than just this. From what he heard, it seemed they could interfere with physical force at the level of a small concept. They couldn't control the world's physical force itself like Taesan, nor could they pour full power into each and every movement, but even that alone was more than strong enough. All players on Earth had now gained an authority that let them interfere with the world's concepts. Lee Tion muttered in an incredulous tone. Lee Tion solo an authority like this. We got it with no cost at all. Taesan, you bestowed this on every player on Earth. Kang Taesan solo, yeah. Ikijo Ika hard oh, an exclamation slipped out. It was unexpected for Taesan. 2. That he could bestow it to this extent. Considering the level of authority the Transcenders had bestowed until now, it felt strange. After thinking for a moment, Taesan understood why. The Transcenders settled in the labyrinth hated the weak, and what they wanted to see was a struggle fought with lives on the line, not people breezing through with their authority, so they bestowed authority with extreme strictness. To mortals who pleased them, no. Precisely because they pleased them. They tried to give power only within clear limits, but Taesan wasn't like them. He had no interest in the players' life-or-death struggles. His concern was their survival. There was no need to carefully regulate what he bestowed, so it was originally possible to this extent. Taesan let out a scoffing laugh. It was something he hadn't known before ascending to a complete realm. Kang Taesan solo, use it well, it should be pretty useful. Lee Tion solo, this doesn't feel like it's just pretty useful. Lee Tion was a player who possessed another Transcender's authority, Maria's authority. That was why she understood better than anyone what level of authority Taesan had just bestowed. The choice exclusion she had, it was on that level, as pure authority. Its performance was lower, but unlike choice exclusion, physical force control was an authority that could be used continuously. Put simply, in Lee Tion's judgment, if someone fully utilized this one skill, even a normal mode player could trade blows with a hard mode player. Of course, using authority perfectly was impossible, but considering the gap between the two modes, that alone was a miracle. Lee Tion solo, are you sure this is okay? Kang Taesan solo, it doesn't matter. Lee Tion solo, well then, thank you. Daniel Darman Hard, thank you. Oliver Kahn Hard, I don't even know what to say. Words of gratitude began to appear one after another when he checked the community. Easy and normal mode were in chaos. Thinking about it, the skills they'd obtained so far were all unimpressive skills that held no value or meaning to the current Taesan. To them, Taesan's authority would be an absolute power they had never seen before. They were cheering and shouting Taesan's name. It wasn't a bad sight. Then something occurred to Taesan and he asked, Kang Taesan solo, what happened with black magic? Because of the demon god's blessing, Earth's players had been able to handle black magic, but the demons had all been killed by Taesan, and that black magic had vanished. Lee Tion solo, something changed. It's like we can magi a bit more freely now. It got cleaner than before. Kang Taesan solo, so she stepped in. It seemed the demon god had personally bestowed control over Magi. That was a good thing. Taesan considered it. What else could he bestow upon them? The general talk was over, but Taesan didn't leave the community. Kang Taesan solo, Amelia, Kang Junhyuk, come with me. Amelia Aaron solo. Huh, Kang Junhyuk solo, me. The two were flustered. Taesan didn't care and opened a separate chat window. Calling them both in. Amelia Aaron solo, what is it? Kang Junhyuk solo, Hyung, what's wrong? Is something wrong? They asked in anxious tones, but that wasn't why Taesan had called them. Kang Taesan solo, you're my apostles. They were directly connected to Taesan, his direct subordinates. In every sense, Kang Taesan solo, did the authorities' effect change a bit for you? Amelia Aaron solo, ah, that's what you were asking, you scared me for nothing. After grumbling for a moment, Amelia spoke. Amelia Aaron solo, I don't have a comparison point so it's hard to be sure, but I can do more than what Tion described. Kang Junhyuk solo, I can't explain it well either. But it's different, like the rank is a bit higher, and I think I can control the surroundings to some extent too. As apostles, it seemed they were permitted more authority. After reading their messages for a moment, Taesan made a decision. Kang Taesan solo, wait a moment. Taesan pulled an authority. This time it wasn't physical force, it was boundary. The beast of the boundary began to gather inside Taesan, creeping and coiling in, and he tried to bestow it upon the apostles who served him. Amelia Aaron solo, huh? Kang Junhyuk solo, W8, sensing a strange discomfort. Amelia and Kang Junhyuk recoiled in alarm. Taesan commanded the beast to dwell within them, GRRR, but the beast refused, as if it didn't want to leave Taesan's side, as if Amelia and Kang Junhyuk couldn't accept it. It whined and fussed. Shut up, Taesan frowned, maybe before. But now the boundary belonged to Taesan. It followed his control as his authority, so he had no intention of listening to any refusal. Taesan forcibly pressed the boundary down, GRRR. The boundary let out a small, protesting growl, but there was no further resistance. A minuscule portion of the beast, so small it wasn't even a speck of dust, settled into Amelia and Kang Junhyuk. Amelia Aaron solo, wait, Taesan, this is Kang Junhyuk solo, Kang Taesan solo, you got it. Kang Junhyuk solo, I got it. But what is this? Kang Taesan solo, good. The residents of this world couldn't accept Gray. He couldn't bestow Taesan's boundary upon them. Amelia and Kang Junhyuk were Taesan's apostles. They were direct lives connected to his soul, then they should be able to accept Gray. He had bestowed it with that possibility in mind. And it succeeded. Amelia and Kang Junhyuk gained the boundary, even if only a little. Amelia Aaron solo, what kind of authority is this? I don't know. Kang Taesan solo, figure it out yourself. Taesan didn't know exactly what concept it was. Either it was something the two of them had to grasp by handling the authority themselves. How will it turn out? Taesan was curious too, how someone other than Taesan would be able to handle Gray. It could mean nothing or it could mean a great deal, if anything happened. He could retrieve it. So there was no problem, that left only one authority, spiritual rank usurpation, but Taesan had already given up on that. There was no way he could bestow a power he couldn't even fully control himself. Kang Taesan solo, keep going down. Amelia Aaron solo, seriously, I don't even know what to say, thanks. Kang Junhyuk solo, thank you really. Amelia and Kang Junhyuk expressed their gratitude. It was the moment Taesan was about to leave the community for real, just then. A message came from Lee Tion. Lee Tion solo, ah right Taesan, I heard the general story from Marianim. Kang Taesan solo, it got to you that fast. Lee Tion solo, you worked hard, seriously, you really got insanely strong. Lee Tion was purely amazed, to fight Rakaratas without being pushed back. And to prove himself, she had seen the end of the labyrinth, so she knew how absurd that sounded. Lee Tion solo, I want to help too, but I'm too weak, still. I'll do my best. Lee Tion typed with energy. Taesan watched for a moment, then ended the community without saying anything else. Even after the conversation ended, the magician didn't appear. He didn't know what was on the 96th floor or whether he could descend the labyrinth as he was now. Since he didn't know, he had to wait until the magician appeared. Time was empty again. And Lee Tion, who he'd just been talking to, naturally came to mind. How strong could she become? She had talent, different in direction, but talent that would surprise even the transcenders. If she used that talent perfectly, if she devoted her entire life to it, could she someday reach a solitary, complete realm on her own? An answer formed in Taesan's mind. It was possible. If it was Lee Tion, she could reach it. In the first place, she had that kind of potential. That was why Maria had made her with her own finger. Now that Taesan had reached this realm, he could tell, but having potential and actually reaching it were entirely different matters. Lee Tion had drawn her line. Unless she herself intended to go beyond it, she would never reach a solitary, complete realm. In the first place, since she had become an apostle, the possibility itself was already blocked. Taesan didn't think that was a problem. He believed choosing where to stop and be satisfied was an individual's choice, but if it wasn't that, if she wanted higher, yet couldn't reach it, Taesan stared into empty space. You can come out. With those words, space split open. Long green hair that reached down to her ankles came into view, the Green Witch revealing herself. Bowed respectfully before Taesan, "I greet the Great One." Her posture was even more respectful and deferential than the last time he'd seen her. It was enough to make Taesan uncomfortable. "You don't have to do that." "No," the Green Witch showed no intention of lifting her head, seeing that. Taesan realized one fact. Because of the contract, the Green Witch could share Taesan's view. In other words, there was a high chance she had watched Taesan's battle with Rakarada's in its entirety. "You saw?" "Yes," the Green Witch answered politely. "I witnessed the miracles of the Great Ones. Thank you for showing such an overwhelming sight to someone as lowly as me, and I thank you for something else as well." "Something else?" "For not yet canceling the contract with someone as lowly as me." Taesan understood what she meant. Taesan had formed a contract with the Green Witch. It was a contract of sight that allowed the Green Witch to observe everything Taesan did. Moment by moment. Back then it hadn't been a problem. The Green Witch was an immortal and Taesan was immortal. The Green Witch was the stronger one and she was the one bestowing. So aligning their sight wasn't a major issue, but now it was different. Taesan had reached a solitary realm while she was still an immortal, and for an immortal to share sight with an existence at Taesan's level was in itself an insult. If it were a foul-tempered transcender, they would have killed the witch, or at the very least, forcibly cancelled the contract. Even if it was a contract made by mutual consent in his mortal days. That wouldn't matter, that was what reaching rank meant, but Taesan had no intention of doing that. "It's a contract I agreed to, unless you want it cancelled." "I won't cancel it. Thank you from the bottom of my heart." The witch spoke while still bowed, then she slowly lifted her head. "Then, it is presumptuous of me. But may I ask one request?" There was desperation in the Green Witch's eyes. It was an emotion so dense and intense that even a mortal, not just Taesan, could have recognized it. There was only one reason she had formed a contract with Taesan in the first place. "If it is you, the Great One, could you give me an answer as to whether I can reach a lofty seat?" Chapter 544, The Usurper's Treasure Chest, Part 2. "An answer," Taesan muttered. The Green Witch stayed quietly lowered, waiting for his reply. "It's true I reached a lofty seat, but your situation and mine are very different." From the start, Taesan could have reached a solitary, complete seat on his own. It was simply the usurper's existence that had blocked it. That was why discarding the self tainted by the usurper and filling it with a new self was enough for him to reach that realm. But it wasn't the same for the Green Witch. She hadn't suffered any taint from the old gods. The realm she had reached was that of an immortal. Taesan's solution couldn't be applied to the Green Witch. Hearing that, the Green Witch's eyes sank. "I see. That said, if you ask what the path to becoming a transcender is, I don't know either, in the first place." Taesan wasn't a transcender right now. He had reached a different realm from what the Green Witch desired. They were similar but fundamentally different. So he couldn't explain it. "Then, could you do one thing for me?" "What is it?" "Me." The Green Witch lifted her head. "Could you read me?" She spoke with a desperate tone. Taesan looked at her for a moment, then nodded. "If that's what you want." "Thank you." The Green Witch cast everything aside and revealed herself before Taesan. Taesan directed his gaze at her as she presented herself like that. There was no need to activate a skill. Taesan, as he was now, could observe all things, and if someone like the Green Witch was openly exposing herself, then he could grasp everything about her literally. Taesan's gaze pierced through the Green Witch. "Ah," the Green Witch flinched, shrinking for an instant. It felt as if every organ in her body, every single muscle, had been laid bare without a trace left hidden. But she didn't retreat. She continued to reveal herself, and Taesan saw it. Everything she had built over her entire life. It was neither small in quantity nor in quality. It was like a towering spire. The Green Witch had more than enough qualification to reach immortality, but that was all. There was nothing beyond it. It was certainly a grand and magnificent tower, but its limit was clear. Taesan withdrew his gaze. "How do I explain this? Did you see it?" After a brief consideration, Taesan spoke directly. "You've built a lot, that's why you reached immortality, but what you've built doesn't reach a great realm." "Then the solution is, there isn't one, at least not right now." Taesan spoke calmly. The tower the Green Witch had built was at its limit. She couldn't build it any higher. And if she tried, it would collapse and she would lose everything. So that's how a limit forms. If you build the foundation wrong from the start, you eventually hit a wall. You can't reach a solitary, complete seat. He'd expected it to some extent, but it was his first time seeing it with his own eyes. Taesan spoke to the Green Witch. The Green Witch's pupils shook violently, reaching a lofty realm. She had desired it her whole life, and now she was being told that the possibility itself was blocked. Her head fell toward the ground. Then, slowly, the Green Witch opened her mouth. She raised her head and looked at Taesan. In her eyes was a yearning that still hadn't gone out. "You mean my tower is the problem, at least right now?" "I see, this is the problem, this," the Green Witch muttered to herself, as if she'd reached some conclusion. She rose and bowed. "I offer my deepest gratitude." Great One, what Taesan had just told her was of immense value in this world. It was one of the secrets known only to transcenders. To tell her that simply because they had a contract, this was, to the Green Witch, An opportunity like a miracle. Then may I ask one more request? Go ahead, if later on. I ask you for one thing, could you grant it? If it's not something unreasonable as much as you want. Thank you for accepting, saying that. The Green Witch swung her hand. Your contract with the Green Witch has ended. The contract of sight that had connected Taesan and her was severed. It was the Green Witch herself who had given it up. Are you sure? I heard the answer I wanted. Sharing sight any longer with a great one would be a burden. The Green Witch slowly stepped back. Taesan asked her. What will you do now? I must find the answer based on what you've told me, and if I can't, I will come to see you again. With that, the Green Witch left. He could roughly guess what she intended to do and what she would want from Taesan. I hope it works out, since Taesan had received quite a lot from her as well. He rooted for her, then Taesan checked the authority Rakaratas had bestowed. Death born of strife, the violence of death that seeks to kill everything except its master. How should I use this, since it was authority itself? He couldn't use it carelessly. It gave him pause. He considered turning it into equipment, but it didn't seem like any material capable of containing authority would exist. After thinking for a moment, Taesan made a decision, fuse part of the authority with his own authority. Taesan brought Death born of strife to his chest. Quadujuk, death and self-immutable collided. Two opposing concepts resisted. They rejected each other, trying to push the other away. It was a natural resistance, mixing the authority of an old god and a transcender, something impossible from the start. But Taesan had boundary. Listen to me. With that quiet statement, the beast rose. It voraciously suppressed self-immutable and death born of strife, crushing them down. Kugagugaguk. The two concepts which had tried to resist without control were forcibly fused into one, and before long, they changed into a new authority. Death born of strife and transcendent self-immutable have changed. You have obtained the transcendent boundary negation. That was easier than I expected. He could press down the backlash without much difficulty. It seemed meaningful that self-immutable had changed into something he could control perfectly through boundary. Transcendent boundary negation proficiency 13% negation against all interference, whether it belongs to this world or not. It rejects, denies, and seeks to kill everything that tries to interfere with you. The pitch black that surrounded Taesan was stained ash gray, and its nature had changed as well, where self-immutable had calmly and coldly blocked external interference. Boundary negation was more violent. Kagagak. The boundary negation wrapped around Taesan was even showing hostility toward the world's concepts that tried to touch him. Trampling them down and trying to kill them, Taesan reigned in boundary negation. Only then did the rippling ash-gray energy settle slightly. It's aggressive, a power that treated everything approaching Taesan as an enemy, since it had changed from black to ash-gray. Its rank and power were even stronger. At this level, could it block Rakaratas' attacks a few times? He didn't know about full power. But it seemed like it could block at least 2 or 3 attacks imbued with true intent, if it held up even at that level. It was an excellent change. Taesan was satisfied. Then, he'd checked everything he needed to check. Now it was time to descend the labyrinth, but the magician still hadn't appeared. How long do I have to wait? It was the moment Taesan muttered that, shwak, as if on cue. Space tore open. Things just don't end. The magician who created the labyrinth appeared. He looked exhausted. But it's been sorted out enough now. We've got a direction. Sorry to keep you waiting. Stepping into the labyrinth. The magician looked at Taesan, then flinched. I'm seeing something strange. Boundary negation wrapped around Taesan was showing hostility toward the magician. Stay still, Taesan spoke quietly, following its master's will. Boundary negation slowly subsided. Man, in just a moment you got something weird again. The magician muttered awkwardly. But didn't pry. He couldn't understand Taesan's power and rank anyway. There was no need to force himself to accept it. Taesan asked the magician, can I go down the labyrinth? Even if Taesan had become a seeker, could he still descend the labyrinth? To that question the magician answered yes. Doesn't matter, I told you before. Didn't I? I'm going to make floors specifically for you. I was thinking it might not be possible now. He could trade blows with Rakaratas, then the labyrinth's quest would have to match that level, and finding something like that was close to impossible. The magician seemed to agree, giving a bitter smile. I've been thinking about that too, but I said I'd do it and I have to keep my word, and it's a bit ambiguous. But I did find something fitting. The magician pointed at the stairs. Go, there's someone waiting for you. Taesan went down the stairs. Floor 96 quest begins. Find Arelnan's origin. Reward Arelnan's authority. Hidden reward? Arelnan. It was a name Taesan remembered. Taesan opened the door. Inside was a single pale white woman. Her hair and eyes were an ash gray. Like dust that had been swallowed, features that were subtly foreign, somehow different from an ordinary face. Akasha spoke quietly. Goddess. It's been a long time, child who was once my apostle. The forgotten goddess, Arelnan, has appeared. Arelnan, you as well. It's been a long time, my benefactor. It has. Taesan was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected Arelnan to be waiting on the 96th floor, and according to the system's explanation, the 96th floor's quest was about Arelnan. After silently watching Taesan, Arelnan opened her mouth. The scent is gone. There was only one scent she could mean, when Errolnan first met Taesan. She said he carried a faint scent of the usurper. That it was gone now meant the alien Nuss has grown stronger, but at least that scent is gone, from my perspective. That's good, Errolnan looked satisfied. Taesan looked at the magician. Is she giving the 96th floor's quest? Yes, the magician confirmed it. His expression as he looked at Errolnan was strange. So I knew you, I'm seeing you right in front of me. But I can't remember anything. I remember you, magician, though the you I remember is very different from you now. Errolnan spoke with a faint, strange smile. Even back then, unlike other transcenders. You chased something strange on your own, but I never thought you'd create a space like this, then or now. I can't understand you, throwing yourself away for mortals. That's the kind of thing only someone who really knows me would say. But the magician still couldn't understand who Errolnan was. Errolnan spoke calmly. The usurper usurped me, of course you can't know me. Errolnan had lost everything, if not for Akasha. She would have remained forgotten forever, but seeing Errolnan again after so long, Taesan could tell one thing: she was etched into this world a little more clearly. Have you remembered something? Ah, yes. Errolnan smiled in satisfaction. She looked at Akasha. Is it because you became solitary on your own? The memories of those who remember me have become clearer, and as a result, I was able to recall one fact. And what is that? Me, Errolnan bared her teeth. Before I lost myself, what I was, the concept that damned usurper stole from me, the usurper's treasure chest where it is kept. Chapter 545, The Usurper's Treasure Chest, Part 3. Is it truly so? Akasha was startled. Nothing comes to mind for me. That's the same for me. I still can't remember who I was before. Or what I was, but I remembered where it is. Errolnan smiled in satisfaction. It is all thanks to you. Akasha, as expected of my apostle. No, I suppose I should say my former apostle now. I'm sorry. There's no need to apologize. This is all due to my own failings. Errolnan didn't seem to care right now. She was delighted, truly, just confirming that what I lost is there is enough to satisfy me. Where is it? Errolnan said it was in the usurper's treasure chest. Then where was that treasure chest? Errolnan answered. The usurper's treasure chest. Everything of mine remains there. Not only mine, everything stolen by the usurper is gathered there. Really? Taesan was shocked. If what Errolnan said was true, it meant she had identified the place where everything the usurper had stolen was collected. This is something even the usurper didn't foresee, Errolnan said. Amused, any being usurped by that one loses everything. Their very existence is erased from this universe, but I was not. Errolnan had indeed been forgotten by everyone, yet her apostle, having lost herself, remained in the labyrinth. How that was possible, why Akasha had remained in the labyrinth, neither the magician nor Errolnan knew. But Akasha had remained in the labyrinth and appeared before Taesan. And Taesan had defeated Akasha, used her materials to make a ring, and revived Akasha. And as he continuously let power dwell within Akasha, Akasha recalled Errolnan. That was how Errolnan could show herself to the world again, a miracle born from countless coincidences overlapping. I can finally shove it to that damned thing. What a delightful day. Taesan looked at the magician. Do the Transcenders know too? We found out this time. It's surprising. But it's good, it means we can land a blow from our side. The magician looked quite pleased as well. Until now, whenever we fought the old gods, we were always the ones being attacked first. It couldn't be helped. The old gods couldn't be killed and they were finite beings, and they were the victors. They had no choice but to defend, but now there was a chance to strike first. The magician was genuinely delighted. We don't know how much the usurper has stolen, but if Errolnan's case is any indication, it won't be little, if we can destroy all of it. It's a great opportunity. It means we can reduce one of their cards before the war even begins. From Taesan's perspective, it wasn't bad either to stick it to the usurper. That was good, and a memory flashed through Taesan's mind. In the past, when he still hadn't become solitary as the usurper, he had once dreamed a dream. In that dream, every noble concept and material in the world lay strewn about like trash, and a single twisted being stood guard there. That place might have been the usurper's treasure chest, if his dream was real. Then Errolnan's words were correct, but there was one problem. So where is this treasure chest? The magician and Errolnan fell silent at the same time, seeing their reaction. One possibility formed in Taesan's mind. Don't tell me, just like you think, there's no way an old god's treasure chest would be in this world. The magician gave a bitter smile. The realm of the exiled old gods, the usurper's treasure chest is there. The gods had won the war, the losers were the old gods. They were driven out of this universe and sealed beyond the far side, and inside there was the usurper's treasure chest. After a brief silence, Taesan asked, "Are you sure it's even possible to go in? It's ambiguous." The magician couldn't answer definitively. That place is unknown even to us. The Transcenders had exiled the old gods beyond the far side, and they had not intervened again. There was no need to enter the prison where all the universe's evils were locked away. It was enough to catch the occasional escapee and deal with them. That was why even they didn't know what lay beyond. Where the old gods had been exiled, then isn't this a pointless story? You can't even cross over. Right, that side isn't this world. There's a high chance the universe's concepts won't apply. Transcenders can't cross over. Then, Taesan cut himself off. The magician and Errolnan were looking at Taesan. Taesan frowned. Don't tell me. There is only one being in this world who can cross beyond, Errolnan murmured. Taesan let out a hollow laugh. You're telling me to go over there. I'm not telling you to, just that you're the only one who can. The magician spoke in an ambiguous tone. In the end, you're the only one in this world who's free even in an old god's realm. The usurper's treasure chest was in an old god's realm, and the only one who could cross was Taesan. It was simple elimination. It wasn't wrong. You really don't know what's over there at all? Nothing. The magician shook his head. But we do know about the past. The past? We won the war against the old gods and exiled them. We gained ownership of the universe. What do you think that means? So this world originally also contained the old god's realm? Correct. The magician affirmed. You saw the old demon god's realm too. Didn't you? I did. It was weak to the point of being meaningless. Think of it as an expanded version of that. It was horrific and alien, a place where beings of this world couldn't set foot. When we won, we exiled their realm together with them to the far side and made the present universe. What existed beyond was an old god's realm that had once existed in this world. We remember it. But it's been too long, we can't be sure how much it's changed now. And it won't be only the old gods there. There will be plenty of broken beings born from them as well, and among them there will be those with proper intellect, ones you can speak to, like the traitors, similar. But different, the traitors were beings of this world who chose their side, but those are beings born from the old gods in the first place. Their nature is different. What lay beyond, and what kind of world it was unknown. The magician spoke as if making excuses. I'm not bringing this up with no chance, in fact. The odds are good, even if you cross into that world, the old gods won't be able to target you. Why? They're busy too. The magician flicked a finger lightly, space skipped and the view expanded, beyond space. There was the barrier separating the old god's world and this one. Cracks were spreading through that barrier, gaps showing. It looked like it might shatter at any moment. Unstable, yet it was holding, because countless transcenders were manifesting concepts to defend it. The usurper and the fallen god messed with the barrier, but it won't break that easily if the transcenders hold. The old gods have to pound on it with everything they've got. This chance is their opportunity to trample the universe again, so they'll be going all out. They won't have room to worry about the inside. With your boundary. Can't you hide your body? Taesan nodded. He knew one thing now. If he wrapped himself in boundary and truly meant to conceal himself, he could hide even from old gods. If the other side already recognized Taesan, or if they got within a certain distance, it would be difficult, but otherwise, it would work. Simply stepping into the far side wouldn't let them notice him. I see why you suggested it, Taesan muttered. While the old gods were focused on breaking the barrier, he would enter the far side and smash the usurper's treasure chest. It was reasonable, but in the end no one knew what lay beyond. The one taking on the risk was Taesan. The magician knew that too, and spoke calmly. This isn't an order or a trial, it's a proposal. In the first place, they couldn't order Taesan anymore. He was effectively an equal existence. They had to deal with him through exchange. Not trials. If you don't accept, the 96th floor's quest will change to something else. I won't insist either, it's a shame. But this won't be the last chance. We'll fight them anyway. Opportunities will come. It was a world where concepts might not apply. Even the magician and Errolnan couldn't help. They assumed Taesan would likely refuse. Fine, but Taesan accepted immediately. It was so unexpected that surprise rose on the magician's face. Really? Didn't you propose it because you wanted me to accept? No. That's true, but the risk is too big. It's a risk I'll have to bear someday anyway. The barrier will break eventually. In the end, it was only a matter of time. The barrier would break, and the old gods would reveal themselves to the world. The usurper would be among them, and the usurper was aiming for Taesan. It wasn't simple killing intent or curiosity. It was clear greed, wanting to devour Taesan and make him its own. Then, like you said, now is the chance. While the old gods had no room to spare, he would gnaw away at the usurper's power. It was the right answer, but that was the story from an outsider's view, for the person involved. It was an outrageous burden. Cross into an unknown old god's realm. Then enter the usurper's treasure chest whose location he didn't even know. There was no guarantee he could return, but Taesan felt nothing in particular. I have to do it anyway. While their attention was elsewhere, he would clean up the usurper's treasure chest. It was the right answer. Then Taesan would simply do it. Why are you surprised now? I've always been like this. Taesan found it stranger that the magician was surprised. He could understand Errolnan not knowing him well. But not the magician. The magician should know Taesan had reached this point by doing exactly this sort of thing. That's true. Taesan wasn't someone who calculated possibilities and then acted, but Taesan had now reached a solitary, complete realm to other transcenders. That was a kind of destination. They no longer needed to challenge or take on risks. That was why so many transcenders stopped taking on new challenges after reaching their realm. But Taesan wasn't like them, for him. Reaching this realm meant nothing. He was still himself, so he would simply do what he as himself had to do. That's right. The magician let out a hollow laugh. It really was right. Most of them had reached their destination and, in doing so, forgotten themselves. You make me remember myself again, the magician thought to himself. His eyes grew serious. All right, then you're accepting, Taesan nodded. Errolnan let out a bitter laugh. This makes me feel sorry. The current me has nothing fitting to give you. It doesn't matter, I'm doing this for myself too. No, even so. A transcender must repay what is owed. Errolnan raised her hand with a solemn expression. I, as a goddess who lost herself, declare this. If you reclaim what is mine, I will give you what is mine. A declaration sworn on a name by one who had lost her name, the moment she regained her name. That declaration would carry absolute binding force. The magician clapped loudly. Then let's prepare right away to cross into the old god's realm unknown to all. Chapter 546, The Usurper's Treasure Chest, Part 4. Taesan made his decision. Since the most important core had already been judged by his own will, there was nothing more to say. The Transcenders began quickly carrying out what they had prepared. First, if you're going to enter beyond it, you'll need to hide yourself. It'll be easier to move if the beings over there don't notice you and regard you as one of their own. Beyond the boundary. It wasn't only the old gods. There were also many monsters and underlings born from them. It was necessary to hide himself from them. You can probably do it. He could. Boundary rose and wrapped around Taesan's body. Gray covered Taesan perfectly, without a single gap. Then Taesan gradually reduced the ratio of divinity, like an underling of the old gods. He increased the ratio of black and wrapped it around his entire body. His presence and rank were completely buried in black, and that color began to seep into him. Is this enough? Plenty, the magician exclaimed in admiration. I thought it'd be possible since you possess black, but I didn't expect you to do it this perfectly. Even the Transcenders couldn't read Taesan's rank. It wasn't simply that observation was impossible, they couldn't even determine whether he was strong or weak. But Taesan was different now, disguising himself in black. He felt as if he were one of the old gods' underlings. If even a Transcender's gaze perceived him that way, it meant only an extremely rare few could notice the truth. Errolnan reacted much like the magician. If you act appropriately, it'll be flawless. Is it fine even if I have a human form? There were plenty of humanoids over there too, so it doesn't matter. A long time has passed, so I don't know how it is now. But it shouldn't be a problem, they look at essence more than form. Here, take it. The magician handed Taesan a bead. Taesan accepted it and frowned. This is, inside the bead. The powers of countless transcenders were condensed together. You have obtained an unstable collection of ranks. What is this? A disposable bomb. Beyond that boundary is an unknown place, and even if you reach the treasure chest, it might be hard to break it with your own power. It's a tool for that. This doesn't seem like something you can call a disposable bomb. It contained the full might of multiple transcenders. If he used this as a material to create an item, it would easily surpass ordinary sacred relics. And unless you were a transcender who ruled over a complete concept, it would be impossible to even handle it. The value of this single thing easily exceeded dozens of planets, and they were telling him to use it up in one shot. Because that's how much burden you're carrying, honestly. I'd like to grant you protection too, but we don't have that kind of leeway right now. That bead is something we prepared long ago and we're only taking it out now. The Transcenders, like the old gods, were giving everything they had. That was how important Taesan's role was. Taesan stored the bead away. All right, now all that remained was execution. With calm eyes, Taesan looked at the magician. Preparations are done, we move right away. And Taesan arrived at the exile boundary of the world that had banished the old gods, Ku Yuung. The boundary was shaking violently. Countless transcenders were holding it back. But the cracks continued to widen. Through the gaps, the old god's aura seeped out, defiling the universe. Brutal, very brutal, with a bitter smile. The magician clapped, authority activated and reinforced the boundary, but there was nothing he could do about the cracks that had already spread. The boundary was slowly breaking. Then you know what to do. Right, see you later. Hope we can see each other again without any issues. Go, receiving the magician's send-off. Taesan hurled himself toward the crack. SSSS slide, boundary rose and wrapped around Taesan. The gray gradually died into black, masking his presence. And then, one more layer, you have activated Baal's layered darkness boundary. A layer of darkness wrapped around Taesan. Baal's layered darkness, that black magic had originally been able to conceal one's body even from transcenders. Now Taesan activated its true authority. Taesan's body vanished. Literally. To the point that no one could find him. Even a transcender or an old god wouldn't easily notice him. Taesan flew straight toward the boundary. He found a point where he couldn't feel the old god's presence and placed his hand on the boundary. Yuung. The boundary that touched his hand trembled unstably. It rejected Taesan, denied him and tried to push him away. Countless fissures and cracks formed in the boundary, yet it still divided the world. It was impossible to break with mere individual strength. But for Taesan, that didn't matter. Taesan raised boundary. Gray touched the boundary that sealed the old gods, and the boundary opened. It didn't shatter like something melting away. A passage formed that accepted only Taesan. Taesan slipped his body beyond the boundary. The boundary returned to its original form. Who, after a short breath. Taesan lifted his gaze. Before him was a world dyed in pitch black. It was black, but it wasn't mere darkness, even with nothing but black. His vision wasn't obscured. He could clearly distinguish objects. Interesting, Taesan gave a brief impression: gravity, light, shadow, and countless other concepts of the world. He couldn't feel a single one. There was only one thing he could feel: black. The old gods' black ruled over the world itself. This was the world of the banished old gods, a realm beyond, where the concepts of the universe did not apply. Bardre and Akasha groaned, having entered a separate domain. Their souls were gradually being corroded. Taesan quickly strengthened boundary even further. Hugh, thanks, thought my head was going to crack, even under my control. It's hard to endure. Bardre and Akasha belonged to Taesan. They were synchronized to his soul and ranked to some extent. Even so, until Taesan wrapped them in additional boundary. They could barely hold on. That meant this realm was that alien and twisted. Taesan wrapped himself in boundary and waited quietly, but nothing happened. He couldn't feel an old god's presence. It meant they hadn't noticed he'd entered. Success. Then all that remained was to find the usurper's treasure chest. He roughly knew the location. Erelnan had synchronized her mind with Taesan and shown him everything she knew. Taesan headed there. Wavering black things obstructed Taesan's view. Bardre muttered as if uncomfortable. It's too different. What kind of place is this? To Bardre, the universe was common sense. Things fell from above to below, fire burned wood, plants withered and died without moisture. Facts so obvious he had never doubted them even once. But here that common sense didn't apply. For Bardre, who was born and raised in the universe, an instinctive revulsion rose up. Let's finish this fast and get out. I don't want to be here. Taesan marched forward in silence. After moving some distance away from the boundary, a few shapes came into view. Planets. They were gigantic structures, like planets in the universe. But their forms were extremely alien. They weren't spheres, they were square, and it wasn't only squares. One looked like a colossal steel. Another wasn't even a shape, just a flat square plane. Some were endlessly warped, trembling. An amorphous form of negation. Those planet-like things, more than 10 of them, were gathered at regular intervals. This doesn't feel good, Bardre swallowed. This is bad, we should avoid them. Taesan didn't answer, after staring at them for a moment. Taesan moved, his body began flying toward the square planet. Tap, and Taesan landed on the planet, keying. A covert but swift search swept across the planet, so subtle no one would notice. And from the result, Taesan understood. Countless filthy, vile things existed here. Taesan walked on. Before long he saw a massive group. So many. Countless underlings of the old gods were there. Like warriors awaiting battle, they formed ranks, their emotions bared to the fullest. At the front stood a being that seemed to be their leader, warped with a fluttering cloak like a reaper. Holding a scythe in one hand, a highly powerful existence. The Reaper noticed Taesan's presence. Their gazes met. Taesan walked forward calmly. He stopped right before the Reaper. This is an unfamiliar anomaly. A wave filled with will trembled and reached Taesan. It wasn't language. It was beyond any domain a being of the universe could comprehend. But Taesan immediately understood the meaning contained in that will. Taesan stared at the Reaper. The Reaper continued in a low will. Who are you? Taesan didn't answer. The Reaper said Taesan was an unfamiliar anomaly, meaning it thought Taesan was of the same kind as them. Hiding himself had worked. So now, what to do? Hundreds of possibilities and judgments flashed through Taesan's mind. You are. At Taesan's silence, the Reaper, its wavering form, shuddered for an instant. Taesan made his decision. Instead of answering, he lightly flicked his finger, keying, and the world twisted. Crack, the axis distorted. That was the only way to describe it. The aftermath of a distorted, twisted authority swept over the Reaper. Ah, the Reaper reflexively retreated. Taesan looked at his hand with a strange expression. He had just activated time interference. The authority of the monster that walks time, but time as a concept did not exist here. Perhaps because of that, the authority activated in a completely different direction. What is this? As Taesan thought. The Reaper panicked and cried out. We behold a fragment of the Great One. The Reaper slammed its head down, a posture of perfect submission. That motion spread like a wave to the monsters behind it. Thousands of monsters prostrated themselves toward Taesan in unison. They lowered their power and aura completely and yielded their control to Taesan. Good. He'd thought that if he used the authority he had stolen through soul rank ascension, they would accept him without needing to wrap himself in any other pretense. Taesan's prediction was correct. They had completely mistaken Taesan for a shard of the monster that walks time. Still, a fragment. Taesan fell silent. Perhaps fearing that silence, the Reaper asked with trembling will, Fragment Nim, may I ask what brings you here? After staring at the apostle for a moment, Taesan opened his mouth, but he didn't speak in words like the Reaper had. He released a wave filled with will, like an old god. Chapter 547, The Usurper's Treasure Chest, Part 5. What are you doing here? Yes, the Reaper was momentarily flustered, as if it hadn't expected that question, but it soon regained its composure and began to speak. We are waiting for the beginning. The beginning? Yes, the Reaper shouted, brimming with joy and rapture. The beginning of the war to reclaim the world that was originally ours and dye it with our own. War. It wasn't hard to guess what it meant. The coming war between the Transcenders and the old gods. After thinking for a moment, Taesan sent out his will again. I have something to ask. Ask anything, O great fragment, the Reaper bowed low. Taking the posture of absolute obedience, Taesan stared at it quietly. The Reaper possessed intact intelligence with the exchange of will. The conversation flowed smoothly, like he was dealing with an ordinary person, more normal than I expected. All the monsters Taesan had met so far were the kind you couldn't reason with. He'd assumed this place wouldn't be much different. But it was unexpected. Then again, the monsters he'd fought until now were tools meant to trample worlds. They wouldn't have needed intact intelligence, if so. Things became easier for Taesan. He asked the Reaper, "Whom do you serve?" "I am a child born from a shard of the solitary, complete and great world crusher." A child born from a shard, Taesan scanned the Reaper as it said. He could feel self in its body. Of course, it wasn't at a level you could call an authority if he had to define its level. It was no more than becoming a bit tougher, but there was clearly a fragment of authority. Taesan looked at the other monsters bowing beyond it. He could feel similar traces from them as well, even if not the world crusher. Each carried at least a tiny part of the old god they originated from. Taesan realized something. Life in the universe is fundamentally born and dies under a vast cycle. Even Transcenders weren't born Transcenders, aside from special cases like Dersha. They were all mortals bound by the concepts of the universe, climbing up to a complete seat on their own. But this place was different. In the twisted domain of the old gods, everything was determined by the old gods' judgment and power. In simple terms, every being here originated from the old gods, figuratively speaking. Closer to the old gods' blood and flesh. A space comparable to the universe existed solely through the old gods. In other words, if the old gods were dealt with, there would be no need to worry about this place anymore. If an old god fell, its underlings would all vanish as well. Not bad. Taesan looked around, beyond. There were countless twisted planets. There were more than 10. Are you gathered here in preparation for the war? Yes. Oh, great fragment. The Reaper chattered with delight. The Great Ones are breaking the filthy boundary those things made. The insignificant, filthy, weak, immature outsiders dare try to block us. But soon the path will open. The Reaper shook violently, its body quivered with joy. We have gathered here to prepare for that war, to defile and reclaim the world we stole, the world that was originally ours. Taesan let the Reaper's emotions wash over him as he looked at the other planets. The monsters gathered on each planet were extremely strong. Even the weakest were S-rank monsters, hundreds. Thousands, no, more than that were gathered, and there weren't few beings that looked like apostles, if they moved all at once. It wouldn't end as a light aftershock. Even a faith god couldn't guarantee they could stop it, unless a transcender acted directly. They would wipe out hundreds of planets and still keep advancing. The problem was that the transcenders wouldn't have the leeway. Because they'd be busy stopping the old gods, it would be hard for anyone strong enough to stop them to exist. If the war began, Taesan's eyes sank, but he didn't act. He simply asked the Reaper, "I heard there's a traitor beyond who submitted to us." "Ah, yes, I have heard," the Reaper nodded. "A foolish one blinded by greatness, in the end. Everything will be defiled anyway, but it's not bad. A being that remains faithful to the role it was meant to play. Do you know where that bastard is?" At Taesan's question, the Reaper looked a little flustered, but without much suspicion. It spoke plainly. "About that, I am sorry, even I do not know." Its voice was drenched with genuine apology. It was a strangely fascinating sensation, something born of an old god reacting like a human. Only some of the Great Ones know the location of that foolish one. If the fragment asks directly, you should be able to learn. Is that so? However, I do have a guess. That one does not exist here. Taesan looked at the Reaper, like a child eager to spill what it knew. It continued rapidly. That foolish one is an existence from the other side. It cannot exist in our world to begin with. Is that so? A transcender cannot remain in the old god's domain. Taesan knew that much. But since they were cooperating, he'd thought the old gods would allow them to remain in some way. Apparently that was impossible. Then it means it's on the other side. Unless it has hidden its body in a specific space. Yes, the fallen one was likely in the universe. Taesan organized the information in his head and turned his gaze. More than 10 planets, among those gathered there. Not a single one was weak, almost as if they'd been selected. You're the vanguard. Yes, we have been certified by the Great Ones and granted the qualification to stand at the forefront of war. Are all the strong ones gathered here? Yes, no one here refuses to defile the other side. Every being in this place applied. But the weak all fell away. The Reaper's voice carried unmistakable pride. So that's how it is. The ones gathered across these more than 10 planets were essentially this realm's total force, excluding the old gods, and all the Great Ones are at the boundary. Yes, not a single one is absent. They are all exerting their power to defile. Truly, they are great ones with them. They will certainly be able to defile the other side. As it spoke, the Reaper sensed something off. But why is the fragment here? Is the usurper included? Yes, the Reaper was startled. The usurper nim should also be at the boundary, but suddenly, I see, that means no one can interfere here. They'll be breaking it with full power. So it'll be hard to even send fragments or shards. Not bad. Fragment nim. Achieving the objective is important. But it's better to deal with what can be dealt with before going. The Reaper took a step back. Oh, fragment of the Great One, what do you mean? What is a fragment? It is literally a fragment of the Great One, one who split itself and created another self. Something larger in concept than a shard or a piece. F fragment, the Reaper was thoroughly confused, but its eyes still held no suspicion toward Taesan. I guess you can't suspect anything, I must be an anomaly. Normally. Beings from the other side can't act like you, isn't that only natural? A human voice rang out, the Reaper's body shook violently. You are, the black that wrapped Taesan began to peel away, and the gray hidden within was revealed. The Reaper recoiled in shock. You, the adversary. The adversary. Huh, so that's the name you gave me, I'm honored. How are you here? That's not important. Taesan casually tightened his grip on Bardre. Boundary rose. Within the black, the only gray swelled greedily. Baring its fangs, the monsters watching from behind also panicked and began to move. Taesan spread his arms toward them. I'm your enemy, then there's only one thing we're going to do. Right? Taesan drew his sword. Gray opened its maw. Kwayangi, a deafening roar erupted. The rising gray devoured black as it charged forward, becoming a colossal wave. It covered the domain. Ah! The apostle screamed and protected its body. The fragment of self-constancy it had been granted activated, an old god's authority that blocks outside interference and allows one to exist as a complete self, but all of it was buried beneath gray. As an underling of the old gods. The Reaper had slaughtered countless lives and once scorched multiple planets into ruin, and now it vanished meaninglessly. Taesan smiled in satisfaction. In an instant, more than 100 monsters were erased. Refreshing. Ooh, enemy, the vile adversary is here. The monsters on the planet recognized Taesan's existence and began to move. Bite him apart, defile him. For the great ones, countless monsters rushed Taesan, and not only from here, monsters from other planets. Drawn by the shockwave, were charging in at high speed, tens of thousands, each and every one at least an S-rank monster, and there were plenty of apostles as well, a force that could defile the entire universe if no transcender intervened. But Taesan felt nothing. Come on. You filthy things, Taesan smiled, chaos wrapped around him. Ooh, the first monster to charge, one with a huge mouth, lunged with its jaws. Taesan lightly swung his fist, crack, starting from the jaws. The monster's body burst apart. Then a monster split into thousands of branches tried to bind Taesan's whole body. It grabbed his arms and legs and pulled, creak. A fierce pressure pressed down on Taesan. That many-branched monster wasn't weak. By its level. It was above an S-rank monster. Taesan responded simply, he just shook his body lightly, crack, and with that alone. The branches tore away and the monster vanished. He stepped forward, physical force compressed by boundary exploded and swept the front. Dozens of monsters burst in unison. The ones that barely survived were ripped to shreds and crawled on the ground. If I can deal with them. I should, they were dangerous. An S-rank monster alone could destroy a planet. And the tens of thousands here all possessed power beyond that, if they reached the universe. They'd devastate half of it while the Transcenders fought the old gods, so he would clean them up before that happened. By Taesan's hand, Kagagagak, cutting through the monsters, two negations rushed in, warped. Broken forms like fog, Taesan could tell, those two possessed power that stood out even among the monsters. They were apostles, Taesan didn't know it. But those two apostles could merge into one being and surpass the limit an apostle could draw out. In the past war, evading the Transcenders' eyes, they had annihilated dozens of worlds and killed more than 10 immortals. Even the Transcenders had agonized over how to deal with them, yet ultimately failed to erase them, one of the infamous beings that had made a name in the previous war. Apostles of the Worthless One, Taesan murmured. The two apostles charged in and became one, highly condensed. They surged toward Taesan. The power contained within could fade an entire star and transform it into something meaningless. But Taesan's expression still didn't change. The apostle of the Worthless One swallowed Taesan, trying to render everything about him meaningless, but before long, it realized its worthlessness was dying instead. Crack, the gray energy wrapping Taesan boundary negation rose up. It trampled and tried to kill the filthy negation that dared interfere with its master. Crack, the apostle's rank was ground away in an instant. It struggled, using the Worthless One's authority to shake off the boundary clinging to it and escape. But it didn't work. Instead, gray clung like a tick, preventing it from slipping away. Calmly, yet cruelly. It devoured the Worthless One. The apostle continued to struggle, but it was meaningless. Crack, and at last. Gray devoured all of worthlessness and made it its own. A beast's joyful cry echoed. The two apostles that had defiled the universe in the past war and tormented the Transcenders for a long time vanished. Unable to do anything, Chapter 548, The Usurper's Treasure Chest, Part 6, at this point. Apostles were nothing, they couldn't make Taesan feel a thing. Krak, monsters that had closed the distance charged at Taesan, bursting their power as they tried to trample him. Krak, Taesan didn't block them. And he didn't counterattack either, he simply stood still and that was enough. Everything that reached Taesan was trampled and killed by boundary negation. One monster rushed him like a full-body tackle and was erased on the spot. Kuwong, a pitch-black bomb exploded right in front of Taesan. Boundary negation devoured it as if it had been waiting. Crushed it. And instead made it into its own power. So it gained a trait like this too. Self was an authority that was consumed. The only way to refill it was to recover slowly over time, but boundary negation instead devoured the opponent's power and swelled even larger. Not bad, muttering softly. Taesan gathered boundary, the wavering remnants swept the surroundings. And that alone tore apart dozens of monsters. Woong, the condensed boundary slowly lost its color, then it took on a formless shape. The value of everything it touched began to be erased, the charging monsters faltered. That is, the great ones, they couldn't finish. Taesan swung worthlessness, an invisible. Powerless, formless waves swept the front. The monsters fled in panic, but worthlessness calmly caught up and swallowed them. Without sound, without rumor, without any trace of a wave. Hundreds of monsters vanished all at once. One monster that barely escaped the aftershock screamed with negation. Why does a thing like that have the Great One's authority? Because I stole it, worthlessness is still worthlessness. He was running an experiment. Taesan gathered boundary and activated an authority. The authority of the monster that walks time, time interference activated. Keying, time interference's effect was to intervene in the world's time. But the phenomenon that appeared was completely different. The axis shook. That was the only way to describe it. The axis of the domain itself shook. And was severed. Kaya, the charging monsters reached a certain point. And in that instant they were all cut apart and twisted. Ho! The authority of the monster that walks time was manifesting here as severance. It severed a certain area outright. Cutting everything that crossed over, it was closer to space itself turning into a blade. Is it because there's no concept of time? This is interesting. This place wasn't the universe. Concepts of the universe, time and space, gravity. Fire and wind did not exist here, so time interference's authority was being realized in an entirely different way. No, is this the monster that walks time's true authority? This severance couldn't be properly realized in the universe. So it transformed into the concept of time interference. That seemed like the right way to think about it. It was usable, sever a domain up to a fixed distance. And cut everything that reached it. It was like creating a huge wall. Seems useful. Honestly, time interference had been the most ambiguous authority he possessed, even if he pressured someone by intervening in time. An opponent at the level of a transcender could respond as much as they wanted. And since he couldn't use authorities simultaneously, time interference had to compete with authorities like worthlessness and compression. Yet it didn't have enough value, but if this was how it manifested, the story changed. It had plenty of value, both offensively and defensively. The issue was whether this authority could be used in the universe at all. Even the monster that walks time likely couldn't do that, which was why it handled it as time interference. But Taesan might be able to, that was for later. For now he had work to finish. Keep coming. The monsters didn't stop, even as they vanished. They continued charging at Taesan. Taesan welcomed them with a smile. Crack, he trampled and shattered them. Monsters that could defile the universe were torn apart with light movements. There were apostles among them. But nothing changed. To him now, S-rank monsters and apostles weren't all that different, and so about half the monsters were erased. The monsters that had charged so fervently began to hesitate one by one. The reason they hadn't stopped even in the face of overwhelming power was because Taesan was an existence from beyond. Old gods were immutable, and their power had no bottom. But beings from the other side lost power the more they used it and needed time to recover it. They believed that even weaklings like themselves could charge in, wear him down, and catch him, and this was their domain. Just existing here, a being from beyond was supposed to consume tremendous power. That was what they believed, but it wasn't true. Taesan wasn't consuming anything, if anything. Boundary negation wrapped around him was swallowing the monsters and growing even larger. The monsters began to back away one by one. About time. In the process of facing Rakuratas, Taesan had unified soul, body, and rank, and became able to do many things he couldn't before. He had successfully tested most of them now. That left only the final experiment. Taesan tightened his grip on Bardre. You have activated addition. You have activated multiplication. Physical force condensed. A mighty authority tried to reveal itself in the world, but slowly. That power began to fade. This wasn't the universe. It was the domain of the old gods, since the concept of physical force didn't exist. He couldn't properly handle the authority of physical force. So, boundary wrapped around the condensed physical force, two different authorities fused, forming something new. The monsters that had been inching away faltered without realizing it. An alien, twisted power was gathering into Taesan's sword at their level. They couldn't understand it, they couldn't accept it. No, even those who had reached a realm would not be able to accept it, but one thing was certain, that was not a concept they could accept, something beyond. Like the Great Ones themselves. Go, Taesan swung his sword, gray physical force crashed down on the monsters, the old god's domain itself trembled. Good, Taesan smiled in satisfaction, when multiplication was activated originally. That physical force left an indelible scar on the world, this time. A scar remained as well, but there was something different from before. The scar remained across the entire range where the physical force had spread, in a space vast enough to cover an entire planet and more. Gray physical force left marks that couldn't be erased. Now he could swing multiplication with boundary mixed into it, if he handled it properly. He could even pierce through Rakarada's full power. It was a satisfying result. It's cleaned up. Taesan raised his gaze. Where the widespread scars remained, there was nothing. The monsters that had been stationed across more than 10 planets, waiting for a chance to invade the universe, had all been erased, and that wasn't all. A large portion of the black the monsters carried was absorbed into Taesan. Is it because it became soul rank usurpation when it was soul rank ascension? If the difference in rank was beyond a certain point, he couldn't steal their power even after defeating them. But after evolving into soul rank usurpation, it seemed he could usurp to some extent even when there was a gap in rank. Good. The amount of black he gained was meaningful even to Taesan at his current level. Taesan was satisfied. He had wiped out the entire vanguard gathered for the war, but the old gods showed no particular movement. They really can't spare any attention. He'd expected at least a shard to come. But it seemed the Transcenders were holding well. Thanks to that, he dealt with the ones at the outpost without issue. Old gods might be immutable and not consume power, but they wouldn't be able to pull out this much manpower all at once. More than anything, these weren't mindless existences like monsters, but fragments of old gods with intact intelligence, and Taesan erased them all so they couldn't be reclaimed by the old gods. This could be a meaningful blow even to the old gods. I like it. He hadn't intended to go this far, but he also had no intention of letting an opportunity slip. Now it was time to return to the main point. Taesan kicked off. His body wrapped in gray crossed the pitch-black space at high speed. He knew the location. There were no monsters to stop him, more precisely. They couldn't exist. The strong ones who had been waiting for war were all erased by Taesan. The old gods couldn't move either. So Taesan leisurely went where he wanted, and Taesan arrived, in an empty space filled with nothing but darkness. Taesan stopped moving. Here. Yeah, there's nothing here. There was only black, nothing else. It didn't look like the usurper's treasure chest would be here. No, but Akasha denied it. Her voice was trembling. It's here, Errolnan Nim's rank, but I don't see anything. Taesan silently groped at empty air at that. Bardre and Akasha shut their mouths, like he was searching for an invisible wall. Taesan's hand moved little by little, and something caught on Taesan's hand. It was an invisible door, a tiny door that even Taesan now couldn't properly detect, one that even a transcender or an old god couldn't perceive. This door was the entrance to the treasure chest, but it was sealed extremely tightly. It was stronger than any seal Taesan had ever seen, even if he handled boundary. It wasn't something he could easily destroy. After touching the door for a moment, Taesan gathered boundary in his hand, but he didn't destroy it. The seal began to be dyed gray. The device meant to protect the door had its role changed by gray. Kugagugung. The door opened, and a narrow passage appeared barely large enough for a single person to enter. Taesan went inside, and what he saw was a vast space whose end even Taesan couldn't see. A broken domain. So ruined he couldn't make out its form or determine what essence it held. Taesan remembered seeing this place in a dream, just like when he'd seen it in the dream. Countless powers and concepts were visible throughout the domain. Taesan walked forward before him. He saw something enormously twisted. Taesan placed his hand on it. Big, it was immense. Now it was twisted and ruined beyond recognition. But originally it possessed a rank so vast that even Taesan wouldn't have been able to see it easily. Taesan knew what this was. This was a transcender's rank, a concept that pierced through the entire universe, usurped by the usurper, defiled, and thrown here like trash. And it wasn't just one. There were multiple such vast concepts, and if he counted the smaller ones, there were too many to even tally. It was like a treasure vault filled with things more precious than anything in the universe. This was the usurper's treasure chest. Somewhere in here was Errolnan's concept. The problem was how to find it. Even Taesan couldn't see the end of the domain. It was absurdly vast, defiled, and contaminated. He couldn't find a concept's essence without spending a fair amount of time. And there was one more problem. This was a treasure vault, and a vault has something that guards the treasure. Something appeared before Taesan. Its form wasn't human, but it wasn't a monster either. It wasn't quite of this world. And it wasn't quite of beyond. It was something straddling the middle. It looked at Taesan. Taesan frowned. I heard you were at the boundary. A thief has come in, a low voice rang out, but you're also a welcome guest. The system window calmly pronounced it. The usurper has appeared. Chapter 549, The Usurper's Treasure Chest, Part 7, The Usurper, an Old God. Taesan instantly widened the distance. He studied the usurper, who was calmly watching him. This isn't the usurper's true body, the Reaper had said it. The usurper, like the other old gods, was currently breaking the boundary. There was no way it would be guarding the treasure chest inside. More than that, the rank he felt from the usurper before him was lacking. It felt like a severed portion, as if it had guessed Taesan's thoughts. The usurper smiled. You're right, I am the warehouse keeper who guards this vault and crushes thieves to death. You can think of me as a part of that one, a fragment. A portion the usurper tore off to guard the treasure chest, perhaps because it was a warehouse keeper to begin with. Its power and rank weren't particularly great, but it could still be called the usurper. Taesan examined it, neither human nor monster, a warped shape that couldn't be called of this world or of the old gods. It was like 1,000 faces. That was the usurper's essence. But, how curious, how did you crawl in here? It was hidden perfectly once the link was severed. No matter how much it was you wouldn't have been able to detect it. The usurper was startled that Taesan had found and entered the treasure chest, while judging the reason. Its gaze shifted to Taesan's finger. I see, the usurper murmured as if amused. Because of you, what I stole has reclaimed itself. No, not that far, that concept is still here. So, it's more accurate to say it regained its ego, that informed this place's location. The usurper laughed pleasantly. When an existence like you intervenes. Results like this can happen. I should move the box's location again. Too much talking. Taesan tightened his grip on his sword. His will took form and pressed down on the usurper. The usurper smiled and spoke. You and I don't need to fight. At those words, Taesan paused. The usurper continued. Let me make a proposal. Will you join hands with me? Bullshit. Taesan dismissed it. He and the usurper were enemies. They could never cooperate, but the usurper spoke gently. You seem to be mistaken about something. I and that one are different entities. I'm bound here for an entire lifetime as a warehouse keeper, nothing more than the scraps it discarded. I hate that one, even though we are the same. I am trapped here while it roams freely outside, fulfilling its desires. As if truly displeased, the usurper's form twisted. I hate it. I also want to leave this maddening box and walk my own path. You're just a part. And you can still manifest an ego like that. Normally, it would be impossible, but I'm very old. At this point, it wouldn't be strange for an ego to form. The usurper spoke lightly. What do you think? Adversary, will you take my hand and trample that one? Then tell me how, if something could be used. It should be used, Taesan asked. The usurper answered cheerfully. It's simple, let yourself be eaten by me. What? I devour you, use your body as my vessel and act, that's all. You get revenge on the usurper. And I gain freedom, clean, isn't it? So that's what you were trying to say. Taesan let out a hollow laugh. He'd thought he might be able to exploit the proposal. But he'd only wasted time. The opponent was an old god. You couldn't make deals with a twisted, warped existence. Instead of answering, Taesan drew up gray. Refusal then, it can't be helped. The usurper raised a finger, sounding genuinely regretful. Then I'll have to trample you myself and usurp you. Whoosh, gray wrapped around Taesan, among the countless concepts strewn about. Taesan took a combat stance. Strong. The usurper let out a pure exclamation. I can't read your essence, but I can tell one thing, you're strong, even against that one. You'd put up a decent fight, far stronger than anything like me. The usurper's portion wasn't strong, because it was a warehouse keeper, it was closer to a shard, he could win without issue. If I devour you, it'll be delightful. Yet the usurper never once considered its own defeat. Smiling, it welcomed Taesan. Come. Adversary, Kuwung, Taesan stamped the ground, an acceleration so fast that even a transcender who ruled a low concept would struggle to even see the movement. His sword aimed for the usurper's throat, and the usurper responded lightly. It waved its hand, at the warehouse keeper's will. The scattered concepts took form, Qiying dense black powder scattered through the world, protecting the usurper. Taesan ignored it and swung his sword. Boundary clung to his blade. He could pierce any ordinary authority whenever he wished. Krakakakak, but it didn't break through. Taesan's eyes wavered. The black powder wriggled and clung to Boundary. Trying to corrode it, the powder surged up and swallowed Taesan. Krakakakak, Boundary negation rose. It tried to trample and devour what dared interfere with it, but the black powder wasn't pushed back, like poison. It burrowed into the cracks of Boundary, slowly. It defiled and corroded its essence. Taesan gathered Boundary and detonated it. Boundary exploded like a bomb and forced the powder back. Tap. Taesan quickly widened the distance. What? Boundary negation hadn't been able to push it away. Boundary negation had swallowed even the worthlessness of the merged apostles without being affected, unless it was a concept directly handled by a transcender or an old god. It couldn't respond to boundary negation, which meant only one thing: that black powder was the authority of a transcender who ruled a complete concept. The usurper waved its hand. The black powder condensed into a sphere, then it exploded, sweeping forward in a fan shape. What authority is that? It was twisted and warped, making it hard to identify precisely. Then start with the basics. Taesan gathered mana. You have activated Great Collapse. Kuung, Great Collapse manifested and collided with the fan-shaped black powder, and Taesan saw it. Great Collapse rotted and decayed in an instant, without even the slightest resistance. Great Collapse vanished. Taesan detonated gray and blocked the black powder. I get it. This was the authority of corruption. The usurper was wielding a transcender's concept, one that made all things rot and decay. Krakakakang, powder of corruption swept in all directions. Taesan detonated boundary. Black powder and gray collided, canceling each other out. Die impaled. And the usurper didn't stop. A new authority manifested. A long, formless line was drawn in the air. The usurper lightly waved its hand, and the line shot toward Taesan. Taesan's instincts warned him he couldn't dodge, no matter how he moved. That line would pierce him. It was that kind of guaranteed hit authority. Then, come out. Hung, the boundary beast appeared, the beast raging in joy. Thrust its maw toward the line. The boundary beast and the line collided. Krakakakak. And of course the one that won was the boundary beast. It split and snapped the line. As I expected. But even more than I imagined. The usurper spoke calmly and stamped the ground. Dozens of lines formed in the air. They fired all at once. The beast crouched, then roared. A howling infused with boundary shattered and smashed the lines. Not all of them broke. Some endured even the howling and still tried to pierce Taesan. Taesan raised his sword. Krakakakak. The line collided with Bardre and snapped. Taesan shook his body, sending out a wave. All the remaining lines shattered, and the powder of corruption seized the opening. It clung to Taesan, trying to rot and corrode his essence. Boundary negation was died in an instant. Taesan violently shook his body. Physical force infused with boundary pushed the corruption away. You're blocking even this without issue. The usurper thought lightly, then decided, I will suppress you. With that declaration, an authority activated, the authority of suppression that existed in the universe. Taesan was pressed down, body, soul, and rank. Those three were trampled and forced down. The control of a solemn emperor cursed Taesan. Taesan put strength through his whole body. Gray exploded. He smashed all suppression, trying to control him with sheer force. Tap. You have activated acceleration. Taesan kicked off, surged forward in an instant and thrust his sword. The usurper lightly raised its hand. I exile you. Kuung. Taesan's body was forcibly flung away. He was exiled to a fixed distance from the usurper, instantly forced far back. What boundary negation still remained, regardless. Taesan's very existence had been forcibly excluded by the usurper. An authority of exile, it looked like that. Krakakakak. Taesan stabbed his sword down and forcibly anchored his flying body. He raised his soul rank and shattered the exile authority that excluded him. I expected it. But still, Taesan clicked his tongue. The usurper usurps the concepts of worlds, and every concept it had usurped was inside this treasure chest. Countless universal concepts, accumulated since the old war. I killed countless transcenders outside and stole their concepts. Everything is here. Countless authorities, complete concepts that affect the universe itself were being realized in the usurper's hands, and it wasn't just one. You are strong, incomparable to something like me, but this is my domain. Kugagagung. The universe's concepts strewn like trash resonated with the usurper. At least here. You cannot defeat me. The usurper smiled. Come, my adversary, come and become my vessel. Powder of corruption covered the domain. With nowhere to go, it packed in tightly, compressing the space. Taesan gathered boundary. Boundary slowly lost its color, transforming into worthlessness. Then he swung it. The powder of corruption touched worthlessness and vanished, carving out a path, but he couldn't run down that path. If you can block the authority of corruption, then how about this? The usurper spoke lightly and waved its hand. The scattered authorities rose, resonating with the warehouse keeper's will. Keying, a white plane was drawn across the world. Then it charged at Taesan, trying to shove the entire space without leaving a single gap. What authority is this now? Taesan grumbled and focused. He condensed the boundary within his sword harder and more of it. Taesan swung his sword, and the beast howled, Craw Dr. Duke. The plane warped like aluminum foil and tore apart. Taesan slipped out of the white plane, and that opening was filled by yet another authority. Just how many did you usurp? Taesan clicked his tongue. The authorities the usurper was wielding were enormous concepts that pierced the universe itself, and it was handling more than 5 of them. That meant it had erased at least 5 transcenders who ruled complete concepts. Strong. None of the authorities it wielded could be taken lightly. Each one was a complete authority on its own, like a god of victory. Choice or magic complete concepts. If not, they would have been torn apart and erased by boundary, and they were diverse. When Taesan broke one authority, it pulled out another. It kept fighting from advantageous points, wielding countless authorities, constantly pulling out new cards. It was like Taesan. So this is how the ones who fought me felt. an opponent who handled multiple authorities. The usurper was worse than Taesan. It truly swung countless different concepts, but the usurper couldn't handle the concepts of this world completely, at best. It was imitation, and if so, he could trample it as much as he wanted. Chapter 550, The Usurper's Treasure Chest, Part 8, Koyang. A thunderous roar exploded, a blast powerful enough to grind a planet to dust with the shockwave alone, and Taesan punched through it and stepped forward. He advanced on the usurper. The usurper stamped its foot. "You cannot reach me," with that short sentence. An authority activated. The distance between Taesan and the usurper was forcibly increased, like two magnets repelling each other every time he closed in. The usurper retreated by the same amount. "What authority is this now?" Taesan grumbled and swung his arm. Mana condensed, and thousands of gray streaks manifested. "You have activated Rainbow Rush of Diverse Colors Boundary. You have activated Guaranteed Strike." Kugagagung, the gray streaks swept through space and charged at the usurper. They forcibly compressed the widening distance and closed in, Kang, but the moment they touched the usurper, they shattered like glass. Taesan frowned. The streaks made of mana and gray had turned into matter, then broke apart. He couldn't tell exactly what it was, but it looked like another concept. No bottom in sight, corruption, exile, suppression, exclusion, monotone, and more. The number of authorities the usurper had pulled out was already over 10. Of course, it was no more than imitation. It couldn't wield authorities and concepts in a way that drew out their essence. It was closer to a foolish brute swinging weapons at random, but those weapons were enormous, and there were many of them, so many that it more than compensated for the inability to truly use them. Every time Taesan succeeded in breaking one authority, the usurper immediately produced a new one. "How many are there?" Taesan kicked off. His body surged forward, transcendent speed, fast enough to circle a planet in an instant, and the usurper tracked it all. "You cannot escape my sight." That was the authority of observation, a massive universal concept that watches and contemplates. Grasping everything, gray and concepts collided. The usurper raised its fist and swung. A huge condensation smashed into Taesan. Koyang. Taesan felt a heavy impact. It wasn't merely physical. It tried to strike his soul directly. That too was an authority. Clicking his tongue, Taesan wrapped himself in boundary, protecting not only his body but his mind as well. "Rise," a beast's howl echoed. The boundary beast fully revealed itself, with a twisted, negating form. It tried to devour the usurper. The usurper didn't retreat, rather as if delighted. It rushed into the boundary in a distorted shape. Countless authorities burst forth as if they'd been waiting. Koyang power collided, even after pulling out the boundary beast. Taesan gained no real advantage and widened the distance again. Annoying. Any one of them alone wasn't a problem, since it was closer to random swinging. He could break through even a concept, but because it wielded multiple authorities and kept pulling out more, breaking through became effectively impossible. "What do I do?" Taesan fell into thought while keeping his distance, and the usurper was surprised in its own way. "You're holding out well." Each concept it was wielding was a complete universal concept, even if it couldn't handle them properly. Simply swinging them could affect the entire universe. It was equivalent to wielding the authority of choice, struggle, death, victory, magic, and sword all alone, though it was weak as merely a portion of the usurper. Within the treasure chest, it was confident it would lose to no one, but Taesan was enduring, breaking its authorities one by one. He kept charging in, strong. The usurper had to admit it. Taesan was extremely powerful, including his alien nature. Even a transcender who ruled a complete concept or an old god could be met head-on if their soul rank was lacking even slightly. Excellent. The usurper acknowledged Taesan, but there was no hint of crisis on its face, only immutable confidence that it would win. "If I make that mine, I might truly usurp the me outside and become whole." Greed flooded the usurper's face. It chuckled and snapped its fingers. Powder of corruption swept out in all directions. "You will be consumed eventually." Boundary was not infinite power. It had grown to the point where its bottom was hard to find on the path to becoming whole. But even so, Taesan couldn't draw it out without limit. "Will you be consumed first? Or will this place be consumed first? That too is entertainment. Come enjoy yourself." Another authority surfaced in the domain. Taesan widened the distance. Thousands of blades plunged down toward him. Taesan drew boundary in and compressed it. Several gray spheres formed, then he detonated them. The thousands of blades collided with the exploding gray and canceled out. That makes 14, the number of authorities the usurper had wielded. Way more than I expected. He'd assumed there would be at most 10 complete concepts, and the rest would be minor concepts not worth worrying about, but it had easily surpassed 10. And even so, the usurper's expression remained relaxed, like the bottom still hadn't appeared. Like it was only just beginning. It kept pulling out more. It killed a lot. It meant that at least 14 transcenders who ruled complete concepts had their soul rank stolen. Taesan lightly flicked his sword. "Do I change the plan?" His original plan had been to endure until the usurper pulled out all the universal concepts it possessed, since it couldn't wield them properly. It seemed doable, but the quantity was larger than expected. At this rate, Taesan might be consumed first before he could break through them all. After a brief consideration, Taesan decided quickly. Change the plan, abandon the long fight, find one opening and end it, and Taesan had a card strong enough for that. Kugagagung the moment the decision was made. Taesan launched himself forward. He spread gray in all directions, seized control of space, and surged ahead. I exile you, JGONG. The authority of exile covered Taesan, but Taesan didn't retreat. The boundary he'd condensed in his hand manifested as an authority. JJONG, the world was severed, the authority of the beast that walks time activated. The domain itself was cut. And exile could not reach Taesan. Kwang, he put strength into his feet, the usurper swung its hand. You cannot reach me, space itself stretched. The faster Taesan approached. The more the distance expanded, Taesan didn't care, he simply accelerated harder. Kugagagung, the expanding space began to forcibly narrow, the authority's effect couldn't keep up with Taesan's speed. Kwang, he broke through the authority with pure force and charged, space couldn't withstand the speed and cracked apart. Extremely compressed boundary shook everything. The usurper didn't stand still, it swung its authorities to stop Taesan. Taesan didn't dodge, he didn't block. He just pushed through with his body. Quadoctor Dr. DUK, boundary negation was ground away in an instant, but he didn't stop, ignoring the cost. He kept closing in. The usurper realized it. Taesan had changed how he would attack, and it was the correct answer. The usurper had too many authorities to count before Taesan could discern them all. His power would be consumed, so a short fight was right. Taesan could reach that answer without difficulty, and naturally the usurper knew it too. Come. The usurper opened its arms. Welcoming Taesan like a demon king facing a hero, authorities poured down. Concepts of the universe in countless colors crashed over Taesan. Kwang and Taesan pierced through. You have activated denial of possibility. He denied the possibility of being hit and charged the usurper. Kwang, but the usurper's authorities were universal concepts. Denial of possibility couldn't solve everything. Boundary negation was finally fully consumed. And the attacks reached Taesan. Your first attack nullification has activated. And nullification triggered. The skill he gained the moment he entered solo mode worked even against universal concepts. He exhausted all his nullifications. And even his last chance activated. And Taesan arrived before the usurper. Taesan tightened his grip on the sword. You have activated addition. You have activated blade of fighting spirit. You have activated conversion. You have activated heavy strike. You have activated vital point designation. You have activated multiplication. Physical force stacked onto the sword, the domain trembled from that alone. Extremely compressed physical force manifested into the world. And boundary covered that physical force. A colossal physical force mixed with boundary, if it struck directly. No one could claim they would endure it. And the usurper, as if it had been waiting, bared its teeth. I knew you could draw that out. The usurper brought both hands together. Come, authority of defense. Kugagagung, a massive concept rose, the concept of defense protecting and guarding something, a perfect aggregate of every defense that existed throughout the universe wrapped around the usurper. Taesan didn't back down, he raised his sword and swung. The condensed gray physical force collided with defense. Kugagagung, space warped. The usurper's treasure chest couldn't endure the shockwave and twisted. Taesan poured more Kohimenus into the blade. The authority began to crack with a grinding sound, then a roar erupted. Kuwung. The shockwave slowly died down, and what remained was a devastated domain and the usurper. Standing calmly, outwardly calm, but all lingered on its face. The authority broke. What it had pulled out to block the gray physical force was the authority of defense. It had drawn out the concept of defense itself from the universe. A concept ranked among the greatest of the great, it had wielded it in full to protect itself, and yet that authority of defense, the universal concept, was broken. So broken it could no longer be used or restored. The gray physical force had shattered the very concept of defense. And it wasn't only that, from the mere shockwave. Many minor concepts had broken and collapsed. They weren't minor enough to ignore. They were only smaller compared to complete concepts. But their realm vastly surpassed a faith god. They could have easily defeated old god shards or fragments, yet more than 10 of those concepts vanished from the shockwave alone. The usurper let out a hollow laugh. Boundary's physical force was beyond even its calculations, but in the end, did not fall. It had spent the authority of defense and succeeded in protecting itself. And Taesan had become empty-handed. Your endurance has activated. You have lost. The usurper shouted with conviction. Taesan didn't deny it. The usurper wasn't wrong. He had poured everything into destroying a single authority completely, but that was all. The usurper still had many authorities. Breaking through them was impossible for Taesan as he was now. I think I get it. The usurper's authorities. How they were being used, and how they were intervening. And as a result, Taesan learned one new concept. Taesan stepped forward. The usurper didn't stop him, watching as if to say, try it if you can. Taesan placed his hand on a scattered authority. So that's what you were doing. The usurper sneered, trying to steal control. Are you? It's true I wasn't properly handling what's here. The usurper was an old god, and the universal concepts that existed here, the usurper could do no more than imitate them. But even so, These are mine, even if it couldn't control or command them, ownership belonged to the usurper. As you became whole, you lost the authority that came from me, you cannot usurp. Is that so? The usurper was right. Soul rank ascension was gone. Even if soul rank ascension still existed, it only activated after defeating the opponent. So it meant nothing in this situation. But soul rank ascension had changed into soul rank usurpation. And unlike soul rank ascension, soul rank usurpation was an active power against Rakarada's. It had activated unconsciously. Even Taesan hadn't known how to handle it, but not anymore. Now he could wield it with his own will. Taesan put strength into the hand resting on the authority. The power he had used without understanding yet had become wholly his activated. The usurper froze for a moment, sensing something wrong. It tried to move, but it was already too late. The authority activated. You have activated soul rank usurpation. The universal concept began to fall under Taesan's control. Chapter 551, The Usurper's Treasure Chest, Part 9. The concepts of the universe strewn across the treasure chest. They were the authorities the usurper had stolen while facing transcenders in the war long ago. Now those authorities slipped free from the usurper and fell under Taesan's control. The usurper's twisted form hardened, as if his face were freezing in place. The usurper quickly swung his hand, the authority of decay activated. And dust swept over Taesan. Taesan swung his hand in response. What burst forth from it wasn't boundary line or physical force. It was a brilliant white light, more dazzling than anything else. The light and the dust of decay collided. Authorities of equal rank neutralized each other and shattered. In the war long ago, the usurper had defeated countless transcenders and stolen their authorities. Among them was a god who shone more brilliantly than anything. Purifying the world, the god of purification Bright. What Taesan had just wielded was Bright's authority of light. He had intervened in the concepts the usurper had stolen and swung them as if they were his own authority. Don't make me laugh, a stiff voice, devoid of mirth, rang out. Countless authorities rained down on Taesan. Taesan didn't move. He simply focused his mind on the authorities that came into contact with him. You have activated soul rank usurpation. The light became Taesan's once more. The pure concept of radiant light covered the domain. Concepts collided and shattered. Fragments scattered in all directions. Taesan laughed. Come on. He crooked his finger. Wrath seeped into the usurper's aura. This is mine. The domain trembled in response to his emotions. The authorities strewn about began to shudder. Something you can't meddle with, something that's wholly mine. That's what you think, Taesan answered calmly. The usurper stomped with a warped face. A massive authority of forced expulsion charged toward Taesan, a coercive authority that sought to exclude, deny and drive out Taesan's very existence. Taesan darted away. He placed his hand atop one of the scattered authorities. You have activated soul rank usurpation. Thump. An authority strewn across the domain, once the usurper's, resonated with Taesan. He forcibly usurped its ownership and control. Part of the authority began to turn into Taesan's. Then Taesan swung the authority he had taken. A lash rippled through space. Space itself turned to liquid and struck the void. The liquefied space collided with the authority of forced expulsion and canceled it out. What kind of authority is this now? It was an authority he'd never seen before. He couldn't grasp its exact effect, but one thing was certain. It was useful. Taesan stomped his foot. Slosh, a portion of the domain liquefied. It truly became a wave and surged toward the usurper. The usurper's aura stiffened until it couldn't stiffen any further. A white surface covered the world and collided with the wave. The authorities canceled each other out, both shattering, and the usurper was furious beyond what he could endure at that fact. That is mine. Every authority Taesan was wielding right now belonged to him, even if only partially. The usurper remembered clearly what fight he'd gone through to steal that authority, which god he'd brought down, and how he'd taken it. This treasure chest was everything the usurper had piled up as a being, and now it was being stolen by Taesan. How dare you, how dare you, how dare you? The usurper's body trembled. The domain resonated. Countless authorities writhed like mad. My things, someone like you stealing them. Ridiculous. And to the usurper's rage, Taesan replied with a sneer. You're saying that when you're the usurper, no matter how grueling the battle that ended in success. It was still theft in the end. He had stolen another's essence at will and made it his own, and yet he dared to call it his and spit rage at Taesan. You stole the concepts of the universe after fighting for them. Same here. Why are you acting like you've got a right to rage? The usurper spewed silent fury. Kagagagagak. All the scattered authorities rose. Not one, several complete authorities tried to crush Taesan. Taesan stomped his foot. His expression serious. Kuwung. Countless authorities engulfed Taesan, each one an absolute authority, concepts that influenced the universe itself and shook the world. But Taesan didn't retreat. He moved swiftly, making contact with the scattered authorities. You have activated soul rank usurpation and usurped them. He stole their ownership, made them his, and wielded them. Authority collided with authority. The usurper seethed, but the emotion within that fury was restrained. He was an old god, one who had defeated countless transcenders and stolen their concepts. He wasn't foolish enough to keep denying what was happening before his eyes. He is stealing the concepts of the universe that I stole. It was as if he were another usurper, but one crucial thing was different for the usurper. Usurpation was only possible if he had defeated his opponent. Only after trampling and crushing the opponent's mind and body could he steal that concept. He couldn't meddle with a concept when the opponent existed wholly on their own. But Taesan was different. What existed in the treasure chest were concepts the usurper had stolen, entirely his property, yet Taesan was forcibly intervening in that ownership and stealing them. A higher concept. He didn't want to acknowledge it. He didn't want to accept it, but no matter how he looked at it, Taesan's soul rank usurpation stood above the usurper's authority. That fact was deeply humiliating to the usurper. He was only a part of the usurper, a paltry fragment that hadn't been granted true authority and didn't even know the usurper's real root. But even so, he was the usurper, the only old god who could steal and wield the concepts of the universe. This fragment of the usurper took pride in that fact, and Taesan had shattered that pride to pieces. Grrrk, the sound of teeth grinding rang out. The usurper couldn't hide his anger, but he restrained it. He assessed the situation coldly. He can steal them. But there's a limit in the end. Taesan was only pulling out the stolen power in a simple way and handling it. More than anything, it was a temporary usurpation. He couldn't steal power and make it permanently his own, if so. He could aim for that gap. The usurper reached that judgment and acted at once. Kuwung, the usurper, raised his authority higher and stronger than anything else, with full power at a level Taesan couldn't properly respond to. Pierce, with that short word. The authority of guaranteed strike aimed at Taesan. It couldn't be avoided or denied. A concept of the universe that could only be blocked head-on. That was the usurper's full power. The usurper had no doubt Taesan wouldn't be able to stop this blow, but Taesan's response didn't change much, even as he ran. He placed his hand on an authority in front of him. You have activated soul rank usurpation, and made that authority his. He stole it from the usurper's control and turned it into his own, even if temporary. It became wholly Taesan's. Then he swung the authority he had dominated, the authority of forced expulsion activated from Taesan's hand. Krrrrang, forced expulsion and guaranteed strike collided. Perfectly opposing concepts tried to deny and shove each other away. The usurper was certain of victory, with opposing concepts. It was only natural that he, the original owner of the concept, could draw out a deeper rank, krrk, but a result completely unlike the usurper's certainty appeared. The two authorities collided and shattered and cancelled out. A powerful shockwave swept the domain. The usurper's body trembled. Why? Because you can't handle it properly either, so it's the same. Taesan charged. The usurper hurriedly swung his authority at full power again. But the result was the same. His full power cancelled out against Taesan. I am the usurper. So what? Taesan replied flatly. Taesan could guess what the usurper was thinking. His soul rank usurpation wasn't complete. He couldn't usurp concepts perfectly, only a temporary theft, and extremely unstable. Twisted power, but the same was true for the usurper. He wasn't properly handling the concepts strewn across the treasure chest either. It shouldn't be only this much. Of course, even that was powerful with so many authorities. He could bring down most gods, but it didn't seem like he could reach Rakaratas or a demon god. Even if the usurper could only imitate the concepts of the world, it didn't feel like he should be stuck at this level. Because he's a fragment, the usurper before him was only a fragment, a small existence granted only a tiny portion. As the usurper, he could wield the treasure chest's concepts. But his limits were clear. Then, that was good news for Taesan. It meant his chances of defeating him had risen. Kugagagung, the battle continued. The usurper wielded concepts to bring Taesan down. And Taesan stole concepts to block them. His gray was nearly depleted. Multiplication was spent as well, but it didn't matter. The concepts within the treasure chest were his property. He usurped and usurped again. Wielding them as his own, the usurper was on the verge of going mad. Things he had permanently stolen, things he believed no one could ever meddle with, were passing into Taesan's hands one by one. It was denying the very reason he existed. And above all, Taesan was growing steadily more accustomed to using soul rank usurpation. The usurper began to be pushed back more and more. Kugagagung, at last. A concept Taesan had stolen broke through the usurper's defenses and collided with his body. The usurper's emotions burst out. He could no longer endure it and pulled everything up. And a single authority revealed itself to the world. It was a flower. Countless flowers bloomed and began to cover the domain. What is that? Taesan reflexively widened the distance. That was dangerous. It was higher than any authority the usurper had handled so far. And the moment the flowers blossomed, Akasha reacted, Akasha trembled. That emotion spilled out and began to affect the domain. The rank Taesan had sensed from Akasha felt closer. Taesan understood instinctively. That's it. Yes, Akasha affirmed in a trembling voice. That is Lady Erelnan's authority. I don't know what kind of authority it is, but it manifests as flowers. That's not what I expected. Taesan lifted the corner of his mouth. Pulling it out at this timing means it's a pretty powerful authority. Then all he had to do was steal it for himself. Chapter 552, The Usurper's Treasure Chest, Part 10. The blooming flowers scattered, like dandelion fluff riding the wind. They drifted slowly toward Taesan. Thousands, tens of thousands of crimson flowers filled his vision. Taesan gathered mana. You have activated rainbow rush of diverse colors. First, he would probe lightly to figure out what kind of authority it was. Rainbow light surged toward the flowers, and the instant it touched them, the flowers burst into full bloom. FWOSH, they expanded. Swallowing space itself like popcorn popping. They exploded outward and tried to engulf Taesan in an instant. The explosion was so fast he didn't even have time to activate soul rank usurpation. Taesan wrapped himself in boundary line and pulled back. Boom! Taesan collided with the crimson flowers in full bloom. And Gray was ground away at a rapid pace. Taesan quickly broke out of the blooming flowers and placed his hand on a scattered concept. You have activated soul rank usurpation. Then the authority of forced expulsion activated, the concept that excluded. Denied. And tried to shove away everything that touched him collided with the crimson flowers that had seized the space. Forced expulsion itself was an authority. It was clearly one of the complete concepts, KRANG, but the crimson flowers weren't pushed back. They swallowed the complete concept instead and bloomed even more, like life itself. Like flamboyant flames bursting into bloom, forced expulsion was pierced through. Taesan raised boundary line. The risen gray began to lose its color. Worthless spread through the world. It rendered everything in the crimson flowers' oncoming bloom meaningless, but even against worthless. The crimson flowers endured their value. They bloomed, they flared, they were born. And though it was only a tiny shard, they succeeded in breaking through worthless. Taesan clenched his fist. A crimson flower exploded in his grasp, and the scattered fragments of the flower reached Taesan. Taesan read the concept contained within. It's not a flower. The flower was only a form. It was closer to the way the authority expressed itself. Forced expulsion was pushed back, and even with worthless, he couldn't erase it completely. That meant the concept of forced expulsion was facing an authority that stood higher than a complete authority that existed on its own, like Dersha, the god of death, a concept that had existed from the beginning, rooted in place since the creation of the universe. Was Erelnin really that kind of being? Bloom, the usurper spoke briefly, and a colossal flower rose, one that covered the entire world. A gigantic bud soared high into the sky. Its size was like a mountain, come into full bloom, and the flower bloomed. It seized space and trampled everything. Taesan stomped, evaded the seized space, pierced through the petals, and charged at the usurper. The usurper shook his body roughly. Wither, the flower in full bloom began to fall, and Taesan felt it. Everything heading toward the usurper was withering away. It wasn't simple death. It was like a flower wilting with the flow of time if he approached that. It was dangerous. No matter how much boundary line he wrapped himself in, it could still be dangerous. In the end, Taesan had no choice but to widen the distance again from the fight just now. Taesan was sure the effects of Erelnin's authority weren't limited to one. So far he had confirmed 3, blooming, the flowers bloom. Each individual flower was comparable to a complete concept, or even beyond it, and full bloom. The flowers that had bloomed were brought into full bloom, swallowing space itself. When Taesan forced his way through that space, he felt it. That space was incredibly heavy and dense. It felt packed with no emptiness at all. The very density was absurdly high, and falling blossoms. Falling blossoms were the opposite. Space itself became hollow, but it wasn't the same as worthless. It was closer to a concept where everything rotted away and withered into dusk. What kind of authority is this, even with only what he'd confirmed? There were 3 effects he could guess, but he couldn't tell exactly what concept it was, but it was powerful, extremely so. He could tell from how it smashed through forced expulsion and even broke through worthless. If the usurper's fragment, unable to wield authority properly, could handle it to that extent, it meant the authority's rank itself was overwhelmingly high. How did you usurp a god like that? If it could be handled properly, it looked like a concept above even Rakarada's, a demon god. Or Maria, but the one wielding it was still the usurper. If so, it could be broken through as well. You have activated soul rank usurpation. Countless authorities manifested from Taesan's hands. The usurper scattered flowers with his warped form. You have activated acceleration. You have activated skill acceleration. And Taesan moved at high speed, aiming for the gaps between the flowers. The usurper made the flowers bloom and brought them into full bloom. He tried to attack Taesan with that. Taesan didn't retreat. The usurper could pull out the power and handle it. But he couldn't focus or control it, then it could be pierced. You have activated soul rank usurpation. He usurped concepts, and with his will, he controlled and swung the concepts he had usurped. Kagagagagak, guaranteed strike manifested from Taesan's hand, and Gray was infused within it. What? PPENG. Gray-tinged guaranteed strike shot toward the usurper. The usurper hurriedly made the flowers fall to block Taesan's attack, but the attack succeeded in reaching the usurper's immediate vicinity. Looks like I can manage up to this point now, Taesan smiled. The countless authorities strewn around this place. Each time he activated soul rank usurpation on them and handled them. He was growing more accustomed to it. This place was a treasure chest for Taesan as well. Normally, there would be no reason, or even any way, to use soul rank usurpation. But here he could raise its proficiency overwhelmingly. Try hard, keep holding out against me, he would keep growing stronger. And the usurper would remain stuck where he was. The usurper was nothing more than his practice tool. The usurper realized that as well. He couldn't endure it anymore, filled with fury. He tried to trample Taesan. Taesan welcomed it as if he were pleased. Kugagagung concepts collided. Errolnan's authority, wielded by the usurper, collided with the authorities Taesan wielded through soul rank usurpation. But unlike before, Taesan's authorities were stained with boundary line, and that ratio was increasing. The usurper couldn't endure the sight. To perfectly mix the concepts of the universe and the concepts beyond and wield them as wholly his own, that was what the usurper had yearned for his entire existence. And Taesan was accomplishing it by stealing the concepts the usurper had usurped. The usurper burst with emotion. No trace of the great old god's reason remained. Petals covered the domain in a chaotic storm. That alone was powerful enough. Even a transcender who ruled complete concepts wouldn't be able to reach him easily, but his opponent was Taesan. He stole many things and stained them with gray. Not simply picking them up and swinging them, he made them his. Controlling and regulating them. Boom, the usurper raged, unable to restrain his emotions. He flung his power wildly. Colossal power erupted. Come into full bloom, ring. Dozens of flowers bloomed in full. They covered the entire domain. Taesan focused his mind. He strove to draw out his authority as close to perfection as possible. Taesan dashed, swinging the authorities he had usurped as he charged toward the endlessly blooming flowers. In the process, his mind reached an even higher realm. Originally, usurping a concept required a certain amount of time, but now, even a light touch was enough, and Taesan reached it. The time he fought Rakuratas, the realm he had reached in that fleeting instant, this time was different from then. Back then, he had reached it by chance and couldn't touch it again. But now he reached it by his own will. So Taesan stepped forward, ring. A flower bloomed in full and tried to engulf Taesan. Taesan didn't retreat, instead. He reached out his hand. The crimson flower touched Taesan's hand. You have activated soul rank usurpation, and the flower's ownership changed. Unlike before, usurping concepts that lay scattered and that the usurper wasn't wielding this time. Taesan usurped the concept the usurper was directly handling and swinging, turning it into his. The flower's concept, its authority, raged within Taesan, and in that process, Taesan realized what Errolnan's authority truly was. Taesan let out a hollow laugh. Your true self is more impressive than I expected. You even usurped this. Just how strong are you? What kind of nonsense? There's nothing more to see from you. Taesan made the flower he controlled fall. Krrrrang. Blooming flowers and falling flowers collided, petals scattered. Eek. The usurper, unable to endure it, burst with emotion. Taesan bent his knees. He lowered his posture and put strength into his entire body. Kuwung, he dashed, without retreating, straight on, toward the usurper. Flowers bloomed in full. Seizing space, Taesan activated soul rank usurpation. He usurped that authority. In the process, he grew even more accustomed to soul rank usurpation and understood Errolnan's authority, and at last, shrrrk, gray began to mix into the flowers. Errolnan's authority fell under Taesan's control. Come into full bloom. Gray flowers rose and trampled everything. Dozens of crimson flowers shattered and broke all at once. In the flurry of petals, a path opened between Taesan and the usurper. The usurper stumbled back. Fear clung to his face. Boom, Taesan didn't stop in an instant. He reached the usurper's immediate vicinity. The usurper hurried to draw out his authority, but Taesan's sword pierced the usurper's chest first. Crack, Kyug! Then Gray exploded. The boundary beast rose, devouring and staining the usurper's twisted body. Ararg, you have activated soul rank usurpation. Soul rank usurpation this time. What he usurped was the very existence called the usurper. The usurper felt it. His existence itself was being usurped. Don't make me laugh. Someone like you, how dare a foolish, dull existence of the universe dare to usurp me? You are me, or rather you're going to become that. Taesan bared his teeth. You are mine. The words the usurper, once a fragment of him, had spoken in the past. He now spoke to the usurper. The moment the usurper tried to say something, Gray exploded. The existence called the usurper began to settle within Taesan. The usurper struggled in desperation. But it was all meaningless. The boundary beast delightedly devoured every last resistance. Kugagagung, and Taesan devoured it, the usurper's fragment. You have activated soul rank usurpation. You have obtained transcendence concept usurpation. Transcendence concept usurpation has become part of transcendence soul rank usurpation. You have activated soul rank usurpation. You have obtained transcendence broken wish. You have activated soul rank usurpation. You have obtained transcendence treasure chest. Chapter 553, The Usurper's Treasure Chest, Part 11, 3. This time he had usurped 3 authorities at once. Considering that, until now, soul rank ascension could only steal a single authority, it was a visible achievement. As it turned into soul rank usurpation, It was no longer a matter of simply defeating the opponent and stealing their power. By Taesan's will, he could devour the opponent itself and make it wholly his, with the loss reduced so drastically. It seemed he'd managed to usurp three. Taesan caught his breath. The powers that had been nearly depleted all recovered in the process of usurping the usurper. Not only that, he reached an even higher level. Even my divinity is filling up, not just the black. But even divinity had been usurped. That meant the usurper's fragment possessed divinity as well, considering it was a being that usurped the concepts of the universe. Having divinity wasn't strange, but the usurper couldn't wield boundary line. It wasn't as if he hadn't tried, over long ages. He must have challenged it endlessly. He might have even tried back in the war long ago, and he would have failed. Either way. It wasn't bad news for Taesan. He had gained powerful forces. Among them were authorities that could change his future direction itself, but he didn't have time to check them at leisure right now. He came here after receiving a quest, so he should finish that first. Taesan placed his hand on the bottom of the treasure chest. Come out. And devour it, the beast howled. Boundary line rose and began to cover the domain. The domain was vast, no matter how strong boundary line was. It couldn't devour it all at once, but there was no longer any interference. Taesan waited calmly as boundary line covered the domain. It's a shame. Though the countless concepts in here. Given the special nature of his soul rank usurpation, it wasn't impossible that he could turn all of it into his own power. But at least for now, it was impossible, because the owner of this treasure chest was still the usurper himself. The authority he had stolen with soul rank usurpation belonged only to the fragment, unless he defeated the usurper's true self. Ownership of this place remained with the usurper. He could usurp it temporarily, but he couldn't make it permanently his. It's not completely impossible, with what he was now. There was a chance, but too much is as bad as too little. He couldn't even handle the new power he had just obtained properly yet, so there was no need to force these things into himself. So he wouldn't usurp them, instead. He would release them. The boundary line that had spread in a creeping wave soon devoured the entire treasure chest. Taesan clenched his fist. You have activated soul rank usurpation. Kuwang, the treasure chest was the usurper's own authority. Permanently usurping it was impossible, but stealing control temporarily was something he could do as much as he liked. So, aiming for that momentary gap, he would release everything inside. Pierce, following its master's command. The beast of the boundary line howled with delight. The boundary line that covered the treasure chest tore at the domain like sharp teeth. Kugagugung, the towering authority of an old god, began to waver under boundary line, and it wasn't long before a hole opened. Quagagagagang, then countless authorities poured out through that hole, leaping across time and space. They returned to where they were originally meant to be. The usurper's treasure chest was emptied in an instant. Good, Taesan smiled. It was a satisfying result. He pulled at space and stepped out of the treasure chest. There was no one outside, only the same dark world remained, still not coming. With his work done, all he had to do was go back. Taesan launched himself forward, but the direction he took was different from the way he had entered, even from this far away. He could feel the lingering traces of power. The collision of enormous concepts and twisted authorities. Taesan headed there. Before long, the source of the collision came into view. The old gods were there, twisted. Broken beings that could shake the universe on their own. They were hammering at a barrier, beyond the barrier. The Transcenders were blocking the old gods' attacks. Both sides were so focused on each other that they couldn't spare any attention for anything else. Taesan arrived at the barrier. You're all working hard. A small voice rang out. The old gods noticed Taesan's presence. Their gazes turned toward him, and with that alone, everything Taesan was could have been trampled. A crushing gaze so overwhelming that even a transcender couldn't endure it without their concept wavering. But Taesan withstood it without any particular burden. The old gods couldn't do more than glare. They were exerting their full power to break the barrier, so Taesan had the leisure to look over the old gods one by one. The worthless one, World Slayer, the monster that walks time, old gods he had fought. And old gods he hadn't, and among them was one old god, the usurper. That twisted being was sending Taesan a gaze more intense than any other old god. Taesan smiled. Next time. Let's fight your true self, Wuwang. The barrier was dyed with boundary line and swallowed Taesan. Taesan returned to the universe. He flew forward and approached the magician who was holding the barrier in place. With a serious face, I'm back. Oh, how did it go? Taesan opened his hand. The gray within slowly scattered, seeing that. The magician curled his lips into a grin. Done. Thanks, I truly am grateful. I want to talk about it, but there's no room for that right now. Krrrrang, the barrier shook. It was in tatters now, at this rate. It would break before long. Is there any point in holding out anymore? Even so. Stopping them as long as we can is our job. Go back to the labyrinth. You can hear the story there, and it might be better to hear it from her than from me. Taesan nodded. The magician lightly snapped his fingers. Space opened. And Taesan returned to the labyrinth. Then where do I go? Preparations are complete. Balbamaba was waiting for Taesan, after looking at him for a moment. Teeson realized it. Balbamaba's attitude was extremely courteous, as if he were facing someone above him. What did you have a sudden change of heart? It is not a change, you have reached alone and whole. And you have proven that power to the other transcenders Nim. When I was a faith god, I think you talked to me pretty casually. That is because you held the seat of a faith god, Balbamaba replied evenly, at that attitude. Teeson let out a dry laugh. He only showed courtesy to those who reached alone and whole. It was a deeply arrogant stance, but considering Balbamaba's role, it wasn't that strange. As the labyrinth's administrator, he must have spoken with countless transcenders. More than anything, the magician told me to show you courtesy along with punishment. Punishment? Ah, Teeson understood what Balbamaba meant, physical force conversion. Balbamaba had given him that skill. Judging it wouldn't be a big problem, but it wasn't, thanks to that skill. Teeson had been able to reach a lofty realm, though it was fair to say it was a realm attained by relying on a skill, probably not what the magician had intended. I'm grateful, truly, of course. Teeson didn't particularly care. If anything, it had been very good for him. Well, the magician doesn't seem to think it is a serious problem since he did not say much. Still, courtesy is necessary. All right. So where do I go? Follow me. Balbamaba has activated number 16,777,767. Crunch, space opened, a crevice in the labyrinth, an empty region created by the system. This way, Teeson followed behind Balbamaba, inside. He could see countless forms of the system. It seemed these combined to form the labyrinth. As Teeson watched with interest, he lowered his gaze to his finger. So how is it? After a short silence, Akasha spoke. I remember how much about my existence, what I am. And what kind of being the one I served was, all of it. So that's how it is. Then the one who had been Akasha's master would have remembered everything as well. This is the place. Balbamaba guided Teeson to a door, then. As if this was beyond where he should interfere, he stepped back. Creak, Teeson opened the door and inside. A goddess was waiting for him. You're here. Errolnan greeted Teeson with a smile. You did it, truly. Errolnan was different from when he had seen her before, back then. She had been in a state where she had lost herself. So there had been no particular rank to be felt from her, and she had seemed like an ordinary human, but not anymore, from her. Teeson felt a strange sensation, something immense and dense yet impossible to put into words. The moment you released them, I knew at once that the concepts of the world trapped inside were set free into the world. My concept as well. Was the concept itself sealed? It didn't feel like that. The concept of defense had been owned by the usurper. But defense clearly still existed in the universe. Errolnan explained, it's simple. A concept usurped by the usurper is something no one can reach as that concept. That is what it means to be usurped. I see, Teeson understood. If the concept of defense was usurped by the usurper, then a god of defense could never appear again. But Teeson had released that concept of defense. Of course, the transcenders who were already usurped cannot return. They were defeated and vanished. But now, new transcenders can appear. The broken flow has returned to what it was. It is all thanks to you. Then, Teeson's gaze turned to Errolnan. Errolnan had lost herself, but she had not vanished. So now that what the usurper had usurped was released, had she reclaimed what was hers, just as you suspect? Errolnan laughed. Truly delighted. I have reclaimed myself, all thanks to you. I am sincerely grateful. Then, what was Errolnan? Teeson had already been guessing. He had usurped the crimson flower and wielded it as his own. In the process, he realized what that concept was, but hearing it directly from Errolnan felt different. You must be guessing as well. I am not a small concept. I am a very large one that affects the universe. Errolnan opened her hand. A small crimson flower appeared there. Life is born into this world, it rises, engraving its existence upon the world. The crimson flower grew and grew, then bloomed in full. It spread its petals wide, boasting of itself, and it grows and grows until it reaches a season more brilliant than anything. The flower, blooming more brilliantly than anything, began to wither. Petals started falling one by one, but life that is born that way always withers in the end. Errolnan closed her fist. The flower vanished. Kuang, Errolnan's presence expanded, an immense and dense rank that swallowed space itself. A concept greater than anything Teeson had ever seen covered all things. Everything rises brilliantly, blooms in full and withers, and it repeats endlessly over and over as if time were being fast-forwarded. You are, Bardre sensed it instinctively. In a trembling voice he asked, life him similar. But different. I govern something greater than that. Errolnan declared, I am the goddess of cycle, Errolnan. You have encountered the god of cycle, Errolnan.